Tianling Continent Yuanwu Kingdom Su Family Village. A mediocre branch of the Divine Transformation Su family, as remote as it gets. In front of the village a square gathered many people, because today an immortal from the main house had arrived. One by one step forward. All children of eligible age come touch this stone. One round of over a dozen children yielded only a single pseudo 4-element spiritual root. The old man sighed deeply. Sigh, this remote branch indeed has few chances to produce a spiritual root. Chenzi, your turn. The youth named Su Chen stepped forward amidst expectant gazes and placed his hand upon the spirit testing stone. Su Chen gazed at the stone, his hand trembling as he touched it. Why was he so excited? Because Su Chen was not from this world. He was a transmigrator. Initially he thought he had traveled to ancient times. As a liberal arts student he had planned to take the imperial examinations when he grew up. Today the village head had gathered all 7-year-old children saying that an ancestral immortal would come to test their spiritual roots. When he heard the word spiritual root, his heart skipped a beat. He had not transmigrated to ancient times, but to a cultivation world where one could fly through the skies, dive into earth, and attain immortality. Most importantly, the elder hosting the test revealed that their Su family village was a branch of a divine transformation cultivation family. Though merely a branch, it was still a divine transformation clan. The spirit testing stone felt warm and smooth to the touch. The moment Su Chen pressed his palm against it, a resonant sound far louder than Su Shan's previous test suddenly echoed. The spirit testing stone vibrated violently in Su Chen's hand, startling him into quickly pulling away. Immediately after, a brilliant crimson fire light, far surpassing a 4-element spiritual root, awakening, shot straight into the sky. Not a single trace of impurity, just pure fiery crimson. The pillar shot into the clouds, raising the ambient temperature. The entire Su family village was bathed in the red glow. To an outside observer, it would look as though a fire had broken out somewhere in the village. The testing elder stood dumbfounded, watching the red light, only snapping back to reality after it faded. This is the legendary heavenly spiritual root. I've seen it in the family archives. Not a single trace of impurity. The ultimate pure fire heavenly spiritual root. Ha ha, our Su family has found a treasure. Su Ming laughed wildly. Having visited all places connected to the Su family across Yuanwu Kingdom, the best he had ever seen was a 3-element spiritual root. Only this village had produced such a legendary spiritual root aptitude, momentarily causing him to lose his composure. The ordinary villagers around, seeing the immortal's mad demeanor, feared he would devour them and promptly dropped to their knees. Ignoring the kneeling crowd, Su Ming immediately took out a jade talisman and sent a spiritual message. Ancestor Yuanwu Kingdom Su family village. A heavenly spiritual root has appeared among our descendants. Please come quickly. The jade talisman transformed into a beam of light and shot out of the village. Only after finishing this did the old man snap back to reality. Seeing the kneeling people around, he hurriedly helped Su Chen up. Good. Fellow villagers, please rise. This old one was overly excited just now. Su family village will prosper from here on. Su Chen watched the elder, named Su Ming. He hadn't wanted to kneel just now, but his parents had forced him down. Feeling the power surging through his body, an almost pathological excitement welled up within him. Heaven above, you truly didn't let me transmigrate in vain. Heavenly spiritual root. No bottlenecks before nascent soul formation. This puts me ahead of those predecessors who started with 5 or 4 elemental roots by a full golden core realm. I have a heavenly spiritual root. I am a peerless genius. System, who needs you? I'm a heavenly spiritual root. It turned out that since he could remember after realizing he had transmigrated, Su Chen had been constantly summoning his system. Various systems, imperial examination, scholarship, farming, all of them. After all, a system was standard equipment for transmigration in recent years. Without a system, he began searching for any other golden finger, perhaps an old grandpa's spirit, a gourd, ceramic pot, or magical seeds. Of course there were none either. He eventually gave up. Unexpectedly, my golden finger is my own aptitude, the heavenly spiritual root. Su Chen, where is the heavenly spiritual root? Not long after, a voice like an immortal echoed over Su family village. Everyone looked up to see a figure descending from the sky. Ancestor, it is this child. Su Hai glanced towards Su Chen. With the heavenly spiritual root activated, Su Chen was now overflowing with spiritual energy. His Tao resonance naturally formed. Indeed, looks exactly like a heavenly spiritual root. Recently, the main clan has also been conducting spiritual root tests. Let those old fogies open their eyes. Our branch will produce a genius too. Su Ming, I'll take the child back first. Handle affairs here, then return. This is an earth spirit pill, take it for now. There will be additional rewards upon return. Finishing speaking, Su Hai wrapped Su Chen in a light, and without giving him time to bid farewell to his parents, transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished toward the horizon. Farewell, ancestor. Meanwhile, at the Su family's spirit testing square, besides children near the main house, the Su family had also sent many foundation establishment cultivators to remote branches to test the spiritual roots of eligible children. Su Ming was one of them. Father, do you think I have a spiritual root? If I don't, will I have to go to the mortal kingdom under the family? Lingling, you will surely have a spiritual root. Father named you precisely because it foretold you would have one. The man comforted the little girl, encouraging her. Divine Transformation cultivators were the top existence in the Tianling world, and Divine Transformation families were the top forces. The Su family was one of the 5 great Divine Transformation families of the Central Continent in Tianling world. With countless disciples, they had 3 Divine Transformation cultivators at home, making them the #1 family force in the northwest of the Central Continent. Yangming Mountain was their ancestral seat. In the cultivation world, birth was the first dividing line and spiritual roots were the second. Ordinary branch disciples without a spiritual root could only go to mortal kingdoms. Those with connections fared better, while those without would spend their lives there. But even so, their lives would undoubtedly surpass ordinary mortals. Of course, the Su family's direct lineage wouldn't face this. Only those distant collateral branches from villages like this would return to their original homes and live ordinary lives. As he spoke, the girl named Lingling had already finished testing. Su Lingling. Wood, fire, earth, 3-element spiritual root. Wow, a true spiritual root. Second only to heavenly and mutated roots, it's a earth-level root. And a true wood, fire, earth root. Perfect for alchemy. Congratulations, third elder. Your granddaughter's aptitude far exceeds ordinary people. The elders around the main seat offered their congratulations. No, let's continue watching. Third elder declined modestly, but the smile never left his face. At that moment, a beam of golden light appeared around the testing square. A middle-aged man and a child appeared. The child was indeed Su Chen. Su-hai, what are you doing? It's a family spiritual root test. Where did you get this child? Isn't this child your bastard? The cultivators of Su-hai's generation laughed. Su-hai ignored them and spoke directly to the clan leader on the main seat. Clan leader, in Yuanwu Kingdom, a branch of our family has produced a heavenly spiritual root. Heavenly spiritual root. A heavenly spiritual root. A heavenly spiritual root rarely encountered in 10,000 years. Cheering and amazed shouts erupted around. Countless gazes filled with greed, jealousy, and ecstasy instantly focused on him. Test quickly. Go ahead, child. Just place your hand on that stone steely like before. Su Chen stepped onto the square. Under the gaze of everyone present, he pressed his hand onto the spirit testing steel. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Deathly silence. I knew it. What could such a branch produce? Just as he finished speaking and was about to burst into laughter, a sudden anomaly occurred. The once dull spirit testing steel suddenly erupted with crimson light. The entire square trembled. The scorching heat made the waiting disciples retreat in terror. It really is a heavenly spiritual root. Before the cheering subsided, a cold mechanical voice resonated in Su Chen's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has attracted sufficient shock value from surroundings. Transmigrated system is randomly drawing. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Myriad Realm's Golden Finger system. System is binding. Ding. Detected host previously rejected the system. Binding terminated. Unbinding. Want it, master system, don't leave. How could I not want you? Just kidding, was Su Chen's inner monologue at the time. Meanwhile, on the main seat, Su Chen, well done. Truly a son of our Su family. The clan leader clapped and laughed, looking at him with affection as if gazing at a peerless treasure. The direct line disciples below exploded into chaos. Heavenly spiritual root. Our Su family only produced one 300 years ago. In the entire history of the Su family, there haven't been many. Damn, is he a branch member? I feel like compared to him, I'm the one whose branch. Impossible. How could this branch bastard be a heavenly spiritual root? Even brother Su Lai only has a double spiritual root. In the crowd, a youth in brocade robes stared fixedly at Su Chen, his face dark, fingers white from clenched fists. He was Su Lai, the recognized #1 direct line genius these past few days, yet now his cheeks burned with humiliation. Su Chen, you bastard, from some random branch dare to steal my thunder. So what if you have a heavenly spiritual root? Is a heavenly spiritual root really that awesome? Ding. Detected host changed his mind. Binding continues. Ding. Binding successful. Myriad Realm's Golden Finger system, binding successful. Current status lottery unavailable. Please host acquire cultivation methods as soon as possible. After breaking through to a major realm, you will receive 1 lottery draw. Su Chen's heart tightened. To draw, he first needed to break through a major realm. Mortal to Chi refining layer 1 counted as 1. Huh. No beginner gift pack. Isn't that usually given at the start? Ding. This system does not have a beginner gift pack. The inner doubts were quickly answered by the system with a somewhat playful tone. This system has quite a personality. Several elders upon the high platform had already erupted into a heated quarrel, each scrambling to claim the boy. Su Chen is a junior of our 3rd branch. He should be personally taught by our 3rd branch. Nonsense. Su Chen is merely a child from a village under the clan. When did he ever become one of your 3rd branch? He should come to our 2nd branch. What resources does your 2nd branch even have? Handing him to you would be a waste of talent. Only my great elder's lineage possesses the most complete fire attribute inheritance. All of you shut up. The clan chief let out a cold snort as his oppressive aura blanketed the entire plaza. This child possesses extraordinary talent and should receive the clan's focused cultivation. I shall personally oversee his training. Just as the chief prepared to forcibly assert his claim and claim this prized talent for himself. Ha ha ha. A booming thunderous laughter suddenly exploded from the depths of the clan Forbidden Grounds. A terrifying nascent soul aura far beyond anyone present erupted skyward. The clouds above the spirit testing plaza were instantly scattered, revealing a vast vacuum zone. A streak of azure light arrived in an instant, transforming into an old man dressed in plain hemp robes. He took a single step forward, and even space itself seemed to distort, ignoring everyone present. The old man landed before Su Chen, seemingly frail, yet his eyes were startlingly clear, locked intently upon Su Chen's face. Ha ha ha. Good. Excellent. The old man laughed heartily toward the heavens, his voice shaking the four corners of the earth as his heavily wrinkled palm excitedly clapped on his Su Chen's shoulder, nearly sending the boy crashing into the ground. That heroic spirit between his brows, that stubbornness in his bones. It's exactly like me in my youth. Boy, don't listen to these old fools spouting nonsense. I am your seventh ancestor, Su Tianhe. Su Chen naturally had no idea who Su Tianhe was, but the direct line disciples below erupted into an uproar. What a... Su Tianhe swept his gaze across the surroundings with unquestionable dominance. I have examined him. This child is of my lineage. His spiritual root purity surpasses even this old man's own. The clan academy is unnecessary. It would only waste the talent of a celestial spiritual root. Enough. I'm taking this child with me. I shall personally instruct him. Having spoken, Su Tianhe grabbed Su Chen's arm in one swift motion and laughed heartily. Good grandson, come with grand ancestor. We're heading back to the old nest. There are divine abilities there you couldn't finish learning in a lifetime. Su Chen felt his vision blur as the space around him twisted. In the next instant, he had left the noisy spirit testing plaza far behind. Upon the spirit testing plaza, a deathly silence persisted for 3 full breaths. It was not until the nascent soul aura carrying Su Chen vanished completely beyond the horizon that the remaining people seemed to awaken from a nightmare. A nascent soul ancestor. It was Ancestor Su Tianhe himself who made his move. And that oppressive aura of his. Surely he's only one step away from the deity transformation realm. Upon the high platform, the clan chief's hand, which had reached out wanting to retain the boy, froze in midair, the muscles of his face twitching violently. Moments ago he had been scheming how to bring this but now faced with that self-willed and fiery-tempered celestial river ancestor, all of his schemes crumbled as fragile as paper. It's over. The great elder collapsed back into his chair, his heart turning to ice. That old monster snatched him first. This Su Chen will surely become the greatest figure of our Su clan. We have no leverage over him whatsoever anymore. Among the direct line disciples below the stage, the pot boiled over even more. The previously dark-faced Su Lai now had an even paler complexion, his lips bitten so hard they seeped threads of blood. He stared blankly at the sky, already empty with only a few wisps of fire attribute spiritual energy yet to disperse. In his mind, he was a dual spiritual root genius, the undisputed number 1 among this generation's direct line. To maintain this position, he had paid a price no one could imagine. How much hardship he endured, how many expectations he carried. He had thought today's grand testing ceremony would be nothing more than his coronation stage before the entire clan. Why? Why him? Su Lai's knuckles turned white from gripping so hard, each one cracking in sequence. Why a branch line descendant? How dare he possess a celestial spiritual root? In Su Lai's mind, the scene replayed endlessly. Su Chen standing at the center of radiance, receiving the gaze of all. That was the position Su Lai had always dreamed of. And in the end, that nascent soul ancestor whom he himself had needed to look up to actually proclaimed with his own mouth that the boy was a descendant of his lineage, even claiming his spiritual root purity surpasses even this old man's own. What did this mean? It meant that from this day forth, even if Su Chen were a complete nobody, he would still be enough to crush everything Su Lai had painstakingly accumulated. His cultivation, his status, all of it. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Su Lai screamed madly within his heart, a beast-like whimpering sound escaping his throat. The surrounding whispers stabbed into his ears like needles. It's over, senior brother Su Lai has been completely overshadowed this time. A celestial spiritual root. That's someone destined to become a golden core ancestor. What dual spiritual root? Trashed before a celestial spiritual root. From now on, let's not call him senior brother Su Lai anymore. Let's call him brother Su. After all, he's the true orthodox direct line right. Should keep it down. Look at senior brother Su Lai's expression. How terrifying. Su Lai suddenly raised his head, his eyes blazing crimson, staring fixedly toward the direction Su Chen had disappeared. That gaze filled with venomous hatred, jealousy, and a sliver of fear even he would not admit. Su Chen, you'd better never come back. Otherwise I'll make sure you understand. In this clan beyond talent, there are also connections and schemes. We're here, good grandson. With Su Tianhe's soft exclamation, the scene before them shifted dramatically. What greeted Su Chen's eyes was a cave heaven-blessed land where spiritual energy had condensed into mist. Here the spiritual energy was so dense it had become nearly tangible, transforming into a faint mist that wove between ancient trees. In the distance, immortal mountains floated in the sky and waterfalls flowed in reverse. Every flower and blade of grass exuded a refreshing fragrance. The resources consumed by this place are simply terrifying. Su Chen was secretly astonished in his heart, and at the same time, gained a deeper understanding of the hierarchy within the cultivation world. Haha, glad you like it. Su Tianhe swept his wide sleeve, dispelling a restriction as the two stepped into the Great Hall. Within the Great Hall were arranged countless treasures Su Chen could not name and ancient jade slips. Su Tianhe casually sat upon a seat that radiated an overwhelming presence, pointed at a meditation cushion below, and said in a gentle tone, "Boy, kneel down and kowtow. Call me Grand Ancestor, and let me hear it. Although our bloodlines are distant, this bond between us is real." Su Chen did not stand on ceremony. He stepped forward and respectfully kowtowed 3 times, 7th Grand Ancestor. "Oh, good child." Su Tianhe laughed until he couldn't close his mouth. "From today onward, you shall study under me." As his words fell, Su Tianhe flicked his finger. A streak of flowing light shot into Su Chen's brow. "This is a cultivation method I once obtained from a set of ruins, called the Burning Heaven Purple Ultimate Art, a heaven-grade technique. It's perfectly suited for your fire tribute, celestial spiritual root." The next day at Su Tianhe's cave dwelling in the cultivation chamber. "Let your granduncle see just how extraordinary your aptitude is." Su Tianhe sat to the side, instructing Su Chen on how to cultivate and guide spiritual energy into his body. Su Chen closed his eyes, calming his mind, and began to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth according to the methods of the blazing heaven purple extremity art. For an ordinary cultivator, this step would often take days or even months, but Su Chen was different. He possessed a heavenly spirit root that was 1 in 10,000. Here it comes. Su Chen felt spiritual energy gathering around him as the dense fire attributed spiritual energy from the outside world, as if finding an outlet, rushed madly into his body. In just half an hour, a wisp of crimson spiritual energy coalesced within Su Chen's dantian. Without pausing, Su Chen continued to circulate the blazing heaven purple extremity art. An hour later, Su Chen opened his eyes. Feeling this unprecedented power surging within him, his heart swelled with soaring pride. "Excellent. Simply excellent." Su Tianhe laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with admiration. Half an hour to guide spiritual energy into the body, and 1 hour to reach the first level of qi refining. A few hours faster than me in my day. I took half a day. My good grandson with such talent, golden core is no question, and nascent soul is within reach. Su Chen rose and saluted with utmost respect. "All thanks to granduncle's nurturing. No need for modesty. Cultivate diligently." Su Tianhe waved his hand, then cautioned, "This cave dwelling is safe, but the world of cultivation is fraught with treachery. If you ever encounter a dire predicament that even I cannot shield you from, never recklessly fight to the death." With that, the nascent soul elder transformed into a streak of light and departed, leaving the space to Su Chen. Su Chen took a deep breath and sat back down cross-legged. Finally, I've been waiting for this moment. He had been suppressing the longing deep inside, waiting for the system to truly descend. In fact, the moment he broke through to the first level of qi refining, the system's notification kept ringing out. Ding. Detected that the host has ascended from immortal to the first level of qi refining. The Myriad Heavens cheat system has officially been activated. Commencing lottery draw. A spinning lottery wheel materialized before Su Chen, filled with all manner of cheat abilities. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the first Myriad Heavens cheat Purple Mansion Immortal Isle. Item introduction originating from the cheat of Yi Qin in the legend of the Purple Mansion." Su Chen was ecstatic. Among cultivation novels, this was one of his favorite cheat items. Combined with his heavenly spirit root, his cultivation speed would skyrocket beyond measure. "It has been delivered to your account. Do you wish to claim it?" No. Su Chen did not immediately claim it. The cheat item was stored in the system's mailbox as a mail attachment. Su Chen opened the system interface and tapped the mailbox, where a single unread message awaited. As someone deeply familiar with the legend of the Purple Mansion from his past life, he well knew the commotion unlocking the gray egg would cause. "System, is there any way to conceal the commotion of unlocking the Immortal Isle?" Ding detected that the activation of the Purple Mansion Immortal Isle would create too much disturbance. Issuing a temporary heaven concealing formation for 3 days. Please complete the activation of the Immortal Isle within 3 days. Good system. Before long, Su Chen felt a mysterious aura emerge around him. Even if a void refinement ancestor were to come now, they would not be able to discern his origins. If Su Chen remembered correctly, after activating the Immortal Isle, he would transform into an egg, so he had to be absolutely certain nothing went wrong. Returning to his thoughts, Su Chen tapped the mailbox. Opening the mail, he found a plain gray egg inside. "System, claim it." Ding, claim successful. The system interface closed and a gray, unremarkable, oddly shaped egg appeared in Su Chen's hand. Picking up the gray egg, Su Chen examined it carefully. It truly was an ordinary-looking egg. If he hadn't known it was produced by the system, he would have thought it was just a regular egg. Without a second thought, Su Chen ate it directly. The gray egg crunched as he chewed at the fragrant egg liquid mixed with the shell, sliding down into his stomach. Even so, he swallowed it whole, because he had forgotten the original plot. He didn't dare gamble, so eating it whole definitely wouldn't cause problems. As the gray egg entered his body, a vast aura spread from his belly throughout his surroundings. Damn, this really hurts. A tremendous force rampaged recklessly within his body, as if trying to shatter his internal organs. Ah! The cultivation chamber echoed with Su Chen's agonized screams. What kind of bullshit willpower is this? How did the protagonists in those novels endure it? Ah! Fortunately, the temporary heaven-concealing grand formation concealed the commotion of the Immortal Isle's activation. Fortunately, after he cried out, the pain lessened. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. Dong! Su Chen felt as if his mind had been struck, leaving him dazed and dizzy. After that surge of power passed, Su Chen blacked out and fell into a deep coma. Immediately after, large amounts of gray mist burst out from his body, wrapping him entirely, and in no time a stone egg took shape. Within Su Chen's mind. So this is the inside of the Immortal Isle. He had no idea how much time had passed before he finally awoke. Around him was an endless expanse of gray mist, and aside from his immediate vicinity, he couldn't see a thing. Aside from the gray mist, there was another presence inside the Immortal Isle, purple lightning. As a soul body, Su Chen drifted along, doing his best to steer clear of those purple bolts as he floated. Su Chen knew those things were apparently the violet firmament, divine thunder. Even a physical body would be utterly annihilated, soul and all, at the slightest touch, let alone a soul body. Boom boom. All the purple thunder within the space condensed, forming a colossal bolt of purple lightning. After condensing, the massive purple bolt gradually shaped itself into a thunder giant wielding a thunder axe forged from condensed purple lightning. It swung the axe straight toward the deepest part of the gray mist. This is Pangu splitting open the heavens. The moment he witnessed the giant's action, Su Chen's first thought was Pangu creating the world. Only then did he realize the gray egg was never some immortal isle or immortal mansion. This was a whole world. No wonder it was so heaven-defying that it could serve as a cheat item. After the giant split the heavens, the clear chi rose to become the sky, while the turbid chi sank down and formed a gray island. It seemed to have been molded from the thunder giant's body, though unfortunately, it wasn't like Pangu opening the heavens in the primordial wilderness. After Pangu split the heavens, countless treasures were left behind. The Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, the Eastern Emperor bell, the primordial lotus throne, the 5 directional banners, and more. If just one of those could come to Su Chen, he would soar instantly. Lost in thought, Su Chen almost drooled. Fortunately, he was a soul body now, so there was no drool. Enough daydreaming. Let's go over there and take a look. Once the gray island stabilized, Su Chen's soul body drifted over. At the center of the stone island, he discovered the Destiny Stone Tablet described in the setting. The Immortal Isle was still desolate, covered entirely in gray rock. There wasn't even any soil. According to the plot, Su Chen remembered these gray rocks were the legendary Chaos Stones, a 16th grade material, though he couldn't mine them at present. On the gray island at the Destiny Stone Tablet. The stone tablet displayed Su Chen's basic information. Island Lord Su Chen. Island territory 1 li in radius. Currently unlocked would Immortal Isle. Island Lord's spiritual root fire elemental heavenly spirit root. Island Lord's lifespan originally 90 years, added 10 years, 7 years, consumed 93 years remaining. Those extra 10 years came from breaking through to the first level of chi refining. The wood Immortal Isle. I remember it can accelerate the maturation of spirit herbs with spirit stones. After wandering around for a while, Su Chen grew bored, but he didn't know how to get out. I want to go out. The moment the thought arose, Su Chen's soul body blacked out again. 3 days later. Inside the cultivation chamber of Su Tian's cave dwelling, a stone egg floated in midair. Crack, 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 crack. Fissures split from the top of the stone egg all the way down to the bottom. Gradually the cracks multiplied until the shell shattered completely. A naked man tumbled out. Damn, that hurts. Su Chen slammed heavily onto the floor of the cultivation chamber. Huh, where are my clothes? Snapping back to his senses, Su Chen realized he had become a naked man. His original clothes had been dissolved by the gray mist. He took fresh garments out of his storage pouch, dressed himself, and examined the changes in his body. No way I broke through. Chi refining 2nd level. Su Chen discovered he had actually broken through to the 2nd level of chi refining. 3 days, 2nd level of chi refining. That was utterly heaven-defying. Su Tianhe was pacing the great hall with his hands clasped behind his back. The moment Su Chen emerged without a single word, he swept his divine sense directly over Su Chen's wrist. Edge. Su Tianhe let out a startled exclamation, his pupils abruptly contracting. He had initially thought Su Chen had merely solidified his chi refining level 1 cultivation, but upon this inspection. 3 days. Su Tianhe's beard trembled, his face etched with utter disbelief. Chi refining. Level 2. At this pace are you drinking spiritual energy, as if it were water? Even an ancient mighty one reincarnated couldn't be this fast. Su Chen smiled with feigned modesty. Perhaps that technique resonated perfectly with your grandson's spiritual root, and with 7th grandfather's cave dwelling so rich in spiritual energy, I was fortunate enough to break through. Fortunate. This is no mere fortune. This is monstrous genius. Su Tianhe withdrew his divine sense, and circled Su Chen several times, growing more pleased with every look. He sighed, drew a palm-sized token from his bosom, and pressed it into Su Chen's hand. Take it. This is the token to the cave dwelling. Since your cultivation advances so swiftly, there's no need to seal yourself inside this cave day and night. This token grants you free passage in and out. If you have matters to attend to or fancy a stroll through the market town, go as you please. Su Chen accepted the token. It was warm and smooth to the touch, etched with intricate cloud patterns. Thank you, grandfather. Enough. Go on then. Remember, do not make a show. Your cultivation still isn't much to speak of. If you truly run into trouble, run. Su Tianhe waved a hand, turned, and disappeared back into his cultivation chamber. Su Chen tucked the token away and straightened his robes. More than 20 days later, Su Chen had spent over a month inside the cave dwelling doing nothing but cultivating. Now it was time to go to the Su family to finalize his status as a core disciple and claim the privileges that came with it. The Su family stipend hall. This was where Su family disciples collected their monthly allowance and exchanged contribution merit, a place that bustled with constant traffic and clamor. The moment Su Chen stepped through the entrance, the formerly noisy hall dropped several degrees in volume. Although he had been in the Su family for only a few brief days, the earth-shaking scene from the spirit measuring ceremony had long since swept through the entire clan. The steward behind the counter was an elderly Foundation establishment cultivator by the name of Su Fu. He had been dozing with his head lowered, but at the commotion, he glanced up. Seeing Su Chen, he froze for a beat, then, as if recollection dawned, hastily rose and cupped his hands with a smile. Oh my, isn't this nephew Su Chen? What brings your venerable self to this humble little temple, eh? Su Chen wasted no words, walking straight to the counter. I've come to register my identity and collect my monthly stipend. Right away. I'll handle it at once. Su Fu was almost fawning in his eagerness, taking the token with both hands. He swept his divine sense over it, and when he perceived Su Chen's cultivation level, he rubbed his eyes, certain that his aged vision was deceiving him. Chi refining level 2. Su Fu's voice shot up, abruptly cracking into a shrill squeak. The hall had still been murmuring with whispers. This bellow made everyone halt mid-motion and turn in unison toward the source. The smile on Su Fu's face grew even more unctuous. Heavens above, it hasn't even been a month, has it? And nephew is already at Chi refining level 2. This is a divine immortal descending to earth. Even as he spoke, his hands moved with nimble efficiency, terrified that the slightest delay might earn the displeasure of this rising star. Nephew, per family regulations, anyone possessing a heavenly spiritual root is directly designated a core disciple, and the monthly stipend is 20 times that of an ordinary disciple. This is your identity jade token, along with 2 months' quota of spirit stones and medicinal pills. Su Fu handed over a golden token emblazoned with a lifelike fire dragon, the very insignia of a core disciple. The crowd around him burst into an uproar. Chi refining level 2. Isn't he a branch-line disciple? How is he cultivating so fast? Are you stupid? That's a fire element heavenly spiritual root. And I hear the nascent soul ancestor Su Tianhe has taken him as a personal true disciple. 20 times the monthly stipend. I bust my back a whole year and still can't match his single month. At the edge of the crowd, a young man with a dark expression fixed his gaze on the golden token in Su Chen's hand. It was Su Lai. Su Lai had assumed that once Su Chen was taken away, he could finally hold on to the top seat without worry. But in a mere month, to his shock, Su Chen had actually reached Chi refining level 2, while he himself had only just managed to draw Chi into his body. Su Fu was still chattering obsequiously. Nephew, if there is ever anything this old man can do for you, just utter the word. Su Chen received the token, feeling the surrounding gazes of reverence, envy, and sycophancy bearing down on him. He offered a faint smile, neither acknowledging Su Fu's flattery nor sparing a glance at Su Lai's murderous glare. Thanks. I still have matters to attend to. I'll be on my way. Su Chen turned and strode away, his silhouette straight and tall as a pine. The Su family clan school. After a Su family descendant was confirmed to possess spiritual roots, they were required to train at the clan school, except of course special disciples like Su Chen. With such talent, what could one do? The Su family's clan school was renowned across the entire Central Earth continent. After all, the Su family was a spirit transformation clan. The school was founded by the first patriarch, who also possessed a heavenly spiritual root. Now 10,000 years had passed. Through the generations, the Su family had continuously renovated and refined it, arriving at its current grandeur, complete with the Chi induction hall, the scripture lecture pavilion, the martial arts arena, the scripture depository, and more. Entering the clan school, he found it crowded with disciples who had enrolled in recent years. Su Chen, why are you here? Su Chen, you're here too. The speaker was another Su family disciple who had come from the same village as Su Chen. After Su Chen's test, he too was found to have a spiritual root, but his was the second worst kind of 4-element pseudo-spiritual root. Pseudo-spiritual roots might be poor, but the Su family would still cultivate them, for the territory the family governed was vast, and every corner required stationed cultivators. Back at the Tianhe cave dwelling, Su Tianhe was waiting for him. Chen, I feel your cultivation speed is too rapid. That is not a good omen. I intend to give you some additional tasks. Please speak, grandfather. Su Tianhe clasped his hands behind his back. Chen, this old ancestor has lived 800 years. As the proverb goes, if the foundation is not firm, the earth trembles and the mountains shake. A chill ran through Su Chen's heart, and he reined in his pride. I beg grandfather for guidance. In the immortal cultivation world, the overwhelming majority of cultivators train only their mana, never their physical bodies. A wisp of spiritual power coalesced at Su Tianhe's fingertip, sharp as a blade. Their mana runs deep, their divine abilities are vast, but precisely because of that, their flesh becomes their greatest flaw. He tossed a gray, unremarkable jade slip to Su Chen. This is the body refining art I selected for you, named the Mortal Shedding 6 Realms, an earth-grade technique. It has none of those flashy divine abilities, only the simplest, crudest way to tamp down a solid foundation. Su Chen caught the jade slip and swept his divine sense through it. The contents were plain spoken. Skin tempering flesh, refining meridian, unblocking bone, forging blood renewal, and viscera fortification, 6 layers in all. This? Su Chen was caught between laughter and tears. Grandfather, isn't this simply tempering myself like a weapon? Exactly right. I'm going to refine you like a magic treasure. Su Tianhe glared at him. With your heavenly spiritual root, your cultivation speed is too fast. Your spiritual power swells rapidly, but your physical body cannot bear the load. If that spiritual power ever runs wild, one day this little body of yours will explode into fragments in an instant. Practicing the Mortal Shedding 6 Realms is to reinforce you. Su Chen slapped his thigh in sudden realization. The flesh is the vessel that carries the Tao. If it falls behind, it will sooner or later become a bomb. Grandfather, rest assured. Su Chen rose, his eyes blazing with excitement. It's just skin, flesh, tendons, bones, blood, and organs. Grandson will have them thoroughly conquered. Hey, you little brat, you certainly talk big. Su Tianhe stroked his beard with a knowing smirk. This technique may be simple on the surface, but every layer demands enduring the agony of having your skin flayed and your bones ground. When this old ancestor practiced to the bone-forging realm back in the day, I passed out 3 times from the pain. Ancestor, you needn't worry. Chen, for a heavenly spirit root, the optimal daily meditation practice is 6 hours. After listening to Su Tianhe's explanation, Su Chen realized that daily cultivation with a heavenly spirit root need not be so urgent. 6 hours a day would suffice. In the morning at the Mao hour around sunrise for 3 hours, in the afternoon at the Yu hour for another 3 hours. These 2 time periods are the best times for meditation. As for ordinary spiritual roots, the optimal daily meditation time is over 12 hours. As the technique began, the dense fire spiritual energy around him surged into Su Chen's body. If an ordinary cultivator absorbed such violent spiritual energy, their meridians would surely rupture and their body would explode. But Su Chen possessed a heavenly spirit root. The spiritual energy entering his body obeyed him like an arm following the mind, flowing with inconceivable smoothness. After merely 3 hours, the spiritual reservoir in Su Chen's body was once again filled to the brim and even expanded slightly in size. He did not rush to break through to the 3rd layer. Instead, he steadily guarded his mind and tempered his spiritual power into something unbelievably dense and solid. The heavenly spirit root is indeed heaven defying. Su Chen opened his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. 6 hours a day rivals several days of arduous cultivation by an ordinary cultivator. After completing spiritual power cultivation, Su Chen stood up and stretched his muscles and bones. What came next was the true highlight of the day. He took out the jade slip of the Mortal Shedding 6 Realms from his bosom, pressed it against his forehead, and imprinted the method of the 1st realm into his mind's skin tempering. The so-called skin tempering is not truly scraping the skin with a blade, but rather using inner breath to vibrate and external force to pound, making the skin tough. Su Chen took a deep breath and, following the guidance of the method, mobilized the fire-attributed spiritual power within his body. The spiritual power was forcibly pulled beneath the surface of his skin. Sizzle! A burning sensation instantly erupted from the skin all over his body, as if countless red-hot needles were piercing him simultaneously. Su Chen let out a muffled groan, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead in an instant. It felt like someone was fiercely scrubbing his skin with a steel wire ball. Endure it. If you can't even stand this little pain, how can you cultivate immortality? Su Chen gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He did not rely on any external force, he bore it with sheer willpower. Time passed amidst cultivation. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Su Chen adhered to an unshakable routine. First 6 hours of spiritual power cultivation, pushing the advantage of the heavenly spirit root to its extreme. All the remaining time was spent torturing his body. A month later, crack! Su Chen viciously punched the huge stone beside him. In the past, after such a punch, his hand would swell and the stone would be unharmed. But now cracks appeared across the hard rock surface, while Su Chen's fist was merely slightly reddened. Not even the skin was broken. It worked. Su Chen lowered his head to look at his arm. The skin did not appear thicker, rather it seemed even finer and more lustrous, exuding a faint jade-like texture. He took out an ordinary iron dagger and slashed it across his arm with force. The dagger astonishingly was like scraping against cowhide. It only left a white mark that disappeared in a flash. Su Chen let out a long breath and collapsed onto the ground. Though exhausted, his eyes were full of brilliance. Though the mortal shedding 6 realms is blunt and crude, its effects are outstanding. Now even if I stood still and let an ordinary cultivator strike me, they'd be half dead from exhaustion and still fail to break my defense. Su Chen stood up and thought to himself, now that skin tempering has entered the gate, I can simply train my skin and cultivate day by day, step by step. The initial stage of body refinement was exercise, increasing physical strength, endurance, and resistance to blows, constantly challenging the limits of one's body. Of course, through a month of daily cultivation, he broke through to the 4th layer of chi refining as easily as drinking water, and also awakened spiritual perception. Spiritual perception was the term for divine sense during the chi refining stage. The heavenly spirit root is indeed terrifyingly powerful. In his past life, when he read novels about mortals cultivating immortality, didn't every protagonist rely on swallowing pills from the very beginning just to advance normally? Whenever they encountered a bottleneck, they would be stuck and had to seek some kind of pill. But with his heavenly spirit root aptitude, he had no need to worry about such things. Even the immortal island space he had drawn had barely been used so far. Inside the study of Su Tianha's cave residence, Su Tianha looked at the iron testing block Su Chen had handed over, which bore an exceptionally clear fingerprint. Skin tempering at the entry level. In 1 month at the age of 7, you have already achieved the 1st layer of mortal shedding. Su Tianha stroked his beard with approval in his eyes. Chen, your progress is truly remarkable. But let me ask you, after cultivating the body, have you felt any stiffness in your body or soreness in your bones? Su Chen answered honestly, Ancestor, there is indeed a sensation of tightness, especially at night, as if my whole body is about to burst open. That's right. Su Tianha said in a deep voice, though you have a heavenly spirit root and heaven defying aptitude, don't forget that you are only 7 years old now. A 7-year-old child's bones and tendons are still soft, and the internal organs are not yet solid. Although the mortal shedding 6 realms is an earth-grade body refinement technique, it is excessively fierce. If you forcibly temper your skin to be as hard as iron and steel now, it will certainly greatly increase your defense, but it will also restrict your body's growth. Su Chen was stunned. He had been so focused on pursuing power that he had indeed neglected the issue of physical development. He was only 7 and his body had not yet fully grown. Going too far would harm his foundation. In his past life, those protagonists began cultivating only at a much later age, let alone body refinement. But he had started at 7, already winning at the starting line, so it was indeed a bit hasty. Immortal cultivation is a marathon, not a 100-meter sprint. Su Tianha tapped Su Chen's head with a mix of exasperation and affection. From today on, enough body refinement is fine. Don't force temper your skin any further, and definitely don't train your flesh. Your task now is to grow. Grow. Indeed. Su Tianha took out a bottle of medicinal paste. This is body-nourishing paste. After each day's cultivation, spread it over your whole body to soothe your bones and tendons. Your body needs to grow, you must not suppress it. When you turn 14 and your body is mature, your old ancestor will take you to seek some punishment, to receive beatings. Su Chen suddenly understood and quickly took the paste. Grandson understands. Thank you for your instruction, Ancestor. From then on, Su Chen's life entered an extremely regular rhythm. Daily cultivation 6 hours. Su Chen sat cross-legged in the cultivation chamber, circulating the blazing sky purple pole art. Spiritual energy in his dantian grew and his cultivation advanced steadily toward the 5th layer of chi refining. Body refinement, 3 hours. This was the strict upper limit set by Su Tianha. Now his skin no longer had the rigid, stiff feeling from the beginning of it, had regained the elasticity proper to a child. Just as Su Tianha had said, the true hardness is softness within hardness. In his remaining time, Su Chen began farming. On the wood Immortal Island, he planted some chi-gathering grass and return spring flowers. He did this to become familiar with spirit plant cultivation methods. After all, he was not lacking in spirit stones now. As for pills, Su Tianha had said there was no need to consume them at present because of his heavenly spirit root. Then when he had free time, he would go to the clan school to attend lectures. One day, Su Chen finished cultivation and sensed the power within him poised to surge. Peak of the 4th layer of chi refining, only a thread short of the 5th layer. In body refinement, his skin was tough and his body was light. He walked out of his cave residence and watched the clouds banding and scattering beyond. Although his progress had slowed, the feeling of being down to earth actually made him more at ease. The corners of Su Chen's mouth rose slightly. Su Tianha had appeared behind him at some point. He was holding a spirit fowl, roasted golden and dripping with oil, and tossed it to Su Chen. You little rascal, you've cultivated enough. Come keep your ancestor company for a couple of drinks. The road of immortality is long, you don't push yourself too hard. Of course, Su Chen drank tea. Minors were forbidden to drink alcohol. Su Chen caught the spirit fowl, smelled the alluring aroma, and smiled brilliantly. All right, ancestor. Half a year had passed since Chen had reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement. He had not practiced deliberately during this time, merely sitting in meditation for 3 watches each day, and his breakthrough to the 5th layer had come as naturally as water flowing downstream. If one judged solely by cultivation speed, this would be considered the pace of a genius in the outside world. But Chen knew this was only the result of his holding back his practice. If I weren't also cultivating the mortal shedding 6 realms, and had to spare part of my time for body refinement, I would likely have already reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement by now. Chen rose to his feet and stretched his limbs, a crisp series of pops echoing through the room. Half a year of body refinement had transformed his physique, not merely stronger, but achieving a perfect balance of resilience, hardness, lightness, and agility. Just sitting here cultivating won't get me anywhere. Chen pondered for and decided to visit the Su family's clan academy. Not only could he learn something there, but he could also take the opportunity to gauge the abilities of the other disciples of his generation. The heavenly spirit realm consists of 5 continents surrounded by 4 seas. Our Su family resides in the northwest of the central continent and is one of the major powers in that region. On the podium, an elderly cultivator with white hair and beard was lecturing about the heavenly spirit realm, a foundational course all cultivators were required to learn. Beyond the central continent, the 4 surrounding continents were the eastern wood continent, the western metal continent, the northern water continent, and the southern fire continent. Between these continents lay vast expanses of ocean. When Chen walked into the classroom, the previously noisy lesson fell silent by half. Countless gazes converged upon him, some curious, some reverent, and more than a few tangled with unmistakable jealousy. Chen found a seat in the corner and kept quiet. After class, Chenzi, a hand waved in front of his face. Chen came back to his senses and turned his head to see his childhood friend Sushan. Sushan's aptitude was ordinary, possessing only water, wood, earth, and fire spiritual roots, no metal root. Much like a cultivator, Chen knew who excelled at making a quick escape. "How's your cultivation going, Sushan?" Chen asked with a smile, his tone calm and friendly, showing no airs of a core disciple. Sushan gave a bitter laugh and gestured to himself. "Don't mention it. With my dull aptitude, I've been cultivating night and day for a year, supplemented by the pills the clan provided, and I've finally managed to reach the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Compared to you, Sushan sighed heavily, his eyes filled with both admiration and self-mockery. "You bastard, you're not even human. 6 months ago you were at the 2nd layer. Now I can't even sense your cultivation." "Oh, I'm at the 5th layer now," Chen said casually, as though mentioning the weather. "5th layer? Did you take a rocket to get there?" Chen smiled, but said nothing. Heavenly spiritual roots were like that. He couldn't help it either. Yet their conversation had clearly carried to the ears of the surrounding disciples. The once noisy break period fell quiet almost entirely. Qi refinement 5th layer. Did I hear that right? 5th layer in 1 year. That's impossible. Even the great elder's direct grandson Su Lai is only at the 4th layer. He's only a dual spiritual root. All eyes involuntarily drifted toward the front row of the classroom, where Su Lai sat with his eyes closed, resting. The spiritual energy radiating from him confirmed his cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. This was already among the finest achievements in the Su family's younger generation, Su Lai's greatest pride. But with Chen's 5th layer thrown into the open, Su Lai's aura of supremacy dimmed instantly. 1 year from immortal to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. What did that even mean? For an ordinary cultivator, breaking through 1 layer in a year was already considered the absolute pinnacle of talent. For a collateral branch disciple like Sushan, taking 2 years to break through 1 layer was considered diligent. And now Chen had completely shattered that common understanding. Su Lai slowly opened his eyes and glanced towards Chen. There was no anger in his gaze, only a profound, inescapable sense of defeat. He had once thought that after Chen joined the Su family, he could use his influence and authority to suppress him. But now the other boy simply didn't care. He had always believed himself to be heaven's favored one, until Chen appeared and crushed every last ounce of his pride to dust. Sushan noticed the shocked, envious gazes around them, and felt incredibly satisfied. Leaning close to Chen, he whispered, "Shenzi, your hands down the best among us right now. Those direct line disciples who used to look down on me, they're all green with envy now." Chen patted Sushan on the shoulder and encouraged him, "Don't rush. Take it slow. Once you lay a solid foundation, I'll have your back." Those words, if spoken before, would have been laughed off as a joke. But now no one dared to laugh. Next came the spellcasting class held at the technique training ground. Instructor Zhao, who taught spells, pulled out a moving target and addressed the class. "Today we practice the fireball technique." The disciples below all began casting their spells. Su Lai went first. As a 4th layer Qi refinement cultivator, he launched 3 enormous fireballs with remarkable precision, drawing applause from the crowd. The others were uneven, some missed entirely, others lacked sufficient power. "Nephew Chen, give it a try," Instructor Zhao called out. Chen rose with a sigh and walked to the practice position. Unlike the others, he did not form hand seals or chant incantations. He simply flicked his wrist casually. Whooshed. No flash of flame, no explosion. A dark red fireball no larger than a walnut shot forth, silently piercing straight through the bullseye of the target and leaving a perfect round hole. Dead silence fell over the entire place. Instructor Zhao sucked in a sharp breath and stammered, this. Is this the fireball technique? No, this is the fireball technique compressed to its absolute limit. A fifth-layer chi refinement cultivator can achieve this. Su Chen scratched his head somewhat embarrassed. Instructor Zhao, I only practice casually in my free time. I suppose. I'm just oddly gifted perhaps. The faces of the disciples below turned completely dark. You call that a little gifted? That's extraordinary talent. When the dismissal bell rang, Su Chen declined several disciples who wanted to approach him and headed back to his cave residence. Walking along the path, he could still hear whispers trailing behind him. Did you see that? That's Su Chen. I heard he can crush iron essence stone with one hand. More than that, when Lecturer Wang tested him on general knowledge earlier, he answered everything flawlessly. It's as if he didn't just cultivate, but upgraded his brain as well. How are we supposed to live like this? We're still struggling to reach the third layer, and he's already at the fifth. Grandfather, I'm going to the marketplace to buy some materials. As soon as he returned to Tiana cave residence and saw Su Tiana present, Su Chen immediately stated his purpose. Go ahead. Take this. Su Tiana tossed him a bulging storage pouch. Inside are 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Consider it your pocket money from your ancestral elder. Don't count every coin. We don't lack for this kind of money. Su Chen weighed the pouch in his hand and felt a surge of secret delight. And Nascent Soul Elder truly knew how to treat people generously. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones with a single gesture. For an ordinary chi refinement cultivator, that sum represented years of savings. For Su Chen it had come so effortlessly. The Su family marketplace was located in Yangming City at the foot of Yangming Mountain within the clan territory. The moment he stepped through the entrance, a wave of bustling voices and mingled spiritual energy washed over him. Shops lined both sides of the streets, their vendors calling out incessantly. Su Chen was in no hurry to make purchases. Instead, he strolled along like an ordinary tourist. As a core disciple with a heavenly spiritual root, he had no need to haggle over a few spirit stones. Within Yangming City stood a dazzling array of shops where everything imaginable was on sale. Pills, talismans, formations, artifacts, cultivation techniques, spiritual plants, demonic beasts, and spirit food. There was also a distinctive street called the Myriad Street. Here, regardless of one's identity or cultivation base, anyone could set up a stall to sell or barter goods, as long as they paid the stall fee. Fighting was forbidden within the city walls, so there was no need to worry about safety. The city patrols were all high-level cultivators. Su Chen was here for the first time, and in the future, he could even sell some of the spiritual plants he grew in his spare time. The Myriad Street was also known as the treasure hunting street. If you had keen eyes or good fortune, you might just encounter your destined opportunity here. Every cultivator here struggled onward along their path of immortality, bustling about for the sake of mere survival. In the world of cultivation, the lives of minor clans and rogue cultivators were fraught. The protagonists he had seen in his previous life were mostly like that, bitter and poor. The moment he stepped onto Myriad Street, Su Chen spotted a boy not much older than himself. His appearance was quite eye-catching. When the boy caught sight of Su, he trotted over to Su Chen, gave a polite salute, and said, "Greetings, elder brother." In Yangming City, anyone who failed to recognize the Su family might as well pack up and leave. Moreover, members of the Su family were known for spending money lavishly. Su Chen had been about to explore on his own when he heard someone running up to greet him. Turning around, he saw the very boy who had caught his attention earlier, a mere chi refining layer 1 cultivator. Su Chen asked, "Little brother, is something the matter?" Su Chen understood at once. This was simply touting for business. So typical. He had barely entered the market when he ran into a middleman. "But why didn't you approach those more elderly cultivators? How did you spot me the moment I arrived?" "Elder brother, I've only been doing this for a short while. My family doesn't even know I'm doing it. I live just outside Yangming City. My parents are both rogue cultivators. They had several children, and I'm the only one with spiritual roots. I'm a truly devoted son." Su Chen regarded the boy who was about his own age and felt a tug at his heart. He reflected that had he not been protected by the Su family, blessed with a heavenly spiritual root, or granted the system, he would probably be just like this boy, scrambling desperately for cultivation resources. Seeing Su Chen hesitate, the boy hastily added, "Elder brother, I'm very cheap. For a day only 2, no 1 spirit stone." "And that's not too expensive," Su Chen said thoughtfully. "If you'd like to buy something, elder brother, I can recommend the most affordable and finest shops in the city." "All right, you're hired." Su Chen waved his small hand and tossed a spirit stone straight to the boy. "Lead the way." "Right away, elder brother. This way, please." Myriad Street, the chi refining district. The most common items on the stalls here were all sorts of goods suited for the chi refining stage. There were lesser chi condensing pills, chi recovery pills, chi condensing pills. The sheer variety was dazzling, an array of wares that left one's eyes spinning. Inside were 5,000 spirit stones, enough to sweep through this entire place. "Elder brother, what do you need?" "I'm not sure yet. Let me just look around first." And so 2 small figures wandered casually through the stalls scattered across the chi refining. After walking a short while, Su Chen passed by a stall piled with assorted odds and ends. Intrigued, Su Chen halted. Good heavens, 18 dragon subduing palms the 9 in scripture. Here Su Chen came across many martial arts manuals famous in his previous life. After browsing for a while he picked one up. He couldn't help looking up and asking, how much for one of these mortal martial arts manuals? Only then did Su Chen get a clear look at the stall owner. Whoa, he thought, an old beggar. The stall keeper was an elderly man in tattered robes, his hair nearly covering his eyes. Little friend, these are the most profound martial arts manuals there are. Once you master them to perfection, summoning wind and sand, and leaping over roofs, and walking on walls would be nothing, the old man declared. Do I look like someone easily fooled? Only then did the old beggar push aside his hair, and upon seeing Su Chen's attire he quickly apologized. My apologies, I didn't realize you were a scion of the Su family. To us cultivators, these mortal martial arts are merely a pastime. 10 books for 1 low-grade spirit stone. If you're interested, young friend, 15 books for 1 low-grade spirit stone. How about that? Su Chen studied the stall owner, who appeared to be at the second layer of chi refining, yet carried himself with the air of an otherworldly master. Su Chen watched as the old man pulled out another 5 manuals from his robe and fanned them out. Good heavens! The 1,000-hand divine fist, the demon subduing leg, the 9-yang divine art, the 1-yang fingered Dugu's 9 swords. It felt as if in the next moment the old man would say, young friend, I can see your bone structure is extraordinary. 1 in a million martial arts prodigy. The task of saving the world rests on your shoulders. Enough. Give me 15 copies. I just want to take a look. It was his first time buying something, and Su Chen felt too embarrassed to refuse. He took out a low-grade spirit stone. Later, if he got the chance, he figured he could bring these manuals back home and let the villagers practice them. The boy leading the way saw this, but did not ask a single question, merely thinking that those from great clans simply had spirit stones to burn. After Su Chen and the boy left, the stall owner took out even more martial arts manuals and laid them out on his stall. He was after all relying on small profits and quick turnover. The two wandered around for roughly an hour, during which Su Chen bought some spirit herb seeds. He also learned the boy's name, Josie. Elder brother, what do you need? I need some spiritual items suitable for nurturing the body or for body tempering. Then follow me. Josie led Su Chen into a large shop called the 1,000 Treasures Pavilion. Elder brother, this is the 1,000 Treasures Pavilion run by the Su family. It has everything inside, he said by way of introduction. In that case, Josie, you can take your leave. This is my clan's establishment. I won't need your company any longer. Su Chen gave Josie 2 more spirit stones and entered the shop alone. Thank you, elder brother. Clutching the spirit stones, Josie scurried off. Su Chen entered the shop. The shopkeeper was a shrewd, portly man. The moment he spotted the golden token at Su Chen's waist, his face immediately crinkled into a smile. Oh, if it isn't our young master. Your esteemed presence truly brings honor to my humble shop. Su Chen wasted no time and stated his requirements directly. As he introduced the goods, the portly shopkeeper covertly sized up Su Chen and could not help exclaiming, young master, you've already reached the 5th layer of chi refining. Su Chen arrived at the spirit rice section. Young master, spirit rice nourishes the body when consumed over time. How much would you like? How is it sold? This jade crystal rice is the most commonly cultivated spirit rice in the Su family. 1 caddy costs 1 low-grade spirit stone. And this star spirit rice is one of the finest first-grade spirit rices. 5 spirit stones per caddy, the portly shopkeeper introduced as they stood in the spirit rice section. Then let me have 5 caddies first. Also, do you have star spirit rice seeds? That'll be 25 spirit stones in total, the portly shopkeeper replied. Young master, we don't sell seeds. You can apply to the clan. They're available over there. Su Chen directly took out the storage pouch Su Tianhe had given him and poured out 25 spirit stones, producing a crisp clatter. Oh, and give me 10 jars of body-nourishing balm, the finest aged ones you have. After paying, Su Chen carried his now bulging storage pouch and walked out of the shop. The sun was setting in the west, dyeing the market's flagstone road a radiant golden hue. The next day, Su Chen arrived at the Su family's agricultural affairs hall. Star spirit rice is a first-order spirit rice, Su Chen mused to himself. I'll grow it on the Immortal Island and eat it myself. After all, I'm not short on spirit stones, and I just need to keep the Immortal Island occupied. The agricultural affairs hall was built beside a vast expanse of terraced fields responsible for managing all the spirit fields of the Su family. As soon as Su Chen entered, the steward Su Fu, who was tallying accounts, looked up and saw Su Chen. He was so startled that he nearly slipped off his chair, then quickly trotted over and bowed. Oh my little ancestor. How did you grace this muddy place with your presence? Do you have any orders? Su Chen waved his hand. Uncle Su Fu, don't bother. Why are you here at the agricultural affairs hall? I was just a disciple at the salary hall, but now I'm a steward here. Haha, so you've been promoted. Congratulations, Uncle Su Fu. Su Fu was delighted to hear Su Chen's congratulations. Uncle Su Fu, I want to plant some star spirit rice on the vacant land by my cave dwelling. Please give me some seeds. Sure thing. Little ancestor, please wait a moment. I'll go to the storeroom and get the best seeds for you. Su Fu dared not delay and went to fetch the seeds. While Su Fu was fetching the items, Su Chen sat on a chair watching the busy tenants and disciples outside the window. Suddenly a nameless sense of emptiness rose in his heart. He touched his dantian, Chi refining 5th layer. For the past half year he had actually been very bored. Others when cultivating had to take dangerous missions for a single low-grade spirit stone mine in mineral veins or fight desperately with demon beasts. As for him, he lived in the cave dwelling of a nascent soul ancestor breathing dense spiritual energy, cultivating a heaven rank technique, having pills whenever he wanted, and possessing spirit stones for any purchase. Cultivation techniques in the heavenly spirit realm were divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each with 3 subgrades: upper, middle, and lower. The purple extreme sky burning art was undoubtedly a heaven rank technique. Su Chen had a feeling whenever he wanted he could break through to the 6th layer of Chi refining at any time. Is this kind of unobstructed advancement really good? Oi. Of course it's good. I'm not lacking in talent or resources. I have a heavenly spirit root from a divine transformation family. Su Chen thought about his own situation: a heavenly spirit root, a heaven rank technique, a divine transformation family, and being personally guided by a nascent soul ancestor. It was truly inappropriate to have such so-called anxiety, since he wasn't a 4 or 5 spirit root cultivator. According to his current cultivation speed, he was even slower than the protagonists with 5 spirit roots in his past life. However, he didn't rely on pills to boost his cultivation. Taking too many pills would cause pill poison. With his heavenly spirit root and the blessed land of the Tianhe Cave Mansion, normal cultivation was sufficient. Alas, is this the trouble of having too much talent? Su Chen gave a bitter smile. Perhaps it was because he had read too many mortal-style novels in his past life, so he was a bit unaccustomed to cultivating this fast. Others worry about lacking resources to break through. I worry about breaking through too fast and having an unstable foundation. Now, besides Chi refining and body tempering, he actually had a lot of free time. It seems I need to find something else to do. Su Chen's gaze grew firm. Little ancestor, the seeds are ready. 50 contribution points. Su Fu held a small bag of seeds and deducted the contribution points from his identity jade token. Su Chen took the storage pouch, weighed it in his hand, and his mood improved slightly. At least farming required patience and time. Watching the seeds sprout, bloom, and bear fruit. This process might allow him to regain a sense of reality in cultivation. Su Chen carried the seeds and turned into a stream of light, flying back to his cave dwelling. In the Immortal Island space on the barren land of the Wood Immortal Island, Su Chen poured the star spirit rice seeds into his hand. The grains were plump and emitted a faint, earthy smell. He then took out a wood spirit stone, crushed it into powder, and sprinkled it evenly over the spirit field. In the cultivation world, spirit stones were divided into 2 types: attributeless and attribute-bearing. To plant the spirit rice, Su Chen also dug some spirit soil from the spirit fields around the Tianhe Cave Mansion. With the stimulation of his spirit stone powder, the previously lifeless land actually sprouted a hint of tender green. In just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the entire spirit field turned green. The seedlings of the star's spirit rice broke through the soil, growing taller and forming ears at a visible rate. He continued adding spirit stones. After consuming 100 spirit stones, the 1 mu of spirit field ripened. When this mu of spirit rice matured, Su Chen opened up another half mu of land beside it, intending to try cultivating a variant. Because he remembered that Yi Qin had used fire spirit stones to cultivate fire attribute thorns. He should be able to use fire spirit stones to cultivate fire attribute star spirit rice. He took out fire spirit stones again and repeated the process. Sizzle. After sprinkling the spirit stone powder, the seeds did not sprout as before. Instead, they emitted black smoke and were scorched and charred. All of this was within his plan. According to his memory, in the Immortal Island space, the attributes of spirit stones and spirit plants must be of the same system. Wood spirit stones cultivate wood-type spirit plants. It was normal for fire spirit stones to burn wood-type spirit plants. Cultivating a variant was certainly not so easy. He used 10 fire spirit stones, and the seeds brought from the Agricultural Affairs Hall were all used up. Most of the seeds were burned. Su Chen suddenly froze. A red rice ear began to grow. A fire-type seed succeeded. Su Chen drew in a sharp breath. He had actually succeeded in his experiment. Incredible. The Immortal Island space was so terrifyingly powerful. In the cultivation world, cultivating a variant was very difficult, requiring high-level spirit planters to spend enormous effort. And a variant generally increased by 1 grade from the original. This Firestar spirit rice was now a second-order spirit rice. Seeing the sprouting variant, Su Chen's face showed ecstasy. He quickly continued sprinkling fire spirit stone powder, and soon this spirit rice plant matured. Moreover, it was no longer wood-type, but fire-type. Its grade had also reached second-order. Stronger, more excellent. The rice seedlings, which should have been emerald green, were instantly tinged with a dark red. Ding. Detected that the host has accelerated the growth of a spirit plant, obtaining a mutated product, Firestar spirit rice. Quality second-order spirit rice. Effect: fire attribute. Cultivators who consume it can enhance the activity of their fire spiritual power. The next morning, Su Chen went to the Agricultural Affairs Hall again. Uncle Su Fu, I want to exchange for a sickle. Su Chen knocked on the counter. Su Fu was buried in his accounts and didn't look up a sickle. There are plenty in the storeroom. Just go and take one. But little ancestor, if you need help harvesting at your cave dwelling, I have dozens of servants here. No need, I'll do it myself. Su Chen waved his hand and walked straight to the storeroom. Among the several tools hanging on the wall, he picked a spirit sickle that was entirely black with a blade that gleamed with cold light. This sickle was not ordinary iron. A low-grade spirit stone was embedded in the handle, which could vibrate with the user's spiritual energy fluctuation, greatly reducing cutting resistance. It could be considered a half-magical artifact. Su Chen carried the spirit sickle and returned to the Zifu Immortal Island. Looking at the 1 mu of golden ordinary star spirit rice and the half mu of red seemingly burning fire star spirit rice, Su Chen took a deep breath. Let's begin. He used the most primitive method, swinging the sickle by hand. Swish. With the first cut, the spirit sickle sliced through the rice stalk, producing a crisp sound. If it were the Su Chen from half a year ago, swinging this heavy spirit sickle a few times would leave him panting and his arms numb. But now Su Chen felt an inexhaustible strength throughout his body. The body tempering technique, Mortal Shedding 6 Realms, played a huge role at this moment. Not only was his skin tough, but the muscles in his arms and the power from his waist were coordinated to perfection. Each swing of the sickle was a perfect transmission of full body strength without any wasted movement. Precise, efficient, and effort-saving. 1 mu of land, 100,000 rice ears. Su Chen was like a precise harvesting machine, walking like the wind and swinging the sickle like lightning. Swish, swish, swish. Golden rice ears fell in neat rows, bundled efficiently into sheaves. 3 hours later, the final stack of star spirit rice was arranged meticulously. Su Chen wiped the sweat from his brow. Though somewhat weary, a profound sense of fulfillment filled him. This acre of spirit rice, if entrusted to ordinary mortal farmers, would take at least 3 to 5 days and leave them aching and exhausted. Yet he accomplished it in half a day. The following morning, Su Chen turned his attention to the half acre of Mars fire spirit rice. Its grains carried fire spiritual energy and were heavier than ordinary spirit rice, each one resembling a crimson-hot carbon crystal. As he harvested, the scorching fire energy continuously seared his skin, yet his flesh, tempered by the blazing heaven purple extreme art, merely grew warm, leaving not even a faint red mark. This Mars fire spirit rice is actually a natural body refining material, Su Chen mused. With a flicker of thought, he began harnessing the external force to further refine his skin as he worked. Pain mingled with pleasure. When the final crimson stalk was harvested, Su Chen stood upon the field ridge, gazing at the 2 growing mounds of rice. To his left lay the ordinary star spirit rice, to his right the Mars fire variety. Rather than rushing out, he sat beside the harvest, withdrew a low-grade spirit stone, and began restoring his spiritual energy. So this is the joy of farming. Su Chen's lips curved upward faintly. Though physically demanding, the solid satisfaction of genuine labor far surpassed the hollow emptiness of effortless rocket-like advancement. The Blue Star farmer's aptitude had activated. 3 days later, within the Su family's agricultural hall courtyard workshop, Su Chen surveyed the massive apparatus before him, his lips twitching. This spirit rice threshing machine was exchanged for 500 contribution points. Crafted entirely from an ore known as black gold rock, it weighed over 100 gene, its surface carved with intricate spiritual gathering formations. On one side, a funnel-shaped inlet fed into dual outlets below, one dispensing rice, the other chaff. A label affixed nearby read, Thunder Model 3 Artifact Level Threshing Machine. Features rugged and durable. Young ancestor, are you truly certain you wish to exchange for this? Su Fu trailed behind, wincing as though personally injured. Though this behemoth serves well, it devours spirit stones voraciously. And your modest harvest of star spirit rice could be processed with a simple bamboo hand sifter. Why squander contribution points? Su Chen waved his hand dismissively, offering no explanation. He certainly could not use a bamboo sifter. That half acre of Mars fire spirit rice carried volatile fire spiritual energy. If processed with bamboo, it would surely burn through. He had no intention of making a second trip. Uncle Su Fu, lend a hand. Move this behemoth to my cave dwelling. Su Fu grimaced, summoning several burly disciples before they could barely lift the grain-devouring beast. Su Chen led the way as the group flew resplendently toward Tina cave dwelling. Once the others had departed, Su Chen activated his divine sense and relocated the threshing machine to the edge of the spirit fields on the wood Immortal Island. Su Chen inserted several spirit stones into the machine's formation slots and pressed the switch. Hum. The heavy stone mill began rotating, emitting a deep resonant rumble as the formations flared with blue light, forming a stable energy field. Su Chen first poured the ordinary star spirit rice into the hopper. Gurgle, gurgle. Accompanied by a smooth grinding sound, pristine white grains cascaded from the outlet like flowing water, emitting a delicate fragrance. The entire process flowed effortlessly, completing an acre of rice in under half an hour. Next came the main event. Su Chen drew a deep breath, hoisted the Mars fire spirit rice, and poured it into the funnel. Sizzle. The moment contact was made, the machine emitted a sound like molten iron struck by water. Crack, crack. The threshing machine's gears spun at high-speed, sparks flying with every friction. An ordinary thresher would have detonated instantly from the internal fire energy, shattering into fragments. Yet this artifact-level Thunder Model 3 merely vibrated more violently. The formations on its surface blazed brighter, forcibly sealing the chaotic fire energy within. A peculiar thought crossed Su Chen's mind. If only this machine had a system prompt sound. 10 minutes passed. The machine's roar finally ceased. From the outlet emerged not the usual gentle white rice, but piles of crimson-red grains glowing fiercely. Su Chen reached in and grabbed a handful. Hiss! Even through his spiritual shield, he could feel the scorching heat. This was hardly rice. It was a collection of miniature fire spirit stones. Of course there remained a gap compared to genuine fire spirit stones. It's done. Su Chen exhaled deeply, his eyes flashing with cunning as he gazed at the crimson pile of Mars fire spirit rice. Ordinary people who eat this would likely breathe fire on the spot. But what if fed to disciples cultivating fire element techniques? Su Chen thought of himself. This spirit rice was highly beneficial, allowing him to advance cultivation merely by consuming it. Unlike pills which accumulate toxicity with prolonged use, this spirit rice carried no such risk. Haha. Su Chen stored the rice and patted the cold threshing machine. Those 500 contribution points were well spent. Within the Purple Mystic Immortal Island, the dust-colored sky always created the illusion of frozen time. Su Chen did not rush to exit, but instead set up a small stove inside the island's modest wooden cabin. After all, that half-acre of Mars fire spirit rice had not yet surfaced in the outside world. If he were to emerge now carrying a bowl of crimson rice, even a fool would suspect something amiss. The greatest advantage of cooking within the Immortal Island is never having to worry about setting the house ablaze. Su Chen murmured regarding the brilliantly red grains palm with a mischievous smile. He mounted a spirit iron wok brought from the outside and filled it with spiritual spring water. The Immortal Island space imposed one restriction: only items infused with spiritual power could be brought inside. That was precisely why he had exchanged for the half-artifact spirit sickle and the artifact-level rice thresher. As fire spiritual energy surged beneath the stove, the water temperature rose rapidly. The moment the Mars fire spirit rice entered the pot, a wondrous transformation occurred. Bubble. Bubble. The already scorching grains met water, and the entire pot instantly transformed into surging magma-like liquid, releasing waves of intense heat. Half an hour later, the lid was lifted. A rich, intoxicating fragrance of rice instantly filled the entire Purple Mystic Immortal Island. This aroma differed from ordinary rice's freshness. It carried the domineering essence of fire element's spiritual fragrance. Inhaling it felt as though one's very soul might ignite. Su Chen served himself a bowl. The rice gleamed with a glass-like translucence, each grain resembling a tiny flame diamond. He lifted a chopstickful and placed it in his mouth. Boom. This surge of heat was even more intense than before. Good heavens, this rice packs quite a punch. Su Chen quickly activated his cultivation technique to guide this violent energy. Under his suppression, the fire's spiritual energy eventually surrendered, merging gently into his dantian. Not bad. It satisfies hunger and serves as an auxiliary cultivation pill, Su Chen remarked. Finishing in mere bites, he felt a wave of warmth spreading through his body, with faint heat surging beneath his skin. The spirit rice was fragrant and delicious even without side dishes, though one must not overconsume in a single sitting, lest it cause excessive internal heat. Sated and satisfied, Su Chen gracefully withdrew from the Immortal Island space. Back in reality, Su Chen appeared in the stone chamber of the Tianhe Cave Mansion. He walked over to the window and looked out at the 2 mu of spirit fields behind the cave residence. The seedlings there were verdant and thriving, but they were still far from maturity. At this rate, even the earliest batch will need 4 months to ripen, Su Chen calculated. I must keep a low profile during these 4 months and not let anything slip. His daily routine had now become: by day, he cultivated his magical power, attended classes at the school, and occasionally wandered through the agriculture hall. By night, he slipped into the Zifu Immortal Island, eating Flamestar spirit rice, while watching the Flamestar spirit rice plants on the island. Days went by one after another. 3 months later, Su Chen's cultivation had improved steadily. Though he deliberately suppressed it, he was on the brink of the peak of the 5th level of Qi refining. Meanwhile, the skin refining realm of the mortal shedding 6 realms had also advanced bit by bit under the nourishment of the Flame Star spirit rice. He could sense that his muscles were no longer merely strong as before, but bursting with explosive power. One day, Su Chen was watering the spirit field behind the cave mansion when Su Fu came scurrying over, holding an invitation slip and beaming from ear to ear. Young ancestor, wonderful news. Half a month from now, the Su family will hold its annual spirit rice appraisal assembly. In previous years, each branch took turns hosting. This year, it is our Tianhe branch's turn. The elders heard that you're growing Flamestar spirit rice, so they sent me specially to ask whether you could bring out some for everyone to taste. Su Chen's hand paused, the ladle hovering in midair. Spirit rice appraisal assembly. Taste it. Su Chen's heart lurched. The rice in his spirit field was still far from heading. Those people were surprisingly well informed. They actually knew he was growing Flamestar spirit rice. Still, it was not too strange because the rice was planted right there in the open. Any cultivator at or above the golden core stage would immediately notice something different about it. Taste it. Su Chen put down the ladle and revealed a harmless, innocent smile. Uncle Su Fu, go back and tell the elders that this flame star spirit rice has a violent nature. It is not yet the right time. If it is picked now, it will not only lack nutrition, but may also upset people's stomachs. Su Fu blinked. Then, when will it be ready? Su Chen looked up at the sky, took a moment to estimate, and held up a finger. 1 month from now. In 1 month, I will invite everyone to eat their fill. Su Fu left cheerfully. Su Chen gazed at the lush green rice paddies, his eyes deep and thoughtful. 1 month. That should be enough time. A month later, the Su family's inner plaza. The sun shone brightly, and several elders sat upright on the high platform. Su Chen, the focus of this assembly, slowly ascended the platform. Behind him walked 2 attendants carrying a small steaming basket with the lid tightly closed. Greetings, Grand Elder and honored elders. Su Chen made his bow, his expression calm and composed. Su Chen, the Grand Elder, said, without preamble, I hear you have cultivated a type of crimson spirit rice. At today's appraisal, may we old fellows take a look? Of course. Su Chen smiled and motioned for the attendants to lift the lid. Whoosh. A wave of heat swept across the venue in an instant. Inside the basket was precisely the flame star spirit rice. The cooked grains showed an enticing deep red, each one round and plump, as if containing boundless energy. The domineering fire spiritual energy made every fire tribute cultivator present stare with rapt eyes. Such thick fire spiritual energy. This rice. It's as if magma is flowing inside it. Just by smelling it, even my cultivation is starting to stir. The surrounding cultivators discussed animatedly, all of them longing for a bite. Grand Elder, please look. This rice is called Flame Star Spirit Rice, Su Chen introduced. It is a new variety I cultivated by improving upon the ancient texts left by our great-grandfather. It not only has high yields, but it is also extremely suitable for fire-type cultivators, greatly enhancing the activity of their fire spiritual energy. The Grand Elder was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed Su Chen would hoard it like the other side branches, not that he would be this candid. Oh, if it's that good, why didn't you offer it sooner? Grand Elder Su Chen replied, the reason I did not take it out before is that this rice's fire nature is extremely fierce. Unless one has sufficient cultivation, eating it allows fire poison to attack the heart and can very easily trigger a chi deviation. I have spent this past month personally testing it, and with the help of this Flame Star Spirit Rice, I have already succeeded in breaking through to the 6th level of chi refining. What? You're at the 6th level of chi refining? What? Su Chen broke through again. Wait, he was still at the 5th level just 4 months ago. Have you forgotten? Su Chen has a fire-attributed heavenly spirit root, so with the help of this Flame Star Spirit Rice, breaking through is only natural. Everyone looked at Su Chen, now at the 6th level of chi refining, and felt both speechless and helpless. Hearing this, the Grand Elder swept his spiritual sense over Su Chen, confirming his cultivation, and also verified that the rice was indeed filled with spiritual energy and free of impurities. Only then, reassured, did he pick up a spoon and take a taste. Boom. A stream of heat flowed down his throat. The Grand Elder's clouded eyes suddenly blazed bright, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to smooth out. Excellent rice. Such overbearing fire spiritual power. If this rice is promoted throughout the family, our Su family's fire tribute disciples will raise their cultivation speed by at least 30%. Su Lai, standing below the platform, watched Su Chen's smug look with burning jealousy. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward and sneered. Su Chen, stop boasting. Rice with such a fierce fire nature. Who would dare eat it? I think you're just trying to swindle contribution points from the family. Oh, then what suggestion does Brother Su Lai have? Su Chen turned and looked at Su Lai below the platform. Unless you let me try a bite, Su Lai said. Very well then, I invite Brother Su Lai to come up and taste it. Su Chen thought to himself, scamming a free meal. Su Lai had long since lost his patience. He walked onto the platform, accepted a bowl of rice, and sneered inwardly. Su Chen, you really were keeping this to yourself. But since this rice is so good, from now on it's mine. He opened his mouth and swallowed a huge mouthful. The next instant, Su Lai's eyes shot wide open, his mouth gaped involuntarily, and a column of black smoke burst forth from his lips. His face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver, veins bulged on his neck, and his whole body looked like a suckling pig being roasted over flames, his skin glowing red. Arg! Su Lai howled in agony, rolling on the ground and frantically slapping his chest, trying to force down that surge of fire chi, but no matter what, it refused to subside. Dead silence fell over the venue. Su Chen hurried over, supported Su Lai with a concerned expression, and activated the heaven-blazing purple extreme art, sending a stream of pure fire spiritual power into him to refine and dissolve the rampaging energy. Senior Brother Su Lai, be careful. I told you this rice has a fierce fire nature. Why did you have to eat it so quickly? Su Lai lay flat on the ground, panting heavily, feeling as if a blazing furnace were burning in his stomach, his whole body unbearably hot. The look he gave Su Chen was full of terror and a strange, uncanny relief, because he realized that his cultivation had indeed risen by a sliver. Su Chen turned to the crowd and explained with a sincere face, "Honored elders, fellow disciples. This flame star spirit rice is truly a good thing, but ordinary cultivators cannot gorge on it." Chen pointed at Su Lai on the ground, then at the Grand Elder, and said seriously, "The Grand Elder is a nascent soul cultivator, so of course he's fine. But Brother Su Lai is just an unremarkable 4th level Qi refining cultivator. Even I at the 6th level of Qi refining would not dare to eat it so recklessly." The Grand Elder's face stiffened. He was about to get angry, only to find that the fire Qi within him had indeed subsided somewhat. This rice had a negligible effect on him. As for Su Lai, though he was racked with pain, that suffering was mixed with an unmistakable thrill of growing power. Watching Su Lai, Chen laughed inwardly. "He'll have to thank me after all." Chen announced from the platform, "This rice is meant to benefit our Su family disciples. Today I have not only brought spirit rice, but also a proposal." He turned to the Grand Elder and declared, "I am willing to contribute the seeds of the Mars spirit rice to the family without any compensation." The entire assembly erupted in astonishment. No compensation. This was a veritable goldmine. Chen shifted his tone and continued, "However, to ensure this rice is cultivated and managed properly, I request the establishment of a dedicated field for Mars spirit rice with me overseeing the technical guidance. As for the yield," Chen raised a finger, "1/10 of the harvest shall be mine as a technical dividend. Another 10th shall be offered to Patriarch Tianhe. The remaining 8/10ths belong entirely to the family." The Grand Elder's eyes lit up instantly. 1/10. This was an incredible bargain. After all, this high-quality spirit rice, if sold, would yield at least 10 times the profit of ordinary spirit rice. Chen asking for only 1/10 was practically giving it away. "Chen, are you certain you only want 1/10? The Grand Elder confirmed. "I am certain." Chen nodded. "I am young with shallow cultivation and gifted with talent. What use would I have for so many spirit stones? It is the duty of our generation of cultivators to increase the family's resources and reduce its expenses." At these words, some disciples below darkened their faces. "Knowing you are gifted, can being gifted make you so arrogant?" "Well, yes, being gifted indeed allows such arrogance." The Grand Elder was delighted, and the other elders nodded in succession, their gazes filled with admiration for Chen. Selfless. Utterly selfless. Who wouldn't cherish a junior who was not avaricious, capable, and sensible? Su Lai, who had collapsed on the platform, grew even darker in the face. He had intended to cause trouble, but Chen had simply divided the pie for everyone. Now Chen was not only a heavenly spirit root, but also a family benefactor and the apple of Patriarch Tianhe's eye. If he dared to utter a single word of dissent, he would be opposing the interests of the entire Su family. Moreover, this Mars spirit rice was truly excellent. He felt that once he refined this spiritual energy and recovered his health, he could break through to the 5th layer of Qi refining. "Excellent. Truly excellent, Chen." The Grand Elder clapped his hands and laughed. "Since you are so understanding, the family cannot treat you poorly. From this day forth, you shall be the chief steward of the Mars spirit rice. The family will allocate 100 mu of spirit fields to you, and all necessary resources shall be given priority." "Thank you, Grand Elder." Chen bowed respectfully. As he descended the platform, he passed by Su Lai, who had already stood up. Lowering his voice with a hint of amusement, he said, "Brother Su Lai, this rice is quite hot. When you reach the 7th layer of Qi refining, I'll treat you to as much as you like." Su Lai trembled with rage, but could not utter a word. He watched helplessly as Chen transformed from a waste of a collateral branch into a pivotal figure, holding the family's economic lifeline. And all of this happened because of a single bowl of rice. Back at the Tianhe cave mansion, Tianhe listened to Chen's report, and far from being angry, laughed heartily. "Kid, you're something." Tianhe patted Chen's shoulder. "Giving that 1/10 to me is a show of respect. Keeping 1/10 for yourself is your skill. As for giving the family 8/10, those old fools think they've gotten the better of the deal. Little do they know, as long as we hold the seeds, we'll be the ones calling the shots from now on." Chen smiled as well. He knew full well that seeds could degenerate, and the cultivation techniques were in his hands. If he wished, he could reduce the yield of the Mars spirit rice, or make it unpalatable at any time. This was the importance of intellectual property, as evidenced by Yang Jiguan's lifelong obsession with going 50-50 with Hao Ge. "Rest assured, grandfather, I know what I'm doing." Chen gazed at the spirit fields outside the window, golden light shimmering in his eyes. Next comes the phase of aggressive expansion. The Blackstone sloped spirit fields of the Su family's outer sect. 100 mu of spirit fields clearly demarcated. Chen stood on the ridge with 20 collateral disciples and servants summoned behind him, each looking both nervous and excited. "Listen up." Chen's voice was soft, but carried an undeniable authority. He produced a bag of Mars spirit rice seeds and a pile of fire-attributed low-grade spirit stones. "These fire spirit stones aren't for you to use. They're for the fields to eat." Chen pointed at the spirit fields and began assigning tasks. First group, crush the stones into powder and spread it evenly into the soil 3 feet deep. No slacking. Second group, go to the irrigation channel and bring in the water. This rice loves heat but fears flooding. The water level should only reach half the root. Third group, distribute these seeds. Plant only 3 grains per square foot. If planted too densely, they will burn each other to death. The collateral disciples did not understand why they had to do these things, but seeing Su Chen's composed face, they obediently went to work. Su Chen walked with his hands behind his back, patrolling the ridges. Steward Su, the soil is too hard. The hoe can't even dig it. A servant ran over drenched in sweat to complain. Su Chen walked over, glanced at the compacted soil, and without a word lightly stomped his right foot. Whoosh! A gentle shockwave radiated outward from him, causing the ground to ripple like water, and the hard clods instantly softened. The disciples were dumbfounded. Was this the power of a heavenly spirit root, shaking the earth from afar with such effortless grace? Keep working, Su Chen said calmly. Over the following days, the Blackstone slope bustled with activity. Under Su Chen's nearly exacting standards, the 100 mu of spirit fields were meticulously organized. The fire spirit stone powder mixed into the soil gave the originally gray-black earth a faint dark red luster. On the 5th day, sowing began. Su Chen personally cast the first batch of Mars spirit rice seeds into the fields. He did not use any magic. Instead, he knelt down, pressed a seed into the soil, and whispered, "Grow well." Half a month later, the Blackstone slope had transformed. The 100 mu of rice paddies were no longer ordinary green, but displayed a magnificent crimson. The rice seedlings grew rapidly, their narrow leaves like swords. The wind rustled through the fields, sounding like a blazing fire. Standing on the high ground, Su Chen gazed at this red ocean of his own, his heart swelling with pride. 3 months later, the harvest season arrived. The 100 mu of Mars spirit rice yielded a bountiful harvest. The threshed grains piled up like mountains, their bright red hue illuminating the entire Su family warehouse. After calculation, the 100 mu produced 30,000 gene of Mars spirit rice. At market price, 1 gene of Mars spirit rice could sell for 6 low-grade spirit stones, with a total output value of 1/8 spirit stones. Following the agreement, the family took 80%, 1/4 spirit stones. Patriarch Tianhe took 10%, 1/8 spirit stones. Su Chen's personal dividend, 1/8 spirit stones. Su Chen received his bag of spirit stones. It was heavy, over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. For a Qi refining cultivator, this was a fortune. Even Su Chen, with all his annual stipends and rewards combined, only received a little over 1,000 spirit stones. That evening, Su Chen sat on the roof of the Tianhe cave mansion, playing with a spirit stone in his hand. Su Tianhe walked over and handed him a gourd of wine. "Kid, you struck it rich. Over 10,000 spirit stones. Enough to keep you going for a while." Su Tianhe chuckled. Su Chen took a sip of wine and shook his head. "Grandfather, over 10,000 spirit stones are far from enough. Oh, I want to expand that 100 mu to 1,000. Su Chen looked at the distant lights of the Su family. "I want every fire-attributed cultivator in the northwest to eat the rice I grow." Su Tianhe was briefly stunned, then burst into laughter and clapped Su Chen on the shoulder. "Good. Ambitious. No wonder you are the one this old ancestor has set his eyes on. You want to expand the fields? No problem. Tomorrow this old ancestor will go have a word with those old fellows. Whoever dares to stand in your way, I'll break his bones and use them as fertilizer." Su Chen smiled. He knew his great farming enterprise had only just begun. He would become an agricultural magnate in this cultivation world. Time flew by, and another 6 months had passed. The Huoxing spirit rice fields had been expanded to 200 mu, and the rice was very popular among fire tribute cultivators, especially those from the great clans and major sects. On the open market, 1 gene could sell for 10 spirit stones, though ordinary cultivators could hardly enjoy it. Su Chen sat cross-legged on a cushion, his breathing long and serene, while a faint jade-like luster circulated beneath his skin. He slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of sharp light flashed through them before fading back to calm. He was at the peak of the 6th layer of Qi refining, only 1 step away from the 7th. Over the past 6 months, he had spent most of his time solidifying his foundation. At dawn every day, he ran the blazing Heaven Purple Extreme art to absorb spiritual energy. During the day, he inspected the spirit fields at Haishi Slope and guided the branch disciples in the techniques of growing Huoxing spirit rice. Occasionally, he attended lectures at the family academy. His days were orderly and fulfilling. The Qi refining stage has 10 layers in all. The first 5 are meant to lay the foundation. The latter 5 are the true cultivation. Su Chen murmured to himself. The Qi refining stage was divided into 10 layers. The first 3 layers were called the early stage. Typically, it took a cultivator about 5 years to go from the early stage to the middle stage. Crossing from the 3rd layer into the 4th was a hurdle, also called a bottleneck. Entering the 4th layer meant the cultivator had reached the middle stage of Qi refining, enabling them to awaken their spiritual sense and study immortal arts such as alchemy, artifact refinement, talismans, and formations. Many cultivators spent years without breaking through to the middle stage of Qi refining. Afterward, every additional layer took longer to achieve. And when one went from the 7th layer to the 8th, there waited another hurdle, the late stage of Qi refining. Entering the 10th layer of Qi refining meant a cultivator could be said to have reached Qi refining perfection. At this point, they could begin preparing for foundation establishment. Of course, some cultivators with poor luck, or those with heaven-defying talents, could cultivate all the way to the legendary 11th and 12th layers of Qi refining. Qi refining cultivators still ranked among mortals, but after being washed by spiritual energy, their physical functions were far superior to ordinary people. They generally had a lifespan of about 120 years. Yet even with 120 years of life, many cultivators were still unable to break through to foundation establishment for all kinds of reasons. The most important reason was natural talent, the next was resources. He rose to his feet and walked into the courtyard. Su Fu was directing the servants as they carried the newly harvested Huosheng spirit rice. Seeing Su Chen, he hastily bowed. Young ancestor, this is the new batch of rice. Please have a taste. Su Chen took a bag of new rice, still bearing the fragrance of earth. Rather than rushing to cook it, he grabbed a handful of raw grain and put it directly into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The grains were hard, but under Su Chen's grinding teeth, they instantly turned into a warm current that flowed into his belly. This was the body tempering method he had used for the past 6 months. Nourishment through food. No painful hammering, no heaven defying pills. Every day, he simply ate Huosheng spirit rice, and combined with the foundational techniques of the mortal molting 6 realms, slowly nourished his skin membrane. Though his progress could not match those body cultivators who swallowed fierce elixirs, he had the advantage of a rock-solid foundation and no side effects. Standing on the field ridge gazing at the 200 mu of crimson rice paddies, he felt remarkably calm. His current state was like a ripe head of rice. The fuller it grew, the lower it bowed. He was at the 6th layer of Qi refining, and his skin membrane cultivation had reached major completion. Although his body had not fully matured, and he could not temper his body with the same intensity as an adult, he was in no hurry. A little slower is fine too. Su Chen grabbed a handful of soil and felt its warmth. This Huosheng spirit rice had not only nourished his body, it had also ground away the restless transmigrator's impatience in his temperament. He knew that Su Lai had only been a minor episode. The real enemies were still waiting ahead. The factional struggles within the Su family, the great sect competition in the Tianling cultivation world, and even the distant tribulation of spirit transformation. As long as these 100 mu of fine fields remain, as long as Huosheng spirit rice can still be planted, I will have a steady stream of resources. As for cultivation, slow and steady, I'll get there in the end. Su Chen turned and walked toward the Tianhe Grotto. The setting sun stretched his shadow long, making him look especially steady and composed. Tonight I'll still have Huosheng spirit rice, and I'll add some spirit beast meat to nourish my body. In the Tianhe Grotto's library there was none of the splendor outsiders might have imagined. Instead, it carried an old, lingering fragrance of ink. Row after row of ebony bookshelves were stacked with beast hides, jade slips, and talisman papers of every description. The air was permeated with a mixture of cinnabar and spirit ink. Su Tianhe was leaning over a desk, carefully tracing vermilion lines on a yellowed talisman paper. Grand Ancestor. Su Chen walked in and respectfully bowed. Oh, Chener is here. Su Tianhe did not lift his head. The brush in his hand was as steady as a rock, and a thin stream of spiritual light flowed from the brush tip, sketching a complex firebird pattern across the paper. As the last stroke landed, the entire talisman paper trembled slightly. The runes gleamed, then vanished. Done. Su Tianhe blew out a breath, set the finished talisman aside, and nodded with satisfaction. Only then did he look at Su Chen. What are you tired of farming? Or have those old bastards come causing trouble for you again? Neither. Su Chen shook his head. His gaze landed on the half-finished talisman paper on the table, eyes shining. Your grandson would like to learn talisman crafting from you. Su Tianhe was startled for a moment, then put down the brush and looked at Su Chen with keen interest. Talisman crafting. That's a costly and spirit-draining chore. With your heavenly spirit root, it's better to focus on cultivation. Breaking through realms matters more than anything. Talisman crafting is a technical craft meant for people without talent. Su Chen smiled and said sincerely, Grand Ancestor, I have come to understand something during these 6 months. On the immortal path, cultivation is the root, but one's methods must also keep up. My cultivation advances quickly, but I have too few ways to protect my life. He paused and went on. Talisman crafting requires extremely strong control of spiritual sense and delicate manipulation of spiritual power. After my daily cultivation, I still have surplus spiritual sense. Learning talisman crafting can be a form of cultivation itself, training my spiritual sense while increasing my means. Hearing this, Su Tianhe stopped the hand stroking his beard, and a glint of gratification appeared in his eyes. He had originally thought that Su Chen was only a boy who knew how to bury his head in cultivation. He had never expected that the child could already see the importance of spiritual sense micromanipulation. The fact that you can see this layer means these 2 years have not been wasted. Su Tianhe stood up, took out a jade slip from the bookshelf, the talisman Dao primer, and tossed it to Su Chen. Since you want to learn, your old ancestor won't keep any secrets. In the art of talisman crafting, there are 3 priorities: spirit pattern structure, spiritual power infusion, and spiritual sense engraving. Spirit pattern structure is the foundation. You just need to memorize it. Spiritual power infusion is the core. It requires evenness, continuity, and an unbroken stream. Spiritual sense engraving is the key. A tiny mistake in the beginning will lead to a vast error in the end. Su Tianhe pointed to the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the table. I won't teach you anything complicated today. First try this fireball talisman. It is the most basic attack talisman and the one best suited to your fire spirit root. First take a mortal brush and mortal ink and draw the structure of the fireball talisman 1,000 times on that waste paper. Only when the drawing is as neat as a printed pattern can we talk about spiritual power. Su Chen took the jade slip and swept his spiritual sense through it. Inside were recorded in detail the origins of the talisman, the basic spirit patterns, and the drawing methods for various common talismans. He walked to the table, picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, took a deep breath, and made his first stroke on the waste paper. Swish! The line was crooked and twisted like a dead snake. Su Tianhe glanced at it from the side and shook his head. Too rigid. Your wrist has been tempered like an iron rod from all that body training. The lines you draw aren't even as good as what I'd produce by stamping my foot. Start over. Su Chen was not discouraged. He steadied his mind and continued drawing. The second stroke, the third stroke. A whole morning passed. The wastebasket was full, yet Su Chen's hand remained as steady as Mount Tai. Although the strokes were still far from perfect, his wrist, tempered by the spiritual energy of the sixth layer of Qi refining, displayed astonishing steadiness. Not bad. You have patience. Su Tianhe nodded with satisfaction. Talisman crafting, like farming, cannot be rushed. If you draw 1,000 today and 1,000 tomorrow until your hand no longer trembles and your heart no longer wavers, it will naturally come together. Su Chen put down his brush and looked at the waste paper scattered all over the floor, yet his heart was clear and calm. Cultivation is the root, talismans are the leaves. Only with deep roots and lush leaves can one endure for long. He looked out the window. The Firestar spirit rice on Haishi slope was swaying in the wind. Once I have mastered the fireball talisman, will I no longer need a sickle to harvest the spirit rice. In the days that followed, Su Chen's life became even more regular. At dawn, he cultivated his magical power and nourished his physical body on Zifu Immortal Island. In the morning, he inspected the spirit fields at Haishi slope and guided the planting. In the afternoon, inside the scripture library, Su Chen practiced talisman, drawing relentlessly over sheet after sheet of waste paper. At first, he had thought that with his heavenly spirit root, learning talisman crafting would be as easy as reaching out to grab it. Reality slapped him hard in the face. The spirit pattern structure was extremely complex. One stroke off, and the entire talisman paper was ruined. Infusing spiritual energy was even harder, a bit too much, and it exploded a bit too little, and nothing appeared. A month later, Su Chen had finally gone through more than 10,000 sheets of waste paper and could barely produce a decent-looking spirit pattern. That day, Su Tianhe took out a small wooden box and pushed it in front of Su Chen. Open it and take a look. Su Chen opened the box. Inside were 10 faint red talisman papers, tough in texture, with a faint flow of fire spiritual energy shimmering through them. There was also a small bottle of cinnabar ink giving off a pungent Swedish smell. This is fire cloud paper and blazing flame ink. They are consumables for talisman crafting. Su Tianhe explained. You used ordinary paper and ink to practice before. Now you can try the real thing. Su Chen picked up a sheet of fire cloud paper. It was slightly hot to the touch. Su Chen held his breath and focused his mind, a thin layer of fine sweat beading on his forehead. The brush in his hand no longer trembled as before. It hovered steadily 3 inches above the fire cloud paper. A mind calm as still water, intent following the brush. Su Tianhe's voice sounded from the side, no longer urging, but guiding. Su Chen took a deep breath, replaying in his mind the spirit pattern structure from the elementary introduction to the talisman Dao. His wrist sank, and the brush tip touched the paper. Swish! A crimson line of spiritual energy extended smoothly across the fire cloud paper like a little fire snake that had come to life. Su Chen's wrist was extremely steady, the payoff of wasting more than 10,000 sheets of paper during that month. Then came the second stroke, the third stroke. The spirit pattern structure was not complicated, but the hard part was infusing spiritual energy uniformly. Su Chen stirred the fire-type spiritual energy in his dantian, channeling it precisely through his arm and into the brush tip. Not too much, not too little, without the slightest obstruction. The final stroke landed. Buzz! The whole talisman paper gave a slight tremor. The crimson spirit pattern on it instantly lit up, radiating a scorching burst of heat. Though the glow lasted only an instant, a clear sensation of success flooded Su Chen's entire body. He let out a long breath, feeling his divine sense greatly consumed, yet his spirit was unusually exhilarated. He lowered his head to look at the talisman paper on the table, crooked, even broken in places, but the corners of his mouth could not help lifting. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn a fireball talisman, inferior quality. Just inferior. Su Chen looked at the fireball talisman in his hand, rated by the system as inferior. Perhaps not even worthy of the label inferior, barely formed. But it was, after all, the first talisman he had ever made with his own hands. Haha, it worked. It's a bit ugly, but it's actually usable. Su Chen could not help laughing out loud. Su Tianhe leaned over for a look, curled his lip, and said, You call that a success? The spiritual energy distribution is uneven and the structure is loose. At best, it counts as a half-finished product. Throw it out and before the fireball hits the enemy, it might blow you up first. Though his words were dismissive, the smile in Su Tian's eyes could not be hidden. Still, for your first attempt to trigger a resonance from talisman paper, your talent really has something to it. Back in the day, I wasted 300 sheets of talisman paper before I even touched that threshold. Su Chen did not mind the old ancestors' belittling. He picked up the talisman and studied it curiously. Great-grandpa, how do I use this talisman? Do I just crush it? Fool. Su Tianhe rapped him on the head. Talismans are activated by divine sense, not by crushing them with brute force. Attach your divine sense to the talisman. The moment your mind moves, the spirit pattern will activate on its own. Following the instructions, Su Chen sank his divine sense into the talisman. Sure enough, as soon as his intention stirred, the talisman paper spontaneously combusted and turned into a fireball the size of a fist, howling as it flew out of the courtyard. Boom! A dull thud sounded. A sword-testing stone outside the courtyard was blasted with a scorched black mark. Though it did not shatter, the power was indeed equivalent to a strike by a cultivator at the third layer of chi refining. Not bad, not bad. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. From now on, when I fight, I'll just stand here and toss talismans. Let's see who can outlast me. Su Tian has said with annoyance. Is that all the ambition you have? Talismans are not firecrackers for you to set off. Besides, the cost of that talisman of yours is too high. Su Tianhe counted on his fingers. 12 sheets of fire cloud paper costs 10 low-grade spirit stones. 1 bottle of blazing flame ink is also 10 low-grade spirit stones, adding the spiritual energy consumed. The cost of throwing that one talisman is 5 spirit stones. Even if you blow up some nobody at the third layer of chi refining, the guy might not have 5 spirit stones on him. That expensive? Of course. The second-order talisman paper and spirit ink your old ancestor gave you are both suited to your fire attribute, heavenly spirit root. Do you know what fire cloud paper is made from? Su Chen shook his head. It's made from the hide of a second-order fire-type demon beast, the blazing flame marten. Of course it's expensive. Otherwise, did you think you could draw a talisman correctly on your first try with such crude and sloppy technique? Cultivation is not just about talent. In the end, it comes down to method, land, wealth, and companions. Right now you are in the clan, so you don't need to worry about outside conflicts. And with a heavenly spirit root, you don't need to worry about spirit stones or basic resources. Outside, among wandering cultivators, minor clans, and small sects, some cultivators may face life and death trials just for a single spirit stone. Su Chen fell silent. He truly had never considered such things. His life had been far too smooth. Great-grandpa, I have had it too easy. But there are always people beyond people, skies beyond skies. Although the Su clan is a spirit transformation clan, the resources that reach you are still limited. You are only at the chi refining stage now, so of course you don't need to worry about these things. What about later? A heavenly spirit root has no bottleneck before the nascent soul stage. But once you reach nascent soul, then what? Can the clan support you for the rest of your life? Can I protect you for the rest of your life? The string of questions left Su Chen speechless. He had indeed lacked some fighting spirit. He had always thought that with his heavenly spirit root and the system's golden finger, he could sail through everything smoothly. But he had forgotten that cultivation was not only contending with heaven for one's fate, but also contending with others for resources. Cultivation is a cultivator's foremost purpose. Cultivators are unlimited in number and in the realms they attain, but the total amount of resources in the cultivation world is finite. Every cultivator must contend with every other cultivator for talent, spiritual energy, treasures, and everything else. This is the dark forest law that belongs to the cultivation world. Talisman crafting burns through spirit stones. If he kept spending his 20,000 plus spirit stones like this, he'd soon be reduced to drinking the northwest wind. What can I do? Su Chen turned to Su Tianhe. Su Tianhe chuckled slyly and lowered his voice mysteriously. What to do? Simple. Cut costs and boost efficiency. Why do you think I let you farm? Su Chen shook his head. Su Tianhe stroked his beard with pride. If you can use the stalks of Mars spirit rice, maybe you can make paper even cheaper than fire cloud paper. Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Grand Elder, do you mean? Let me make paper myself. What else? Su Tianhe rolled his eyes. In cultivation, what matters is resources. You think mana falls from the sky. Back in my day, to save spirit stones for talisman paper, I went deep into the mountains and stripped spirit tree bark myself. Su Chen looked at the fireball talisman in his hand, then thought of those 200 acres of crimson Mars spirit rice. A grand plan began to take shape in his mind. Grow spirit rice, sell talisman paper, draw talismans, sell talismans, buy better spirit rice, grow more spirit rice. It was a perfect closed loop. Moreover, if he could make paper from Mars spirit rice stalks, the cost would be nearly zero. Grand Elder, what materials do I need for paper making? I'll go prepare them right now. Su Chen rubbed his hands, eager to begin. Su Tianhe watched the familiar look of another scheme brewing on his face, shook his head helplessly, yet was happier than anyone. This kid finally learned how to make money grow. In the days that followed, Su Chen became a very busy man. By day, he was Steward Su of Blackstone Slope, directing the branch disciples in harvesting and threshing. By night, instead of merely cultivating, he slipped into the backyard of Tianhe Cave Mansion and began tinkering with his papermaking workshop. Though Su Tianhe complained, he still passed down his treasured herbal discernment art and water-fire temperature control method to Su Chen. Su Chen gathered the leftover Mars spirit rice stalks after harvest and used his spiritual energy to crush them into pulp. Then, following Su Tianhe's guidance, he added fire spirit stone powder as a binder along with an auxiliary material called water condensing gum. The most critical step was fire control. Su Chen had to use the blazing heaven purple extremist art to evaporate the water in the pulp to just the right degree, neither too wet nor too dry. At first, the failure rate was extremely high. The paper either burned to ash or came out thin as water. But Su Chen remained calm, relying on his heavenly spiritual roots, exquisite control over fire, and his relentless spirit of inquiry. A month later, a sheet of paper, dark red in color, rough in texture, yet faintly radiating rich fire spiritual energy, finally took shape in his hands. Su Chen picked up the paper and infused it with a wisp of spiritual energy. Buzz! The paper let out a soft hum. Though it lacked Firecloud paper's splendor, its stability in channeling spiritual energy was remarkably on par. Success! Su Chen excitedly waved the paper in his hand. The cost of this paper was not even 1/10 of Firecloud paper's. He immediately picked up his brush, dipped it in ordinary cinnabar ink, and drew the talisman pattern of the Fireball talisman on the self-made Mars talisman paper. Swish! This time the lines flowed smoothly and spiritual energy circulated without obstruction. When the talisman took shape, the burst of firelight was even more dazzling than those drawn on Firecloud paper. Su Chen stared at the crude yet practical talisman in his hand, his heart surging with pride. From today onward, the talismans of the Su family are under my control. Ding! Congratulations to the host for crafting a second-grade talisman paper. Mars paper, a second-grade talisman paper. In the heavenly spirit realm, first-grade materials corresponded to early chi refinement, second grade to mid-chi refinement, and third grade to late chi refinement. The same applied to other materials. Star spirit rice was originally first-grade spiritual rice, but the Mars spirit rice cultivated through Su Chen's miraculous efforts in his immortal island space was truly second-grade spiritual rice. Its stalks could rival the hide of a second-grade demon beast, making them second-grade materials as well. At Tianhe Cave Mansion in the backyard workshop, Su Chen held a sheet of red Mars talisman paper and examined it against the sunlight. The surface was rough, the fibers unevenly distributed, but it excelled in pure fire attribute. Almost tailor-made for him. If I make it all myself, it'll be too slow. A waste of time. Su Chen pondered. He immediately thought of Su Shan, his old friend from the same village, mediocre in talent, but honest and dependable. Su Shan was currently at the third level of chi refinement, and in a family like the Su clan teeming with geniuses, he found it hard to stand out. Here's an opportunity. Whether you can seize it is up to you. Su Chen summoned a paper crane and sent it flying towards Su Shan's residence. Half an hour later, Su Shan rushed in, panting with mud from the spiritual fields still clinging to his clothes. Chenzi, you wanted to see me? Su Shan wiped off sweat, looking a little uneasy. Ever since Su Chen became a core disciple, he no longer dared to sling an arm around his shoulder like before. Su Shan, sit. Su Chen handed him a cup of tea and gestured at the materials and tools on the table. I have a money-making venture here. Interested? Su Shan was taken aback. Making money? My monthly allowance is enough. I'm not talking about small change. Su Chen cut him off, picking up a piece of Firecloud paper and a homemade Mars talisman paper. Look at these two. The Firecloud paper on the left costs 5 spirit stones a dozen, and the Fireball talismans drawn on itself for 2 spirit stones each. The one on the right costs 1 spirit stone a dozen to make, and the talismans drawn on it are roughly the same in power. Su Shan's eyes went wide. This. How is it made? Su Chen didn't hoard his secrets and directly brought out the simplified method for making Mars talisman paper he had prepared long ago. Listen up. The steps are simple, but they test your patience. Su Chen began teaching the core technique, gathering materials, soaking fire control, drying, and cutting. The work isn't hard, but it's mentally demanding. You have to keep an eye on the heat at all times. Su Chen looked at Su Shan. I'll provide the stocks and the workspace. You handle the paper making and sales. For each dozen of Mars talisman paper, we'll sell it for 3 spirit stones. I take 70% and you get 30%. After every harvest of spiritual rice, you can earn at least 10,000 spirit stones. Su Shan's breathing quickened and his hands trembled. 10,000 spirit stones. His current monthly salary was only 30 spirit stones. This was practically reaching the heavens in one step. Chenzi, can I really pull it off? Su Shan was afraid that if he failed, he'd let his brother down. I believe in you. Su Chen patted him on the shoulder. You're steady and careful. This work doesn't require deep cultivation. It requires patience. Go back and try making a batch first. I'll have the agriculture hall send the materials over. Once it's done, I'll handle the sales. Su Shan gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Chenzi, don't worry. Even if it means working myself to death in the workshop, I won't let you down. At Tianhe Cave Mansion in the study, Su Chen sat at the desk, abacus in hand, calculating meticulously. In business, if you don't account for consumption, everything is an illusion. Currently, the Mars Spirit rice fields covered 200 acres. 100 acres yielded 30,000 gene of stalks, and 200 acres yielded 60,000 gene. After removing substandard stalks, total usable stalks, 50,000 gene. 1 gene of stalks after impurity removal, pulping, sheet forming, and drying lost about 30%, yielding 7 qualified talisman papers. So total production capacity was roughly 60,000 gene, 7 sheets gene, 400 sheets of Mars talisman paper. After discarding unqualified sheets, the production over 4 months should be around 35,000 sheets. Chen divided these 35,000 sheets into 3 portions, 10% for himself to practice talisman drawing. 10% offered up to Grand Elder Tianhe for the old man to play with. The remaining 80% would be sold by Chen to the family directly, 12 sheets per dozen, 3 spirit stones per dozen. Over these 4 months, Chen could earn 2,300 spirit stones with costs around 5,000 spirit stones, leaving a profit of 1,700 spirit stones. After giving Chen 30%, he would be left with roughly 1,000 spirit stones. Of course, all this was still an ideal calculation. 1 month later. In a single month, I have netted 23,520 spirit stones. Chen set down the abacus and let out a long breath. Though the figure was lower than expected, it was steady and reliable. Gazing at the spirit stones on the table, Chen said to Chen, "Shanzi, we've made it." Chen trembled with excitement as he looked at the pile of spirit stones. In the past, his annual salary had been a mere 300-odd stones. Now, according to the profit sharing, he had earned 7,605 in a single month. "Shanzi, Shan's voice choked with emotion. "From now on, my life is yours. Don't be melodramatic." Chen waved his hand, but inwardly, he was smiling. This was only the beginning. Chen, remember, Chen's expression turned serious. Use this money for cultivation, don't flaunt it. And the paper-making technique. Never reveal it, even on pain of death. If it leaks. Chen pointed at the spirit stones on the floor. This will become a death warrant. Chen nodded gravely. Rest assured, Chenzi. That workshop has been sealed with an array by old ancestor Tianhe. No one can enter except me. Chen nodded with satisfaction. He now had a stable cash flow. He could now focus on drawing talismans in peace. In the bedchamber of Tianhe's cave, dwelling, the window overlooked the 100 acres of crimson spirit fields. The wind rippled through the rice stalks like a sea of fire. Inside, Chen sat upright at the desk, his expression focused, his entire being merging with the wolf hair brush in his hand. Ever since he had fully handed over the papermaking business to Chen and received his first dividend from the family shop, Chen's life had settled into an extremely regular and stable rhythm. Cultivation, meals, and talisman making. On his desk, 3 items were neatly arranged: Mars Fire Talisman Paper, Crimson Flame Ink, and Spirit Calming Incense. Spirit Calming Incense was a kind of auxiliary spiritual item used in alchemy and talisman making. Each stick cost 10 spirit stones. To others, it would seem nothing short of extravagant. What talisman master would use Spirit Calming Incense to draw a mere first-grade talisman? While the wealthy could afford to be willful. Chen took a deep breath, circulated the burning heaven purple pole art, and adjusted his fire's spiritual energy to the gentlest state. After more than half a year of practice, he was no longer the novice who produced inferior talismans. Heart like still water, intention follows the brush. He raised his wrist lightly, the brush tip touching the paper. Without any hesitation, with a swift swoosh, the first stroke landed. Then the second, the third. As the final stroke curled back to finish, the entire talisman paper trembled slightly. The crimson spiritual pattern on the paper did not burst into dazzling light, but pulsed like a breath, brightening and darkening 3 times before fading into the paper. Ding. Congratulations, host, on drawing a fireball talisman medium grade. Chen looked at the talisman and nodded with satisfaction. A fine-grade talisman, stable in power, smooth in spiritual energy transmission, no risk of exploding. This was his current level, a first-grade medium talisman master. He did not pause, but continued to lift the brush. 1, 2, 3. Time slipped away beneath the brush tip. Chen seemed to feel no fatigue. Every stroke was precise and flawless. By dusk, he set down the brush and flexed his wrist. Before him lay a thick stack of fireball talismans, roughly counted 20 sheets. This was the benefit of stable cultivation. He picked up one talisman, infused it with a thread of spiritual energy. Boom. A dull sound came from the distant sword testing stone outside the window. A corner had been blasted off. 20 sheets at market price, that's 40 spirit stones earned in an afternoon, Chen calculated. And on Shan's side, the papermaking speed is increasing. Raw materials are never a worry. This kind of life, though seemingly monotonous, was the most secure. His cultivation steadily advanced, his body grew stronger under the nourishment of Mars spirit rice, and a continuous stream of spirit stones flowed into his hands. At that moment, Chen pushed the door open, his face radiating a happy weariness. Shenzi, the paper mill turned out 3,000 sheets of new paper today. I inspected them all. The quality is much more stable than last month. Here's the payment, just settled from Treasure Talisman Pavilion. Chen handed over a heavy storage pouch. Chen scanned it with his divine sense. Inside were 5,400 low-grade spirit stones. What about your share? Chen asked. I got mine too. Su Shan's smile was uncontrollable. Chenzi, now I finally understand what it means to earn money while lying down. In the past I toiled in the fields all year for just a few spirit stones. Now as long as I control the heat, the money just flies in. Chen put away the storage pouch and said calmly, don't get cocky. This money is stable because we're on the family's territory using the family's channels. Once we leave this protection, the cultivation world outside will devour you without spitting out the bones. Su Shan's smile faded, and he nodded emphatically, don't worry, I understand. Su Chen gazed at the night outside the window, his heart filled with peace. While Su Chen was peacefully drawing talismans inside the Su family's treasure talisman pavilion in Yangming City, the shopkeeper, Su Dihai, stared at the ledger's soaring profits, his brows tightly knit. This Su Chen truly has a shrewd hand. Using Mars spirit rice stalks to make paper drives the cost down so low. We're earning more, but the talisman source he controls is becoming more and more unsettling. A trusted subordinate beside him whispered, Shopkeeper, should we slightly lower the purchase price when accepting goods? Or perhaps approach that papermaker Su Shan and see if we can bypass Su Chen. Su Dihai glared at him, you want to die? That Su Chen is now the elder's favorite and the grandson of old ancestor Tianha. If you lower the price, he'll simply cut off the supply and then see how you compete with the neighboring Dawn Talisman shop. Then, are we just going to watch him grow? Humph. Su Dihai snorted coldly. Let him grow big. The bigger he gets, the more flaws he'll have. What we need to do now is to prop him up, make him think we're the most reliable partners. Su Dihai looked out at the 200 acres of spirit fields, a sharp glint in his eyes. Su Chen, you think you're fattening a pig. Perhaps someone else is fattening you, the plump sheep. Time passed on. Another 6 months slipped by. Inside the cultivation chamber of Tianha's cave dwelling, Su Chen sat cross-legged, his aura long and profound. After more than half a year of daily cultivation, the barrier between the 6th and 7th layers of qi refining had become almost non-existent. The bottleneck for breaking through from mid-stage to late stage. Sorry, with a heaven-grade spiritual root, there was no such bottleneck. The spiritual energy in his dantian had increased, becoming more condensed, and his divine sense had expanded, the range of perception doubling. Qi refining 7th layer. It came naturally without any obstruction. Su Chen opened his eyes, a restrained gleam within, and a faint jade-like luster flowed beneath his skin. So this is the late stage of qi refining. Su Chen felt the surging spiritual energy within him. With my body tempering flesh, refining physical strength, who among my peers can match me? He stood up, stretched his muscles, and was about to step outside. Deep night, clouds obscured the moon. Su Chen, immersed in the joy of breakthrough, pushed open the cave-dwelling door and walked down toward the foot of Yangming Mountain. Though the moonlight was dim, his divine sense was sharp, making it easy to see the path. Su Chen had sneaked out. In all his time on Yangming Mountain, he had never really explored the area around the Su family. Just as Su Chen left the range of the Su family's guarding great formation in a remote mountainous area nearby, a team of black-robed cultivators was inside a cave. Boss, the target has moved. He's out of the Su family's formation range. Whoosh! The leading black-robed cultivator opened his eyes. He was actually a Foundation establishment cultivator. Let's go. For a mere qi refining brat, we brothers have been stuck in this mountain ditch for half a year. If my master hadn't specially assigned this to me, a mission that only a golden core cultivator could take wouldn't have fallen to us. Boss is the person who issued the mission out of his mind. A qi refining kid, and they want a golden core cultivator to act. Who cares? We just earn spirit stones. This mission pays more than 10 Foundation establishment missions combined. A dense forest near Yangming Mountain. A strange fluctuation instantly severed all of Su Chen's external connections, and a barrier descended. Su Chen's heart rang with alarm bells. Instinctively, he leaped backward. Swish, swish, swish. 3 crossbow bolts gleaming with a ghostly blue light embedded deep into the ground where he had stood. These were armor-piercing crossbows specifically used to kill cultivators. Who goes there? Su Chen barked sharply, his hand already gripping a handful of fireball talismans. From the darkness, 5 figures slowly emerged. They wore black night clothes and hideous ghost masks, their cultivation all above the 7th layer of qi refining. The leader's aura had reached the Foundation establishment stage, and in his hand, he held a chillingly cold water-parting needle. Su Chen, you shouldn't have blocked someone else's path to wealth. The leader's voice was hoarse, as if altered by some secret technique. Hand over the method for making Firespark talisman paper, and we'll grant you a whole corpse. Corporate spies, or rather assassins, death warriors. Su Chen instantly understood. Was it Su Dihai, the shopkeeper of the treasure talisman pavilion? Or the hidden hand of another talisman merchant? You want the talisman paper formula? Su Chen sneered, not afraid, but instead laughing. Then you'll have to see if you have the lives to take it. Kill. The 5 death warriors attacked simultaneously. A hail of darts, poison needles, and fierce blade light instantly engulfed Su Chen. Su Chen did not fight back. He didn't even move, letting the barrage rain down upon him. Bang, bang, bang. Various lights shot into the sky and explosions echoed incessantly. Haha, this kid is surely dead now. He was quick earlier dodging my armor-piercing arrows. When the smoke cleared, Su Chen stood completely unharmed. Smoke without injury. No, this was the life-saving shield given by Patriarch Tianhe, which automatically activated when danger threatened. The wind is quite boisterous today. Su Chen looked at the assassins opposite him. Their mouths were wide enough to swallow an apple. Cultivators indeed have large mouths. How is this possible? How is it impossible? Su Chen retorted. The opponent was clearly prepared. The one foundation establishment cultivator pressed the attack, aiming directly for Su Chen's throat. Spa. The water-parting needle approached with bone-chilling cold. Su Chen did not dodge. He wanted to test how long the shield could hold if he remained still. Clang. The razor-sharp water-parting needle struck Su Chen's shield, producing a crisp metallic sound. Not only did it fail to penetrate, but the recoil numbed the Death Warrior's tiger's mouth and nearly knocked the weapon from his hand. The Death Warrior was greatly shocked. How is your shield so hard? Hard? Su Chen laughed mockingly, seizing the momentary gap. He threw a red jade talisman-like object directly at them and shouted a saying they had never heard: fire in the hole. What nonsense is that? A mere chi-refining little cultivator, I don't believe you can throw anything good. The leader caught the red jade talisman that Su Chen had thrown. Detonate. The moment it touched, Su Chen detonated the red jade talisman. Boom. A massive mushroom cloud rose around them, and the few men along with everything on them turned to ashes in the tremendous explosion. Haha, you've never seen this, have you? A golden core stage, Binghua Divine Thunder. You should feel honored to be blown up by it, you Foundation Establishment cultivators. The ashes. Ding. Congratulations, host. With the might of thunder, you have killed 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators. The system notification sounded in his mind, and Su Chen waited for the follow-up. Then there was no follow-up. System no reward. Ding, this system is one that draws upon myriad golden fingers after a major realm breakthrough, not a kill-based system. Therefore no reward. Then why did you send a notification? System recording the beautiful moments. Su Chen. The battle ended quickly. Su Chen hadn't even moved. These fools rushed at him with their weapons, claiming they would kill him. Su Chen stood amidst the ruins, his skin not even scratched, though his clothes were torn in a few places. He turned to head back to Yangming Mountain. Behind him, moonlight cast his upright silhouette. A figure stepped forward. This was the bodyguard Su Tianhe had assigned to Su Chen. Report to the clan immediately. At dawn in the Su clan's hall of assembly. The normally solemn hall now felt suffocatingly oppressive. The Grand Elder Su Yin slammed his palm down, shattering the jade armrest beside him. Fragments flew, a testament to his blazing fury. Investigate. Thoroughly investigate. The Grand Elder's voice echoed through the hall, thundering with rage. On my Su clan's territory, someone dares to assassinate our clan's heavenly spirit root disciple. Do they take the Su clan for a roadside wandering cultivator to be butchered at will? The core elders below were silent as cicadas in winter. The news of Su Chen's assassination was more jarring than a midnight alarm bell. It was not just a threat to Su Chen personally, it was a blatant slap in the face to the Su clan's authority. If Su Chen had died, what would the outside world say? The Su clan can't even protect its own heavenly spirit root. Cultivate at the Su clan. Isn't that asking for death? Such rumors would be enough to prevent the Su clan from recruiting a single disciple from outside for 100 years, and might even cause the smaller families dependent on them to waver in their loyalty. Grand Elder, were the assassins caught? The second elder asked in a low voice. 5 of them, all dead. The Grand Elder sighed. Thank the heavens that Patriarch Tianhe gave Chener a life-saving item. The news came from Su Ying. Su Ying is useless too. He was sent to protect Chener, yet he didn't kill the assassins immediately. Alas, that's not entirely Su Ying's fault. Who knew the brat would go out in the middle of the night? His tone shifted. Judging by the remnants and the armor-piercing crossbows used, these were not equipment that ordinary rogue cultivators could afford. It must be the work of a large merchant guild or a hostile clan. Investigate Su Dihai, the Grand Elder said coldly. The shopkeeper of the Treasure Talisman Pavilion. Su Chen's talisman papers were all sold through him. He is the most suspicious. Su Dihai has been thrown into the death cell and is being tortured, the law enforcement elder reported. But he stubbornly denies it, claiming it's just business competition. Someone hired assassins, but he had nothing to do with it. The Grand Elder snorted coldly. Whether he is involved or not, a soul search will tell. If it truly was the Wanbao Tower, the Su clan might not declare outright war, but we will certainly not let it slide. In the Tianhe Cave Mansion, Su Tianhe was not in the Hall of Assembly. He sat in his own palace, idly playing with the water-parting needle that had been used to assassinate Su Chen. Su Chen stood beside him, reporting the situation. Great-grandfather, the assassin's trail does point to the Wanbao Tower. But your grandson feels it's not that simple. Oh. Su Tianhe raised his eyelids. His murky old eyes now glinted with a chilling light. What do you mean? The Wanbao Tower is a large merchant guild that does business with immense profits. They wouldn't risk open conflict over such a trivial gain by assassinating me. Su Chen analyzed. Moreover, the crossbow bolts used by the assassins, though manufactured by Wanbao Tower, were an old model from 3 years ago. This seems like a deliberate clue left behind to make us bite at Wanbao Tower. Su Tianhe nodded and tossed the water-parting needle to the ground with a crisp clatter. You are much smarter than your elders. Those old fools only know how to shout and fight. The patriarch stood up, and the nascent soul stage pressure instantly enveloped the entire cave mansion. Chen remember this. Su Tianhe spoke slowly and deliberately. In the cultivation world, people kill either for wealth or for vengeance. You've had it too smooth these past few years, so smooth that it makes others envious. That Su Dihai might have just been a pawn used by someone. Su Tianhe walked up to Su Chen. But no matter whose pawn he is daring to set his sights on, Su Tianhe's people means he's courting death. Within 3 days I want the truth. Whoever dares to touch a single hair of yours, I'll skin them alive and make them into talisman paper. 1 day later, the Su clan's law enforcement hall announced the results of their investigation. Although Su Dihai refused to confess, the law enforcement elder discovered a communication jade slip used to contact the Black Fiend sect hidden in his secret chamber. It turned out that Su Dihai was not the mastermind, he was merely an insider bribed by the Black Fiend sect. The Black Fiend sect, seeing the booming business of Su Chen's Firespark Spirit Rice and Talisman Paper, grew envious and plotted this assassination, intending to eliminate Su Chen, seize the technology, or at least plunge the Su clan into internal strife. The truth was exposed, but it did not quell the Su clan's fury. The Grand Elder directly ordered Su Dihai was to be executed by slow slicing and his entire family reduced to slave status. The Treasure Talisman Pavilion was to be taken over by direct-line Su clan disciples with a thorough purge of its personnel. Su Ying was punished with a year's salary deduction for failing in his protection duty. The Black Fiend sect was declared a mortal enemy. All Su clan disciples outside were ordered to kill any Black Fiend sect member on sight. And Patriarch Su Tianhe dispatched 2 Golden Core guest elders to smash the Black Fiend sect's properties in Yangming City to pieces. After the incident, Su Chen sat again in the meditation chamber. The fireball talismans on the desk were piled up like a mountain, but he did not rush to draw them. After this assassination attempt, he fully understood what Su Tianhe had said: cultivation was the root and techniques were merely the leaves. Qi refining level 7 is still too weak. Su Chen looked at the water-dividing dagger in his hand, his eyes cold. If not for my powerful physique, plus enough talismans, plus the life-preserving means from Ancestor Tianhe, I would have truly lost my life there this time. Su Chen rose to his feet and stepped out of his cave dwelling. Outside, the Su family's patrol squads had doubled in number, and the defensive formations had been reinforced several times over. Though the immediate turmoil had subsided, he understood that the treacherous world of cultivation never ceased its lethal schemes. My cultivation must break through to Qi refining level 8 as soon as possible. Even foundation establishment. Su Chen raised his gaze to the distant horizon where the direction of the Black Fiend sect lay. He turned and re-entered his cave to begin his cultivation. The Black Fiend sect was merely a nascent soul sect, but the politics of the Tianling world were complex. The Su family could not simply annihilate a nascent soul level force at will. They could only apply pressure to the Black Fiend sect. Black Fiend sect Qinsha Hall. Patriarch Black Fiend, Old Demon, gazed sternly at the transmission jade slip in his hand. That was pressure from the superior sect, Mo sect. Fools. Black Fiend, Old Demon, smashed the armrest of his throne with one palm and sharply rebuked the kneeling elders below. That Su Tianhe of the Su family is a ruthless powerhouse at the peak of nascent soul. You dared to send assassins to strike at a heaven spiritual root disciple on Su family territory over some trivial fire talisman business. What else but court? Death is this. The eldest elder wiped sweat from his forehead and said in a low voice, Patriarch, we never anticipated the Su family would react with such ferocity. Now with Mo sect. Silence. Black Fiend, Old Demon, snorted coldly. Though Mo sect is our superior, they oversee dozens of affiliated nascent soul sects. Would they risk offending a fellow divine transformation powerhouse like the Su family on our behalf? They would welcome the chance to sell us out just to pacify the Su family. Someone must bear the blame. A cruel glint flashed in Black Fiend, Old Demon's eyes. Seize that outer court enforcer He Yu who proposed the assassination of Su Chen immediately. He must die. 3 days later in the Su family assembly hall, the Black Fiend sect had dispatched 2 elders with an attitude of extreme humility. They had not only brought 100,000 spirit stones as compensation, but also delivered a bound cultivator in chains. Patriarch Su Yin, this incident stemmed entirely from the greed of our outer court enforcer He Yu. The Black Fiend sect elder bowed deeply and said he saw that Su Chen's talisman business was thriving, so he secretly colluded with Su Dihai, the manager of the Treasured Talisman Pavilion, to orchestrate this assassination. Our sect leader is thoroughly enraged and has already expelled He Yu from the sect. Today he is handed over to the Su family for judgment to satisfy the demands for justice. Su Yin sneered coldly and took the indictment document, casting a glance over it. Wasn't this very He Yu the one who had previously boasted about challenging the Su family's younger generation? Who would have thought he would transform himself into the Black Fiend sect's outer court enforcer and become the mastermind behind this incident? The Black Fiend sect certainly knows how to shift the blame. Su Yan sneered inwardly, but also understood this was the best outcome. Although the Su family was strong, it was impossible to attack a nascent soul sect over such a minor matter. The Black Fiend sect had killed the guilty party, compensated with spirit stones, and provided a graceful way out. Of course the Su family would accept the olive branch. Since the Black Fiend sect has shown such sincerity, our Su family is not unyielding. Su Yan rose to his feet, his overwhelming pressure enveloping the entire hall. But let me be clear, should this happen again, even if our Su family is weakened, we will fight to the death. We wouldn't dare? Absolutely not. The Black Fiend sect elders bowed repeatedly. Tianhe cave dwelling. After hearing Su Shan's report, Su Chen sneered and tossed the indictment document into the furnace. Hey you, Su Dihai. Su Chen's eyes turned icy. Those two old ghosts could die 10,000 times over and still not repay what that arrow cost me. Su Tianhe sat upon his throne, idly turning a chess piece in his hand, and said calmly, let this matter rest here. The Black Fiend sect has lost an outer court enforcer and compensated 100,000 spirit stones. They have already lost face. Enemo sect also has no desire to escalate this. Dragging it further would only bring you no benefit. Su Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the killing intent in his heart. He understood. This was the rule of the cultivation world. When one's strength was insufficient, one could only accept such compromised outcomes. Grandson understands. Su Chen clasped his hands in salute. Since both the family and Enemo sect have extended this olive branch, grandson would naturally not refuse it. However, a fierce glint flashed across Su Chen's eyes. Until the Black Fiend sect is destroyed, this thorn will remain embedded in my heart. This thorn is precisely what will drive your cultivation. Su Tianhe smiled. You think I haven't acted because I lack the will, eh? It is precisely because there are too many hungry wolves surrounding the Su family. As long as you grow strong faster than all of them, no one will dare challenge you. Su Chen nodded, and his inner restlessness completely faded. This assassination attempt had made him see clearly the cruelty of the world, as well as the bottom line of the family. Grandfather need not worry. Su Chen turned and walked toward the secret chamber, his back as straight as a pine. I will break through to Qi refining level 8 as soon as possible, and then double the output of the Mars spirit rice once more. If the Black Fiend sect will not let me farm in peace, I will use talismans to blast open their front gate. Time flowed on, and 3 years passed like a white pony flashing past a crevice. During these 3 years, Su Chen seemed to have vanished completely from the Su family. Aside from the regular deliveries of Mars spirit rice and talismans to the clan, he had barely left the Tianhe cave dwelling. Within the cave dwelling, spiritual energy cascaded like a waterfall. Su Chen sat cross-legged, his aura circulating around his body. As his cultivation method flowed, the spiritual energy in his dantian had already condensed into 10 distinct clusters. Each cluster contained terrifying fire spiritual energy. Qi refining level 10. A 13-year-old at Qi refining level 10. Even across the entire history of the Tianling world, this was a monstrous talent that could rank among the greatest. Over these 3 years, through his business in Mars talisman paper and spirit rice, Su Chen had accumulated over 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. He had exchanged them all for pills. His heaven spiritual root was like a beast that could never be satiated, wildly devouring the spiritual energy within the pills. His absorption efficiency was extraordinarily high. While other cultivators could absorb 70 or 80% from a single pill, Su Chen absorbed 90%. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of firelight shot forth, instantly burning 2 black holes into the cave wall. This was a spell he had refined himself. Qi refining level 10, perfected. Su Chen clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. He could feel that his current spiritual energy was far greater than that of his peers by several times over. 3 years slipped by in the snap of a finger. During this time, Su Chen had not only made rapid progress in cultivation, but had also constructed a tightly organized commercial empire in terms of industrial layout. With the family's support, the planting area for Mars spirit rice had quietly expanded from an initial 200 mu to 500 mu, dispersed across several spiritual-rich territories controlled by the Su family. Su Shan's paper-making workshop, which had begun as a small courtyard, had grown into a large-scale factory distributed throughout the Su family's sphere of influence. Moreover, through the Su family's channels and their excellent quality and reasonable prices, they had gained a strong reputation in the northwestern region of the Central Earth continent. Both the Mars spirit rice and Mars talisman paper held a certain position among second-tier materials. Even cultivators of the Black Fiend sect who bore grudges against Su Chen would use them. Fire cloud paper possessed great power, but its cost was too high, its production too low, and its price too exorbitant. After all, the areas on a single demonic beast suitable for crafting talisman paper were not many. In the realm of second-tier fire-type talisman paper, Su Chen had become the undisputed magnate of the industry. Tianhe Cave Mansion Main Hall. Su Tianhe gazed at Su Chen before him, not with the ecstatic joy he had envisioned, but with a furrowed brow. Chen, have you been consuming too many pills these past 3 years? Su Tianhe asked in a heavy voice. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Grandfather, why do you say that? My cultivation has advanced, which should be a cause for celebration. It has advanced, true, but though your spiritual energy is substantial, there lingers a trace of restlessness within it. As a nascent soul ancestor, Su Tianhe possessed keen insight. You have consumed far too many pills in your pursuit of speed. Though these pills aid your breakthroughs, their medicinal residue accumulates within your body. 3 years ago, your breakthroughs came naturally without reliance on pills. I agree. The old saying holds truth: all medicines carry 3 parts poison. Pills may accelerate cultivation, but their toxic residue slowly builds up within the body. Su Chen fell silent. His grandfather's words rang true. Over the past 3 years, he had indeed recklessly consumed pills to catch up in time. Though his cultivation had reached the 10th layer, his dantian did carry a faint sense of instability whenever he channeled his techniques. Chen on the path of cultivation, haste is slowness and slowness is haste. Su Tian aside, you are like an overinflated balloon, seemingly mighty yet fragile enough to burst at the slightest touch. Su Chen drew a deep breath and bowed respectfully. This grandson acknowledges his mistake. Grandfather, how might I resolve this? There is only one method: combat. A fierce gleam flashed in Su Tian's eyes. Go kill. Go forge yourself through trials. Refine those accumulated medicinal energies utterly amidst life and death. Only after enduring the baptism of blood and fire will your 10th layer cultivation truly become solid. A brilliant light ignited in Su Chen's eyes. Combat. He had been wanting to test just how formidable his 5 years of accumulated power truly were. This grandson understands. Su Chen turned his gaze fixed upon the vast world beyond the Su clan. It is time to experience the wonders of the cultivation world. Tianling realm, here I come. Su Chen stepped out of the cave mansion and stretched. The sunlight outside was almost blinding. After prolonged seclusion, it felt unfamiliar. As he approached the mountain gate, he happened upon a group of clan disciples returning from external training. At their forefront stood Su Lai. 3 years had passed, and Su Lai had shed all traces of boyish immaturity. His figure stood tall and straight, his features carved with resolve, his aura steady and composed, clearly tempered through countless brushes with death. His cultivation had visibly reached the 7th layer of qi condensation. Had this been 3 years ago, Su Lai would have surely spat blood in frustration upon seeing Su Chen's cultivation level. But now, upon beholding the unfathomable depth of Su Chen's aura, not an ounce of envy crossed his face, only sincere admiration. Brother Chen. Su Lai stepped forward first, cupping his fists in a gesture of greeting, his tone both calm and respectful. Congratulations on emerging from seclusion. Su Chen was somewhat surprised, gazing at this composed young man. The Su Lai from 3 years past, the one who had ground his teeth in resentment after publicly humiliating himself over the fire Martian spirit rice, was gone. Brother Lai, long time no see. Su Chen returned the greeting with a smile. 7th layer of qi condensation, brother. You have endured much these past 3 years. Su Lai gave a wry smile and brushed dust from his robes. Endured indeed. But thanks to your fire Martian spirit rice, my progress has been swift. Without its refining effects, I fear I would still be lingering around the 6th layer. He paused, meeting Su Chen's gaze with sincerity. Brother Chen, your peerless talent is truly admirable. To reach the 10th layer at merely 13 years of age. I look up to you. If my youthful ignorance caused any offense, I ask your forgiveness. Su Chen understood perfectly. This was the price of growing up. They were no longer the same children who fought over trivial matters of face. They were no longer who they had been, yet fundamentally they remained themselves. Brother Lai speaks too highly of himself. Su Chen smiled. We are both children of the Su clan. Standing united against external threats is the only path forward. The two walked side by side. Su Lai remarked, 3 years ago, I thought the fire Martian spirit rice was merely a rare treasure. I never imagined that 5 years later it would become one of our clan's greatest industries. Brother Chen, you possess not only extraordinary cultivation talent, but also monstrous aptitude for managing affairs. Su Chen replied modestly, it was merely clever opportunism. Without the clan's protection, my enterprise would have been seized long ago. I have heard the Black Fiend sect has been stirring up trouble again. Brother Chen, with your current strength, if you encounter disciples of equivalent rank from the Black Fiend sect, none would be your match. Only by testing will we know. Su Chen's tone was calm, yet carried an unmistakable confidence. The surrounding disciples watched this exchange with mixed emotions. The two former rivals, now one at the 10th layer and the other at the 7th, were both pillars of the clan's younger generation. After bidding farewell to Su Lai, Su Chen made his way to his paper-making workshop. Su Chen's Talisman Paper Workshop. This was one of the enterprises currently under Su Chen's name. He had selected 20 meticulous young female cultivators from the collateral branches to handle paper copying and drying. These 20 women he called the Paper Girls. From 500 acres of spirit field straw was continuously delivered to the workshop. Each quarter the production yielded 1,200 sheets of talisman paper. Su Chen retained 3,000 sheets for personal practice and reserves, handing the remainder to Su Shan for clan distribution. Standing in the workshop office, Su Chen examined the ledger. Su Shan presented his fingertips, tracing the long string of zeros. Annual net profit 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Gazing at this figure, Su Chen felt a ripple within. Su Shan, excellent work. Su Chen closed the ledger, his voice even. Reward each of the 20 paper girls with 50 spirit stones. At year's end, add an additional 10% to their profit share. Yes, young master. Su Shan accepted the order with visible excitement. His reverence for Su Chen ran bone deep. He had never witnessed such wealth in his life. Su Chen rose to his feet, gazing at the busy female cultivators within the workshop, his thoughts drifting to the 500 acres of spirit fields. 500 acres, a team of 100, a million sheets of talisman paper. This had transcended simple farming and talisman crafting. It was a private army ready to be mobilized at any moment, a faction belonging solely to him. At that moment, a message crane arrived at the paper workshop bearing news from Su Tianhe. Shan, continue tending the business, but do not neglect your cultivation. Grandfather summons me. I shall return first. Do not worry, Chen Zi. Chen, this is a spirit concealing jade. Refine it now. Right now, yes. Grandfather will guard your cultivation. Su Chen immediately sat cross-legged and refined a jade stone in Su Tianhe's presence. The refined jade transformed into a flame tattoo branded onto his wrist. Grandfather, what is this? This is an exceptionally rare jade capable of masking one's aura. Unless closely examined, ordinary people cannot discern your origins. Grandfather, why did you craft this for me? Su Chen asked. You are going out to train. With a heavenly spiritual root and heaven-grade techniques radiating from you, you are essentially announcing to the world, come seize me. Su Chen finally realized he had overlooked the brutal reality of the cultivation world. Very well. Since you wish to venture out and test yourself, be prepared. No one in the outside world will indulge you simply because you are a genius. Su Chen recalled a classic line from novels he had read in his past life. A genius who has not yet grown strong is nothing. The night was as dark as ink with a cool breeze rustling gently. Su Chen stood at the entrance of Liangping City, gazing up at the pitch-black silhouette of the city wall. Beside him, Grand Ancestor Su Tianhe had suppressed the aura of a nascent soul cultivator, now resembling an ordinary old man seeing off a loved one. He held Su Chen's hand, chattering endlessly, his voice tinged with a tenderness and worry never seen before. Chen, remember, once you begin your training, you are no longer the genius of the Su family. Su Tianhe took out a storage pouch and pressed it into Su Chen's arms. Inside are some little trinkets your Grand Ancestor prepared for you. 3 golden cicada talismans. If you encounter someone you can't defeat, run. Preserving your life is paramount. 5 bottles of clear mind pills to suppress the restless medicinal power within you. And 500 second-grade top-quality talismans personally drawn by your Grand Ancestor. They are immensely powerful. Don't be stingy with them. Su Chen clutched the heavy storage pouch, a warmth spreading through his heart. Grand Ancestor, your grandson has taken it to heart. Su Chen's nose tingled slightly. I will not act recklessly and will return safely. Return safely, that's all that matters. Return safely. Su Tianhe stroked his beard, his eyes reddening. A fledgling eagle must eventually spread its wings and soar. This time your Grand Ancestor does not ask you to make a great name or to kill many people. He only asks that you return safely. The old ancestor paused, lowering his voice. The world outside is a mix of all sorts, far more complicated than home. Your 500 mu of spirit fields and the paper mill will be watched over by my men. Go and train with peace of mind. Su Chen nodded heavily. Your grandson understands. Go now. Su Tianhe waved his hand, and with a flicker vanished into the night. Su Chen stood still, gazing at the direction his ancestor had disappeared, unmoving for a long time. That phrase, I do not ask you to make a great name, only that you return safely, weighed heavier than any martial arts manual. He turned and strode into Liangping City. He did not head to the Su family's stronghold in the city, but instead went directly to the most ordinary inn, the Yueli Inn. The inn's main hall was a chaotic mix of all kinds of people. On the first floor, cultivators and mortals crowded together, drinking and eating meat. Su Chen rented a private room, sat by the window, and silently observed this unfamiliar city. Liangping City was smaller than Yangming City. The reason he set out from here was to conceal his whereabouts. Externally, Su Tianhe would announce that he was in seclusion. Late at night, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, taking out the storage pouch Su Tianhe had given him. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he drew in a sharp breath. Inside, besides what the ancestor had mentioned, there was an array of magical artifacts. The weapons used by cultivators at the Qi refining stage were called magical artifacts, classified into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and top. Of course, the higher the grade, the more spiritual energy it consumed, and the greater its power. Su Chen took out a top-grade flying sword and began to refine it. Now at the 10th level of Qi refining, using a top-grade magical artifact was most suitable. Grand Ancestor. Su Chen clenched the storage pouch, his eyes burning with emotion. This old ancestor, fierce on the surface, had prepared everything for him in secret. He took a deep breath, suppressing the gratitude in his heart. Now he was armed with a fortune, wielded great power, and enjoyed the protection of his ancestor. It was time to carve out his own path in this world of immortal cultivation. The next morning, Su Chen changed into plain cloth robes, suppressed all his aura, and looked like an ordinary wealthy young master strolling leisurely through Liangping City. Moreover, he had successfully refined the pure yang sword. He arrived at a shop on the west side of the city, its signboard reading Wanbao Zhai. This was one of the Su family strongholds in Liangping City. The shopkeeper, a lean old man, saw Su Chen and hurriedly greeted him, lowering his voice. This humble one greets little grand ancestor. Shopkeeper Lu, no need for formalities. Su Chen entered the inner chamber and closed the door. What news of the Haisha sect recently? Shopkeeper Lu's face darkened. Little grand ancestor, to be honest, your name has appeared on the bounty list of Yuming Tower. If I'm not mistaken, it's likely related to the Haisha sect. But since you've been in seclusion at the family compound, they dare not act rashly. A flash of sharpness crossed Su Chen's eyes. A bounty on me. Perfect. He took out some spirit stones from his storage pouch and tossed them to shopkeeper Lu. Here are 100 low-grade spirit stones. I need information from Yuming Tower. The rest is yours. If it's not enough, I'll make up the difference. I'll be staying at the Wei in these days. Shopkeeper Lu accepted the spirit stones. Understood, little grand ancestor. I'm quite authoritative when it comes to gathering information. Yuming Tower. It was arguably the most renowned assassin organization in the entire central continent. They accepted contracts without asking for reasons, only caring about the price. It was said that for a sufficient price, they would even dare to assassinate a nascent soul cultivator. His plan was to join Yuming Tower. After all, it was the same organization that had carried out the assassination that killed him in his past life. 7 days later, at the underground black market of Liangping City, Su Chen changed his attire, suppressed all traces of the Su family, assumed the alias Chen Mo, and appeared at Yuming Tower's contact point as a down-and-out rogue cultivator. You want to join Yuming Tower? The one-eyed old man behind the counter looked Su Chen up and down. At this moment, Su Chen maintained the cultivation of the 6th level of qi refining. Yes. Su Chen kept his head low, his voice hoarse. I have enemies. I want to learn to kill. With your cultivation, you'd barely be a toothpick for others. The one-eyed old man sneered. To enter the tower, you must first pass 3 trials: body inspection, heart inquiry, and killing. Body inspection, checking for tracking marks. Su Chen allowed himself to be inspected. With the spirit-hiding jade given by his grand ancestor, as long as no nascent soul cultivator appeared, no one could detect him. Heart inquiry, an illusionary test to see if one was a spy from enemy factions. Su Chen was no spy, he simply wanted to join Yuming Tower. Killing, this was the final trial. The one-eyed old man tossed a mission list to Su Chen. To become a guest assassin of Yuming Tower, it's not enough to just know how to kill. You must prove your worth by completing a mission. Su Chen opened the list, and lines of blood-red missions appeared. Blood kill list: Qi refining stage 1. Hunt the green bamboo snake target at the 7th level of Qi refining, skilled in poison techniques. Reward: 300 spirit stones. Difficulty: 2 stars 2. Steal the defense map of Qingfeng stockade target is a bandit stronghold with numerous traps. Reward: 500 spirit stones. Difficulty: 3 stars 3. Eliminate the traitor Heisan target at the 6th level of Qi refining, hiding in the refugee camp outside Liangping City. Reward: 400 spirit stones. Difficulty: 2 stars. These were the only 3 missions. Su Chen's gaze swept over them, a cold laugh forming in his heart. These missions might be perilous for ordinary qi refining cultivators, but for him, now, they were a piece of cake. Make your choice, Chen Mo. The one-eyed old man sneered sinisterly. Choose one too easy and we'll deem you useless. Choose one too hard and you'll die. Choosing wrong means losing your life. Su Chen didn't hesitate. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the 3rd mission. I choose to eliminate the traitor Heisan. Oh. The one-eyed old man looked somewhat surprised. Heisan is only at the 6th level of qi refining, but he's been lurking in the back alleys of the refugee camp for years. He's slippery as an eel. You choose this. The reward is moderate, and it's close by. It suits me well. Su Chen kept his head low, his voice raspy. In truth, he chose this mission for only one reason: the location was the refugee camp, a place teeming with all sorts of people, perfect for gathering information about the Haisha sect. Very well. The one-eyed old man tossed Su Chen an iron token. The token holds the mission details and a locator. Bring back Heisan's head within 3 days, or you'll remain in the refugee camp forever. Outside Liangping City, by the banks of the Jingshui River, lay a refugee slum. Here there was no spiritual energy, only stench and despair. The dilapidated thatched huts stood in clusters, and the refugees in tattered clothes had numb eyes like walking corpses. Su Chen walked along the muddy path, his qi refinement 10th layer aura concealed with perfect precision. Following the guidance of his token, he found Heisan's hiding place, a shabby shed. A reek of alcohol and a foul stench emanated from the shed. Who's there? A gruff voice called out warily. Without a word, Su Chen pulled aside the curtain. Inside, a burly man with a fierce face sat on the ground, wiping his sword. His cultivation was indeed at the 6th layer of qi refinement. People from the Netherworld Tower. Heisan's eyes narrowed, then he sneered, come to kill me. Relying on that trashy 6th layer cultivation. Heisan slammed the ground, leaping up, his sword tip thrusting straight at Su Chen's throat. The strike was swift and vicious, clearly the work of an experienced hand. Chen stood still, only moving when the sword tip was 3 inches from his throat. He simply raised his left hand index and middle fingers together and gently pinched. Clang! The crisp sound of metal striking. Heisan's long sword was firmly clamped, and no matter how he channeled his spiritual energy, the sword remained utterly still. Impossible! Heisan was horrified, and with his other hand, he drew a dagger and thrust it fiercely at Chen's abdomen. Chen punched out with his right fist. Bang! Heisan flew back like a sack of rags, crashing heavily into the mud wall. The sound of ribs cracking was clearly audible. Chen walked slowly over, crouched down, and looked into Heisan's terrified eyes. A traitor must face the consequences. A cold gleam flashed in Chen's eyes. The pure yang sword pierced precisely into Heisan's heart. But this was not the end. Chen placed one hand on Heisan's crown, maniacally channeling the blazing heaven purple extreme art. Heisan screamed and was burned into a charred corpse, then turned into a handful of ashes. Chen withdrew his hand, looking at the faint spark of flame in his palm, and said coldly, "Ashes are your best end." Chen picked up the iron token from the ground, wiped off the dust. A day later at the Liangping branch of the Netherworld Tower, Chen placed Heisan's iron token and some personal belongings on the table. The one-eyed old man examined the items, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Clean and neat, no superfluous movements. He put away the iron token. From today, Chen Mo, you are an outer assassin of the Netherworld Tower. He handed Chen a black token with a bat engraved on it. This is your identity token. From now on, accepting and submitting tasks will rely on it. Additionally, as a new recruit, you are entitled to go to the scripture depository to select a cultivation technique or spell no higher than yellow grade upper rank. Chen took the token, smiling inwardly. Finally he was in. Thank you, Elder. Chen bowed respectfully. May I ask if there are any recent missions concerning the Black Fiend sect? The one-eyed old man gave Chen a deep look. What? Just joined and already want to take on a tough job. This disciple would like to try. Chen lowered his head, concealing the killing intent in his eyes. The one-eyed old man was silent for a moment, then revealed a satisfied smile. This little ant who had just joined the Netherworld Tower was somewhat interesting. Very good. From today your code name is Ashes. Go collect your cultivation technique or spell first. Thank you, Elder. Chen thanked him. Ashes. A good name. At the Liangping City, Netherworld Tower Scripture Depository. There were no bookshelves here, only countless inverted stalactites, each tip hanging a pitch-black jade slip. The guardian was a withered old man known as Bad Elder. He glanced at Chen and said in a shrill voice, "Newcomer. Remember, in the scripture depository, choose a technique that suits you, not the most powerful one." Chen bowed respectfully, his gaze sweeping over the jade slips. His blazing heaven purple extreme art was not suited for stealth and assassination. What he needed were techniques that could assist him in completing his missions, not head-on confrontations. Shadow Step yellow grade upper rank, when cultivated to perfection, allows one to merge into shadows, moving silently within 3 steps. Breath Concealment Art yellow grade middle rank can block divine sense detection, suppressing one's own cultivation to the extreme. Soul Severing Finger mysterious grade lower rank, a sinister finger technique specialized in breaking protective spiritual energy, killing without drawing blood. Chen didn't hesitate and chose Shadow Step. Chosen. Bad Elder chuckled. Go to the stone chamber over there and comprehend it. If you can't learn it, don't blame me for not warning you. Chen walked into the stone chamber, sat cross-legged. His divine sense surged into the jade slip. Boom. The essence of Shadow Step was instantly imprinted into his mind. Chen closed his eyes. The air around his body began to distort. When he opened his eyes again, his figure flickered under the candlelight, and like smoke merged into the shadows. Not bad. Chen murmured to himself. With this Shadow Step, the Black Fiend sect will be my hunting ground. 3 days later, outside Liangping City, at the underground black market. This was a gathering place for people of all sorts, where some disciples of the Black Fiend sect would trade contraband. The Netherworld Tower's bounty mission was simple: sabotage the Black Fiend sect's transaction, preventing them from buying the bone-eroding water they wanted. Chen, wearing the black robe of the Netherworld Tower, lurked in the shadows of the ghost market entrance. He saw 3 disciples of the Black Fiend sect conversing with a masked poison cultivator, holding a bag of spirit stones ready to trade. The transaction was completed smoothly. Chen did not recklessly rush out. Instead, he followed the 3:30 li outside Liangping City, at an abandoned mine cave. This was where the 3 Black Fiend sect disciples gathered. Chen activated Shadow Step, his figure turning into a blurry black line, circling them 3 times. Slap. A crisp sound rang out, and one of the disciples received a slap. Who? The Black Fiend sect disciples were startled, unleashing their spiritual energy as they searched around. But Chen had already circled behind another disciple using the shadows. He reached out a hand and gently patted that disciple's shoulder. He spun around abruptly, but saw nothing. The next second, Chen appeared before him, his voice low behind the veil. What does the Black Fiend sect want with bone-eroding water? That disciple shuddered, feeling a chill that penetrated to the bone, and without a word turned and ran. Damn, it's a ghost. The other two Black Fiend sect disciples exchanged glances watching Su Chen warily. Su Chen said, "No more playing. Let's kill." The three upon seeing Su Chen blurted out simultaneously, "Netherworld Tower." "Right guess, but no reward." Su Chen raised his sword and charged at the three. The three were well aware of the Netherworld Tower's reputation. They recognized only spirit stones, not people. Su Chen's figure dashed straight into the midst of the three. Bang! A punch landed on the abdomen of the thin man at the 6th layer of chi refinement. The thin man felt his internal organs instantly displaced, spewing a mouthful of sour liquid. Before he could even scream, Su Chen's left hand clamped onto his throat like iron pincers. Su Chen turned his right hand into a palm and gently struck the thin man's back of the head. Crack! The thin man collapsed limply, alive or dead unknown. The remaining two were terrified out of their wits. They were at the mid-stage of chi refinement. How could they not even have a chance to fight back against this person? Run! The two turned into beams of light, ready to flee. Su Chen did not give chase. He simply raised his hand and flicked lightly. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two silver needles as thin as ox hair shot out, piercing precisely into the knee joints of the two. Oh! The two screamed and fell from the air, their legs crippled. Su Chen walked slowly forward, stepped on the chest of the burly man at the 7th layer of chi refinement, and without a word ended his life with a single stomp. The other was also killed with a single sword stroke. Then Su Chen stored the three corpses into the Immortal Island space. This was excellent fertilizer, not to be wasted. After hearing the report, the one-eyed old man revealed a look of approval. First official mission, clean and efficient. He nodded. As you have the makings of a true assassin. It is all due to your elder's cultivation. Su Chen bowed humbly. In the future, if there are any missions involving the Heisha sect, I would like to volunteer. The one-eyed old man studied him deeply, speaking with hidden meaning. Young man, do not be so hasty. The waters of the Heisha sect run very deep. However, since you wish to throw your life away, this tower will not stop you. There happens to be a letter delivery mission with a reward of 1,000 spirit stones. Will you take it? A cold gleam flashed across Su Chen's eyes. A letter delivery. He wanted to observe the Heisha sect's activities anyway. Su Chen did not immediately accept the mission. Instead, he returned first to his disciples' quarters in the Netherly Tower. His consciousness sank into his storage bag. He began counting his gains. First, he took out several bottles of corrosive poison water, emitting a nauseating fishy sweet stench. Su Chen placed the vials of poison in a separate corner. Though he had no immediate use for them, encountering members of the Heisha sect in the future might make this a rather fitting gift in return. Next came the spirit stones. 3 chi refining mid-stage disciples were not entirely penniless. 230 low-grade spirit stones. Su Chen weighed them in his palm with a hint of disdain. Not enough to buy a decent pill. Pathetic. Aside from that, there were only a few scattered talismans, healing pills, and low-grade cultivation technique jade slips. Su Chen did not even glance at them and tossed them into the corner of his storage bag. They could be sold to shopkeeper Liu at Wanbao Pavilion when the opportunity arose. With a thought, he entered the Purple Mansion Immortal Island. The 3 corpses of the Heisha sect disciples lay quietly on the open ground. A cultivator's body draws upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Though the flesh perishes after death, the spiritual power does not dissipate. Su Chen looked at the 3 corpses. Since you wish to kill me, let your remains fertilize my spiritual fields instead. He walked over to his 2 mu of Mars fire spiritual rice paddies. Thanks to the nurturing of fire spirit stone powder, the soil had turned a deep crimson, incredibly fertile. He raised his hoe and dug 3 deep pits along the ridges. Then, like dragging dead hogs, he hauled the 3 corpses over and threw them into the pits. Thud, thud, thud. The earth was shoveled back, burying the bodies deep below. Finishing his work, Su Chen brushed the dirt from his hands. Then, a miracle occurred. The soil where the 3 bodies lay buried instantly turned pitch black and glossy, as though countless tiny veins were writhing beneath, greedily devouring the residual spiritual energy within the corpses. In merely the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the Mars fire spiritual rice, that would normally require 100 pieces of fire spirit stone powder to mature, appeared to grow half a step faster, the increase visibly apparent. As expected, watching this unfold, Su Chen felt not a trace of guilt, only the thrill of maximizing resource utilization. In the cultivation world, the weak are meat and the strong are the butchers. You killed me, I killed you, and now your corpses enrich my fields. This is the Tao itself. He exited the Immortal Island space and returned to his stone chamber. 3 days later, Su Chen received the letter delivery mission. Mission rank gray-robed mid-tier mission objective: deliver a sealed letter to Elder Heisha Z at the Heisha sect outpost by Gue Cave. Mission reward 1000 low-grade spirit stones. Mission notes: deliver the letter only, do not linger. If obstructed, use your own judgment. The Heisha sect. Su Chen sneered inwardly while remaining outwardly composed. By Gue Cave. 3 days later, at the outer outpost of the Heisha sect, by Gue Cave. This place never saw the sky, its atmosphere thick with energy. Several pallid white lanterns hung at the entrance, inscribed with the words Heisha. Standing upon a distant ridge, Chen activated the concealment properties of his spirit-hiding jade. His aura dropped to the Qi refining 6th stage, perfectly blending with the surrounding yin energy. Then he cast the Yuingbu technique. His figure flickered, transforming into a blurred shadow as he glided silently along the rocky ground and weeds toward the cave entrance. 2 Heisha sect disciples guarded the entrance, both around the Qi refining 6th stage. They yawned lazily, having little regard for such a remote outpost. Who goes there? One from the Netherly Tower, delivering a letter to Elder Heisha Zi. Kindly inform him. Upon hearing Elder Heisha Zi's name, they immediately sobered up and let Chen pass without further delay. Elder Heisha Zi was an alchemist known for his volatile temper. Any slight misstep during the notification could result in being captured alive for alchemical experiments. They had no desire to invite such misfortune. Inside Bai Gui cave, the passages twisted and turned like a labyrinth lined with stone chambers holding vengeful ghosts. Blood-curdling wails echoed intermittently. Following the map, Chen quickly located Elder Heisha Zi's private chamber. The door stood ajar, a sliver of light seeping out. Chen pressed against the wall and extended his divine sense slightly. Inside, a stout black-robed cultivator stood with his back to the entrance, busily tending a furnace. Chen had expected a Foundation establishment elder, but this was merely a Qi refining 9th stage fellow. Good. He felt reassured. Elder Heisha Zi. Chen pushed the door open, his voice raspy. The elder did not even look up, saying impatiently, "Who is it? Can't you see I'm refining pills?" Chen did not retreat. He strode calmly into the chamber and shut the door behind him. "Elder, I have brought the letter. Moreover, I also carry a rather special gift for you." Heisha Zi whirled around sharply. Seeing Chen's unfamiliar face, he thundered, "Presumptuous! Who are you to dare trespass in Bai Gui cave?" Chen did not answer. Instead, he slowly removed the masking talisman from his face, revealing a youthful countenance. Chen. Heisha Zi's pupils quaked, then erupted into manic laughter. "Huh. The path to heaven exists, yet you refuse it. The gate to hell stands open, and you walk right in. Just my luck. With you captured, I can present you to Elder Mo." Heisha Zi conjured a black banner. Pitch-black wind swirled violently, and countless vengeful ghosts surged from the banner, descending upon Chen. Chen swiftly deployed the Yuingbu, dodging the attack, while gathering his techniques. Burning Heaven Purple Flame Awaken. The Burning Heaven Purple Flame was a technique born from the Burn Heaven Purple Emperor art. Boom. Purple flames erupted instantly. The vengeful ghosts shrieked in agony before being vaporized on the spot. Even the black banner in Heisha Zi's grasp began to sizzle and smoke under the intense heat. Terror-stricken, Heisha Zi turned to flee. But Chen stepped forward 10 times faster. One hand clamped down upon Heisha Zi's skull. Soul search. Countless memory fragments flooded into Chen's mind. The defenses of the Heisha sect, the name of the banner, and who had placed the bounty on Chen's head at the Netherly Tower. I see. The elder Mo mentioned earlier was Black Feather's uncle and master. Once Black Feather was sacrificed as a scapegoat, Elder Mo bore a grudge and placed the bounty. He had also stationed Heisha sect disciples to monitor Chen within the Su family's territory. Chen released his grip. Heisha Zi slumped to the ground lifeless. Chen absorbed the banner from Heisha Zi's possession, a classic demonic artifact known as the Soul Banner. In his past life, internet netizens had nicknamed it the Human Emperor Flag. Ever since discovering the possibility of cultivation in this life, Chen had always desired such a banner. This particular soul banner was a 10-soul banner with a maximum capacity of 99 vengeful ghosts. Although Heisha Zi was an alchemist, his skill was poor, leaving him no surplus materials to nurture additional ghosts within the banner. Chen searched through his storage bag and tossed his corpse into the Purple Mystic Immortal Island. It was a pity that he had not yet learned soul confinement arts, nor had he consecrated the 10-soul banner. Heisha Zi's soul would go to waste. Now he needed to figure out how to exit. In the 100-ghost cave within Heisha Zi's alchemy chamber, Chen looked at the situation before him, pondering how to escape. Going out directly was out of the question. The 2 guarding disciples had seen him enter. He had to sneak out under cover. Elder, no. Help. Boy, my elixir is just missing a set of bones and blood. Come here. Hawk. A piercing scream penetrated the stone door, echoing in the dim corridor. Immediately afterward, footsteps and murmurs came from outside. The Heisha sect disciples passing by Heisha Zi's alchemy chamber heard Chen's screams and immediately fled, mourning for him. Is Elder Heisha Zi refining pills again? Elder Heisha Zi has gone mad again. Who's the unlucky one this time? I heard it's a messenger disciple from Yuming Tower. He went in and hasn't made a sound since. So I just get used to it. Hurry, let's go. Don't get involved. He put on Heisha Zi's black robe, pushed open the stone door, and swaggered out. The guard disciples at the entrance of the passage, upon seeing him, not only suspected nothing, but also bowed respectfully. Elder, how much longer will this furnace of pills need to be refined? It's a bit noisy outside. Noisy. Chen lowered his voice, imitating Heisha Zi's irritable tone. If you keep making noise, I'll throw you in to be refined too. We wouldn't dare. The 2 disciples shrank back in fear. Chen thus swaggered out of the 100-ghost cave. At this moment Su Chen had already stealthily slipped out of the 100 Ghost Cave. As for the scene, just now it was a play he had acted out by imitating Haisha Z. Fortunately Haisha Z was usually like this, so the outer disciples wouldn't be suspicious. But doesn't this ruin my identity as an assassin of Yuming Tower? So be it. 30 li from the 100 Ghost Cave lay the 100 Ghost City under Haisha Sect's rule. Here demonic cultivators gathered, and the aura was chaotic, the perfect place to conceal one's identity. Su Chen changed into a gray dusty demonic cultivator outfit, added a fierce burn scar on his face, and even made his voice hoarse and low. Now he looked like a wretch who had struggled at the bottom of the demonic path for decades. He entered 100 Ghost City and mingled with the crowd. Inside 100 Ghost City demonic chi was dense. His current identity was Ghost Hanzhong, an utterly ordinary rogue demonic cultivator. In a common room of the 100 Ghost Tavern in 100 Ghost City. Su Chen sat cross-legged on a cushion, before him floating the 10 Souls banner he had looted from Haisha Z's storage pouch. The banner was pitch black like ink, embroidered with 10 twisted ghost faces exuding a nauseating aura. This was a standard demonic artifact. His current identity was the rogue demonic cultivator Ghost Hanzhong. Without a decent demonic artifact he would sooner or later be exposed. Refined. Su Chen hesitated no longer. He formed hand seals with both hands, and the fire-type spiritual energy of his chi refinement 10th layer erupted violently. Sizzle. He gripped the pole of the 10 Souls banner with both hands, and the fierce blazing heaven purple extreme art surged into it. Roar. In an instant countless ferocious ghost roars came from the banner, and more than a dozen dark shadows tried to rush out, tearing at Su Chen's divine sense. Just 10 little ghosts, and you dare to act recklessly before the blazing heaven purple flame. Su Chen sneered, his eyes wide open, and his formidable divine sense surged like a tide. Those fierce ghosts, the moment they touched Su Chen's divine sense, melted away like snow under the scorching sun. Su Chen could even sense that these ghosts had been chi refinement mid-stage cultivators in life. Since you can't bear to leave, then all of you stay. Su Chen activated his art, forcibly compressing them back into the banner, and used his own fire-type spiritual energy to imprint a layer of fire patterns on it. An hour later, the originally pitch-black 10 Souls banner now had a dark red surface, and the ghost faces were no longer ferocious, but exuded an eerie peace. Su Chen lightly shook it. Woo! The banner unfurled, and out flew sinister ghostly chi mingled with some crimson fire chi. Very good. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. The Yuming Tower's ashes is dead. Now I am the rogue demonic cultivator Ghost Hanzhong. He stood up and tucked this modified artifact into his belt. Now Su Chen appeared as a mid-stage chi refinement rogue demonic cultivator, holding a demonic artifact exuding a cold and sinister aura. Su Chen opened the secret letter that was originally intended for Haisha Z. By the dim candlelight his eyes scanned the contents, and a cold smirk gradually curled at the corner of his mouth. Dear senior brother, your foolish younger brother has found the cave relic of the blood fiend ancestor deep within the Luoan Mountains. This ancestor was a Peak Foundation establishment demonic lord from 300 years ago, who left behind the blood fiend true flame inheritance before his passing. However, the relic's restrictions are strange. I need senior brother's Insha Chi to neutralize them. After success we will split the inheritance equally. P.S. Do not spread word. Blood fiend ancestor. Peak Foundation establishment. A terrifying gleam burst from Su Chen's eyes. What did he lack most now? Not spirit stones, not talismans, but the opportunity for Foundation establishment. Haisha Z's junior brother wanted someone to help break the restrictions, but Su Chen, he wanted the entire relic. Su Chen touched the 10 Souls banner at his waist and sneered. Haisha Z has already become fertilizer for my spiritual field. As for you, this junior brother. Su Chen's eyes turned sharp. The Foundation establishment cave dwelling is mine. 3 days later in the Luohan Mountains, ghastly winds howled and demonic beasts roared. Su Chen had now changed into the attire of a Haisha sect inner disciple, wore a fierce human skin mask of Haisha Z, suppressed his cultivation to chi refinement 9th layer, and hung the modified 10 Souls banner at his waist. Following the map in the letter, he quickly found a hidden mountain stream waterfall. Behind the waterfall was a cave, and at the entrance stood a cultivator in black robes with a sinister face, his cultivation at the peak of chi refinement great circle, a notch stronger than Haisha Z. Senior brother Haisha Z, you're finally here. The man hurriedly greeted Su Chen as he approached, his face a mix of anxiety and greed. I've already tested the restriction. I alone can't break it at all. Su Chen lowered his voice, imitating Haisha Z's irritable tone. Junior brother, you sure know how to cause trouble. This damn place is heavy with Yin Chi, and my 10 Souls banner is quite precious. As he spoke, he deliberately shook the 10 Souls banner at his waist. Although the banner had been burned by Su Chen, its exterior remained pitch black, revealing nothing. That junior brother named He Yin saw the 10 Souls banner, and a flicker of greed passed through his eyes, but he quickly concealed it and smiled. Senior brother jokes. After success I will surely reward you heavily. Please follow me. The two entered the cave. Inside the cave a chilling cold assaulted them. At the center was a blood pool above which floated a blood-colored restriction. Within the restriction, a simple stone platform was faintly visible upon which seemed to lie a jade slip. There it is. Yin pointed at the restriction, his eyes blazing with fervor. Senior brother quickly used the Ten Souls banner to break through the blood fiend true flame. Chen stood before the restriction, sweeping his divine sense over it. This restriction was indeed exquisite. If one tried to break it with Yin energy, it would only tighten further. But if burned with supreme yang fire, it would melt like wax. Excellent. Chen shouted, summoning the Ten Souls banner. Pretending to circulate demonic arts, he let the banner unfurl in the wind, releasing billowing black aura. Just as Yin was staring intently at the restriction, Chen moved. Instead of using the black aura to strike the restriction, he abruptly withdrew the Ten Souls banner, clenched his right fist, and unleashed the flaming heaven purple pole art with full force. Break! With a single punch, a golden red flame collided with the restriction like a flood dragon. Sizzle! The blood-colored restriction melted instantly upon contact with the flaming heaven purple flame, revealing a gap large enough for one person to pass through. How is this possible? Yin was utterly shocked. How can the Ten Souls banner emit such pure yang fire? Because your senior brother has already turned to ashes. Chen turned around, tore off the human skin mask on his face, revealing his cold, handsome young features. Chen, Yin was terrified out of his wits. You're that heavenly spirit root from the Su family. Thanks for leading the way. Chen stepped forward and dashed straight into the gap in the restriction. This blood fiend ancestor's inheritance, I'll gladly take it. Inside the restriction was a small stone chamber. In the center sat only a dried skeleton, cross-legged, holding a blood-colored jade slip in its hand. As soon as Chen approached, the skeleton suddenly collapsed, and a wave of pure blood fiend aura rushed toward him. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they would have had their mind corroded by this demonic energy. But who was Chen? Welcome. Instead of being alarmed, he rejoiced, and directly circulated the flaming heaven purple pole art, swallowing the blood fiend aura in one gulp. Boom! The violent demonic energy rampaged through his meridians, but was soon refined by the pure yang fire, transforming into pure spiritual energy that battered against his bottleneck. Chen sat cross-legged and picked up the jade slip. Sweeping his divine sense over it, his eyes lit up with joy. The blood fiend true flame art, a profound rank upper-grade foundation establishment demonic cultivation method, allowed one to devour blood essence to advance and possess boundless power. I was just worrying about not having a suitable demonic cultivation method, and here it comes. Without hesitation, Chen began to refine the inherited imprint left in the dried skeleton. Outside, Yin was pacing anxiously, trying to rush in, but was scorched by the residual restriction flames. Meanwhile, inside the stone chamber, Chen's aura was skyrocketing. The peak of the 10th layer of Qi refining was loosening. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through the conventional limit of the Qi refining stage, reaching the 11th layer of Qi refining. Keep up the effort, break through to foundation establishment, and unlock the second lottery draw, the 11th layer of Qi refining. He had not achieved foundation establishment, but had broken through the 10th layer of Qi refining, arriving at a miraculous realm, the 11th layer of Qi refining. The spiritual energy mass in his dantian had increased by 1. What is this situation? Chen was amused and bemused. In theory, with his heavenly spirit root talent, he didn't need foundation establishment pills to break through to foundation establishment, though taking them would be better. He had originally planned to cultivate to the peak of the 10th layer, but unexpectedly, he had broken through to the 11th layer of Qi refining. Chen felt the nearly 10% increase in spiritual energy within him, utterly bewildered. No way. The heavenly spirit root can be played like this. System, did you have a bug? Before he could sort out his thoughts, the cross-legged skeleton suddenly cracked and shattered, and a strand of divine sense, like a clinging bone rod, instantly drilled into Chen's sea of consciousness. Excellent. Excellent. The 11th layer of Qi refining fire tribute, heavenly spirit root, heaven defying talent. Heaven has not treated me poorly. An old mad voice exploded in Chen's mind. Who? Kid, you've received my inheritance, yet you don't recognize your ancestor. Chen roared inwardly. Is this plot too classic? Is this a soul possession attempt? 300 years. This old ancestor has waited here for 300 years. Finally, someone has broken the restriction, and with such excellent talent. In the void, a blood-red illusory old man's figure materialized, his face ferocious, his claws reaching straight for Chen's soul. Kid, your body this old ancestor will gladly take. Soul possession. Old fool, you're not worthy. Chen laughed in anger, his divine sense transforming into a giant flaming warhammer, smashing fiercely at the blood shadow. Boom. The blood shadow trembled, but did not dissipate. Instead, it let out a piercing shriek. Such powerful divine sense. Worthy of the heavenly spirit root. But so what? You're just a mere Qi refining stage. Though your divine sense is strong, you don't know how to use it. Break for this old ancestor. The blood shadow instantly split into thousands of blood threads, entangling Chen's flame warhammer, and following the divine sense channel, frantically drilled toward the core of Chen's soul. Get out. Su Chen felt a splitting headache, the fear of his soul being torn apart, driving him to the brink of madness. The flaming heaven purple pole art inside him automatically protected its master golden red flames coursing beneath his skin, trying to burn the intruder. Seeing this, Su Chen's divine sense transformed into a beam of spiritual light and entered the Zifu Immortal Island. Ha ha kid, you can't escape. Seeing this, the blood fiend ancestor without a word also charged towards Su Chen's glabella. After reaching the glabella, the blood fiend ancestor didn't see Su Chen's soul, but was sucked into the Zifu Immortal Island by a force of attraction. Inside the Zifu Immortal Island, Su Chen's soul had long been hidden. Before the blood fiend ancestor could react, when it clearly saw where it was suddenly stunned. This was a barren island 1 li in circumference covered with gray rocks. All around was lifeless gray mist with no end in sight. What kind of damned place is this? Where has that heavenly spirit root kid gone? The blood fiend ancestor's soul hovered in midair for a while, with no one in sight on whom could it perform the soul possession technique. Kid, I don't believe I can't find you. The blood fiend ancestor began to search for Su Chen's figure on the wood Immortal Island. In the center of the island, it found a stone stele and 2 acres of spiritual fields next to which were planted dozens of green grass. There was also a stove nearby. The heavenly spirit root, indeed blessed with heaven-defying luck, actually has such an internal space for planting spiritual herbs. However, its mind was not at all on the spiritual fields and stove at that moment, but focused on the large stone stele. Because behind that stele was Su Chen's soul. The blood fiend ancestor was overjoyed. Little friend, I found you. Come out quickly. As it spoke, it immediately rushed toward the stele, intending to devour Su Chen's soul. Behind the lifebound stele, Su Chen watched the blood fiend ancestor charging at him, flailing and roaring madly. A hint of joy welled up in Su Chen's heart. This lifebound stele was the core of the entire Zifu Immortal Island, and he was the core of this lifebound stele. He knew very well that this place around the lifebound stele was the safest on the entire Immortal Island. When the blood fiend ancestor rushed within a few zhang of the stele, it suddenly hit a protective barrier, sending it tumbling back more than a zhang with a loud thud. The blood fiend patriarch, struck by this collision, was not angered but delighted. Automatic guardian. What a treasure, what a treasure. His eyes fixed on the lifebound stone tablet ahead, burning with fervor. If I can seize this body and occupy this immortal island, forget merely forming a golden core. Even a nascent soul might be within my grasp. Ha ha, Su Chen, you child, you dug your own grave leading me into this treasure land. The blood fiend patriarch believed victory was certain. Within this cramped immortal island space, Su Chen's soul had nowhere to flee. Su Chen was not flustered, he simply hid by the stone tablet. Entering this island was easy, but leaving was far from it. The blood fiend patriarch and Su Chen began a prolonged standoff. Meanwhile, outside, He Yan had finally broken through the formation and rushed into the cave. My dear, senior brother, I was going to wait until you broke the formation before killing you. But since you're so ungrateful, I'll send you to meet the king of hell right now. Senior brother, here I come. Inside the immortal island, the blood fiend patriarch and Su Chen were still locked in confrontation. Sensing the changes outside, Su Chen grew anxious. Blood fiend old ghost, I didn't come in alone. There are other cultivators behind me. Your barriers have been broken. If we keep this standoff, neither of us will survive. Then come out, and let me devour you. The blood fiend stared at Su Chen, who was sheltered within the protective barrier, and licked his lips perversely. Blood fiend old ghost, you wouldn't want this body with eternal spirit root destroyed, would you? This Zifu Immortal Island is one of my trump cards. I can't escape. Let me out first, and I'll eliminate the other cultivators who followed us in. Otherwise we'll both perish and vanish from the Tao. The blood fiend patriarch fell into silence. Even before Su Chen entered, he had sensed 2 auras outside the cave. If the other person also entered while Su Chen was busy contending for the body, this spirit root body would be ruined. So he decided not to wait by the stone tablet, but to explore other parts of the Immortal Island. Seeing the blood fiend patriarch leave, Su Chen immediately exited the Immortal Island space. Su Chen, you killed my senior brother and stole my inheritance. Die. Sensing a fatal threat, Su Chen's body blazed with spiritual light, deflecting the deadly blow. Thank you, grandfather. Without this protective jade talisman, I would have been dead. It turned out that Su Chen carried a protective jade talisman given by Su Tiana. This talisman would activate automatically when Su Chen was in danger, capable of withstanding a strike from a nascent soul cultivator. He Yan was merely a chi refining minor cultivator. It would take ages for him to break through. Junior brother, no need to rush. Let your senior brother play with you a while. Outside the stone cave, He Yan was frantically bombarding the second layer of the barrier. This was the protective measure left by the blood fiend patriarch to ensure he was not disturbed during the possession. Although He Yan's cultivation had reached the peak of chi refining, he could not shake the blood-colored barrier of the second layer. He could only watch helplessly as the spiritual energy fluctuations inside grew stronger, filling him with unease. That way, Su Chen, why hasn't he come out yet? Did something go wrong with the inheritance inside? He Yan cursed while staring intently at the gap in the barrier. Suddenly, the barrier flashed with light, and a figure stepped out slowly. You? How did you get out? He Yan's pupils contracted as he cried out in shock. Su Chen did not waste words. He took a step forward. Buzz. A terrifying pressure far beyond the chi refining stage like a mountain instantly enveloped the entire space. Chi refining 11th layer. Su Chen's current aura rivaled a half-step foundation establishment. He Yan felt his spiritual energy stagnate as if locked by invisible shackles, even his thoughts slowed. How is this possible? You're only at chi refining. Dead men don't need to know so much. Su Chen's expression was cold as he flicked his right hand. The 10 Souls banner at his waist was instantly summoned, swelling in the wind. The originally pitch-black banner now turned dark red, and the 10 ghost faces on its surface seemed to come alive, letting out shrill screams. 10 directions, ghost domain lock. Su Chen shouted coldly. Dozens of chi refining stage ghostly figures instantly surged out, transforming into iron chains that wrapped around He Yan in layers. Get off. He Yan, both shocked and enraged, madly activated his demonic arts to shatter these ghosts. However, these ghosts had been refined by Su Chen's burning heaven purple extreme art and were impervious to ordinary attacks. Sizzle. The ghost chains bound He Yan, freezing his movements instantly, and his spiritual energy circulation paused for a moment. Now, Su Chen formed hand seals with his left hand to stabilize the 10 Souls banner while his right hand grasped empty air. Clang. A blinding pure yang sword light shot out from Su Chen's storage pouch. Top-grade magic tool, pure yang sword. The blade was engraved with ancient firebird patterns. As Su Chen infused his spiritual energy, the firebird seemed to awaken, letting out a crisp cry. Pure yang fire slash. Su Chen flicked his wrist, and the sword light streaked across the sky like a bolt of silk. No fancy moves. Only the fastest, fiercest, most pure yang strike. Uff! The sword light flashed. He Yan, horrified, found a thin blood line appearing from his brow. He tried to cry for help, but only a hoarse rasp escaped his throat. Thud. The next second his body split neatly in two. Organs and blood splattered everywhere. A gruesome death. Su Chen beckoned with one hand, and the pure yang sword flew back into his palm. The bloodstains on the blade instantly evaporated from the heat. He didn't even glance at the corpse, but with a thought, the 10 Souls banner returned. Chi refining 10th layer. Utterly pathetic. Soul imprisonment art. No. Su Chen. How dare you? He Yan screamed in agony, struggling desperately. I'll never let you go, even as a ghost. The Su family will pay for this. Ghost? Su Chen sneered, increasing the pressure with his hands. Then become a fierce ghost in my banner. Oh. Inside the 10 Souls banner, the moment He Yan's soul entered, it was torn apart by other souls. Accompanied by a despairing wail, the banner trembled violently, emitting a pleased hum. The banner surface, originally with 10 ghost faces, instantly gained an 11th. And this one was the most ferocious with the strongest aura. Su Chen stared at the trembling banner, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A soul at the peak of chi refining. Perfect as the main soul of my 10 Souls banner. Inside the banner, He Yan's soul roared madly, colliding with the banner walls in a desperate attempt to escape. Su Chen, let me out, or I'll curse you to utter annihilation. Annoying. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, and he formed hand seals with his left hand, activating the 10 Souls banner. Burning heaven purple flame burn. Sizzle. A stream of golden red flame following the connection inside the banner burned directly into the soul space within. He Yan's soul writhed and screamed in the flames. His originally solid soul body rapidly turned transparent and charred. If you're a ghost, act like one. Su Chen watched coldly until He Yan's screams grew weaker and weaker. The 10 Souls banner now had a main soul at the peak of chi refining. Its power had more than tripled. The burning heaven purple flame and the black chi within the banner forged He Yan's soul together. Before long, He Yan's screams ceased, and he began devouring weaker ghosts to restore his soul power. This matter is settled, but what about the blood fiend patriarch? In the 100 Ghost City, a shop named Talisman Studio. Su Chen was still disguised as a rogue cultivator with a ghostly palm. He stepped into the shop, his gaze sweeping over the talismans, and walked straight toward the gaunt shopkeeper behind the counter. Shopkeeper, do you have something potent against souls and ean creatures? Su Chen lowered his voice, tinged with urgency. Preferably something that kills in one blow. None of those mild, slow-acting things. The shopkeeper cast a sidelong glance at Su Chen, then noticed the 10 Souls banner at his waist, which reeked of blood. He understood the situation. He chuckled, pulling out a few purple talismans from under the counter. The talisman paper crackled with serpentine lightning, exuding a heart-stopping aura of destruction. You've come to the right person, fellow Taoist, the shopkeeper said, tapping the talismans with his finger. These are purple thunder talismans, specifically effective against ean spirits and ghostly creatures. Even a foundation establishment-level ghost will be crippled by one strike. How about a few? Su Chen picked one up. As soon as his fingertip touched it, a numbing sting struck his divine sense. Excellent. Su Chen was decisive. He slapped several spirit stones on the counter. Throw in some bane evil talismans as well. Wrap them all up. Although his divine sense was formidable now, he was fighting on home turf inside the Zifu Immortal Island. Against an old fox like the Blood Fiend ancestor, an extra layer of preparation was never a mistake. Lightning arts were the most yang and rigid, the natural nemesis of all yin and impure things. Returning to his temporary shelter, Su Chen sat cross-legged, and his consciousness instantly sank into the Zifu Immortal Island. Inside the island, the remnant soul of the Blood Fiend ancestor clung tightly to the edge of the spirit field, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy emitted by the spirit rice in an attempt to heal his wounds. Seeing Su Chen's divine sense projection appear, he let out a sharp screech. Hee boy, you're here. Did you kill someone out there? Don't struggle. Give your body to this old ancestor, and I'll let you keep a wisp of your soul as a watchdog. Enough. Su Chen coldly interrupted. The Blood Fiend ancestor with his foundation establishment-level soul was utterly unafraid. Boy, that protective stone tablet of yours is quite impressive. It actually managed to knock me flying. But unfortunately, I can see that it's merely a defensive treasure completely devoid of any offensive capability. It poses no threat to me whatsoever. Hey boy, tell me, what kind of treasure is that broken stone tablet? I've roamed the cultivation world for 100 years and have never seen such a strange thing. Could it be a magical artifact? The Blood Fiend ancestor's soul pressed tightly against the stone tablet's barrier, peering inside with wide eyes. He had used his strongest methods, but couldn't break the barrier despite several attempts. Now he was nothing but a soul, without a physical body. Forcibly casting spells without a body would only consume his soul power. A soul that had lost its flesh long ago received no replenishment of soul power. When his soul power was exhausted, his soul would dissipate into nothingness. So during the days Su Chen was away, he explored all nearby areas, and finding nothing else, waited near the stone tablet's spirit field, lying in ambush. He also absorbed the spiritual energy wafting from the spirit rice and spiritual herbs to heal his wounds. On the Wood Immortal Island, Su Chen faced the Blood Fiend ancestor across a light barrier. Boy, if I ever find an opportunity, I'll grind your bones to dust and scatter your soul. Do you believe me? The Blood Fiend ancestor pressed his face against the barrier, pointing at Su Chen inside and cursing loudly. Talk to me when you can actually break this barrier. Don't boast if you can't. Old ghost, you're not as impressive as you think you are. While the Blood Fiend ancestor waited outside, Su Chen had already prepared. Old ghost, look at what I have here. Su Chen pulled out the purple thunder talismans and waved them inside the barrier. Those thunder talismans. The Blood Fiend ancestor sensed the devastating aura and was instantly terrified. Impossible. This is your sea of consciousness space. How can you bring external objects in? Did I ever say this was my sea of consciousness? My territory, my rules. Su Chen's eyes sharpened, and he activated his divine sense. Go. Several blinding arcs of lightning shot from Su Chen's hand, exploding in the sky above the island. Boom. Rumble. Purple lightning serpents danced wildly, instantly covering the entire spirit field area. The Blood Fiend ancestor with no escape was struck directly by the lightning. His originally dark and baleful soul sizzled under the lightning's scorching, emitting black smoke and a most agonizing shriek. Heavenly purple flame burn. Su Chen immediately activated the divine fire technique. Purple flames like a tide completely engulfed the Blood Fiend ancestor, whose soul body had already been scattered by the lightning. Thunder and fire refining the soul. Su Chen, you'll die a miserable death, even as a ghost style. The Blood Fiend ancestor's curses were cut short amid the interwoven thunder and fire. Old ghost, you've been dead for centuries. You're already a ghost. That remnant soul was refined into a smaller and smaller mass, eventually becoming a single drop of pure soul liquid suspended in midair. Su Chen stared at the soul liquid, suddenly overwhelmed by a powerful urge to devour it. Eat. Without a second thought, he sat cross-legged and began absorbing the soul essence left by the Blood Fiend ancestor. The soul liquid entered his mouth and instantly activated, replenishing the spiritual energy and soul power Su Chen had consumed in casting spells. Boom. An indescribable pain immediately engulfed Su Chen's entire soul. This was not merely an influx of energy, it was a torrent of will. The Blood Fiend ancestor's residual resentment, bitter hatred, and 300 years of memories surged like a flood, trying to overwhelm Su Chen's will. Refine. Su Chen roared, activating the Fengshen purple pole art at full power. Golden red flames blazed in his sea of consciousness, not to burn but to forge. He treated this violent soul power as raw, or throwing it into the fire of his soul for tempering. Sizzle. Impurities were stripped away, resentments purified. What remained was the purest soul power, which merged into Su Chen's soul origin. Su Chen's spiritual sense began to undergo a qualitative change. The originally illusory projection of his spiritual sense after absorbing this vast energy actually started to materialize. The entire Zifu Immortal Island trembled in resonance. The Mars spirit rice in the field seemed to have received a summons, madly absorbing the soul power, diffusing in the air. The rice ears visibly swelled, becoming plump and translucent, faintly tinged with a golden red halo. Break. Su Chen shouted in his heart. A light sound like an eggshell cracking echoed from within. The feeling was like eyes adjusting to light after darkness, or a deaf person suddenly hearing thunder. Foundation Establishment Level Soul Divine Sense Realm. Achieved. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. The world had changed. Within 100 zhang radius, every particle of dust floating, every spiritual herb breathing, was clearly mapped in his mind. This sense of control was 100 times greater than the spiritual sense of the Qi refining stage. A cultivator at the 4th layer of Qi refining could begin to use soul power. This stage was called the spiritual sense realm. The soul gained spirit, enabling manipulation of magical artifacts, sword flight, and alchemy, or artifact forging. The soul of the foundation establishment stage, however, was called the divine sense realm. The soul gained divinity, allowing more convenient control of objects. So this is divine sense. Su Chen raised his right hand, and a tiny, extremely fine golden thread of flame danced on his fingertip. This was divine sense fire. Without needing to touch, with just a thought, this thread of flame could bore into an enemy's sea of consciousness and directly incinerate their soul. Qi refining 11th layer plus divine sense realm. A hint of a sinister smile curled at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Now, even without talismans, purely with soul attacks, I could kill the Black Nightmare again. And for a cultivator like Su Chen, whose soul realm surpassed his spiritual energy realm, the cultivation world had a special term, soul cultivator. Within the Purple Mansion Immortal Island, Su Chen sensed the newly born power of his divine sense. Though immensely potent, it felt somewhat hollow. With the spiritual energy of the 11th layer of Qi refining and the divine sense of the initial foundation establishment stage, his combat prowess should have doubled. Yet the tools at his disposal lagged behind. The Tin Soul Banner, after all, is but a mediocre middle-grade magical artifact. Su Chen gazed at the black banner hanging at his waist. Though he had refined the banner with the blazing heaven purple extreme flame and absorbed the main soul of Blackmare, it contained only 56 souls in total. Apart from Blackmare, a cultivator at the great perfection of Qi refining, who could be considered a decent combatant, the remaining 55 were mere rabble of the 3rd or 4th layer of Qi refining, with even a few wandering souls at the 1st layer. In battle, I rely solely on my own output. This banner can only serve as a distraction. Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. If I encounter a foundation establishment cultivator, these 56 rabble would be crushed with a single slap. He recalled the memories of Bloodfiend, old ancestor. The reason the Tin Soul Banner was thus named was that its material limit was to house 10 main souls and 89 attached souls. This banner now is like a cracked clay pot. A sharp glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Since the city of 100 ghosts abounds in souls, then I shall go and capture them. The city of 100 ghosts soul trading street. It was the main market for trading various souls and soul-related materials. Wandering souls, remnant souls of cultivators, beast souls, soul-nurturing flowers, and so on. Su Chen, still disguised as Ghost Hand Zhang, hung the Tin Soul Banner at his waist, appearing like an ordinary rogue, demonic cultivator. Taoist friend, do you need souls? A half-faced demonic cultivator sidled up and mysteriously lifted a black cloth, revealing rows of bottles, imprisoning residual souls. All fresh kills mid-stage, Qi refining cheap. Su Chen swept his divine sense over them. They were all malnourished remnants. He shook his head, too inferior. Do you have any from the late stage of Qi refining, or those with fierce hearts and heavy resentment? Oh, a connoisseur. The half-faced demonic cultivator chuckled. Then go check the mass grave outside the city. I heard a batch of traitors from the Black Fiend sect was just killed there. Their souls are ferocious and hard to subdue. Following the guidance, Su Chen arrived at the mass grave. A howling wind swept through and dozens of lingering souls darted about in the air, among them many cultivators at the 6th or 7th layer of Qi refining. Several demonic cultivators were attempting to capture them, but the ferocious ghosts tore their nets apart, leaving them in disarray. Scram! These fierce ghosts are mine. A demonic cultivator at the 8th layer of Qi refining unleashed his magical artifact to forcibly suppress the spirits. Su Chen sneered, too lazy to waste words. He simply raised the Tin Soul Banner and infused his divine sense power into it. Main soul Blackmare emerged. The banner flapped and swelled. The ferocious ghost shadow of the Qi refining great perfection cultivator burst forth, carrying Su Chen's unique pure yang fire. Roar! Blackmare's ghostly shadow plunged into the swarm of ghosts like a tiger among sheep. Those originally fierce ghosts at the 6th and 7th layers of Qi refining were utterly helpless before Blackmare, one by one, torn apart and devoured. Su Chen stood at the edge of the cliff, hands forming seals as the Tin Soul Banner spun wildly. Collect! A tremendous suction force erupted from nothingness. The souls scattered by Blackmare, along with the wandering spirits that had been drifting there, surged into the Tin Soul Banner like 100 rivers returning to the sea. 57, 58, 59, 80, 99. In the span of a single incense, sticks burning the nearby wandering souls were swept clean. The Tin Soul Banner trembled violently. The originally pitch-black banner surface now shimmered with a dark golden luster. Su Chen grabbed the banner pole, feeling the surging soul power within. 99 souls. Now that's more like it. But this is not enough. Tin Soul Banner devour each other. Su Chen chanted a spell and began guiding the souls within the banner to devour one another. Aside from the cultivation they had in life, the primary method for the ghosts inside the banner to grow was through this gladiatorial mutual consumption. Over the next 3 days, the wild ghosts in the mass grave of the city of 100 ghosts fell into panic. A mysterious demonic cultivator wielding a black banner captured every ghost he saw. Chen stopped being picky. As long as it was a soul, he took it into the banner. Each day after reaching the absorption limit, he made the souls devour each other to free up space. Of course, he also encountered some reckless demonic cultivators. Those who had committed heinous deeds became nourishment for the Tin Soul banner after death. On the evening of the 3rd day, the number of souls in Chen's Tin Soul banner had reached 99. 1 main soul at Qi refining great perfection. Black mare 2 main souls at the 8th layer of Qi refining. The remaining 7 main souls were at the 7th layer. And 89 fierce ghosts of various kinds, all at least at the 4th layer of Qi refining. 99 full. Chen felt the chilling aura within the banner that made one's heart tremble, and a cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Now the Tin Soul banner is no longer that broken banner that could only harass. It is a true perfect Tin Soul banner comparable to a top-grade magical artifact. He gave it a gentle shake. Woo! The banner unfurled, and the howling of 99 ghosts merged into a torrent. If an ordinary Qi refining cultivator heard this sound, their very soul would be shattered. With this banner and my Divine Sense Realm. Chen's eyes blazed with killing intent. I can fight an initial foundation establishment cultivator. He stowed the black banner, transformed into a streak of light, and shot out of the city of 100 ghosts. Nearly a year had passed. It was time to go home. The Su family Heavenly River Cave Mansion. When Chen's figure appeared at the entrance of the cave mansion, Su Tianhe, who had been sitting in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes. Chen. Su Tianhe strode over to Chen in a single step. His aged eyes were now wide open, staring fixedly at Chen as if he had seen some inconceivable monster. He reached out a trembling hand and placed it on Chen's pulse. In an instant, Su Tianhe's expression shifted repeatedly. Qi refining, 11th layer. Su Tianhe's voice trembled. In this divine sense, it's at the foundation establishment level. You're only 16. Having lived for over 1,000 years, Su Tianhe was well-traveled and knowledgeable, but even he was now completely disoriented. Chen, what kind of opportunity did you encounter? What is this Qi refining 11th layer? I, your ancestor, have lived this long, and only heard of the Qi refining 11th layer, but never seen it. Chen felt reassured seeing his ancestor's flustered state. It meant his situation was indeed unique, and not a deviation in cultivation. Grand Ancestor, your grandson obtained a relic outside the city of 100 ghosts belonging to Blood Fiend Old Ancestor. Chen replied respectfully. That old fiend tried to possess me, but instead I refined his remnant soul. By a twist of fate, not only did my soul break through to the foundation establishment level of divine sense, but my cultivation also advanced to the 11th layer of Qi refining. Su Tianhe gasped sharply. Blood Fiend Old Ancestor. A mere foundation establishment cultivator dares to call himself an ancestor. A demonic fiend who disappeared 300 years ago. He wasn't completely dead. The ancestor paced back and forth in the cave mansion, brows tightly knit. Chen, do you know what this means? Normal cultivators reach foundation establishment by compressing the spiritual energy in their dantian. After the 10th layer is perfected, it happens naturally. But your 11th layer, your dantian has 1 extra clump of Qi. It's like a cup. Others can hold only 10 liters of water, but you can hold 11. Su Tianhe stopped, his expression more serious than ever before. If you want to break through to foundation establishment, you must compress all 11 clumps of Qi into liquid spiritual power. The pain will be 10 times that of ordinary cultivators. And if there is even the slightest error, you will explode into pieces. Moreover, to maintain balance, you need to break through to the 12th layer of Qi refining. Under normal circumstances, a Qi refining stage cultivator at the 10th layer had reached the great perfection of Qi refining. If they took a foundation establishment pill and failed to break through the bottleneck, they would either remain at the 10th layer or regress to the 9th layer. However, there was a rare and exceptional scenario. A cultivator at the 10th layer of Qi refining would suddenly break through the 10th layer and leap into the 11th layer of Qi refining. Though they had broken through, the problem was that they had not ascended to foundation establishment, but instead advanced to an even higher level within the Qi refining stage. Legend had it that a prodigious disciple in Yongzhou, after taking 2 foundation establishment pills, had reached the legendary 12th layer of Qi refining, becoming nearly invincible among Qi refining cultivators. Yet being invincible at the Qi refining stage was still Qi refining, not foundation establishment. In the end, that disciple, crushed by the endless mockery and disdain of his fellow disciples, fell into gloom and had his heart and will completely destroyed. The sect no longer provided him with foundation establishment pills. He left the sect alone, wandered through Yongzhou, and ultimately perished within a certain ruin. Such an outcome was truly lamentable. Chen's heart tightened, but his gaze remained resolute. Great-grandfather, what should I do? Difficult. Su Tianhe shook his head. Conventional methods certainly won't work. You need a vessel that can contain this excess spiritual energy or a harmonizing agent that can instantly balance all the spiritual energy. Su Tianhe pondered for a moment, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. I have it. The 9-Orifice Foundation Establishment Pill. That is a sacred pill for foundation establishment transmitted from ancient times. Unlike the mundane foundation establishment pill, it can open the 9 orifices of the human body, vastly expanding the capacity for spiritual energy. For an ordinary heavenly spiritual root, taking this pill would be a waste, but for a freak like you at the 11th layer, it is just right. The 9-Orifice Foundation Establishment Pill. Su Chen committed the name to memory. Where can I obtain it? This thing is not available in Liangzhou. Su Tianhe sighed. Only by going to the more advanced Zhongzhou or exchanging it at those ancient sects that have stood for 10,000 years. Moreover, its price is exorbitant, and it cannot be obtained with spirit stones. Su Tianhe looked at Su Chen and spoke earnestly. Chen, with your current strength and that 10-soul banner, you are more than capable of protecting yourself. But you must never rush into foundation establishment. Since the heavenly spiritual root has granted you the 11th layer, until you find the 9-Orifice Foundation Establishment Pill, you must not casually attempt foundation establishment. Su Chen nodded emphatically. He touched the 10-soul banner at his waist. Grandson understands. Since I cannot form my foundation for now, I will refine this 11th layer to its utmost perfection. The next morning at Tianhe Cave Dwelling, Su Tianhe handed a jade bottle to Su Chen. Chen, take it. Su Chen received the bottle, swept his spiritual sense over it, and found a perfectly round medicinal pill inside. Is this a foundation establishment pill? Su Chen was puzzled. Great-grandfather, I don't need this now, do I? Su Tianhe waved his hand, let out a long sigh, and his eyes were filled with a mixture of fondness and helpless frustration. Silly boy, this is indeed a foundation establishment pill, and a top-grade one at that. But I'm not asking you to take it now. I want you to use it when you assault the 12th layer of Qi refining. The 12th layer. Su Chen's pupils contracted. Even the 11th layer is unheard of. What is this 12th layer? Precisely because you possess the rare heavenly spiritual root, such an anomaly occurs. Su Tianhe stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the spiritual clouds outside the cave dwelling, and spoke slowly. Ordinary cultivators, upon reaching the 10th layer of perfection, liquefy their spiritual energy and form their foundation. But you are different. That extra mass of spiritual energy acts like a wedge, firmly blocking your cultivation level. If you forcibly compress the first 10 layers, the 11th mass of spiritual energy will instantly become unbalanced and blast your spirit to oblivion. Su Chen was shocked. So dangerous. Thus you must also fill that 11th mass of spiritual energy to overflowing, reaching a state of supersaturation in order to forcibly break that deadlock. Su Tianhe turned around. That is the 12th layer of Qi refining, turning that wedge into part of the foundation. What about the 9-Orifice Foundation Establishment Pill? Su Chen asked. That is the final key. Su Tianhe frowned, full of helplessness. Chen, although our Su family is a divine transformation clan standing for 10,000 years with far deeper resources than those nascent soul forces. The old ancestor paused, his voice low. But compared to those ancient sects passed down for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, our family's foundation is truly unimpressive. Although we have many foundation establishment pills in the family treasury, this legendary 9-Orifice Foundation Establishment Pill, not only do we lack it, but I have only seen a few lines about it in ancient texts. Su Chen gripped the jade bottle tightly, a surge of boldness rising in his heart. Great-grandfather, when should I assault the 12th layer? Not yet. Absolutely do not rush. Su Tianhe said sternly. This 12th layer is more difficult than the first 10 layers combined. First, stabilize your cultivation, cultivate the 11th layer of Qi refining to perfection, then take the top-grade Foundation Establishment Pill to assault the 12th layer. As for the 9-Orifice Foundation Establishment Pill, Su Tianhe said, I will personally go to pay respects to the family's old ancestor. He is the only late divine transformation great cultivator in our Su family and has been sleeping for several thousand years. If we can rouse him from his slumber, perhaps he will know where to find such a heaven-defying pill. Su Chen bowed respectfully. I thank great-grandfather for your trouble. What trouble is it? Su Tianhe patted Su Chen's shoulder, looking at the 16-year-old youth with both pride and gravity. You boy are too talented. So much so that you encountered a unique bottleneck that hasn't appeared in tens of thousands of years. Others worry about having no spirit stones to cultivate. You worry about advancing too fast and not finding suitable pills. Go on. Return and cultivate properly first. Before you find the 9-Orifice Foundation Establishment Pill, never attempt foundation establishment. Back in his own cave dwelling, Su Chen sat cross-legged and placed the top-grade Foundation Establishment Pill before him. The pill was round and emitted an intoxicating fragrance. If an ordinary Qi refining cultivator obtained this pill, they would have hope for foundation establishment. But Su Chen needed one to assist in assaulting that elusive 12th layer. The 12th layer of Qi refining. Su Chen closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into his dantian. The 11 masses of spiritual energy floated quietly, especially the 11th one. Though it was dense, it always felt somewhat insubstantial. Since heaven wants me to walk the path of the 12th layer, I will walk it to the end. Chen did not take the Foundation Establishment pill. Instead, he took out some top-grade chi gathering pills which he had obtained through family contributions or purchased with spirit stones. The pills of the heavenly spirit realm were divided into 15 grades and 4 ranks. The pills taken by chi refining cultivators were from the 1st to the 3rd grade, and so on for the subsequent stages. Of course, Foundation Establishment pills, or rather all breakthrough pills, were somewhat special. Although the Foundation Establishment pill was taken by chi refining cultivators, its grade was actually the 6th grade. Only a 6th grade alchemist could refine it, and even then the quality was not guaranteed. For a top-grade Foundation Establishment pill like the one in his hand, even a skilled alchemist would consider it a high success rate to produce 1 out of 10 batches. Therefore, top-grade pills were generally more expensive than their same-grade counterparts. This top-grade Foundation Establishment pill of his had a market price of over 40,000 low-grade spirit stones and could fetch around 60,000 at auction. He picked up the top-grade Foundation Establishment pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Boom. The tremendous medicinal power exploded instantly. Chen quickly activated the blazing Heaven Purple Extreme Art and began to refine it madly. Inside his dantian, the 11th mass of spiritual energy began to churn violently, its volume slowly increasing. Not enough. Chen opened his eyes, a glint of golden light flashing in them. In the quiet room of Tianhe Cave Mansion, Chen sat cross-legged on a cushion. The supreme chi gathering pill in front of him had already transformed into medicinal power, devoured completely by the spiritual liquid within his dantian. In the past, this amount of medicinal power would have been enough to let him rise 2 levels. But at this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of stagnation. Ooh. Chen let out a long breath, faint beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He lowered his head to look inside his dantian. The original 11 clusters of spiritual energy had indeed grown larger after swallowing a supreme chi gathering pill. But there was no breakthrough. Not only did he fail to break through to the 12th level, even the growth trend seemed to be moving forward in a quagmire. Is this the price of the 11th level? Chen gave a bitter smile. The so-called heavenly spiritual route without bottlenecks only applied before the conventional chi refining 10th level. Back then, spiritual energy entering the body was like a rainbow, piercing the sun unimpeded. But now his dantian was like a bottle already filled with water forcibly poured another cup of water. It was already a blessing that this extra cup of water didn't cause the bottle to explode. It used to be like drinking water, now it's like grinding a needle. Chen felt the speed of spiritual power circulation, which was actually 30% slower than when he was at the 10th level. This slowness was not a regression in cultivation, but because the spiritual power was too abundant, causing immense resistance when circulating through the meridians. Over the next month, Chen lived an extremely disciplined life of arduous cultivation. He rose at sunrise and rested at sunset. He no longer swallowed pills frantically like before, because his body could no longer withstand the impact of the medicinal power. He began to, like those ordinary cultivators, draw chi into his body and slowly refine it. Buzz. At dawn, the first strand of purple chi from the east was inhaled by Chen into his body. That wisp of spiritual energy after entering the dantian was like a drop of ink falling into thick ink. It didn't even produce a bubble before being swallowed by the vast 11 clusters of spiritual energy. When will this ever end? Chen looked at the progress bar, feeling helpless. But he also understood that this slowness was actually a form of sedimentation. Every strand of newly born spiritual power was repeatedly compressed and purified by those 11 massive clusters of spiritual energy, and its quality already far surpassed that of cultivators at the same rank. He could now fight against an ordinary Foundation Establishment Level 1 cultivator. Of course, if it came to a life-or-death struggle, he would still fall short. On this day, Patriarch Tianhe came to visit again. He did not disturb Chen, but simply stood outside the quiet room looking at the young man inside through the barrier. Chen was practicing his sword. The pure yang sword in his hand required a long preparation for each thrust. The flames on the blade were no longer erupting violently, but restrained like water, heavy like a mountain. Alas! Tianhe sighed, his eyes full of pity. Others cultivate fearing speed, but this child cultivates complaining of slowness. With a heavenly spiritual root reaching the 11th level, it's like a surging river being forcibly squeezed into a narrow channel. The flow speed slows down, but the impact force is more than 10 times greater than before. Tianhe did not enter, but quietly placed several bottles of supreme chi condensing pills at the entrance of the cave mansion. These were advanced pills compared to chi gathering pills. Chen, take it slow, Tianhe said softly. Your grandfather is going to seek an audience with that old ancestor. The 9-orifice Foundation Establishment pill. There must be a way to obtain it. Inside the cave, Chen sheathed his sword and stood still looking at the precious pills at the entrance, a warm current surging in his heart. He picked up a chi gathering pill and swallowed it, continuing to grind step by step on the long road to the 12th level. Slow is fine, he said. Anyway, no one can stop me. In the quiet room of Tianhe Cave Mansion, Chen looked at the supreme chi condensing pill in his hand, its light gradually fading, and frowned slightly. As the pill entered his stomach, the usual scene of surging spiritual power did not appear. Chi refining 11th level is indeed an iron wall. Su Chen sighed deeply, awakening from his meditation. He was now 16 years old with a posture as straight as a pine, smooth and restrained muscle lines, no longer the frail boy of the past. But his cultivation was stuck here, and relying solely on pills was no longer effective. Since the path of spiritual power is temporarily blocked, let's widen the road. A fierce glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He walked to the center of the quiet room and took off his shirt. Under his originally fair skin, there was now a faint jade-like luster, the result of his previous body tempering. But Su Chen knew this was not enough. The 6 realms of mortal transformation had 6 levels: skin grinding, flesh tempering, sinew changing, bone forging, blood exchange, and marrow cleansing. After entering the skin grinding level at the age of 7, because his body had not yet grown, the later body tempering mainly relied on nourishing with Mars spirit rice and beast meat. Now it was time to make up for the missed lessons. At 16, the body is fully developed, and this is the best time for skin grinding. Su Chen walked over to the meteorite used for testing strength. He extended his right hand without using any spiritual power and punched the meteorite with only his physical strength. Thud! A dull sound, and only a shallow white mark was left on the stone. Too soft. Su Chen shook his head, sat cross-legged, and took out a bottle of dark red ointment iron sand paste from his storage pouch. This was a body-tempering auxiliary medicine he had previously asked the Wanbao Pavilion to gather, which he had never used. Now it was just right. Su Chen evenly applied the iron sand paste on his arms and chest. As soon as the ointment touched his skin, a piercing cold pain shot through, as if countless steel needles were stabbing into his pores. But this was only the beginning. Su Chen then took out a clay pot filled with sharp obsidian gravel. Without any hesitation, he grabbed a handful of gravel and pressed it firmly against the ointment-coated skin, rubbing vigorously. Sizzle! The sound was like sandpaper grinding raw iron. Skin and flesh turned blood dripping. If an ordinary cultivator did this, they would have already been torn open and their arms crippled. But Su Chen's physique was strong, the wounds healed at a visible rate, only to be torn again by the gravel. Pain. Extreme pain. Mortal transformation. If you don't shed skin, how can it be transformation? Su Chen clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat mixed with blood dripping down his chin. This scene reminded him of a movie from his past life, where someone used coarse salt for skin grinding. He activated the 6 realms of mortal transformation, guiding the medicinal power deep into the dermis, polishing that jade-like skin until it was as hard as steel. Chi. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chen suddenly punched the ground. Boom. This time it was no longer a dull sound, but a crisp explosion. The ground was smashed into a deep pit, but his fist was unscathed, not even a red mark, only a faint gray-black luster on the surface. Skin grinding mid-level. Su Chen panted heavily, looking at his arms. Now his skin looked ordinary, but its defensive power was already comparable to a mid-grade magical artifact. If combined with spiritual power, even a flying sword from the Chi refining stage would probably only leave a white mark. After 7 years of neglecting body tempering, starting again this year, he directly entered the mid-level of skin grinding. This was equivalent to the mid-level of Chi refining. During the initial stage of skin refining, focus was placed on the body's strength and endurance, constantly pushing the physical limits. Ordinary cultivators already had their hands full with regular cultivation, leaving little time to earn spirit stones or compete for resources. Body refinement was considered a luxury or something only done when hitting a bottleneck with no other options. After body refinement, physical strength would increase and the body would become more powerful. Those who specialized in body refinement were called body cultivators, usually people with poor or no spiritual roots. Of course, mortals had limits in body refinement. Every day, Su Chen followed the requirements of the body refinement technique, training relentlessly until his body felt completely drained before resting. At the Su Chen paper mill. Shanzi, how have you been? A young man of about 16 swiftly vaulted over the courtyard wall. Since he began body refinement anew, Su Chen's body had grown increasingly agile, climbing, leaping, and moving with swift strides. I'm now at the 6th layer of Chi refining, but I can't see through your cultivation level anymore. Inside the paper mill, Su Chen was calculating accounts. Seeing Su Chen enter, he immediately jogged over and replied. 17 years old, 6th layer of Chi refining. Not bad. On the path of cultivation, haste makes waste. Do not be too impatient. Su Chen lectured Su Chen like an experienced elder, almost as if he were missing a long beard. Chenzi, I know. I've been stuck like this for quite a while. With my 4 spirit root talent, this is where I peak. I feel a bottleneck at every layer. Take this. Su Chen handed a jade bottle to Su Chen. This is a supreme grade Chi gathering pill, a top-tier elixir for late-stage Chi refining. It's too precious. Chenzi, I can't accept it. Take it, I have no use for it. Remember to use it when you're about to break through, otherwise the medicinal power will be too strong and damage your meridians. Thank you, Chenzi. I will cultivate diligently and break through quickly so I can earn more spirit stones for you. That's right. You need to keep up with my pace, don't you? In the early stage of skin refining, simple grinding and nourishment sufficed. But entering the mid-stage required more than mere grinding. It called for tempering the body with spiritual energy. For mortals this was difficult, but for cultivators whose dantian already contained spiritual energy, tempering the body with qi was quite simple. Moreover, the 6 realms of mortal transcendence was a high-grade earth-rank body refinement technique. As the days of training passed, Su Chen's body grew stronger and his appetite increased correspondingly. The monthly share of Mars fire spirit rice from the clan was no longer enough for him. Fortunately, the Purple Mystic Immortal Island allowed rapid ripening. Of course, he had to spend extra spirit stones or contribution points to buy demon beast meat. Half a month later, at the Tianhe Cave Mansion, Patriarch Su Tianhe returned and tossed a pitch-black token to Su Chen without a word. "Chen, that old bastard is awake." Su Chen caught the token. It was cold to the touch, engraved with the characters "ENMO" on the front and a traditional Su on the back. "Great-grandfather, what did the old ancestor say?" Su Chen asked in a low voice. Su Tianhe sat in the main hall, poured himself a cup of cold tea, and drank it in one gulp. "I saw him. That old immortal lying in his coffin only gave me one sentence." Su Tianhe sighed and pointed at the token. He said, "A heavenly spirit root at the 11th layer. A freak not seen in tens of thousands of years. As for the 9-orifice foundation establishment pill, not even our Su family, nor the entire northwestern central Earth continent, has a few." Su Chen's heart sank. "Then my bottleneck." "Don't rush, let me finish." Su Tianhe waved his hand, a glint of sharp light in his eyes. "The old ancestor said since there's no pill, we'll take another path. Since the Su family doesn't have it, go seek it among the truly great powers." "You mean, join the Demon Sect?" Su Tianhe spoke each word deliberately. Su Chen's pupils constricted sharply. The Demon Sect. That was the superior sect of the Black Fiend sect, a genuine nascent soul level power with tens of thousands of cultivators. It had more nascent soul cultivators than the entire Su family, the true overlord of northwestern central Earth continent. "Great-grandfather, isn't this like walking into a tiger's den?" Su Chen frowned. "The Demon Sect is our Su family's sworn enemy. If they find out I'm a heavenly spirit root from the Su family, would they let me off easily?" "Sworn enemy?" Su Tianhe scoffed. "Chen, you still think too simply of the cultivation world. That's black and white from storybooks. In the real world of cultivation, there's not that much blood feud. Everyone is a nascent soul power with intertwined interests. You have me, I have you." Su Chen was stunned, listening quietly. Su Tianhe patiently explained, "The Demon Sect is the overlord of the Northwest with a legacy of over 100,000 years. Our Su family has sent a few disciples to every Demon Sect recruitment. Previously, without a heavenly spirit root, we sent only branch family children who ended up as outer or inner disciples at best. But you are different." Su Tianhe pointed at Su Chen, his eyes gleaming. "You are a heavenly spirit root." He laughed heartily. "And though the old ancestor is in slumber, he still has some influence within the Demon Sect. This token is a recommendation for a core true disciple of the Demon Sect. With this token and your talent, the Demon Sect will treasure you like a jewel." Su Tianhe stood up, patted Su Chen's shoulder, and said solemnly, "Chen, though our Su family is called a nascent soul clan, we're just a local landlord in this Tianling realm. The truly top-tier resources and techniques are all held by those super sects with legacies of over 100,000 years. At home, you're at best a promising foundation establishment seedling. But in the Demon Sect, you become a core true disciple, 1 in a million. As for the 9-orifice foundation establishment pill," a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Su Tianhe's eyes. "The old ancestor promised he would personally write to several old friends in the Demon Sect. As long as you pass the assessment, the pill will be provided by the Demon Sect." Su Chen clenched the cold token, his emotions conflicted. On one side was the Su family that raised him, on the other a nascent soul-level super sect. Logic told him Su Tianhe was right. The 11th layer of qi refining was a dead, and the Su family couldn't solve it. Only a larger stage could. "Grandson understands. I will go." "Good." Su Tianhe was very satisfied with Su Chen's resolve. "You're now stuck at the 11th layer, and your skin refining has reached the mid-stage. Spend these 2 years honing your body and learning talisman crafting. If you can break through to the 12th layer of qi refining, even better. 2 years from now, the Grand Elder will personally lead you and the other promising seedlings to the Demon Sect." 2 years. Yes, 2 years. Su Tianhe sat in the main seat, leisurely sipping tea. The Demon Sect's recruitment ceremony is held every 3 years, without fail. Last one ended a year ago. The next one opens exactly 2 years from now. Su Chen nodded firmly. He let out a breath, then a blazing light erupted in his eyes. 2 years might be but a fleeting moment for other cultivators, but for him, now, it was a golden period of development that would determine his fate. He walked to the entrance of the cave mansion and gazed at the pitch-black night sky. Demon Sect. Since you are a nascent soul sect, let me see what the pinnacle of the Tianling realm truly looks like. In the days that followed, Su Chen completely transformed into an ascetic monk. Within his cave dwelling, there were no longer any signs of spiritual energy being inhaled and exhaled, instead the sounds of hammer striking and the sizzling of medicinal ointment filled the air. Su Chen's entire body was coated with black obsidian iron sand paste, a medicinal ointment that could seep into the pores and harden the skin. He no longer relied on spiritual energy for nourishment, but instead used the most primitive methods of throwing and striking to temper his physical body. Thump, thump, thump. Every day his task was to use his body to slam against the extremely hard meteorite iron wall. His skin would split open, blood would gush like a torrent, and then he would rely on the medicinal power of the Mars spirit rice to heal, only to continue slamming again. Half a year later, Su Chen stood in the cold wind bare-chested. His originally fair skin now displayed a metallic luster of bronze. He casually picked up a dagger made of ordinary iron and slashed it fiercely across his arm. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. Only a white mark remained on the skin, but it didn't even break. Skin tempering stage grand completion. Su Chen clenched his fist, and his knuckles emitted a metallic grinding sound. Now relying solely on his physical body, he could withstand the attacks of magical artifacts from mid to late Qi refinement cultivators. If he also added the burst of spiritual energy from the 11th layer of Qi refinement, who would dare to call him weak? During his cultivation breaks, Su Chen did not neglect his talisman crafting skills. Inside Su Chen's cave dwelling, Su Chen had various colored spiritual inks and talisman papers laid out before him. Using his divine sense, he controlled the talisman brush to dip into the cinnabar. Second-grade talisman, Fire Serpent Talisman. Su Chen murmured softly, his wrist flipping deftly. Swoosh. The talisman brush swept through the air without any hesitation. The divine sense of the early foundation establishment stage allowed him to achieve precision several times greater than ordinary talisman crafters when inscribing talisman patterns. It's done. Su Chen put down the brush and looked at the talisman on the table, which emitted a faint fire spiritual energy. He nodded with satisfaction. Over the past half-year, aside from honing his physical body, he had spent all his remaining time on talisman crafting. With the guidance of Su Tianhe, a nascent soul stage talisman crafting grandmaster, and his own monstrous control over divine, since his talisman crafting finally broke through the bottleneck and officially entered the second grade. Second-grade talismans had become as easy for him as eating and drinking. It's a pity that time is limited and I don't have enough to refine third-grade talismans. Su Chen felt a slight regret. However, overwhelming the enemy with a sheer quantity of second-grade talismans works just as well. Su Chen strode towards Su Tianhe's bedroom. Ancestor, please take a look at my talismans. Su Chen poured a bag of talismans onto the table. Su Tianhe, who was busy with alchemy, glanced over and casually picked up a Fire Serpent Talisman. Oh, the ancestor raised an eyebrow and examined it closely. The patterns, the flow of spiritual energy. Chinner, the quality of your talismans is at least 20% higher than the junk on the market. Su Tianhe's eyes lit up. Are you now a second-grade talisman crafter? Excellent. Excellent. This is wonderful. Although our Su family doesn't lack spirit stones, if you were to sell these talismans, they would definitely be hot items. A single second-grade Fire Serpent Talisman costs 30 spirit stones on the market, but with your superior quality, it could sell for 50. Su Chen, of course, did not lack spirit stones. In the days that followed, Su Chen's life became even more routine. During the day, he cultivated the 6 realms of mortal shedding, using even more expensive medicinal herbs to hammer his bones and sinews, striving towards the tendon-changing stage. At night, he crafted talismans, honing the use of his divine sense to the utmost. One day, Su Chen attempted a new combat method. He no longer relied solely on the 10 Souls banner. Instead, he pasted second-grade talismans onto his body. The golden armor talisman was stuck to his chest, greatly increasing his defensive power. The divine movement talisman was attached to his legs, making his speed as swift as a ghost. The Fire Serpent Talisman was held in his hand, ready to be activated at any moment. Now, even if I stand still and let a Qi refinement great perfection cultivator attack me, they can't break through my defense. Su Chen looked at his reflection in the water. The youth had bronze skin, but his eyes were as deep as an abyss. He touched the 10 Souls banner at his waist, then patted the bulging storage pouch. 1 year from now, the Een Demon Sect's disciple recruitment ceremony. At that time, I will not only be the heavenly spirit root of the Su family, but also a mobile arsenal carrying countless talismans and a perfected skin-tempering physical body. During the remaining years, Su Chen began to think of ways to increase his strength. He carefully examined his current capabilities. Cultivation method, Qi refinement, 11th layer. Body cultivation, skin tempering, grand completion. Soul cultivation, divine sense stage, 1st layer, foundation establishment stage. Talisman crafting, 2nd grade, talisman master. Magical artifacts, top grade, pure yang sword, top grade, 10 Souls banner containing 99 Qi refinement stage, fierce ghosts. Now the means to increase my strength seemed to be only through cultivation method, body cultivation, and the 10 Souls banner. According to the hierarchy of soul banners from low to high, they can be divided into 10 Souls banner, 100 Souls banner, 1000 Souls banner, 10,000 Souls banner. Human Emperor banner. The current materials of the 10 Souls banner had already limited its improvement. To upgrade it to a 100 Souls banner, it would need to be reforged and upgraded, adding some other materials. Su Chen had already figured out a solution to this problem long ago. The next day, he directly went to the Su family's refining pavilion. Before the earth fire furnace in the Su family refining pavilion, Chen did not roll up his sleeves and do it himself. Although his divine sense was powerful, he knew nothing about the art of refining. He was a talisman crafter, not a refiner. What he needed to do was to spend money. Elder Su Yan. Chen cupped his hands towards an old man with graying hair and a stern face standing before the furnace. This Su Yan was a top-grade spirit artifact refiner of the Su family with a cultivation base at the peak of foundation establishment. Su Yan wiped his sweat, looked at Chen, and smiled bitterly. Young Master Chen, it's not that I don't want to help. That 10 Souls banner is a demonic artifact with low-grade materials and a fragile structure. I specialize in the nurturing and forging of righteous spirit artifacts. Forcibly upgrading it to a 100 Souls banner, if even a slight mistake occurs, the banner will be destroyed and the person will perish. I'll take care of the materials problem. Chen's expression was impassive as he directly took out a family contribution token. This is my token. Over the years, the 500 acres of Mars spirit rice fields and the talisman paper workshop under my name have contributed nearly 500,000 low-grade spirit stones to the family annually. My personal contribution points should be more than enough to cover all the expenses for this upgrade, right? Su Yan swept his divine sense over the contribution token and his hand trembled slightly. Enough, more than enough. Young Master, your contribution points are more than enough to buy a new top-grade spirit artifact level 100 Souls banner. Then let's begin. Chen took out the 10 Souls banner. What I want is not repair, but reforging. Raise the material quality of the 10 Souls banner to a standard that can accommodate 100 souls and even allow for future advancement to 1,000 souls. Chen didn't understand refining, but he understood resource accumulation. List the materials needed. Su Yan hesitated no longer and quickly wrote down a list: century-old black nightmare iron used to recast the banner pole, sturdy and capable of nourishing ghostly entities. Soul wood core material used to weave the banner surface, able to stabilize souls and prevent escape. Soul gathering pearl to be inlaid at the top of the banner as the array, greatly enhancing the control range. Total cost 50,000 spirit stones. These are standard materials for foundation establishment stage spirit artifacts, no waste whatsoever. Su Yan assured. Chen nodded, took out the family token, and swiped it. Deducted contribution points, 48000 points. According to Su family rules, family members could directly exchange contribution points for materials without needing spirit stones, and core disciples like Chen could also get a discount. Contribution points were far more valuable within the Su family than spirit stones. Of course, spirit stones could also be exchanged for contribution points, with one low-grade spirit stone being worth 5 contribution points. Contribution points could also be exchanged for spirit stones, with 10 contribution points being worth 1 low-grade spirit stone. This was mainly to encourage Su family disciples to complete family tasks to earn contribution points. Elder Su Yan, do you have the confidence to upgrade this 10 Souls banner to a top-grade spirit artifact, or even a peak-grade spirit artifact? Young Master Chen, according to the current plan, a mid-grade spirit artifact is definitely assured. Though I am an upper-grade spirit artifact refiner, my success rate is not guaranteed. Moreover, I have never refined a demonic artifact. Secondly, the current material of this banner is merely ordinary artifact material. To elevate it to an upper-grade spirit artifact, or even top-grade, relying solely on refining techniques is insufficient. A complete overhaul is necessary. Chen nodded. List the materials that need to be replaced. As long as they can be purchased in the Tianling realm, I can acquire them. Su Yan pondered for a moment and quickly laid out a plan, both practical and professional. For the staff, dark nightmare iron commonly used by demonic cultivators capable of nourishing ghostly entities. For the banner surface, century-old Soul silkworm silk resilient enough to confine souls. For the core, millennium-old shadow wood heart naturally exuding a suppressing pressure over ghostly entities. For the array, a second-grade soul gathering array disc with built-in array to enhance control. Effects sturdy and durable, can accommodate 100 main souls, later upgradable to 1,000 soul banner, doubling the control range. A spirit artifact worthy of being showcased. Estimated cost around 500 spirit stones, with a chance of becoming a top-grade spirit artifact. Su Yan looked at Chen and sincerely advised, Young Master Chen, with my foundation establishment late-stage refining skills, I recommend this plan to guarantee at least an upper-grade spirit artifact with a chance at top-grade. Chen listened without hesitation and made a decisive call. Proceed with the plan. No, increase the budget by 10%. Elevate the quality of the array disc further. I want it infinitely close to a top-grade spirit artifact. Procure the materials yourself, or deduct the cost from my account. I only care about the result. Su Yan was overjoyed. Understood. Rest assured, young master, I will forge this banner to make even ghosts weep and gods howl. Inside the refining pavilion, earth fire blazed fiercely. Chen did not leave. Instead, he pulled up a stool and sat down nearby. Although he had no intention of becoming an apprentice now, given the urgency to join the Yinma sect, he deeply understood the principle that mastering more skills never hurts. In his past life, every protagonist was a master of alchemy, talismans, artifacts, and formations. Now that my divine sense is powerful, if I learn artifact refining later combined with my divine sense and the burning heaven violet flame, wouldn't the artifacts I forge be twice as mighty? Chen decided that this time he would not only obtain the upgraded 100-soul banner, but also learn the basics of artifact refining. Elder Su Yin, seeing Chen's state, dared not slack off and began refining with full concentration. First step, smelting the dark nightmare iron. Su Yin formed a hand seal, and earth fires surged, enveloping the iron. Chen opened his divine sense wide, observing intently. He discovered that refining was not merely about melting things, but required controlling the temperature, angle, and frequency of the flame. Su Yan's flame did not burn continuously, but pulsed like breathing, strong then weak, to squeeze impurities out of the dark nightmare iron like pressing water from a sponge. So that's it. The rhythm of the fire is more important than the temperature alone, Chen noted silently. Second step, weaving the banner surface. Su Yin began weaving the century-old Yin Soul silkworm silk. This step required no fire, but demanded hand speed and knowledge of formations. Though Chen could not understand the complex array patterns, he used his divine sense to record every movement of Su Yan's fingers and the trajectory of spiritual energy flow. This is like drawing a talisman, only the runes are inscribed inside the object. Chen compared it to his familiar talisman-making technique, drawing parallels. Third step, embedding and fusion. This was the most critical moment. Sweating profusely, Su Yin carefully embedded the second-grade soul-gathering array disc into the top of the staff. Condense. With a loud shout, spiritual energy surged wildly. The array disc and staff merged perfectly, and a beam of dim light shot upward. Chen watched with surging excitement. Although he could not refine, yet his foundation establishment early-stage divine sense, like a high-definition recorder, etched the entire process into his mind without a single error. When I enter the Yinma sect and learn high-level artifact refining, a glint of ambition flashed in Chen's eyes. I will be able to forge artifacts that transcend the era. 7 days later, with Su Yan's final hammer strike, a pitch-black long banner radiating a chilling aura hovered in the air. Young Master Chen, it's done. Su Yin wiped his sweat, his face beaming with pride. An upper-grade spirit artifact, the 100-soul banner. Absolutely a masterpiece among upper-grade artifacts. Chen took the 100-soul banner. It felt heavy in his hand. The dark nightmare iron staff gleamed coldly, the banner's surface rustled softly in the wind, and faint ghostly wails could be heard. Although it was not a top-grade spirit artifact, it was infinitely close. With a thought, he transferred the 99 fierce ghosts from the soul-nurturing flag instantly. The 100-soul banner emitted a joyful tremor. The space inside the banner was several times larger than before. The 99 fierce ghosts rejoiced in their new home, and even the aura of the dark nightmare solidified considerably. Excellent. Chen was very satisfied. Though this banner did not use extraordinary materials, it excelled in practicality and stability, perfectly meeting his current needs. He looked at the weary Su Yin and handed over 1,000 spirit stones. Elder Su has worked hard. I have also learned a few basics these days. If I have leisure in the future, I hope you will not hesitate to instruct me. Su Yin, flattered, quickly accepted the spirit stones. You are too kind, young master. I am always at your service. Chen put away the 100-soul banner and strode out of the refining pavilion. There were still 6 months until the Yinma sect's recruitment. Chen returned to his cave dwelling and placed the brand new 100-soul banner in the center of the meditation chamber. Though this banner was an upper-grade spirit artifact refined by Elder Su Yin with excellent materials, an artifact was ultimately a lifeless object. To unleash its full power, the owner must refine it day and night, thoroughly fusing their own divine sense, imprint, spiritual energy characteristics, and even physical blood and chi with the artifact. No matter how well Elder Su Yin refined it, it's just a blank. Whether it becomes my lethal weapon depends on me. Chen sat cross-legged, extended his right hand, and gently pressed it on the staff. Refine. Chen murmured softly, and his foundation establishment early-stage divine sense surged out like a tidal wave pouring madly along the staff. Inside the 100-soul banner was a dim, otherworldly space. The 99 fierce ghosts, initially restless due to the change of home, were terrified upon sensing Chen's divine sense descending like heavenly punishment, their souls scattering in fear. Kneel. Chen's divine sense transformed into a colossal flame giant within the banner, radiating overwhelming pressure. The main soul dark nightmare reacted fastest, prostrating first, trembling all over. The remaining 98 fierce ghosts, seeing this, also knelt, not daring to show any dissent. Chen was not satisfied with mere control. He refined the 100-soul banner not only to dominate it, but also to strengthen it. He activated the Burn Heaven Violet Extreme Art, turning his divine sense into invisible flames, and began constructing an array within the banner space. Blazing fire, burning heaven array arise. Within the banner space, golden red flame patterns materialized out of thin air, interweaving into a net. The 99 fierce ghosts were forcibly embedded into the array nodes. With each cycle, the ghost's energy was tempered by the flames, becoming more condensed. This process was extremely painful. The banner echoed with ghostly wails and screams. But Su Chen remained expressionless, continuously forming hand seals, infusing his own tempered skin-perfecting blood and chi into the process. This refining lasted 10 days. On the morning of the 10th day, the formation barriers of the cave dwelling shuddered violently. A terrifying aura, cold and sinister, yet surging with blazing yang fire, erupted from the meditation chamber. Withdraw. Su Chen gave a soft command. The 100-soul banner flew into his hands on its own, becoming as docile as a lamb. It was utterly different from what it had been 10 days ago. The black nightmare iron on the banner pole gleamed with a ghostly cold light, and the banner cloth no longer resembled fabric, but rather a frozen night sky. What was most astonishing was that when Su Chen grasped the banner pole, he could clearly sense every soul within the banner moving with the same dexterity as his own fingers. Go! Su Chen's thoughts shifted slightly. The banner stirred without wind and shot outward as a bolt of darkness. 100 ghosts of the night march. The banner unfurled in midair, and 99 vengeful spirits erupted like a swarm of crows, plunging the meditation chamber into shadow. Their movements moved in perfect unison, no longer disorganized masses, but a tightly coordinated hunting formation. Though they had not yet reached a full 100 ghosts. Such a tremendous boost to combat effectiveness. A sharp gleam flashed in Su Chen's eyes. With the 100-soul banner working in tandem with his divine sense and physical form, should he encounter another black nightmare, he was confident he could obliterate it before a single exchange concluded. The 100-soul banner is complete. Su Chen slung the black banner across his back and rose to his feet. His entire being surged with boiling blood and chi from the ritual refinement, the urge to fight and unleash his power reaching its zenith. Long Mountain Range, situated within the Su family's territory, was plagued by demonic beasts and frequented by rogue cultivators and demonic path practitioners, making it an ideal trial ground. Su Chen walked openly in azure robes with hands clasped behind his back. At his waist, the consecrated 100-soul banner swayed gently, its surface stirring, without wind, radiating an unsettling chill. His early-stage foundation establishment divine sense expanded outward like a tide sweeping across dozens of miles. Right ahead, Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and his figure transformed into a streak of light darting toward the mountain's depths. In a dark canyon, 3 cultivators surrounded an injured late-stage, chi-refining rogue cultivator, their faces twisted with cruelty. Hand over your spirit stones and map, boy, and I'll leave your corpse intact. The leader at the 8th layer of chi-refining sneered as his ghost-headed blade gleamed with killing intent. The rogue cultivator's face turned ashen, and he closed his eyes in despair. Just then, whoa! A haunting horn sound echoed through the canyon, as though rising from the 9 netherworlds. The 3 cultivators whipped around in alarm. There at the canyon entrance stood a young cultivator clutching a long black banner like ink. Su Chen. The leader's expression darkened with recognition. Dead men tell no tales. Su Chen's face remained impassive, his wrist flicking. 100-soul banner arise. The banner swelled with the wind, becoming a massive black curtain that blotted out the sky. Wah-wah. 99 wailing, ghostly cries exploded through the air. Vengeful spirits of grotesque forms surged from the banner like a broken dam. These ghosts were no longer a ragtag mob. Under Su Chen's foundation establishment divine, since they instantly formed an intricate killing formation. Black Nightmare became a streak of darkness, slamming into the chi-refining 8th layer leader as its claws raked through his protective spiritual energy, producing a piercing, sizzling sound. The remaining principal souls split into 2 groups, striking like daggers toward the flanks of the other 2 chi-refining 6th layer cultivators. The rest orbited overhead, spewing soul fire to cut off all escape routes. What is this damn thing? The chi-refining 8th layer cultivator discovered in terror that his ghost-headed blade struck the vengeful spirits as though cutting through cotton, finding no purchase, while the freezing energy slowed his spiritual power to a crawl. Su Chen stood at the canyon entrance without lifting a hand. His fingers formed seals, his divine sense directing each vengeful spirit with effortless precision. Too slow. Frowning slightly, Su Chen recognized his control over the 100-soul banner still needed refinement. He channeled his perfected body-refining blood and chi energy into the banner. Boom! A blood-colored flash erupted from the soul-gathering pearl atop the 100-soul banner. The vengeful spirits within surged with renewed ferocity, their speed doubling. Aya! Screams rang out in succession, in merely 3 breaths. Both chi-refining 6th layer cultivators were overwhelmed before their protective spiritual energy could hold drained of essence in an instant, until only 2 shriveled corpses remained. Only the chi-refining 8th layer leader remained battered and bleeding. He turned to flee in terror, activating a blood-colored talisman that transformed his body into a streak of crimson light, multiplying his speed tenfold. Trying to escape. Su Chen sneered, extending a finger. Restrict. The 100-soul banner shuddered violently, and the principal soul Black Nightmare lashed out like a chain, ensnaring the blood light in an instant. Detonate. Su Chen spoke a single word. The vengeful spirits bound to the blood light exploded in unison. Rumble. A devastating wave of Yin energy blasted downward, hurling the Qi refining 8th layer cultivator from the sky to lie motionless on the ground. Chen approached and crushed the cultivator's skull beneath his foot, extracting his memories through soul search. With a gesture, the 100 soul banner returned to his hands, the 99 vengeful spirits retreating inside, without leaking a trace of Yin energy. Then the 3 robbed cultivators' souls followed, pushing the banner's total past 100. Chen studied the 100 soul banner in his hands, lost in thought. The power is acceptable, but flexibility remains lacking. If only my divine sense were slightly stronger, or if a few more principal souls could be integrated within this banner. He sensed the feedback from the 100 soul banner. The recent battle had barely drained the banner. After consuming the 3 cultivators' essence, blood, the Yin energy within seemed to have grown more potent. So the 100 soul banner can not only kill, but also grow stronger through combat. A smile touched Chen's lips. Long Mountain Range is indeed a fine place. He gazed toward the mountain's depths, where Yin energy concentrated and demonic beasts grew fiercer. If I'm going to test this, I'll do so thoroughly. And it will serve to add more souls to my 100 ghost banner. At the outer reaches of Long Mountain Range, howling winds swept through. Chen, wielding the 100 soul banner, moved through unchallenged. For 3 days he hunted only high-tier Qi refining demonic beasts. The banner's power exceeded all expectations. After devouring beast souls, the vengeful spirits multiplied to 150 and underwent a profound transformation in quality. Beast souls differed fundamentally from cultivator souls. Cultivator souls prized spirituality, while beast souls were wild and bloodthirsty. Roar. Inside the banner, a newly acquired iron-armored rhinoceros soul slammed repeatedly against the walls, producing dull thuds. Chen swept his divine sense across, letting out a cold snort, as his foundation establishment divine sense lashed out like a whip. Snap! The ferocious rhinoceros soul immediately cowered, meekly merging into the host of ghosts. The 100 soul banner now contained 150 souls, 1/3 of which were beast souls. This transformed the entire banner's aura into something profoundly menacing. The Yin winds now carried the feral roars of beasts, no longer mere spectral wailing, but a symphony of slaughter that froze the very blood in one's veins. At noon, Chen had just shattered the skull of a wind wolf at the 9th layer of Qi refining with his Baihun banner and absorbed its soul into the banner. Suddenly, a terrifying, oppressive aura descended from the heavens. The trees around instantly withered, as if the spiritual energy had been drained away, replaced by a suffocating aura of foundation establishment stage. Junior, such ruthless methods. A gray shadow descended from the sky, landing heavily 30 zhang in front of Chen, shattering the ground. The newcomer was clad in a black robe, his face haggard, and his cultivation was unmistakably at the early foundation establishment stage. A foundation establishment cultivator. Chen raised an eyebrow, but instead of fleeing, he tightened his grip on the Baihun banner, his eyes blazing with fierce battle intent. Just in time. The foundation establishment cultivator sneered, "You killed my disciple, and still dare to cause trouble on my turf. Today I will scatter your soul. Your turf. The very ground you stand on belongs to my Su clan. A member of the Su clan. Then you must not be spared. Kill." The foundation establishment cultivator wasted no more words. He flicked a finger. Mysterious Yin finger. A pitch-black finger force pierced through the air incredibly fast. Chen's pupils contracted. He had no time to dodge. Baihun banner protector master. Chen slammed the banner into the ground. Boom. 150 fierce ghosts surged out, instantly stacking into a thick ghost wall in front of Chen. Zzz. The mysterious Yin power pierced through 3 layers of the ghost wall before its power dissipated, but the ghost wall still succeeded in blocking Chen's path. This artifact is interesting. The foundation establishment cultivator was slightly surprised, then turned furious. Pity, it's all futile in the face of absolute cultivation. He summoned a superior grade spiritual flying sword, its blade like lightning aiming straight for Chen's throat. Too fast. Chen felt his vision blur, and the shadow of death enveloped him. Qi refining and foundation establishment were like an insurmountable chasm. Even though his body refinement was complete, and his physical form was formidable, if that flying sword struck him, he would be cleaved in two. I cannot defend you, I must attack. A flash of madness crossed Chen's eyes. He no longer tried to dodge the flying sword, but pushed his divine sense to the limit and fully activated the Baihun banner. 100 Ghosts Night Parade, Strangle. Under the forcible suppression of Chen's foundation establishment level divine, since the 150 fierce ghosts actually merged, a ghost-faced beast king clad in armor, and with a single horn on its head appeared out of thin air. The beast king opened its bloody maw and actually bit down on the foundation establishment cultivator's flying sword. Crack! The flying sword wailed, its light dimmed. Uffed! The foundation establishment cultivator suffered backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? How can a Qi refining stage artifact block a foundation establishment flying sword? My Baigawei banner is a spiritual artifact. Taking advantage of the moment when the Foundation Establishment cultivator's mind was shaken, Chen moved. He didn't use the Bihun banner but unleashed his strongest trump card, his Divine Sense. At the first layer of the Divine Sense realm, although he had not yet mastered Divine Sense secret techniques, it was still a Foundation Establishment level combat power. Die. Chen's Divine Sense condensed into an invisible thorn devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuation, pure Divine Sense power. At this strike, the Foundation Establishment cultivator was terrified and hastily summoned his protective spiritual energy. The scene was so absurd and laughable. Who would have thought that a Chi refining stage cultivator could be a soul cultivator at the first layer of the Divine Sense realm? Crack. Something inside the Foundation Establishment cultivator's mind was shattered. He fell heavily to the ground like a kite with a broken string, his life hanging in the balance. Chen gasped for breath, his face somewhat pale. That strike had drained all his Divine Sense. Foundation Establishment is nothing more than this. Chen stepped forward, raised the Bihun banner, and sucked the terrified soul of the Foundation Establishment cultivator into the banner. On the Bihun banner, the 151st ghost face slowly emerged, its aura the strongest. The Foundation Establishment level soul became the first main soul of the Baigui banner. Chen did not linger. He quickly looted the Foundation Establishment cultivator's storage pouch, and then set the corpse on fire. He looked down at the Bihun banner in his hand. The banner trembled slightly, seemingly excited after devouring a Foundation Establishment soul. Now with the Bihun banner and my Divine Sense, even if I encounter a mid-Foundation Establishment cultivator, I will have the strength to fight. But Chen also knew that he had won by surprise, and by his opponent's underestimation. If it had been a direct confrontation, 10 Chens would not have been enough for a Foundation Establishment cultivator to kill. I can't stay here any longer. Sacrificing the pure yang sword, Chen returned to a small town near the Longshan mountain range. Blackstone Town. Chen's figure flickered like a ghost. Instead of returning to the Su clan, he charged directly into the Su clan's property in the town, the Su's spiritual materials shop. Shopkeeper. Chen shouted in a low voice, slapping a token representing his status as a core disciple onto the counter. Open the highest level secret chamber for me. Immediately. Right now, no one is allowed to approach. The shopkeeper, a lean middle-aged cultivator, felt the terrifying aura from Chen and shuddered with fear, stammering yes. Young master. Right away. The heavy doors of the secret chamber slammed shut and layer upon layer of restrictions were activated. After the battle with that Foundation Establishment first layer cultivator, the bottleneck of the Chi refining 12th layer, which had lasted for nearly a year, finally began to waver. In the center of the secret chamber, Chen sat cross-legged without the slightest hesitation. He took out the already prepared top-grade Foundation Establishment pill from his storage pouch. As soon as the pill appeared, the room was filled with a rich fragrance, and the spiritual energy instantly boiled. Success or failure depends on this single move. Chen tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. Boom. The top-grade Foundation Establishment pill entered his stomach like a spiritual energy bomb, detonating in his dantian. The pure and vast medicinal power, like a river bursting its banks, crazily scoured Chen's meridians and surged into his limbs and bones. Melt for me. Chen's eyes were wide open as he fully activated the burning heaven purple extreme art, channeling this immense power. The barrier between the Chi refining 11th layer and 12th layer was as solid as a rock. What Chen needed was to reshape the heaven and earth. Outside the secret chamber. Shopkeeper, what's going on? Why is the spiritual energy suddenly so intense in the shop? Yes, the spiritual energy has already turned into spiritual mist. The shop assistants looked panic-stricken toward the secret chamber, seeing that the walls around it were starting to shimmer with spiritual light, and even began to crack. The shopkeeper's face turned grim, and he shouted in a low voice, "All of you shut up. This is the young master breaking through. Anyone who disturbs him will face clan punishment." Over the small town, the originally clear sky suddenly became windy without any wind. Centered on this Su's spiritual materials shop, the spiritual energy within a radius of dozens of zhang surged in like 100 rivers converging into the sea. Whooshed! A visible storm of spiritual energy swirled above the roof. Passing loose cultivators and other cultivators all stopped, staring in shock at this scene. This is someone breaking through. Does a Chi refining breakthrough really cause such a commotion? The spiritual energy density is even more terrifying than a Foundation Establishment breakthrough. Idiot. This is the Su clan's genius. An old cultivator who knew the situation exclaimed, "I heard the Su clan has a heavenly spiritual root, and at 16, he reached the legendary Chi refining 11th layer. This is probably attempting Foundation Establishment. No, the aura is strong but still lacks the pressure of Foundation Establishment. Could it be breaking through to the Chi refining 12th layer?" Inside the secret chamber, every pore on Chen's body was oozing blood. Inside his dantian, the 11 clusters of spiritual energy were already boiling, and under the push of that top-grade Foundation Establishment pill, a terrifying qualitative change was taking place. Crack! A crisp sound as if something had shattered. The originally distinct 11 clusters of spiritual energy instantly merged into a single, much larger cluster of spiritual energy. Chi refining 12th layer. Success. Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Feeling the vast ocean-like spiritual power in his dantian, his heart swelled with immense pride. Right now my total spiritual power is probably more than double that of an ordinary Chi refining great perfection cultivator. Combined with the Baihun banner and my skin refining complete body, I can even fight a foundation establishment 2nd layer cultivator. He stood up tall, stretching his limbs. His joints crackled like thunderclaps. Half a year later in the northwest of the Central Plains, Blackstone Plain was packed with crowds. Today marked the Demonic Sect's 3-yearly discipleship recruitment ceremony hosted by the Huashan level power. Su Chen stood at the tail end of the queue, already clad in the uniform attire of the Su family, yet his demeanor was worlds apart from the nervous and restless Su clan disciples around him. With his hands clasped behind his back, a menacing 100-soul banner hung at his waist while his gaze indifferently fixed upon the distant main peak of the Demonic Sect piercing through the clouds. Before the ceremony commenced, an enforcement elder of the Demonic Sect hovered in midair, revealing himself to be a golden core cultivator. His voice thundered across the plain, proclaiming the sect's prestige to tens of thousands of candidates, while simultaneously mapping out the political landscape of the entire Central Plains. That you have come to our Demonic Sect today means you have stepped into the highest circles of the cultivation world. The elder's voice rang with arrogance, echoing across the plain. Our Central Plains stretches vast and boundless, and the cultivation path flourishes magnificently. All under heaven knows, the 6 sects and 5 families are the chess players governing this world. The 6 sects are the true overlords of the heavenly spirit realm, occupying spiritual grottos and blessed lands with transmissions spanning 10,000 years. The 6 sects are Tai Sect, Demonic Sect, Vajra Temple, Insha, Valley Miaoying Pavilion, and Wanjian Sect. The 5 families are 5 Huashan lineage aristocratic clans upon the Central Plains with profound heritage and deep foundations. They are the Wang family, the Shi family, the Han family, the Tang family, and the Su family. The Su family is the youngest among these Huashan clans. Each aristocratic family maintains close ties with an affiliated sect. The Wang family has long walked closely with Tai Sect, while the Su family maintains close relations with the Demonic Sect, sending promising youths from the clan to cultivate there. At this moment, the elder's gaze swept over the Su family disciples below, lingering for an instant upon Su Chen before he smiled and said, "Especially the Su family. Each time our Demonic Sect opens its gates, the disciples sent are all elites. This year I trust you shall not disappoint us." Hearing these words, the surrounding loose cultivators and disciples from minor families cast envious and resentful glances. Su Chen wore an expressionless face, yet inwardly he fully understood. The so-called 6 sects and 5 families were essentially 6 super corporations and 5 top-tier suppliers. The Su family leaned upon the Demonic Sect, providing resources and talent in exchange for protection and preferential resource allocation. And Su Chen was the most premium tribute the Su family had sent this time. As long as I survive, the Su family will one day have the opportunity to claim the first place among the 5 families. Su Chen touched the 100-soul banner at his waist. And I shall also leverage the Demonic Sect's resources to unravel the mystery of the 12th layer of Qi condensation. As the foremost leader of the demonic path, the Demonic Sect's transmission spanned over 100,000 years, and something like a 9-orifice foundation building pill certainly existed within it. Silence. With a command from the elder, the discipleship recruitment officially began. The minimum requirement for the Demonic Sect's outer sect was a 3-meridian aptitude. Those with 4 or 5 meridians could not enter. Even the sect master's own children were relegated to the laborer branch. At this moment, he recalled Su Shan. "Shensi, you're going to the Demonic Sect?" Su Shan asked gloomily. "Absolutely, why do you ask?" Su Chen felt somewhat awkward after asking, unsure of how to comfort him. Su Shan possessed a 4-meridian aptitude, poor at cultivation. He had always stayed by Su Chen's side, surviving these years through Su Chen's enterprises and pill subsidies, barely reaching the 7th layer of Qi condensation. If Su Chen departed, his life within the Su family would undoubtedly become even harsher. "It's all right. Even after I leave, there is Patriarch Tianhe, and I've also spoken with the First Elder. If you need anything, just tell me. I will certainly help you." Su Chen said to Su Shan. "I know. It's just that I can't bear to see you go. What's there to worry about? We'll return sooner or later. Shensi, don't worry about me. These past years I've also learned much about management, and I've saved plenty of spirit stones and contributions. In the future, I will devote myself to cultivation and strive to break through to foundation establishment. Shanzi, I believe in you. You will certainly succeed." "I will. Thank you, Shensi. What nonsense are you saying? We are brothers," Su Chen said, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. First item, meridian testing. Begin. The elder's voice shattered Su Chen's reverie, and the lengthy queue began to move forward slowly. The overwhelming majority of disciples possessed either 5 or 4 meridians, and occasionally a few with 3 or even 2 meridians would draw gasps of astonishment. Why did 4 and 5 meridian aptitudes exist? The demonic sect still needed laborers. As long as one could break through to foundation establishment, they could become outer sect disciples. But such cases were exceedingly rare, and their cultivation ceiling would never extend beyond that. They would never progress further in life. It was impossible to enter the inner sect. Finally, it was the Su family's turn. The leading elder of the Su family strode forward proudly and produced a roster. The Su family has sent 30 disciples this time, including one with a heavenly spiritual root. Upon hearing this, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. A heavenly spiritual root. Such aptitude was a once in 10,000 years occurrence. Even for the demonic sect receiving but one heavenly root per recruitment cycle was sufficient to warrant grand celebrations throughout the entire sect. Su Chen stepped forward. With a loud proclamation from the leading elder, Su Chen calmly emerged from the crowd. His expression composed, he steadily ascended the testing platform. Under the weight of countless gazing eyes, he pressed his palm against the spirit testing stone. The testing stone erupted with blinding radiance. It was not a blend of 5 colors, but a pure, flawless crimson. A fire attribute, heavenly spiritual root. The brilliance was so intense that it illuminated half of the testing grounds. A heavenly spiritual root. It truly is a heavenly spiritual root. The Su family is destined to soar. The demonic sect has gained an extraordinary treasure this time. Murmurs rippled through the crowd as scouts from every faction frantically recorded the event. High upon the platform, the demonic sect's reception elder, who had been lounging lazily, instantly opened his eyes. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The reception elder exclaimed 3 times, his steps carrying him to Su Chen's side, in an instant his eyes brimming with greed and ecstasy. Young lad, your name is Su Chen, is it not? From this day forward you shall be a core disciple of our demonic sect. Should you pass the subsequent trials, I myself shall personally accept you as my disciple. Thank you, elder. Su Chen bowed respectfully. The demonic sect, I have arrived. Upon the main peak of the demonic sect, the elders witnessed Su Chen's heavenly root test result and were deeply impressed by his extraordinary talent. Clan leader Su, congratulations. Your clan's younger generation is indeed full of remarkable talents. You flatter me, Elder Luo. Your own grandson is no less accomplished. You two need not continue modestying each other. Both of you have heirs who will carry on the legacy. Indeed, indeed. Although word of a heavenly root in the Su family had circulated, it still exceeded most people's expectations. The Su family had produced a heavenly root. Members of every aristocratic clan flocked to congratulate clan leader Su, and their attention toward the Su family grew ever more keen. Clan leader Su was genuinely overjoyed, for Su Chen and for the Su family alike. Although Su Chen was but a collateral branch descendant, he was now the pride of the entire Su clan. Among the crowd, a disciple of the Black Fiend sect stared at Su Chen with a darkened expression. He was He Long, the older brother of He Long, and He Yu, possessing only a dual spiritual root. A dual spiritual root was actually considered quite talented within the demonic sect, but who could compete with a heavenly root appearing in this year's testing? And it was Su Chen, the very one who harbored enmity with him over his younger brother's death. This grievance gnawed at him relentlessly. Su Chen perceived He Long's hostile gaze, but chose to ignore it. He was merely an insignificant person. Having arrived at the demonic sect, a faint sense of anticipation stirred within his heart. He wished to explore an even vaster world, to ascend to the spirit realm, and perhaps even to the immortal realm. The pass rate for this testing reached a staggering 90%, as all candidates had been carefully selected from the affiliated forces of the demonic sect as their finest youth. Those with single and dual meridians were then led to rest in the plaza before the main peak's front hall, while those with triple meridians were sent directly to the outer sect. Those with quadruple and quintuple meridians were dispatched to the laborer sect, situated even further out. Half a month later, the spiritual root testing phase of the sect's recruitment came to an end. After all, given the sheer number of people, each time the sect recruits at least 8,000, if not 10,000, come to take the test. On the morning of the 16th day, the disciples who had passed the spiritual root test were led to the front hall square of the sect's main peak. Peak Front Hall Square. Dear junior brothers and sisters, this is the main peak of our sect, Peak. The second round of testing will be held here shortly. Of course, while you are taking the test, the sect leader and the elders will be observing you. If you wish to be accepted into a master's tutelage, you must perform well. Leading the crowd was Lin Fan, the sect leader's senior disciple, who was at the late Golden Core stage. His name alone sounded extraordinary. For this round of sect recruitment, the sect leader entrusted all matters to Lin Fan, intentionally nurturing him to prepare for future succession. Lin Fan continued to explain. The sect is divided into the Chore Gate, the outer gate, and the inner gate. The inner gate comprises 8 inner peaks and 16 outer peaks. All of you who have come to participate in the second round are geniuses with heavenly spiritual roots, dual spiritual roots, or mutated spiritual roots. So junior brothers and sisters, you must perform well, but don't be nervous. The elders of our sect are actually quite amiable. Sect. Amiable. These two words simply don't go together, Chen muttered, looking at the eerie architecture around the square. Especially the 12 black pillars. Senior brother, why don't those with triple spiritual roots and quadruple or quintuple spiritual roots come here for testing? A disciple from the Su family asked in confusion. Triple spiritual roots are merely ordinary in the cultivation world, quadruple and quintuple spiritual roots are trash. The inner gate does not accept ordinary people or trash. Disciples with triple spiritual roots go directly to the outer gate. Those with quadruple or quintuple spiritual roots go to the chore gate. Lin Fan continued. Chen listened. This was reality. This was the most fundamental truth of the cultivation world. Without sufficient talent, one doesn't even get a seat at the table. We will conduct the second round of testing here, the illusion array to temper the heart. This array primarily tests your heart and perseverance. It is not dangerous. If there is any danger, I will intervene. All right, someone will notify you to begin the illusion array shortly. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Thank you, senior brother Lin Fan, for your guidance. The crowd bid farewell to Lin Fan. And so Chen and the other disciples began to wait on the Enma Square. Enma Square, paved with black stone, was vast beyond sight. The hundreds who had passed the spiritual root test now gathered like grains of sand in the center of the square. Chen stood at the front of the Su family group, his expression indifferent. For members of the Su family had passed the test, but Su Lai had not come. He had asked Su Lai, and Su Lai had replied, Brother Chen, now that you and the other prodigies have gone to the Enma sect, my talent will be top-notch in the Su family. Competing with people like you is too exhausting. It easily breeds inner demons. Of course, among the four, only Chen had a heavenly spiritual root. The other three had dual spiritual roots. Time passed in the tedium of waiting. 1 hour. 2 hours. Many spoiled heirs of noble families began to grow restless. Accustomed to having everything at their beck and call, they had never endured such neglect. Such arrogance from the Enma sect. Making us wait here with nothing, not even a drop of water, sneered a richly dressed young man with a haughty expression. He was the young master of some vassal family at the 8th layer of chi refining. Exactly. My father donated 100,000 spirit stones to the outer gate steward. The Enma sect shouldn't be this neglectful, a female cultivator nearby chimed in, her voice shrill. Within the Su family group, a hot-headed young disciple also showed displeasure. His name was Su Ming, also a direct descendant of the Su family. Of course, he now followed Chen's lead. Brother Chen, the Enma sect has gone too far. Our Su family is at least a deity transformation level force. Seeing the Su family disciples' agitation, some even wanted to step forward and argue. Chen did not turn around, he merely closed his eyes slightly. The next moment, his divine sense at the early foundation establishment stage instantly enveloped the other 3 Su family members. Buzz! All the Su family disciples, including Su Ming, felt as if a thunderclap exploded in their ears. Their minds went blank, and their restless hearts were instantly calmed. Quiet. Chen's voice clearly reached the ears of the 3 Su family members. A trial of a deity transformation level sect. How could you presume to understand it? Dare to speak recklessly again, and you will face family punishment. The 3 fell silent, trembling, and dared not speak another word. The richly dressed young man snorted coldly, putting on airs. Before he could finish, Chen suddenly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on the young man. Get lost. With a divine sense transmission, the young man was struck as if by a heavy blow. His face turned pale, he fell to the ground, and dared not utter another sound. Divine sense. You have condensed divine sense. As the richly dressed young man exclaimed in shock, everyone around turned to look at Chen. Divine sense was the hallmark of a foundation establishment cultivator. The soul power at the chi refining stage was called spiritual awareness. Meanwhile, inside the Enma sect's main hall in front of the square, the sect leader and the elders were already observing these disciples. The assessment had actually begun the day they entered. This Su family kid is not bad. Divine sense level 1, a foundation establishment soul cultivator. Indeed not bad. He understands respect for strength. Those spoiled heirs accustomed to throwing their weight around in their own families and sects can't even endure a little neglect. Typical poor temperament eliminated. The recording disciple immediately noted down the richly dressed young man. Just as the atmosphere grew unbearably tense, the 12 black pillars around the square simultaneously lit up with blood-red light. Immediately after, the black stone on the ground seemed to turn into water, and pale ghostly hands emerged from the depths, grabbing the ankles of many disciples present. Help! Ghost! Several cultivators with weak hearts immediately broke down, wildly shaking their legs, and some even began attacking their companions randomly. Eerie winds howled, and the temperature plummeted. The once clear sky was now filled with leaden gray clouds, within which twisted, agonized, ghostly faces tumbled. This is an illusion array, a clear-headed cultivator exclaimed. Chen stood motionless. His divine sense was powerful, and he saw through it at a glance. Those ghostly hands could not grab him, and the eerie winds could not shake his body, which had reached the perfection of skin refining. He even watched the ghostly shadows with interest. As expected of the Enma sect, even the entrance trial is this ghastly. A green-faced ghost at the peak of Qi refining lunged at Su Chen with claws bared. Su Chen did not move, the green-faced ghost simply passed through him. Su Ming, you three, immediately recite a heart-cleansing incantation. These are all illusions. Guard your mind well. As for Su Chen, he did not chant. These illusions were useless against him. They were mainly aimed at mortals and Qi refining disciples. Once he had displayed his foundation establishment divine, since his place was essentially secured. Cries of agony rose and fell across the square. Some disciples saw their own families annihilated and wept bitterly. Some saw their cultivation lost and went mad. Others saw mountains of spirit stones and beautiful women sinking into indulgence, unable to extricate themselves. Su Chen watched all this with an unruffled heart. He had experienced the soul seizing of blood fiend ancestor, been suppressed by the life-bound stone tablet on Zifu Immortal Island, and even personally refined a foundation establishment soul. This small illusion was nothing more than a boring shadow play to him. Talent determines the floor, but heart determines the ceiling. Su Chen recalled that saying. It seems the Yinma sect wants to weed out those who can't withstand temptation or endure setbacks, the trash. The illusion array dissipated, leaving the square in utter disarray. Out of the several hundred who had undergone the test, just over 100 had passed, but most of them now lay slumped on the ground, their spirits low. On the high platform, the 8 inner peak masters and 16 outer peak masters stood levitating in the air, their eyes like torches scanning the new blood below. Lin Fan, the grand disciple of the sect leader, stood at the forefront and laughed heartily. This disciple recruitment is truly a gathering of elites. He waved his sleeve, and a luminous roster unfolded. Su Chen, Heavenly Spiritual Root. Luo Shui, Ice Spiritual Root. Ing Sha, Dark Spiritual Root, a Special Spiritual Root. Shirley, Mutant Thunder Spiritual Root. Every time a name was announced, gasps of shock rippled through the crowd below. Especially the Dark Spiritual Root. It was said to be 1 in 10 million rarer than the Heavenly Spiritual Root, naturally controlling shadows and perfectly matching the Yinma sect's signature technique, the Yinma Great Art. It was as if he were born for the Yinma sect. Lin Fan's gaze burned as he looked at the Yinma sect leader sitting beside him in a wheelchair, entirely shrouded in a black robe. Master, this batch of disciples includes many talents, especially this Ing Sha with the Dark Spiritual Root. The Yinma sect leader nodded slightly, his voice hoarse, yet carrying supreme authority. Ing Sha, enter my sect as a personal disciple. The other 3 will be temporarily listed as inner disciples to be contested by the various peak masters. As soon as the sect leader finished speaking, the 8 inner peak masters immediately erupted into chaos. Su Chen, join my Lian Peak. With your fire-type Heavenly Spiritual Root, come to me, and you'll have all the resources you need, roared a red-faced man whose body was sparking with flames. Nonsense. My Xianin Peak has the Yinsha environment most suitable for him. Su Chen, come to me, sneered a seductive beauty. Of the 8 peak masters, 6 were vying for Su Chen. The remaining 2 focused on the Ice Spiritual Root and the Mutant Thunder Spiritual Root among the mortal disciples. Su Chen stood below the stage, his expression calm. He scanned the peak masters. Lian Peak. Too dry. Xianin Peak. Too Ying, clashing with his pure yang fire. Lin Fan swept his divine sense and immediately furrowed his brow, then abruptly looked up at Su Chen, below, his eyes filled with shock and uncertainty. Fellow peak masters, Lin Fan's voice once again echoed throughout the venue. This recruitment is blessed with a wealth of geniuses. Heavenly Spiritual Roots, Mutant Spiritual Roots. All are exceptional talents, 1 in 10,000. He paused. But Su Chen, with a fire-type Heavenly Spiritual Root, normally upon entering the sect, should be granted a foundation establishment pill to aid his 100-day foundation building. But this person, Lin Fan's gaze was like a torch staring fixedly at Su Chen. His cultivation has actually reached the 12th layer of Qi refining. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire arena fell into dead silence. Then a clamor erupted. The 12th layer of Qi refining. How is that possible? Since when has the cultivation world had a 12th layer? The 10th layer is the great perfection. Unheard of. Has he gone into Qi deviation? No wonder the light was so dazzling when his spiritual root was tested. He's a freak. The 8 inner peak masters who had been arguing fiercely over the heavenly spiritual root now looked as if they had seen a ghost. They all probed Su Chen's dantian with their divine sense. How can this dantian have such a huge ball of spiritual energy? A peak master exclaimed in horror. The spiritual energy is viscous and impossible to compress. How can he build his foundation? There has never been such a record. If he cannot build his foundation, this heavenly spiritual root is a waste, or even a ticking time bomb. The Lian Peak Master, who had previously favored Su Chen, now frowned and shook his head repeatedly. What a pity. With such an anomaly, there must be a problem with his cultivation technique. My Lian Peak cannot afford him. The seductive beauty from Xianin Peak sneered even more. Maybe he cultivated some evil art and ruined his foundation. The Yinma sect dare not accept such a person, lest he blow up the mountain gate. In an instant, the once hotly sought-after genius turned into a hot potato. The peak masters avoided him as if he were a bomb that might explode on their peak. Just as the peak masters were all retreating, and Su Chen was about to become a pariah, an aged, yet resolute voice broke the dead silence. This old man's Lianqi Peak will take this disciple. Everyone turned to see an old man in a tattered black robe with white hair and beard leaning on a staff walking down from the cloud step by step. With each step he took the surrounding spiritual energy congealed a little, an awe-inspiring pressure approaching divine transformation. Supreme Elder, the mad old man of Lianqi Peak. Someone exclaimed. This Supreme Elder was the previous Peak Master of Lianqi Peak, now one of the 7 surviving Supreme Elders of the Yinma sect, known as Mo Lao. A divine transformation cultivator. Mo Lao walked up to Su Chen, his murky eyes bursting with sharp light as he scanned the crowd, a bunch of short-sighted fools. You don't know a damn thing. This is not chi deviation. This is oversaturated spiritual energy, a tremendous opportunity. This child is too talented, he's wasted in your hands. Come with me. He pointed at Su Chen and said to Lin Fan and the Peak Masters, this old man is an old acquaintance of that old geezer from the Su family. He sent word to me long ago that this child's condition is a once-in-millennia occurrence. Only the 9 revolutions primordial hammer, heart method of my Lianqi Peak, can forcibly compress this 12th layer of spiritual energy through physical strength aiding his foundation building. Mo Lao snorted coldly. Moreover, I intend to use this special 12th layer spiritual energy to forge a supreme treasure. You don't want him. I treasure him. The entire arena fell silent. Who dared to argue when the Supreme Elder had spoken? Lin Fan quickly bowed. Since the Supreme Elder has taken a liking to him, it is his fortune. The Peak Masters also changed their tune. So the Supreme Elder already has a marvelous method. We were shallow. Mo Lao snorted, grabbed Su Chen's hand, and directly soared into the air. During the flight to Lianqi Peak, Mo Lao transmitted his voice to Su Chen, no longer sounding aged, but full of enthusiasm. Kid, your Su family ancestor guaranteed that your 12th layer spiritual energy will help my Lianqi Peak regain its glory. Don't worry, once at Lianqi Peak, no one will dare touch you. If that 12th layer spiritual energy explodes, I'll take the blame. Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart, and respectfully said, thank you, Mo Lao. Lianqi Peak was unlike other peaks with swirling spiritual energy. The entire mountain was blazing red like fire, filled with the clanging of ironwork, and the air smelled of sulfur. Mo Lao did not take Su Chen to any disciple residence, but directly brought him to a huge underground lava cavern. Inside, waves of heat rolled, and at the center stood a half-formed dark golden cauldron emitting a terrifying pressure. Kid, look carefully. Mo Lao pointed at the cauldron, his eyes blazing with madness and desire. This is the Hunyuan Yikalu that I have spent 300 years of my life on preparing to ascend to a spiritual treasure. Su Chen's pupils constricted. A spiritual treasure. That was the supreme weapon that only nascent soul ancestors were qualified to use, containing the principles of heaven and earth with infinite power. The weapons used at the chi refining stage were called magical artifacts. Those at the foundation establishment stage were spiritual artifacts, at the golden core stage dharma treasures, and at the nascent soul stage spiritual treasures. Each type of weapon was divided into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and supreme. As for above divine transformation, Su Chen did not know. Old Mo tossed a tattered book to Su Chen. The 9-fold primordial hammer, take it and practice. From today onward, swing the hammer with all your might every day until you are utterly exhausted. Also take half of that 12-layered spiritual energy every day and feed it to my furnace. This furnace is missing the most crucial ingredient. Old Mo turned his head, his murky eyes fixed intently on Su Chen. Su Chen's heart trembled. Elder, you mean? That's right. Old Mo chuckled, revealing his yellowed, broken teeth. I have calculated everything perfectly. For this furnace to take shape, it must absorb an extreme form of spiritual energy. Your 12th layer of chi refining is the finest fuel. I will use the 9-fold primordial hammer to fortify your foundation. And you must channel your spiritual energy unceasingly into this furnace, helping it birth its artifact spirit. In exchange, Old Mo patted Su Chen's shoulder, the force of the pat causing even Su Chen's perfected body tempering flesh to ache. Once the furnace is formed, I promise you a 9-orifice foundation establishment pill. This is the agreement I made with that old ghost of the Su family. Su Chen looked at the black leather manual in his hand, then at the colossal furnace, 100 zhang away, a furnace so massive that 12 foundation establishment cultivators were needed to move it. His lips twitched. Was this the top-tier inner disciple treatment of the Yin Demon sect? A heaven-grade technique, and also a heaven-grade hammer technique, a method to cultivate both body and spirit. Was it really being handed to him so easily? Though it only contained the 2 sections on artifact refining and foundation establishment, that was enough. Moreover, others cultivated while he was to be a human furnace and a laborer. Yet there was no resentment in Su Chen's eyes, instead of blazing fighting spirit ignited. The artifact refining peak, perfect. My 100-soul banner could also use that old man's craftsmanship. He raised his head to gaze at the giant furnace, his eyes full of flames. Since you all think I'm a monster, I'll show you the greatest monster of all. The agreement was made, and Su Chen's life on the artifact refining peak began. This was not cultivation, it was sheer slavery. Every morning Su Chen had to sit cross-legged at the volcanic crater absorbing the most violent fire chi. In the mornings he wielded that hammer practicing the ninefold primordial hammer. With each strike, he had to precisely channel the 12 layers of spiritual energy in his dantian into the earth-fire formation beneath his feet, transmitting it to the primordial unity furnace. Harder, harder. Old Mo like an overseer sat in a grand chair sipping tea. Your 12th layer spiritual energy is too viscous, it flows slower than an ox cart. Force it out with your divine sense. If the furnace goes out, I'll skin you alive. Su Chen clenched his teeth, drenched in sweat. His early foundation establishment, divine sense, erupted with full force, forcibly extracting the spiritual liquid from his dantian. Puffed. The spiritual energy surged into the furnace base like a high-pressure water jet, causing the furnace flames to soar tenfold in an instant, roaring like a dragon's chant. Good. That's the feeling. Old Mo leaped up in excitement. Keep it up. The ninefold foundation establishment requires a sea of spiritual energy for each turn. Your 12th layer is a gift from the heavens. Meanwhile, within the Demon Sect, the rumors about Su Chen did not subside just because he was a disciple of the Supreme Elder. Have you heard? That Su family's heavenly spirit root isn't a genius at all. He's been captured by the Supreme Elder to be a human furnace. He's at the 12th layer of chi refining. Definitely a demonic cultivation gone wrong, his spiritual energy, clogged, unable to establish his foundation. I think he's doomed. That crazy old man from the artifact refining peak has such a high failure rate. If the furnace explodes, he'll be the first to die. These rumors naturally reached Su Chen's ears as well, but he paid them no heed, silently swinging his hammer and channeling his spiritual energy. He knew that old Mo was not harming him, but saving him. Though the ninefold primordial hammer was agonizing, it was brutally compressing and refining the volatile spiritual energy within him. Moreover, the 100-soul banner at his waist was also undergoing a subtle transformation. Bathed daily in the earth-fire's spiritual energy and the vibrations of the primordial hammer, it began to change. Ordinary soul banners and vengeful spirits feared thunder and fire the most, as those powers were the epitome of yang and purity, highly effective against ghostly entities. Yet nurtured by Su Chen and the fire spiritual energy of the artifact refining peak, the banner's resistance to fire spiritual energy was increasing. The vengeful spirits within the banner began to spontaneously devour and evolve. In the dead of night, Su Chen sat alone at the volcanic crater, gazing at the massive primordial furnace. The furnace body had already gained a spark of intelligence, occasionally emitting sounds like a fetal heartbeat. 9 Orifice Foundation Establishment Pill. Su Chen clenched his fist. To establish his foundation, Su Chen had no choice but to work as a slave here. Time flew, and before long Su Chen had been in the Demon Sect for a full year. In that year, the spotlight of the Demon Sect was almost entirely stolen by 3 others. Luo Shui, with her ice spirit root, had been accepted as a direct disciple by a great elder of the profound Peak. With her peerless beauty and talent, she had reached the peak of the 10th layer of chi refining, unrivaled in fame. Ing Sha, the dark spirit root, had received the true teachings of the Demon Sect master himself, moving in secrecy and killing without trace. He had already reached the great perfection of chi refining, yet for some reason, he had not broken through to foundation establishment. Even Shirley, a mortal born with a mutated thunder spirit root, had earned a fearsome reputation among the chi refining disciples, with his terrifying explosive power reaching the 4th layer of chi refining in just 1 year. Only Su Chen. His name was nearly forgotten. There were even rumors that the monster at the 12th layer of chi refining had long been refined into a spirit treasure by old Mo of the artifact refining peak, or had been blown to ashes in a furnace explosion. On the artifact refining peak within the earth fire cavern, no sunlight reached here, only eternal furnace flames and the sound of hammering. Su Chen bare-chested, his bronze skin rippling with muscles like coiled dragons. Every bone, every inch of his skin radiated the texture of refined steel. Huh. Su Chen let out a fierce shout, the 1000-gene primordial hammer in his hand crashing down with a thunderous roar. Dong! The sound was like a thunderclap, shaking the entire cavern. The primordial unity furnace beneath his feet erupted with flames leaping 3 zhang high, emitting a joyful hum. Excellent. Excellent. A triple cultivation path in one. Old Mo sitting nearby trembled with excitement, his eyes blazing with fervor. Your Dharma cultivation is stuck at the 12th layer of chi refining. Your soul is at the 1st layer of the foundation establishment divine sense realm, and your physical body has been forced into the flesh tempering realm through my ninefold primordial hammer. Old Mo circled Su Chen, clucking in amazement. Dharma cultivation, body cultivation, soul cultivation. You're walking all 3 paths at once. And your physical body has already reached the foundation establishment level. This hasn't been seen in the central continent for tens of thousands of years. Su Chen stood still, his breath carrying sparks. Elder Mo, I have no choice. Su Chen gave a bitter smile and wiped his sweat. My soul underwent a transformation, first stepping into foundation establishment ahead of time. But my Dharma power, because of that extra mass of spiritual energy, entered the 11th layer of Chi refining. With the help of the top-grade foundation establishment pill from my clan, I only reached the 12th layer and became stuck, unable to move. Since the path of Dharma power is blocked, I could only use the excess spiritual energy to temper my physical body. Good, good. Old Emo slapped his thigh. Not being confined to a single path. That is the true Tao. Other cultivators worry about insufficient spiritual energy, but you have so much you can only burn it as fuel. Your method may be wild, but it ensures a solid foundation. Old Emo leaned close to Su Chen and lowered his voice. If you successfully establish your foundation with this strength, I dare guarantee that invincibility among your peers is an understatement. I'm afraid even a mid-foundation establishment cultivator couldn't withstand a single hammer strike from you. Su Chen smiled without complacency. He knew he was like a dormant volcano. The 12 layers of Dharma power were the magma, the foundation establishment physical body was the crust, and the foundation establishment divine sense was the underground fire. Without any one of the three, an eruption was impossible. By the way, Elder Emo. Su Chen looked at the Hunyuan Wen-Chi furnace. How is your furnace? Almost there, almost there. Old Emo stared at the golden glowing cauldron, his eyes filled with obsession. In another half-year, the artifact spirit will surely be born. Then I will fulfill my promise and give you the 9-orifice foundation establishment pill, and this furnace shall become a spiritual treasure. Su Chen's heart trembled. A spiritual treasure. Something only cultivators at the nascent soul stage could use. He looked down at the 100 souls banner at his waist. Over the past year, the banner had been tempered by earth fire, and the 200 fierce ghosts within it had become increasingly solid, exuding an aura of a spiritual tool. These new fierce ghosts were all exchanged by Su Chen at the Demon Sect using spirit stones and contribution points. As a demonic sect, the Demon Sect was not lacking in such things. Shirlei Luo Shuang Sha. Su Chen silently recited these names. You fight in the sunlight while I sharpen my sword underground. When my 9-orifice foundation establishment pill arrives, that will be the time for me, Su Chen, to return to the world. Just as Su Chen was burying himself in hard work within the Demon Sect, the sect leader's senior disciple Lin Fan stood inside the sect leader hall with a furrowed brow. Master, the commotion at Refining Peak is growing louder. That Hunyuan furnace seems almost complete. Lin Fan said in a deep voice, but that Su Chen has shown no movement this year. I worry that if he fails in foundation establishment, the 12th layer spiritual power might go out of control and could affect the entire Demon Sect. The black-robed sect leader remained seated in his wheelchair, his voice hoarse. Senior Brother Emo has his own judgment. That Su Chen, since he was able to cultivate to the 12th layer, must have great fortune. The sect leader paused, a glint of deep light flashing in his eyes. Moreover, that Childing Sha has recently encountered a bottleneck in the Demon Great Art. If Su Chen can achieve foundation establishment, his special spiritual power might be able to assist Sha. Lin Fan's heart tightened, and he said no more. Meanwhile, far away at Refining Peak, Su Chen was completely unaware of this. He only knew that the hammer in his hand was growing heavier, and the barrier of the Chi refining 12th layer seemed to have begun to show a faint, barely perceptible crack as his physical body strengthened. This 9 revolutions chaos hammer is indeed useful for me. Su Chen felt that his spiritual energy flow had become much smoother. Although it couldn't help him break through to foundation establishment, it was good enough that it could aid in foundation establishment. Another half-year passed. At Refining Peak in the Earth Fire Cavern, Su Chen was bared to the waist, his bronze skin radiating a layer of glazed precious light. He was no longer the slightly thin youth from a year ago. Now his figure was like an iron tower, his muscle lines containing explosive power. Before him, the Hunyuan Wen-Chi furnace was entirely crimson red. The inscriptions on its body moved like living creatures, and a terrifying suction force emanated from it, as if it intended to drain all the earth-veined spiritual energy of the entire Demon Sect. It's done. The work of my lifetime finally complete. Old Mo's hair and beard stood on end, his eyes bloodshot, his hands wildly forming seals, and streams of Divine Transformation stage mana poured into the furnace as if they cost nothing. Boom! The entire Demon Sect shook. The clear sky instantly became covered with dark clouds, and lightning serpents danced wildly. A pressure belonging to a spiritual treasure swept across the 8 directions. That is, the direction of Refining Peak. A spiritual treasure. This is the fluctuation of a spiritual treasure being born. Old Ancestor Emo succeeded. The Demon Sect instantly erupted. Countless beams of light shot up from the various peaks. Both intersect elders and secluded old monsters were awakened by this fluctuation. The sect leader's senior disciple Lin Fan stood before the main hall, gazing at the towering flames, his face full of shock. 300 years of effort finally achieved. With this treasure, the strength of our Demon Sect will surely soar. On the high platform, the black-robed sect leader still sat in his wheelchair, but the eyes hidden beneath the black robe burst forth with unprecedented brilliance. As expected of old Ancestor Emo, this furnace has become something formidable. But behind him, Sha, the one with the dark spiritual root, furrowed his brows tightly. He felt that the aura emanating from the furnace caused the demon great art within him to become somewhat unstable. Master, that furnace seems to have a great restraining effect on energy. Sha said in a low voice. What are you worried about? This is a spiritual treasure refined by a divine transformation old ancestor. Do you think you are qualified to make a divine transformation old ancestor take action? Sha hadn't expected his master to say this, and awkwardly scratched his head saying, Master, your lesson is correct. Inside the cavern the situation was at the most critical moment. Kid Su, the final step. Old Mo, looking like a madman, roared at Su Chen, don't hold back. Pour all of your chi refining 12th layer spiritual power in. Without your ingredient the furnace cannot form an artifact spirit. Upon hearing this, Su Chen held back no longer. He took a deep breath, bursting forth with his divine sense at the early foundation establishment level, and coordinating with the 9 revolutions chaos hammer's mental method, he stomped hard. Open up. Within his dantian, the chi refining 12th layer spiritual energy, already saturated to the extreme, now surged out like a flood bursting a dam. Every pore on Su Chen's body was spewing fire. His skin, unable to withstand this terrifying output, began to crack and blood evaporated into a mist of blood. Yet his eyes were fanatical, fixed on the huge furnace. Come, a little more. Old Mo roared excitedly, his hand seals blurring into afterimages. Wham! With Su Chen's final stream of extremely pure 12th layer spiritual power, injected, the Hunyuan 1 Chi furnace emitted a deafening dragon's roar. The furnace lid flew off with a bang, and a golden red torrent shot straight into the sky, blasting a huge hole through the dark clouds. A massive tripod with 2 handles, dark gold all over and covered with Tao patterns, slowly floated in midair. It was not particularly ornate, but it exuded a terrifying aura that could suppress the ages. The top-grade spiritual treasure Hunyuan 1 Chi furnace was complete. Excellent. 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 Old Mo was so moved that tears streamed down his face, saying, excellent, 3 times. He turned to look at Su Chen, who was already kneeling on the ground in exhaustion, his eyes filled with gratitude and ecstasy. Kid, you didn't let me down. The furnace is done. Your 9-orifice foundation establishment pill, I'll deliver as promised. Su Chen slumped to the ground, his whole body charred black, but he smiled. Because he felt that with the formation of the spiritual treasure, the 12th layer barrier that had suppressed him for 2 years had actually developed a tiny, extremely subtle crack. Foundation establishment is not far off. Su Chen clenched his fist, his nails digging into his flesh. Once I take that pill, foundation establishment is right before me. The radiance of the spiritual treasure's birth had not yet faded, and the entire demon sect was still immersed in shock. Inside the cavern, the ecstasy on old ancestor Mo's face gradually receded, replaced by unprecedented solemnity. He waved his hand, and the Hunyuan 1 Chi furnace, which radiated a terrifying pressure, instantly shrank to the size of a palm, landing in his hand. The furnace body was warm and smooth like jade, with natural Tao charm, no longer possessing the destructive violence of moments ago, only an unfathomable profundity. Kid Su, that output just now nearly ruined your foundation. Old ancestor Mo walked over to Su Chen, who was lying limp on the ground, and for once seriously tossed a jade bottle. This is my treasured 9 revolutions soul revival pill. Use it to sustain your life first. Your injuries look like superficial wounds, but in truth they are due to excessive spiritual power depletion and a depleted dantian. Don't delay. Su Chen took the bottle, swallowed the pill, and a gentle medicinal power instantly repaired his cracked meridians. Rest assured, old Mo, I won't die. Su Chen's voice was hoarse, but his eyes burned with flames. Old ancestor Mo nodded, his gaze looking into the distance. This furnace has just been formed, its spirituality is not yet stable. I need to go into seclusion for 3 months to refine it thoroughly before I can fully use it. You should also focus on healing your injuries. 3 months later, on the day I emerge from seclusion, I will personally deliver the 9-orifice foundation establishment pill to you. Old ancestor Mo transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the depths of the cave, leaving only an echoing voice. In these 3 months, whoever dares to disturb you, I will break their bones and refine them into artifacts. In the following month, Su Chen completely vanished from the Ima sect. The clamor of the outside world had nothing to do with him. The Earthfire Cave on Lianxi Peak became his sole refuge. During this month, Su Chen did not cultivate any technique. He only frantically devoured pills to repair his nearly collapsed body. Although the flesh of the flesh refining realm was formidable, it had nearly shattered under the mad output of the 12th layer spiritual energy. A month later, Su Chen stood by the cold pond in the cave, gazing at his reflection in the water. The charred blackness on his skin had completely faded, replaced by a jade-like texture. Although his cultivation was still at the flesh refining realm, his physical strength seemed even greater than before. Flesh refining second layer. Is this what it means to be reborn from the brink of death? Su Chen clenched his fists, sensing the terrifying spiritual energy within his dantian. Thanks to the diversion by the spiritual treasure, the explosive pressure had been alleviated considerably. 9-orifice foundation establishment pill. A glint of sharp light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Old ancestor Mo, you'd better not disappoint me. While Su Chen was recovering, the rumors about him within the Inma sect grew even more absurd. Some said that Su Chen had been used as a sacrifice by old ancestor Mo to refine a spiritual treasure and had died. Others said that Su Chen had lost control of his spiritual energy, had his cultivation crippled, and was expelled from the sect. There were even rumors that old ancestor Mo was actually using Su Chen's body to refine a corpse puppet, preparing a powerful corpse puppet. Su Chen turned a deaf ear to all these rumors. But he knew that beneath the calm surface undercurrents were stirring. In the inner hall of the sect, Lin Fan stood behind the sect leader, speaking in a low voice. Master, old ancestor Mo has gone into seclusion, and that Su Chen is still severely injured and not yet healed. Now several vassal families within the sect are inquiring about Su Chen's whereabouts, especially that Haisha sect, which seems to have gotten wind of something. The sect leader in black robes rotated the wheelchair in his hands, his voice icy. No matter what intentions they have, before senior brother Mo comes out of seclusion, no one is allowed to touch that Su Chen. And that shadow killer with the dark spiritual root, how is his cultivation progressing lately? Reporting to Master, junior brother Ing Sha has been stuck at the perfection of chi refinement for 3 months, only lacking a trigger to achieve foundation establishment. But he seems to be waiting. Lin Fan hesitated, waiting for Su Chen's 9-orifice foundation establishment pill. The sect leader sneered, he's got a clever scheme. However, whether he can obtain it depends on his own ability. On Lianqi Peak inside the cave, Su Chen sat cross-legged beside the earth fire, the 100 souls banner at his waist gently trembling. The over 200 ferocious ghosts within the banner, tempered by the earth fire for a year, had long been reborn, faintly emitting the Insha aura of the foundation establishment stage. 2 more months. Su Chen watched the magma dripping from the cave ceiling, murmuring to himself, "Old ancestor Mo, I await that pill of yours." When the month was up, Su Chen's injuries had fully stabilized, and he was meditating in a quiet corner of the cave. Suddenly a streak of flying light landed outside the cave. The visitor was a middle-aged cultivator with a refined countenance, but an aura as unfathomable as an abyss. He was the current peak master of Lianqi Peak, Xian Yinjinjuan, a late nascent soul great power. Su Chen quickly rose and bowed. "Greetings, peak master." Xian Yinjinjuan appraised Su Chen, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny and approval. "Su Chen, you have worked hard for the past year and a half refining artifacts for the ancestor. Are your injuries fully recovered?" "Thanks to the peak master's blessing, I am fine." Su Chen replied respectfully. Xian Yinjinjuan nodded and got straight to the point. "Your talent is extraordinary. The ancestor thinks highly of you. But he is a divine transformation cultivator roaming the void and has no time to teach you personally. He instructed me to take you as a disciple and pass on the Tao of artifact refining and cultivation insights." Su Chen was startled, truly not expecting this. Becoming a disciple of a late nascent soul cultivator. This was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity. But old ancestor Mo was his connection to the Su family. Taking him as a direct disciple would better ensure his safety. But on second thought, a divine transformation ancestor indeed could not personally teach a disciple who hadn't even reached foundation establishment. "What, you don't wanna?" Seeing Su Chen's hesitation, Xian Yinjinjuan raised an eyebrow slightly, but without anger, and instead explained, "Don't overthink. The ancestor is my master. If you become my disciple, you will be the ancestor's grand disciple, still one of the family. Moreover, the ancestor has decreed that before you break through to foundation establishment, you will be an unregistered disciple, but enjoy the treatment of a direct disciple. Once you successfully achieve foundation establishment, a formal ceremony will be held to accept you as a direct disciple." Su Chen instantly weighed the pros and cons. A nascent soul peak master as his master with a divine transformation ancestor backing him. In the Inma sect, this was the ultimate umbrella of protection. Disciple Su Chen pays respects to master. Without hesitation, Su Chen knelt down and kowed out heavily 3 times. Xian Yinjinjuan stroked his beard and smiled, accepting the salute. Good. Rise." He helped Su Chen up and nodded with satisfaction. "Now that you are under my tutelage, come with me to the front peak to reside. This place is the ancestor's artifact refining site, not suitable for your cultivation." Xian Yinjinjuan swept his sleeve, and with Su Chen, they transformed into a streak of light, leaving the dim back mountain cave and flying toward the front peak. The front peak was completely different from the back mountain. Here, spiritual energy was like mist, with jade palaces and pavilions scattered in a picturesque layout, exuding an air of grandeur. Clearly, this was the true core area of Lianqi Peak, and also the Tao field of Xian Yinjinjuan. Xian Yinjinjuan pointed to an exquisite side hall and said to Su Chen, "That is your residence. Although you are my unregistered disciple, with your heavenly spiritual root status, the sect will issue monthly stipends at the highest standard. Once you break through to foundation establishment, you may choose a cave dwelling on Lianqi Peak." Su Chen felt the dense spiritual energy around him and felt at ease. With this identity, his actions within the Inma sect would be much freer. "Thank you, master." Xian Yinjinjuan nodded and then cautioned, "Although your talent is unparalleled, your cultivation is currently stuck at the 12th layer of chi refinement, which is an anomaly in the sect. Before the ancestor emerges from seclusion, you must be cautious in words and deeds, and devote yourself to cultivation. Disciple obeys. With that, Xian Yinjinjuan transformed into a streak of light, and departed, evidently having other matters to attend to. Su Chen stood before the hall gazing at the distant back mountain shrouded in dark clouds, then looked at the peaceful, celestial scene before him. Unregistered disciple, direct disciple treatment. Lianxi Peak, one of the 8 main peaks of Tianyi sect, with peak master Xian Yinjinjuan, a late nascent soul cultivator. Lianxi Peak was the source of standard magical artifacts and spirit tools for all Yinma sect disciples. This included the repair and advancement of artifacts. As long as you had enough contribution points, you could find a corresponding artifact refiner to craft them for you. On Lianxi Peak, there was a dedicated area of artifact refining chambers that could be rented by disciples from other peaks. Old Ancestor Mo, also known as Jiren Daojuan, was a late Divine Transformation cultivator and one of the few artifact refining divine masters in the Tianling realm capable of refining divine transformation level spiritual treasures. Artifact refining was one of the 4 major cultivation arts. From low to high, the ranks were artifact refining apprentice artifact, refining master artifact, refining grandmaster artifact, refining grandmaster, and artifact refining divine master. Su Chen had just settled into the side hall when a hearty middle-aged voice came from behind. Senior Brother Su, I am Zhao Luo, the steward of the artifact refining peak. A middle-aged man in gray robes with a kind face walked in his cultivation base unmistakably at the golden core stage. His tone was extremely polite, even carrying a hint of reverence. From now on this artifact refining peak, if you have any trivial matters, chores, or need someone to run errands and make purchases, feel free to summon me at any time. This is my transmission talisman. Contact me, and I will arrive immediately. Su Chen quickly turned around and cupped his hands. Senior Zhao, you are too kind. I am Su Chen. You can call me Su Chen or Little Chenzi. I just arrived today. I will have to trouble you for guidance in the future. Although the other party was only at the golden core stage, Su Chen was well aware of the depths of the artifact refining peak. Being a steward here was no ordinary feat. As expected, Zhao Luo hastily waved his hand, his expression serious. Senior brother, do not flatter me so. You are a disciple of the profound, true Lord. By seniority, I should call you Grandmaster Uncle. I am merely a steward on the peak. It is only proper to address you thus. Seeing Su Chen's confused expression, Zhao Luo smiled and explained his background. It turned out that Zhao Luo's ancestors had ties with the profound, true Lord. In his youth, his aptitude was poor. He had 4 spiritual roots and was abandoned by his family. Fortunately, the profound, true Lord passed by, took pity on him, and brought him back to the artifact refining peak as a menial disciple. Though he was a menial, the profound, true Lord saw his pure heart and taught him some basic refining techniques. Without the true Lord's support with elixirs and his meticulous teaching of artifact refining with my pseudo-spiritual root, let alone golden core, even foundation establishment would have been a distant hope. Zhao Luo's eyes were filled with tears of gratitude as he spoke of the profound, true Lord. The greatest fortune of my life was meeting the true Lord. So senior brother, if you have any questions about refining, feel free to ask me. I will tell you everything I know. Hearing this, Su Chen felt a surge of respect. Though Zhao Luo was at golden core, he was an insider of the artifact refining peak and a descendant of the master's benefactor, holding an extraordinary status. Uncle Zhao, you are too modest. Su Chen changed his address. In the future, please help me get familiar with the peak's affairs. Zhao Luo laughed heartily. What's the difficulty in that? Senior brother, since you've just arrived, let me tell you about our peak's rules and your fellow senior brothers and sisters. Zhao Luo pulled Su Chen to sit on a stone stool and began introducing with pride, as if listing his treasures. The true Lord's lineage has few members, and the rules are peculiar. The old master had only 9 disciples back then, with the true Lord being the 6th. When it came to the true Lord's turn to take disciples, he also set a rule, only 9 direct disciples. Counting you, it's exactly full. But senior brother, remember, disciples of our artifact refining peak never judge heroes by cultivation. It's all about whose hammer is harder and whose forged items make the loudest noise. Zhao Luo counted on his fingers for Su Chen. Big senior brother Tai Quang golden core later stage. As his name suggests, he is a refining maniac. Usually apart from sleeping, he is always swinging his hammer. His cultivation level is entirely accumulated through grueling refining. He is the earliest disciple taken by the true Lord, and has the highest refining skill among the 9, especially adept at quenching, turning scrap iron into fine steel. He has a fiery temper and beats anyone who slacks off in refining. He is also being groomed as the next peak master, awaiting his breakthrough to Nascent Soul and his refining art reaching the Grandmaster level. Second senior sister Lung Chui golden core early stage. She is a refining blueprint artist, unmatched in inscribing runes on artifacts. She has an extremely cold personality. If anyone draws a crooked blueprint, she will chase them for 3 streets. Third senior brother, Shurgan foundation establishment later stage. He specializes in refining materials and loves to go daily to the mines to dig ores or to the demon mountains to find demon beasts for skinning and tendon extraction. If anyone doesn't recognize a material, just ask him. Fourth senior brother, Hui Yuan Foundation Establishment later stage. He is an expert in controlling earthly fire. The temperatures of several dozen furnaces on the artifact refining peak rely entirely on his adjustments. He has a good temper, but if you blow up a furnace he will throw you into the furnace to be refined. Fifth senior sister is called Yin Hua Foundation Establishment later stage. She is a refining array master responsible for setting up the refining array core that can double the power of artifacts. She has a fiery personality. Sixth senior brother Jin Buhuan Foundation Establishment later stage. He specializes in valuation and sales. The things he refines may not be the best, but they are certainly sold at the highest price. He is as shrewd as a fox. Seventh senior brother Tong Tu Foundation Establishment mid-stage. He specializes in studying artifact hardness. The shields he refines are the best. He is a bit single-minded, but very honest. Eighth senior brother Zhun Potion Foundation Establishment mid-stage. He is a genius in refining arrays. Although his cultivation is the lowest among direct disciples, the arrays he designs can allow weapons to kill enemies above their rank. He is big senior brother Tai Kuang's most beloved junior brother. After finishing the introduction, Zhao Luo patted Su Chen's shoulder. Senior brother, you are a heaven-grade spiritual root, and someone valued by the old master and the true lord. Once you successfully establish your foundation, our lineage will be complete. Tonight the true lord has prepared a banquet to welcome you. All 8 of them will come. You must be mentally prepared. If they ask about your refining insights, don't show any weakness. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. A golden core later stage big senior brother. A golden core early stage second senior sister. This is no immortal's cave, it's nothing short of a high-tier blacksmith shop. Thank you for the guidance, Uncle Zhao. Su Chen cupped his hands. It seems I need to hurry up and pick up the refining craft again. Zhao Luo smiled. No rush. The true lord said your primary task now is to recover from your injuries and wait for the old master to emerge from seclusion. As for refining, tomorrow I will take you to meet big senior brother Tai Kuang. He hates bookworms who only read but can't swing a hammer the most. Su Chen. In the evening at the Artifact Refining Peak Dining Hall. It was called a welcoming banquet, but it was more like an internal team-building event for these lunatics of the peak. In the center of the hall there were no delicate jade plates of delicacies, instead a huge dark iron table was piled high with roasted demon beast legs sizzling and dripping with oil and jars of strong liquor. As soon as Su Chen entered he felt a wave of golden core pressure and residual heat from earthly fire. Here, a thunderous roar made Su Chen's ears ring. At the head seat sat a bare-chested man with bulging muscles, a huge flaming hammer tattoo on his chest. He was none other than big senior brother Tai Kuang Golden Core later stage. Below him sat a beautiful woman in green robes with a face as cold as ice. Second senior sister Lung Chui Golden Core early stage. She was holding a fine needle engraving something on a palm-sized iron plate, not even glancing at Su Chen. Master says your name is Su Chen. Heaven grade spiritual root. Tai Kuang lifted a roasted whole lamb and casually tossed it. The leg flew towards Su Chen like a meteor hammer. If you catch it, you are my junior brother. If you can't, go back to your Su family. The leg wrapped in golden core later stage spiritual power whistled directly towards Su Chen's face. If that hit landed squarely, even a foundation establishment cultivator would have broken bones and torn tendons. Su Chen's pupils contracted. He had just recovered from his injuries. Although his body was strong, he dared not take this casual attack from a golden core later stage lightly. Senior brother, I'll take it. Su Chen let out a low shout. His flesh-refining body instantly erupted. Instead of retreating, he advanced, punching the lamb leg. Thud. A dull sound like a broken drum. The spiritual power on the leg was shaken apart by Su Chen's physical body, but he also took half a step back, cracking the stone floor. Chi refining. No, it's a physical foundation establishment. Tai Kuang's eyes lit up and he laughed heartily. Good lad. Tough enough. Sit. Su Chen steadied his stance, thinking to himself, impressive. This was the late golden core stage. Even a casual strike carried the force of 1,000 June. He sat down calmly, and Zhao Luo quickly poured him wine. Senior brother, this is the fire snake wine brewed by the eldest senior brother himself, 53 proof. Be careful. As Su Chen took his seat, the senior brothers and sisters cast their glances and began a friendly exchange. Third senior brother Shurgan tossed a black, or over, making the table thump loudly. Little junior brother, do you know what this is? If you can't recognize it, no drinking tonight. Su Chen weighed it, swept his divine sense over it. This is shimming iron produced in the North Cold Abyss, extremely hard, suitable for refining defensive artifacts. Although Su Chen was not an artifact refiner, he was a talisman maker. Under Su Tianhe's guidance, he still recognized basic materials. Shurgan slapped his thigh. Hey, you do know a bit. You didn't disgrace the forging peak. Fourth senior brother Hui Yuan snapped his fingers, and a clump of earth fire fell into Su Chen's wine cup. Little junior brother, control this fire. Don't let it burn the cup, and don't let it extinguish. This is a medium temperature flame I've refined for 30 years. Su Chen's fingers moved slightly, using his foundation establishment divine sense combined with spiritual power to instantly stabilize the fire at the bottom of the cup, neither rising nor falling. Hui Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This fire control is much better than that idiot Tong too. No, that's divine sense. Good heavens, aside from your cultivation base, your soul and body have both reached foundation establishment. Eldest senior brother, our forging peak has gained a true genius. Fifth senior sister In Hua smiling through a jade slip to Su Chen. Little junior brother, this is the explosive array I've newly researched. Take a look. If you inscribe this array on your 100 soul banner, how many times stronger would its power be? Su Chen swept his divine sense over it and drew in a sharp breath. This array was extremely sinister. Once triggered, it would cause a chain explosion inside the artifact. This fifth senior sister was a mad bomber. Su Chen silently complained. Senior sister, is your mother named Alisai? You like explosions so much. Do you have a younger sister who also loves bombs? Sixth senior brother Jin Buhuan with a sly grin. Junior brother, you're a heavenly spirit root, so you must have saved a good amount of private savings, right? Do you have any supreme grade spirit stones? Lend them to me for a bit of turnover, and we can talk about interest. Su Chen. Senior brother, I don't have any. Supreme grade spirit stones. These were top-tier cultivation resources used by nascent soul stage cultivators. Even Xian Yinjinren might not have a few in his possession. This senior brother Jean really had the nerve to ask. Seventh senior brother Tong, too, directly slapped his heavy shield onto the table. Junior brother, test its hardness. This shield is reinforced with refined gold. It can block a full force strike from a peak golden core cultivator. Punch it with your fist. If you leave a dent, I'll admire you. Su Chen looked at the shield as thick as a city wall, his mouth twitching. After the meal, Su Chen felt more exhausted than after a fight with a foundation establishment cultivator. None of these senior brothers and sisters were normal. Either they made you draw diagrams, identify ores, or guard against fire theft and scams. Eldest senior brother Tai Kwang, his face flushed from drinking, slurred as he wrapped an arm around Su Chen's shoulder. Good lad. Although your cultivation is a bit low, your eyesight is good, and your physique is tough. I heard from Master that you're stuck at the 12th layer of Qi refining. No problem. Tai Kwang burped, brimming with boldness. On the forging peak, cultivation level is nothing. As long as you swing a hammer while a golden core is nothing. When you reach foundation establishment, I'll personally forge a set of spiritual artifacts for you, ensuring you'll be invincible throughout the Yinma sect. Second senior sister Lung Shui coldly added, provided you can finish drawing this blueprint. Su Chen looked at the mess on the table, then at these senior brothers and sisters with their distinct personalities, but no ill intentions toward him. The loneliness he felt in a foreign land unexpectedly dissipated quite a bit. Thank you, everyone. Su Chen raised his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. The wine was truly fiery, but the warmth of human connection was truly comforting. It was different from the Yinma sect he had imagined. There were no scheming demonic tricks, no bloody and cruel killing techniques. This is no demon sect. It's clearly a large forging workshop. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. He had originally come to the demon sect to learn some sinister techniques, but now his mind was filled with quenching forging and inscription. However, this atmosphere actually relaxed his tense nerves quite a bit. Half a month later. On this day, Su Chen's injuries had completely healed, and he was about to go out for a walk. Suddenly, the hall's door was kicked open with a bang. Little junior brother, are you healed yet? Eldest senior brother Tai Kwang's iconic loud voice shook dust from the rafters. He was still shirtless, holding the primordial hammer that was larger than a millstone, exuding a manly scent, mixed with sulfur and sweat. Su Chen's eyelids twitched. Eldest senior brother, my injuries are healed. Good. Then let's go. Tai Kwang strode over in 2 steps, grabbing Su Chen's shoulder like a chick and dragging him out without explanation. The master specifically instructed that your heavenly spirit root foundation is solid, but you can't just cultivate the physical body. The art of forging is our true root. Come swing the hammer with me. Eldest senior brother, wait. My injuries seem not healed yet. Su Chen struggled. Healed my ass. Forging relies on brute force and passion. Tai Kwang, without further ado, mounted a flying light and grabbed Su Chen, flying toward the back mountain. This situation reminded Su Chen of someone. My Teikai. You've passion. The forging area. Here dozens of furnaces simultaneously spewed flames, rolling waves of heat. Watch closely. Tai Kwang threw Su Chen in front of a huge furnace where a piece of blazing red refined gold was burning. The way of forging prioritizes hammering. Only by hammering out impurities and retaining the essence can an artifact be tough. Tai Kwang tossed Su Chen a large iron hammer about the same height as himself. Today I won't teach you inscription or fire control. You just swing this. Su Chen took the hammer. It felt heavy, weighing a full 5,000 gene heavier than his previous one. Eldest senior brother, how long should I hammer? Not long. Tai Kwang grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. This piece of refined gold needs 8,000 hammer strikes each with even force. No more, no less. Take your time. I'll go check on your second senior sister's blueprint. With that, Tai Kwang left the task of controlling the fire to Su Chen, humming a tune as he strolled off to drink tea. Su Chen looked at the red-hot metal and took a deep breath. He activated the mental cultivation method of the 9 revolutions primordial hammer, and the physical power of the flesh refining realm instantly exploded. Clang! The first hammer fell, sparks flying. The force was great, but Tai Kwang glanced back and cursed, no good. Uneven force. Start over. Su Chun was unconvinced. He adjusted his breathing and hammered strike after strike. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds echoed in the back mountain. At first Su Chun could rely on his spiritual power. By the 1000th strike his spiritual power was exhausted, and he could only rely on pure physical strength. The advantage of the flesh-refining realm showed at this moment. Though his arms were sore and numb, his bones were tough, his muscles like iron. By the 5000th strike, Su Chun was drenched in sweat, steam rising from his head like a boiling boiler. But his eyes grew brighter. He discovered that this extreme physical labor had actually caused a faint imperceptible resonance in his dantian, which had been stuck at the 12th layer of qi refining. So that's how it is. Su Chun gritted his teeth and continued swinging the hammer. In the following days, Su Chun became a spectacle on the forging peak. Eldest senior brother Tai Kwang came every day to check the progress and shout a few lines. Put some effort. Did you not eat lunch? Second senior sister Lung Shui occasionally passed by and coldly reminded the 7,300 strike the angle was off. Third senior brother Shirgan would enthusiastically bring the best ores as targets. Fourth senior brother Hui Yuan would help him fine-tune the furnace temperature. Fifth senior sister Yin Hua even stuck an explosion-proof talisman on Su Chen's hammer, claiming it was to prevent him from blowing up the furnace. Steward Zhao Luo on the other hand fanned Su Chun and handed him tea, sighing, "Senior brother, you're being treated even better than the eldest senior brother back in his day." Back then the eldest senior brother ruined 3 hammers and no one dared to get close. Su Chun was drenched in sweat without even the strength to speak, only able to swing the hammer desperately. Though it was hard and exhausting, he could feel his physical body growing stronger, and the spiritual energy in his dantian was becoming more and more condensed under this high-intensity vibration. Half a month remained until Patriarch Li Mo emerged from seclusion. Over these 2.5 months, Su Chun had taken a cursory tour of the entire artifact refining peak. He had also gained a preliminary understanding of artifact refinement. Generally speaking, the artifact refinement techniques of the Tianling realm were divided into 2 categories. One method relied on flames to burn away impurities from the materials, while the other depended on forging and hammering to drive them out. The majority of artifact refiners in the cultivation world used the first method, while Lord Xuanin's refinement principles leaned toward the latter. Senior brother Lord Xianin summons you. That day Su Chun was reading the artifact refinement notes his eldest senior brother had given him in the side hall. Zhao Luo came to report that Lord Xianin had issued a summons. Su Chun set aside what he was holding and followed Zhao Luo to the grand hall where Lord Xianin resided. How have you been feeling lately? I feel quite well, quite different from my impression of the Yin Demon sect. Oh, how so? Su Chen's words piqued Lord Xuanin's interest. By all rights, as the premier of the demonic path, our Yin Demon sect should make blood, bone, and soul refinement techniques mainstream. Yet I haven't seen much of those over the past half month. Ha ha ha, that is rather amusing. It is indeed so. It is simply that you have not yet encountered that portion. The longer you stay at the Yin Demon sect, the more naturally you will witness it. Truthfully, I do not have much time to personally instruct you. Most people on the entire artifact refining peak have their own affairs. If you encounter difficulties, you may consult Zhao Luo more often. He is quite well acquainted with matters on the artifact refining peak. Yes, master. Su Chen replied somewhat stiffly. How old are you? At what age did you begin cultivation? This disciple has just turned 19 this year and began cultivating at 7. In the cultivation world, most people began spirit root testing at the age of 7 before commencing cultivation. Of course, for the children of prominent families, the pregnant women would consume various suitable spiritual foods during pregnancy. When the couple united, they also selected cultivators with spirit roots. Through these methods, one could increase the likelihood of the child being born with a spirit root, though it merely increased the probability. Whether one possessed a spirit root and its qualities still required testing. How did you manage to reach the 11th layer of qi condensation? Master, this disciple's breakthrough to the 11th layer of qi condensation was the result of a special opportunity. Su Chen also shared some matters concerning Patriarch Xuesha with Lord Xuanin, though he naturally kept the secrets of the Purple Mystic Immortal Isle concealed. I see. Not being greedy or rash in your advancement, and possessing the patience to remain composed. Cultivating quickly is not necessarily advantageous. That incident of Patriarch Xuesha's soul possession counted as a notable opportunity, allowing you to break through to the 11th layer of qi condensation and elevating your soul power to the divine sense realm. Lord Xianin spoke slowly with a smile upon his face. Divine sense was difficult to refine in the cultivation world, primarily due to the scarcity of time. Moreover, divine sense played a significant role, especially across various cultivation arts. Artifact refinement, alchemy, talisman crafting, and array formation. What cultivation method are you practicing? In reply to my master, this disciple practices the scorching heaven purple extreme art, a heaven tier low-level technique given by my family elders. Not bad. It suits your cultivation well. My techniques lean heavily toward Yin, which does not pair well with your fire spirit root. Here I will give you a token. Should you need anything, go to the sect's scripture pavilion on your own and select what you wish. As he spoke, he handed Su Chen a token. This was a Nascent Soul level token, which would allow Su Chen to visit the Nascent Soul section and choose from the secret techniques. By the pattern seen in past lives where protagonists discovered everything comprehensively, Su Chen was still missing a cultivation technique for refining divine sense, or perhaps techniques related to array formation or alchemy. In any case, these were far more precious than spirit stones or magical artifacts. This disciple thanks his master. This is the comprehensive compendium of ores. It contains summaries of over 90% of the ores in the Tianling realm. Study it well. For an artifact refiner to be unfamiliar with ores is far too unqualified. I have also added my annotations within. This disciple will certainly cultivate diligently and familiarize myself with it as soon as possible. Cultivate well and live up to my expectations. This is a meeting gift from me. Accept it. Thank you, Master. Su Chen happily accepted the storage bag offered by Lord Xianin. Very well. While I currently have time, I can answer your cultivation questions for you. Ask anything you wish. Su Chen was overjoyed. A nascent soul patriarch personally providing guidance was not something one encountered often. Su Chen asked several questions regarding the 9-Orifice Foundation Establishment Pill and Artifact Refinement, which Lord Xianin answered one by one. Su Chen was suddenly enlightened and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Regarding the 9-Orifice Foundation Establishment Pill, we must wait until Patriarch Mo emerges from seclusion. Very well. You may depart. For any cultivation questions, consult your senior brothers and sisters. For other matters, ask Zhao Luo. The master opens the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. Cultivate diligently. Yes, master. This disciple takes his leave. After the audience concluded, Su Chen exited the grand hall. Returning to his side hall, he hurriedly took out the storage bag that Lord Xianin had given him. Su Chen shut the hall doors tightly and opened the storage bag gifted by Lord Xianin. Upon seeing its contents, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The generosity of a great cultivator at the nascent soul stage was astonishingly extravagant. This is far too lavish, Su Chen muttered to himself. Within the storage bag, spiritual energy was abundant. First was a fire attribute shield, entirely crimson red, a high-grade spiritual artifact. The surface was carved with reinforcement runes all over. Once placed on the ground, the temperature of the entire room rose by several degrees. Next was a protective jade pendant capable of withstanding a full strike blow from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Patriarch Tianhe had also given him one of these. He had not used it either. Counting this one, he now possessed 2 treasures capable of withstanding a strike from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Another trump card for survival had been added. There was also an attack talisman. Between the flowing runes, flashes of lightning appeared, as if containing the formidable power of heavenly tribulation. As a talisman craftsman, Su Chen recognized it immediately. This was a 10th tier talisman, the Infant Thunder Talisman, also known as the Mid-Heaven Tribulation Talisman. It was a talisman refined by a deity transformation cultivator who had captured the power of heavenly tribulation when a nascent soul cultivator underwent the Thunder Tribulation. Heavenly tribulation was an unavoidable hurdle on the path of cultivation. Cultivation itself was a defiance of the heavens. Aside from the chi condensation stage, every major realm breakthrough brought its own tribulation. The Heart Demon Tribulation of Foundation Establishment, the 9-9 Thunder Tribulation of Golden Core, the 3-9 Thunder Tribulation of Nascent Soul. The tiers of talismans in the Tianling realm were divided into 15 levels, with each tier corresponding to a cultivation realm. The first tier corresponded to the early stage of chi condensation, while the 10th tier corresponded to the early stage of nascent soul. My master has given me everything he had hidden away. Su Chen was deeply moved. He knew that if these treasures were to leak into the world, they would be enough to spark a bloody conflict. Having a powerful patron truly provided shade and protection, especially that jade pendant and talisman. Against his current self, their value far exceeded any offensive spiritual treasure. Beyond these were some medicinal pills. However, pills were somewhat useless to someone like Su Chen, who possessed a heavenly spiritual root. Moreover, excessive consumption of pills would cause pill toxins to accumulate in the body, affecting subsequent breakthroughs. Therefore, since beginning cultivation, Su Chen had hardly consumed any pills at all, mainly eating spiritual rice, and for body tempering, he relied primarily on externally applied ointments. Those predecessors from past lives who transmigrated all possessed 4 or 5 spirit roots. That was beyond their control. Without consuming pills, every minor realm was an insurmountable hurdle for them. Their cultivation progress barely increased at all. This was also the reason why Su Chen, despite being a core disciple with a heavenly spiritual root in the Su family, possessing top-notch talent and resources, his cultivation grew slowly. He had access to many pills, but simply chose not to take them. Later, Patriarch Tianhe had converted all those items into contribution points for him, allowing Su Chen to exchange them for whatever he needed himself. It seems I need to find time to return to the Su family and exchange those contribution points for tangible goods. Su Chen recalled the astronomical number of contribution points he had accumulated in the Su family, a faint smile playing on his lips. He continued searching, and soon several jade slips caught his attention. One was the Wan Quang Pu, a compendium of 10,000 ores. As true Lord Xian Yin had stated, it recorded the properties, origins, and refining methods of over 90% of all ores in the Tianling realm, complete with annotations and insights from the true Lord himself. The other bore the title Yin Mo Jin Lianji Tu Pu, the manual for refining the Yin Demon Sword. The Yin Demon Sword. Su Chen extended his spiritual sense into it, and discovered this was a standardized artifact of the Yin Mo sect. Though merely at the artifact level, it excelled in its swift refinement process and considerable power, making it standard issue for every chi refining disciple. The manual meticulously annotated the material ratios, smelting temperatures, and number of hammer strikes. Master intends for me to start from the most fundamental techniques, I see. Su Chen did not feel belittled, rather he recognized this as exactly the foundation he needed to solidify. This was true Lord Xian Yin's pedagogy, tailoring instruction to the student. For the following half-month, Su Chen settled into his daily cultivation routine on the Qi refinement peak. Life became structured and fulfilling. By day, senior brother Tai Kuang still dragged him off to forge iron. Now he began attempting to integrate the mental cultivation of the Jiu Zhuan Hun Yuan Chui with his hammering. With each strike, he could hear the subtle sound of impurities within the metal being shattered. His hammer technique grew increasingly steady, and even so much so that it could resonate with the furnace flames. At night, he studied the Wan Quang Pu and true Lord Xian Yin's annotations. His understanding of ores advanced by leaps and bounds. Previously, he only knew that black yin iron was hard. Now he could analyze materials across multiple dimensions, crystal structure, melting point, and spiritual energy conductivity. Occasionally, he sought advice from Zhao Luo. Though Zhao Luo possessed only 4 spiritual roots, he made up for it with extensive experience and formidable practical combat skills. Uncle Zhao examined this star-fallen meteorite iron. I have a feeling its internal structure is unstable. One day, Su Chen approached Zhao Luo, who was sipping tea carrying a piece of black metal just issued from the warehouse. Zhao Luo took it, inspected it, tapped it with his fingernail, and stated firmly, "Yes, there are bubbles trapped inside. This material will easily crack if forged directly. You must first bake it with gentle fire for 3 hours to draw out the bubbles, then strike it rapidly with heavy hammer blows. This is hard-won experience. The books will never teach you such things." Su Chen was suddenly enlightened and hastily recorded the technique. He realized he was becoming more like a true artifact refiner every day. Soon he would be able to forge his first artifact and officially become an artifact craftsman. Beneath the tranquil day's dark currents continued to surge. Su Chen could sense that occasionally spiritual sense sweeps would brush over the artifact refinement peak. Though all were repelled by the barriers left by true Lord Xian Yin, he could still perceive the underlying malice of those probing glances. Especially that shadow killer with the dark spiritual root. He seemed to pay Su Chen extraordinary attention. Once at the Sex trading fair, Su Chen had felt a chilling gaze lock onto him. When he turned, he saw only a phantom fading into the shadows. It seems not everyone in the Yin sect is as straightforward as senior brother and the others, Su Chen thought with a cold sneer, increasing the force of his hammer strikes. 10 days remained before old ancestor Mo emerged from seclusion. Su Chen knew that the 9-hold foundation establishment pill would be the turning point of his destiny. Success, and he would soar upward, breaking through the shackles of the 12th layer of Qi refinement. Failure. Su Chen gazed at the crystal-clear metal block in his hand, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. I will not fail. He set aside the finished piece and picked up the next ore. The sound of hammering rang out once more across the artifact refinement peak. No longer mere noise, but the war drum of his march toward the pinnacle. 10 days later, clouds churned above the artifact refinement peak. A figure tore through the firmament, his magnificent laughter rolling like thunder, causing the entire peak to tremble. Ha! Young Chen, still breathing are you? Your old ancestor has succeeded. Come, let us go claim the pill. Old ancestor Mo's beard and hair stood wild, his soul transformation pressure radiating unguarded. With a single step, he appeared before Su Chen, swept him up in his wide sleeve without giving him time to refuse, and shot into the sky, becoming a streak of dark light bound for the main peak, the Yin Mo peak. Along the way, demonic energy hung thick and sinister, baleful scenery pressing against them. A stark contrast to the sooty warmth of the artifact refinement peak. This was the true visage of the demonic path. The artifact refinement peak resembled nothing more than a forge workshop lacking any genuine demonic atmosphere whatsoever. Atop the Yin Mo peak stood a treasure pavilion of entirely black stone, motionless and silent. Countless formations guarded the area, even the air seemed frozen. Any who lacked Yin Mo sect credentials and drew within 100 zhang would find their soul congealed. Old ancestor Mo led Su Chen forward and directly displayed an ancient token. The guarding formations parted like receding tides. Grandfather, isn't that pill in your possession? Su Chen asked as he was swept along through the air. Do you take that thing for common cabbage, pocketable at will? Old ancestor Mo snorted derisively. Foolish boy. The 9-hold foundation establishment pill is a sect treasure. How could I carry it on my person? Of course it resides in the treasure pavilion. Each pill consumed is one less. Had you not helped this old man refine a precious spiritual artifact, and had I not vouched for you, do you truly believe a mere chi-refining youth could ever lay hands on such an opportunity? As they spoke, the two had already passed the first 8 levels and arrived directly at the 9th. The 9th level was not large, yet extraordinarily plain. No glittering jewels, no surging spiritual energy, only a simple stone chamber. At its center sat a wooden table, and behind it an elder in gray robes meditated with closed eyes. His aura was thoroughly concealed like an unremarkable stone. Yet upon closer inspection one could sense a terrifying equilibrium, in which his very being merged with the laws of heaven and earth. Yet another elder of soul transformation. Junior brother, I am here. Old ancestor Mo spoke casually, clearly long acquainted with the elder. The gray-robed elder slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was as still as an ancient well, first sweeping over old ancestor Mo, then settling upon Chen, where a barely perceptible glint of something strange flickered deep within. Senior brother has not visited in a century, and the moment you arrive you wish to activate a soul transformation token to exchange for a 9-hold foundation establishment pill. The elder's voice was hoarse, yet carried unyielding authority. This youth is the one you recommended. Chi refinement 12th layer. Intriguing. He has cultivated his flesh body to the foundation establishment realm and his divine sense as well. 3 paths advancing in unison, unprecedented in all recorded history. Old ancestor Mo spoke bluntly, save the needless words. This youth helped me refine the primordial 1 chi furnace. This pill is the compensation I promised him. I exchange it with my century-allocated soul transformation token. Does that comply with regulations? The gray-robed elder nodded slightly. Regulations are indeed satisfied. Yet the 9-hold foundation establishment pill is no ordinary matter. It must be stored in a specially crafted jade box, and its consumption requires a secret method. Otherwise the medicinal power will surge uncontrollably and harm the recipient's body. He swept his sleeve, and a jade box radiating 9-colored auroral light drifted slowly towards Chen. Young man, this pill's fortune aligns with your own. Cherish it well. Chen received the jade box with both hands. Its surface was warm and smooth. Before the lid was even opened, an indescribable fragrance seeped into his nostrils, causing the stagnating spiritual energy within him to tremble faintly. Thank you, noble ancestor. Chen bowed respectfully, his heart swelling with jubilation. With this pill, the foundation establishment stage was within reach. What thanks? Get out of here quickly, don't delay my cultivation. The gray-robed old man waved impatiently. Sorry to disturb you, junior brother. Old ancestor Mo laughed heartily, then swept up Chen and vanished into the sky again. Kid, the pill is obtained. How to build your foundation from now on, figure it out yourself. This old ancestor has no time to manage you. Old ancestor Mo said to Chen. Chen clutched the jade box, his emotions unsettled for a long time. He knew that this pill not only meant foundation establishment, but also meant he would completely shed the label of outsider and truly step into the ranks of the cultivation world. However, once this pill appeared, the covert spying and killing intent would inevitably surge. Just as old ancestor Mo swept Chen out of the 9th floor of the treasure pavilion, a thick, impenetrable demonic cloud rolled in from the horizon. 4 golden core ghost flood dragons pulled a black jade carriage which creaked to a halt before the steps. The sovereign of the Demon Sect sat in the carriage, his black robe still covering his entire body, revealing only a pair of eyes devoid of warmth. At his side, Sha, clad in a tight black robe, exuded the aura of a dark spirit root and the unbridled pressure of a chi refining great perfection, bearing down directly on Chen. Jiren Daojun. The sovereign's voice was hoarse, his gaze first sweeping over old ancestor Mo, then finally landing on the jade box containing the 9-orifice foundation establishment pill in Chen's arms. I heard that the ancestor used a century-old divine transformation token to exchange for a 9-orifice foundation establishment pill. Old ancestor Mo didn't even lift his eyelids. He picked his ear and said, "What? Do I need to report to you when I give something to my own disciple's disciple?" The sovereign tapped lightly on the carriage shaft with his fingertip, his tone calm, but carrying an indubitable implication. This pill not only helps break through the chi refining 12th layer, but also opens the 9 orifices and expands the spiritual sea. It is a heaven-defying opportunity even for ordinary disciples. My disciple Sha has been stuck at chi refining great perfection for over 3 months and urgently needs this pill for foundation establishment. I wonder if young friend Su would be willing to part with it. Chen's heart gave a jolt, and he almost cursed aloud. Ancestor, you're way too comfortable playing the hands-off manager. You push me out to take the bullet at the critical moment. But his face showed nothing. He only tightened his grip on the jade box and said in a deep voice, "In answer to the sovereign, this pill is crucial to the very foundation of this disciple's path. I regret that I cannot comply." Oh. Before the sovereign could speak, Sha let out a cold laugh, stepping forward as shadows spread beneath his feet. As the saying goes, treasures belong to those who possess virtue. Senior brother Su hiding behind the ancestor, do you dare not accept the challenge? Chen raised an eyebrow. The anger tempered by senior brother's beatings over the past 2 years surged up instantly. A brat who had grown smoothly to chi refining great perfection, relying on his master's protection, dared to shout at him. Accept the challenge. Su Chen sneered, carefully tucking the jade box into his robe, then casually pulled out the 5,000 gene chaos hammer that senior brother had specially forged for him. I still need to go back for foundation establishment. I don't have time to play house with a little kid. Arrogant. Ingshaw's face darkened. His figure instantly transformed into 9 afterimages, each carrying the sinister killing techniques of the Yin demon art. The surrounding temperature dropped 10 degrees, and even the air condensed into frost. You dare look down on me. Today I'll show you the meaning of the heavens and the earth. The watching low-level disciples terrified retreated dozens of zhang. Only the gray-robed old ancestor on the 9th floor of the treasure pavilion slightly lifted his eyelids, while old ancestor, Imo, stood by with arms crossed, a look of amusement in his eyes. He was just curious to see how tough Su Chen's foundation hammered out by Tai Kwang over the past 2 years really was. The heavens and the earth. Su Chen's divine sense had already entered the foundation establishment realm. He could see Ying Sha's movements clearly. The 9 afterimages seemed as slow as snails to him. The true body was hidden behind the 3rd afterimage, its aura well concealed, but it couldn't fool a foundation establishment divine sense. He didn't move at all. Only when Ying Sha's sinister claw was just 3 inches from his face did he suddenly swing the hammer. Clang. This hammer strike had no flourish, it was pure flesh-refining realm physical power. The chaos hammer wrapped in wind smashed the air into visible ripples. Ying Sha's protective Yin aura shattered like paper. He felt an irresistible force slam into his chest, a sweetness rising in his throat. His entire body flew backward, crashing heavily into the treasure pavilion's barrier with a dull thud. A mouthful of blood spurted out. He stared at Su Chen, disbelief filling his eyes, and tried to struggle to his feet. Su Chen weighed the chaos hammer in his hand, casually wiped a speck of blood off the hammer's body, and said in a nonchalant yet piercing tone, "In this world you need both strength and backing. We're both at chi refining great perfection, but I have 2 extra layers of cultivation. You have a nascent soul master. I do too. My grandmaster is a divine transformation cultivator. See that? That's him standing over there." He jutted his chin toward old ancestor Mo, who was watching gleefully. Hearing this, Ying Sha's chi and blood clashed with his heart meridian, his head lolled to the side, and he fainted outright. Old ancestor Mo burst into laughter, slapping his thigh in approval. Well said. This kid didn't let me down. The sovereign's face instantly turned as black as a pot bottom. The veins on the back of his hand gripping the carriage shaft bulged, but in the end, he didn't act out. After all, Ying Sha had started the trouble, and old ancestor Mo was right there. He couldn't very well fall out with a divine transformation ancestor over a single disciple. After a long moment, he gave a cold snort, his tone tinged with complexity. The ancestor's disciple's disciple is indeed extraordinary. Ying Sha has had a smooth path since childhood, never suffered a loss. This lesson is also good. He glanced at the unconscious Ying Sha, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. This child has been arrogant ever since he shone at the entrance ceremony, thinking himself a favored son of heaven, even contending for the 9-orifice foundation establishment pill. But the treasures on the 9th floor of the treasure pavilion were not so easily obtained. If Su Chen hadn't held back, that hammer strike would have left Ying Sha bedridden for at least 3 months. You flatter me, sovereign. Old ancestor Mo's smile faded, his tone turning cooler. My disciple's disciple is a bit straightforward, but his reasoning is sound. My disciple's disciple and I will take our leave. We still need to return and prepare for the foundation establishment. With that, he swept up Su Chen and turned into a streak of light, heading back to Refining Peak. The sovereign watched the direction where the 2 had vanished, then looked down at the still unconscious Ying Sha on the ground and sighed. After you wake up, go into seclusion properly. The 9-orifice foundation establishment pill was never your opportunity. If you dare to be so reckless again, I will punish you to mine or in the back mountain for 100 years. In the side hall of Refining Peak, old ancestor Mo slapped Su Chen's shoulder and laughed. Well done. Only you would dare to strike so hard. But you should be careful, the sovereign is thin-skinned. Although he won't retaliate openly, other things are uncertain. Su Chen nodded, his fingertip tracing the 9 colored patterns on the jade box, his eyes clear and composed. With this battle, he had thoroughly established his foothold in the Yin demon sect. Next, he would go into seclusion to break through to foundation establishment. The turmoil outside the treasure pavilion spread like wings, reaching the entire Yin demon sect within half an hour. The previous rumors about Su Chen, human cauldron already crippled, spiritual energy blocked, and won't live past 3 years, were shattered by this hammer strike. Everywhere in the Yin demon sect, discussions were abuzz. In the tavern where inner disciples gathered, the cultivators who had previously sneered at Su family's heavenly spirit root being a showpiece were all silenced. A chi refining 8th layer disciple slammed the bar, his voice full of lingering fear. Didn't you see? Senior brother Ying Sha's protective Yin aura shattered with 1 hit of that chaos hammer. I even dared to speak ill of senior brother Su before. I was really asking for death. Even those genius disciples who usually look down on others now shed their contempt. On the other side, the gathering place of Su family disciples within the Demon Sect had already become an ocean of joy. Over the past 2 years, the Su family disciples had suffered no small amount of grievance. Disciples from other families upon seeing them would always make sarcastic remarks. Your Su family's heavenly spirit root, how can it even achieve foundation establishment? I heard he's working as a laborer on refining peak, can't even lift the senior brother's hammer. Even disciples from the Black Fiend sect dared to openly seize the cultivation resources of Su family disciples. Inma sect, Su clan gathering point. This is the gathering place established by Su clan disciples who entered Inma sect over the generations. At this moment in the assembly hall of the gathering point, Su Ming, a direct disciple of the Su clan, smashed his wine bowl onto the stone table. The rim of the bowl vibrated with a humming sound, and his face bore an expression of exhilaration not seen in 2 years. Did you hear that? It's all over the outside. Our Su clan's heavenly spirit root knocked out the sect leader's personal disciple with one hammer. What trashing Sha, what Chi refining great perfection before our senior brother Chen, they're nothing but a fart. The dozens of Su clan disciples seated below were all red-eyed. A young disciple around 14 or 15 clenched his fist and shouted, before that brat from the Li family stole my spirit grass and said my elders were useless. I'll go back and snatch it back. And tell him if he dares to run his mouth again he'll get hammered just like King Sha. A slightly older female disciple beside him wiped the corner of her eye and smiled. Last month I went to the trading fair. A rogue cultivator said that the disciples sent by our clan elder were a burden. I was so angry I wanted to fight, but I was afraid of causing trouble for senior brother Chen, so I had to endure it. Now it's fine. No one will dare to say that anymore. Su Ming raised his wine bowl, spilled half of it on the ground in tribute to the grievances of the past 2 years, then filled it again and held it high. Come a toast to senior brother Chen, to the heavenly spirit root of our Su clan. All the disciples in the hall raised their bowls together. The sound of the wine bowls clinking was even louder than the hammering outside. Even the steward of the residence smiled and stroked his beard. I was worried about how to report to the clan before, but now it's fine. With this battle, young Master Chen has secured at least a 30% rise in our Su clan status in the Inma sect. From now on, others will have to treat us with respect. A disciple chimed in, just now that Li family brat actually returned the spirit grass he stole, and even compensated with 10 spirit stones, saying he was blind before. I just took it. I never would have dared to think of that before. The hall erupted in laughter. At this moment, Su Chen was sitting in the side hall of the refining peak, caressing the jade box containing the 9 orifices foundation establishment pill, completely unaware of the commotion outside. He did not know that this hammer not only knocked the arrogant Ning Sha awake, but also forged his reputation in the Inma sect. From then on, no one would dare to utter the name Su Chen as a joke. After obtaining the 9 orifices foundation establishment pill, Su Chen was not impatient. He placed the jade box in his palm, but did not open it immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and let his memories flow upstream. 12 years ago, he was still that spirited youth of the Su clan. He tested as a heavenly spirit root, reached the 2nd layer of Qi refining within a month, and after 8 years reached the 10th layer, and then the great perfection of Qi refining. He thought that in 1 or 2 years he would naturally achieve foundation establishment and establish his Tao. But fate played tricks. He inadvertently stepped into the 11th layer of Qi refining, and this delay dragged on for 4 full years. During these 4 years, he endured countless contemptuous looks and endured endless loneliness. 2 years ago, he entered the Inma sect with his heavenly spirit root and was initially courted by the peak masters. But when his cultivation at the 12th layer of Qi refining was revealed, everyone believed foundation establishment was hopeless. Fortunately, with the help of the clan's ancestor, he went to forge artifacts for Grandmaster Mo and obtained the opportunity for the 9 orifices foundation establishment pill. Amidst the hammering sounds of the refining peak, his originally restless heart was forged into a calmness as solid as profound iron. Foundation establishment. Su Chen opened his eyes, his gaze calm and unfathomable. The increased lifespan from the Qi refining stage was merely a side effect of spiritual energy nourishing the body, treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. Simply put, it made you healthier. But foundation establishment was the true defiance of fate and alteration of destiny. Once one entered this realm, lifespan could reach nearly 200 years. If one could advance step by step, consume longevity extending pills, or use some sealing formations, living beyond 300 years was also possible. Moreover, stepping into foundation establishment was the true entry into the genuine Tao path. Qi refining was merely being a bit stronger than ordinary mortals. Foundation establishment is the first dragon gate on the path of immortal cultivation. Leap over it, and you soar on cloud roads like a rock. Fail to leap, and you become a handful of yellow earth. In the following days, Su Chen completely severed contact with the outside world. He sat cross-legged in the deepest chamber of the side hall upon a 10,000-year warm jade bed given by Grandmaster Tianhe, with a high-level spirit gathering array set up around him. He spread out all the auxiliary items one by one. Supreme Clarity Heart Pill to suppress inner demons and protect the mind's clarity. Grandmaster Tianhe's Foundation Establishment Insights, every word a pearl revealing many critical junctures. The 9 Orifices Foundation Establishment Pill radiant, with flowing light quietly lying in the jade box, exuding an enticing medicinal fragrance. In addition, there were various auxiliary pills, spirit return pills, body fortifying pills, pulse protection pills. Chen spared no expense in piling up everything beneficial to Foundation Establishment around him. The 12th layer of Qi refining has oversaturated spiritual power. Insufficient spiritual energy is no longer a problem for me. Grandmaster Mo's 9 Revolutions Chaos Yuan Hammer has tempered my physical body to the Foundation Establishment level. The only variable is this inner demon tribulation. Chen knew well that defying heaven in immortal cultivation would incur the envy of the Tao. Foundation Establishment, though, without lightning tribulation, would give rise to inner demons. With the slightest carelessness his Tao heart would shatter, reducing him to a cripple. He picked up Grandmaster Tianhe's Foundation Establishment Insights and perused them carefully until every word was etched into his mind. After doing all this, Chen's gaze fell upon the 9 Orifices Foundation Establishment Pill. 4 years to sharpen a sword today, I test its edge. Foundation Establishment, it will be today. He hesitated no longer and abruptly opened the jade box. Instantly, a 9-colored radiance shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire chamber as bright as day. An indescribable fragrance instantly filled his nostrils. Chen felt all 36,000 pores on his body open at once, and the spiritual energy in his dantian was drawn into a mad whirl. Chen swallowed the 9 Orifices Foundation Establishment Pill in one gulp. As the pill entered his stomach, it was like the Milky Way from the 9th heaven pouring down, an incredibly terrifying medicinal force exploding within him. It was not simple spiritual power, but a more fundamental power of the rules. Boom! Chen felt a thunderous roar in his mind, and his consciousness was instantly pulled into a chaotic void. The inner demon tribulation had arrived. Deep within his mind, the divine sense of the early Foundation Establishment stage had already transformed into a blazing sun firmly locking onto the demonic illusions trying to sprout. Heaven never seals off all exits. As long as I want to walk a path, that path lies beneath my feet. My heart is like iron, 10,000 demons cannot invade. Chen gave a low shout, and his divine sense like a hammer fiercely struck those inner demons. At the same time, within his dantian, the mass of Qi refining 12th layer spiritual power, driven by the force of the 9 Orifices Foundation Establishment Pill, began to compress and fuse madly. Outside, the entire refining peak and even half of the Yinma sect felt the surging fluctuation shooting into the sky. Refining peak. The senior disciple Tai Kuang, who was swinging his hammer with sweat pouring down like rain, suddenly paused. The 10,000 gene giant hammer fell with a clatter, but he was completely oblivious. Wah! What is this commotion? Tai Kuang's eyes bulged as he stared at the side hall where Chen was. That 9-colored beam of light pierced through heaven and earth, tearing a huge hole in the clouds. Second senior sister Lung Chui's carving knife slipped from her hand. Staring blankly at the 9-colored radiance, she murmured, 9-colored radiance. Ancient records say that only a reincarnation of an ancient great power or someone with immense fortune would have such a phenomenon during Foundation establishment. Little junior brother he. Third senior brother Shurgan had just crawled out of the mine, his face covered in black dust. At this moment his mouth agape, the supreme grade, or in his hand, fell to the ground. Damn. This spiritual energy concentration, one breath, and I feel my cultivation rising. Is little junior brother establishing his foundation, or splitting heaven and earth? Fourth senior brother Hui Yuan's controlled earth fire instantly went out of control as he stared fixedly at that pressure, this commotion. It's even more terrifying than breaking through to the golden core. Is this really Foundation establishment? The 9th floor of the treasure pavilion. The gray-robed ancestor slowly opened his eyes, peering through layers of restrictions toward the refining peak. 9 orifices resounding together, 10,000 feet of radiance. Old Ghost Mo, this grand disciple of yours has added quite some color to this lifeless sect. Behind the refining peak. Little Easy, this disciple is a good catch, isn't he? I told you the ancestor's eyesight is flawless. Master is right. Yinma peaked the sect leader's main hall. The sect leader still sat in his wheelchair, his gaze piercing through the void beneath his black robe. Beside him stood the already awakened Yingsha, who now looked at the 9-colored beam, his eyes filled with unwillingness and a trace of fear. Master, he. Shut up. The sect leader spoke calmly. The 9 Orifices Foundation Establishment Pill truly lives up to its reputation. Such a phenomenon shows that he has fully activated the pill's power. You lost without injustice. The gap lies in foundation and also in heart. Yingsha lowered his head, clenching his fist tightly. That 9-colored radiance stung his eyes and shattered his pitiful pride. Inside the chamber, the inner demon tribulation arose. Chen was completely unaware of the shock and discussion outside. His consciousness had been pulled into an endless inner demon illusion. Like a revolving lantern, scenes flashed by one after another. The curling smoke from Su family village, the childhood, without spiritual energy, ordinary yet warm. The glorious moment of the test that the main clan of the transformation god staged the honor of being surrounded by clansmen. The assassination by the Black Fiends set the flash of blades and swords, blood and gore, the sense of crisis at the brink of life and death. The brief career as an assassin, the coldness of disguise lurking and reaping lives. The soul-stealing attempt by the Blood Fiend ancestor, the biting and confrontation at the soul level, a war over existence itself. One after another, love, hate, passion, and vengeance, life and death separation. A cultivator with slightly weaker will would have already sunk into them, either ecstatic, remorseful, or fearful, their Tao heart shattered. Chen watched these illusions, his expression calm. It's over, he whispered softly, all are but passing clouds. He did not even use that supreme clarity heart pill. His early foundation establishment, divine sense, already condensed into substance, now shone in his mind, like a great sun illuminating the void. The black chi that tried to erode his mind melted like snow under the light of his divine sense. However, just as the inner demon tribulation was about to dissipate, the illusion suddenly changed. The surrounding scenery was no longer the magnificent mountains and rivers of the immortal cultivation world, but became strange and eerie. Skyscrapers rose like bamboo shoots after rain, piercing the clouds, their walls smooth as mirrors, yet cold and heartless. On the wide streets, cars roared past, spewing exhaust. Neon lights flickered, reflecting faces numb or hurried. Chen was stunned. He saw himself, or rather his past life. In the illusion, he was wearing a t-shirt and jeans, holding a cup of cold bubble tea, aimlessly walking on a crosswalk. Traffic was heavy, traffic lights blinking. Suddenly, a runaway truck ran a red light and charged straight toward him. Bang! A dull impact sound exploded deep in Chen's soul. He had hit the jackpot. This was the reason for his transmigration. The him in the inner demon flew out like a kite with a broken string, the bubble tea spilling all over, bright red blood spreading on the asphalt. That was death. A mundane yet real death. Chen's soul trembled. That was the moment of his transmigration, the origin of everything. At this moment, the inner demon tribulation showed its most ferocious fangs. Strands of pitch-black, demonic chi seeped out of the illusion, wrapping around Chen's divine sense. A seductive voice echoed deep in his mind. That is your true destination. Everything here is false, a mirror flower, a water moon. Give up, return to that mundane death. This was the most deadly inner demon. Denying the present, denying himself, inducing him to abandon this hard-won path of immortal cultivation and return to that mediocre end of death. In the chamber, Chen's body shook violently, beads of sweat the size of soybeans oozing from his forehead, his face alternating between light and dark. Outside, even the nine-colored beam began to flicker unsteadily, as if it might extinguish at any moment. In this moment of crisis, he unhesitatingly swallowed the supreme clarity heart pill he had prepared long ago. The cool medicinal power instantly dissolved, cleansing his soul. In just an instant, Chen raised his head abruptly, his closed eyes snapping open, and deep in his gaze it seemed as if two golden flames were blazing. He laughed. Not a bitter smile, not a cold smile, but a hearty, uninhibited roar of laughter. Ha! Ha! His laughter was like thunder, causing the chamber to hum. Fortunately, there were protective restrictions that could block his voice, so those outside could not hear. It's over. It's all over. I am Chen, a transmigrator, and moreover the heavenly spirit root of the Su clan. The grand disciple of Grandmaster Mo, the disciple of true Lord Xianin. That world gave me life and the enlightenment of knowledge. I will always remember it. But the heavenly spirit realm gave me a path, gave me passionate senior brothers and sisters, gave me the courage to shatter the void with a hammer. Here, this is my reality now. Past life and present life are two sides of the same coin. I am him, and he is me. Inner demon, you dare to shake my Tao heart. As his voice fell, the sun of divine sense and his sea of consciousness erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The black chi that had been coiling around him melted away like snow under the scorching sun in an instant. The illusion collapsed, the skyscrapers, the traffic, all turned into nothingness. In its place was the real environment of the side hall chamber on the refining peak. My Tao is complete. Foundation establishment. Open for me. Boom. Within his dantian, a sound like a thunderbolt from the ninth heaven erupted. The massive spiritual energy mass of the 12th chi refining layer, driven by the 9 orifices foundation establishment pill and refined by the burning heaven purple extreme art, completely fused and transformed. A purple gold liquid spiritual power vortex radiating a terrifying pressure took shape. This was the foundation establishment spiritual sea. At the same time, 9 hidden acupoints around the dantian opened in response. Each acupoint was like a small dantian connected to the central spiritual sea, breathing in and out vast amounts of spiritual power. The 9 orifices foundation establishment was complete. The moment he completed his foundation establishment, Chen snapped his eyes open. Before he could feel elated, he heard a thunderous crack, a deafening roar. His soul was instantly pulled into the Zifu Immortal Island. On the island, as Chen broke through to foundation establishment, an endless void appeared. The titan formed of thunder reappeared. The gray mist at the edge of the Wood Immortal Island churned under the Thunder Titan's movements, creating a massive gray mist vortex spanning 10 miles. It enveloped the Wood Immortal Island, where Chen stood. Chen was drawn by a mysterious force to the high sky of the Zifu Immortal Island, watching the Thunder Titan stir the vortex and reshape the island. The Thunder Titan roared within the gray mist vortex, producing earth-shattering sounds. This spectacle left Chen astounded. He knew the island would undergo changes, but witnessing it firsthand was profoundly shocking, an awe beyond words. Beside the Wood Immortal Island, countless purple thunderbolts converged toward the Thunder Titan, whose imposing presence was formidable. Chen watched in shock, recalling a similar sight when he had consumed the gray egg in the Zifu realm. However, back then the Thunder Titan was creating the world, whereas now it seemed to be reforming and expanding. If his memory served him right, once the gray mist before him dissipated, a new immortal island would form within his Zifu space. Wood generates fire, the Fire Immortal Island. Chen could barely contain his excitement. Though the Wood Immortal Island had only been used to grow spirit rice, basic spiritual herbs, and medicinal plants, it had already brought him great benefits. Especially the Mars spirit rice, which could be both consumed and sold. However, Chen suddenly heard crackling sounds from the Wood Immortal Island and saw flashes of fire. It turned out that during the transformation, thunderbolts would spill over onto the island, wreaking havoc. He saw that wherever the thunderbolts passed, whether they struck stoves, spirit fields, or medicinal herbs, everything they touched was instantly reduced to ashes. My spirit fields, my medicinal herbs, my stove, all blown to nothing. Chen felt helpless. The purple thunderbolts emanating from the Thunder Titan were the purple firmament, divine thunder. Even trees and grass were not spared. Even a nascent soul cultivator would face annihilation upon contact. Fortunately, he had not planted much on the Wood Immortal Island, only some external possessions. It was better to let them burn. Having broken through to foundation establishment, he now needed to plant higher-level spiritual herbs suited for his new realm. As long as he had spirit stones and medicinal seeds, even if everything were burned, he could restore it all in a short time. What terrified him most was that some purple thunderbolts had reached the high sky, where he stood. Haha, you can't get in here. Chen was now in a special observation platform created by the system. These purple thunderbolts could not enter. System creations were always of the highest quality. Suddenly, a purple thunderbolt seemed to detect him, paused, then veered sharply toward his position. Chen was horrified. With a thought, he summoned a shield outside the observation platform. With a crack, the shield was shattered into powder by a single purple thunderbolt. Damn, this purple thunderbolt is sentient. It can lock onto me. Chen no longer dared to be cocky. Brother Purple Thunder, I was only joking earlier. The purple thunderbolt, seeing that Chen had stopped being arrogant, lingered near the observation platform for a while before slowly drifting away. Chen was left stunned, his scalp tingling. Is this purple thunder alive? What is it? A thunderous boom echoed from the gray vortex. The transformation was nearing its end. Meanwhile, outside in the secret chamber, Chen's aura had vanished completely. Around him, an egg-shaped mass of fire spiritual energy had formed. The fire egg, radiating foundation establishment level energy, floated in the center of the chamber. Many things around had been burned away, jade bottles containing various pills. Except for his 10,000-year warm jade cushion, the Heavenly River Ancestors Foundation Establishment Insights, and the box for the 9 Orifice Foundation Establishment Pill. At that moment, the system arrived. Ding, detected host has broken through to Foundation Establishment. Zifu Immortal Island is upgrading. Temporary Heaven Concealing Array has been deployed. Congratulations, host, for advancing from Chi Refinement to Foundation Establishment. You have received 1 draw from the Myriad World Golden Finger Lottery. Please draw as soon as possible. The atmosphere in the secret chamber changed instantly. Even if a nascent soul, or even a deity transformation elder swept their divine sense over, they would only see Chen stabilizing his cultivation. A cultivator's breakthrough to Foundation Establishment could take from a month to several years. No one would find it unusual. Inside the Zifu Immortal Island, Chen quickly gathered his divine sense and swept it across the island. The turmoil within the gray mist vortex finally subsided. The Thunder Titan dissolved, dispersing into countless strands of purple thunder that vanished into the vast gray void. Beside the Wood Immortal Island floated a brand new island shrouded in gray mist, its details unclear. The Wood Immortal Island had been thoroughly ravaged by the purple thunder. Chen dared not act rashly until the last trace of purple thunder disappeared. Only then did he descend from the observation platform, eager to see what the new island looked like. His soul flashed, and in a moment he landed on the new island. Like the Wood Island, it was composed of large and small gray rocks, but its color tended toward red, while the Wood Island was greenish. It spanned 2 li in circumference. The Wood Island had also expanded to 2 li during the transformation, doubled in size. After a circuit, he found nothing special. Chen knew that the Fire Island could nurture special flames. He had none at the moment, but perhaps he could collect some in the future. Returning to the Wood Immortal Island, Chen noticed a small island between the 2 larger ones. On it stood a single object, the Life Tablet. How did this get here? The Life Tablet had originally been on the Wood Island. Chen floated over and found that the information on the tablet had been updated. Island Master Chen. Island Range 2 Leaper Island. Currently unlocked with Immortal Island Fire Immortal Island. Island Master's Spiritual Root Fire Heavenly Spiritual Root. Island Master's lifespan original 90 years, Chi refinement added 10 O foundation establishment added 120, current 220 years, 20 years consumed, 200 remaining. According to the tablet, Chen realized that half a year had passed since his breakthrough to foundation establishment. With the affairs of the Zifu Immortal Island concluded, he left the island through the life tablet returning to his body. This breakthrough had brought new changes to the Zifu Immortal Island. He discovered that he could now freely enter and exit the island through the life tablet. The life tablet not only recorded his information, but also served as a portal. In the secret chamber of the artifact refining peak, the fire egg began to crack like a chick breaking out of its shell. The eggshell fragments fell to the ground, dissolving into spiritual energy and vanishing. A completely naked young man sat cross-legged within, slowly opening his eyes. Damn, why am I naked again? That was a magic artifact-grade robe, gone in an instant. Does this island have an exhibitionist fetish or a voyeurism fetish? Every time it upgrades or awakens, it leaves me naked. Let me make it clear, I'm a decent person. I don't like being naked. This naked man was none other than Chen, who had just broken through to foundation establishment. He took a new set of clothes from his storage pouch and dressed while grumbling. The Zifu Immortal Island was wonderful, but every time he broke through a major realm, he lost all his clothes. He would need to be careful next time. After exiting the celestial island, Chen did not immediately emerge from seclusion. At this moment, he could not afford to be careless. He began compressing the spiritual energy within his body, repeatedly slowly widening his meridians and filling the 9 minor dantians surrounding his main dantian. From his storage pouch, he took out Chi recovery pills and Chi supplement pills one by one, sending them into his mouth. The 9 orifice foundation establishment pill was immensely powerful, but it required far more spiritual energy than an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Chen retrieved another storage pouch, his spirit stone pouch. He poured the spirit stones around the 10,000-year warm jade cushion and activated the burning heaven purple art to absorb and refine the spiritual energy within the stones. The spiritual energy surged through Chen's body like fish entering the vast ocean, roaming freely. He proceeded slowly with each step. As the spiritual energy within him increased, compressing, it grew more difficult each cycle, accompanied by excruciating pain. Chen clenched his teeth and persevered until all the spiritual energy in his body had liquefied. The liquefaction of spiritual energy was also a hallmark of foundation establishment cultivators. Chen guided the spiritual energy into his dantian. Once the main dantian was full, he began channeling it into the 9 minor dantians. Upon entering the dantian, the spiritual energy spun rapidly, cycling repeatedly. When the liquefied spiritual energy in both the main and minor dantians could no longer be compressed, Chen advanced once more. 7 days later, when Chen emerged from seclusion, he was already a standard foundation establishment cultivator. No, he was even stronger than a newly established foundation establishment cultivator. Foundation establishment layer 2. The 12 layers of Chi refining were not cultivated in vain. Chen felt that without the 9 minor dantians, he could have broken through to foundation establishment layer 3. He also heard the system's notification, but there were more important matters at hand. Boom. The secret chamber door was blasted open, revealing a slightly gaunt, yet exceptionally spirited Chen before the crowd. He had succeeded. 20 years. It had been a full 20 years since he arrived in this world. From a youth who barely understood cultivation, he had finally grown into a mighty foundation establishment cultivator. Only Chen himself knew the hardships along this journey. In truth, the difficulties only truly began after reaching the 11th layer of Chi refining. At this moment, although he appeared gaunt, his entire body radiated explosive power. After all, for nearly half a year, Chen had sustained himself solely on the energy of the 9 orifice foundation establishment pill. With his body, technique, and soul all having reached foundation establishment, his strength was no longer comparable to that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Outwardly, he appeared to be at foundation establishment layer 2, but Chen sensed that his strength could now contend with mid-foundation establishment cultivators without issue. His soul, transformed during foundation establishment, had reached the divine sense layer 3, and his physical body had reached the body refining layer 3. His mortal constitution had been converted into an innate physique. A celestial foundation had been laid, making him truly extraordinary. Many onlookers gathered around, staring at Chen in sheer astonishment. Foundation establishment layer 2. Chen did not conceal his cultivation level. After all, he possessed a heavenly spirit root and had used the Heaven Defying 9 orifice foundation establishment pill to establish his foundation. It was only natural for him to be extraordinary. It would be abnormal if he were not. Chen had earned considerable fame throughout the Yinma sect. With a heavenly spirit root, 12 layers of Chi refining, and a single hammer blow that defeated the sect leader's disciple. Although it was known that he had obtained the legendary 9 orifice foundation establishment pill refining, it was no easy task. Throughout history, even those with heavenly spirit roots had fallen to the inner demon tribulation during foundation establishment, especially since he had established his foundation from the 12th layer of chi refining. You little rascal. A voice like thunder boomed across the main hall. Ancestor Mo's voice rang out, tinged with both embarrassment and relief as he scolded. Now that you've broken through to foundation establishment, hurry over and pay your respects to your grandmaster and master. The rest of you disperse. Why are you all loafing around watching the spectacle? The sudden telepathic transmission from Ancestor Mo sent the surrounding onlookers scurrying away. The authority of a divine transformation ancestor was not to be taken lightly. Then Xian Yinjinjuan's voice echoed. Tai Quango informed the other disciples. Today I officially accept Su Chun as my personal disciple. This had been promised long ago, and Su Chun was not surprised. After all, he was the candidate chosen by Ancestor Mo. He arrived at the main hall. Excellent, excellent. Your foundation is very solid, and this foundation establishment has been most successful. Moreover, you have directly reached foundation establishment layer 2. In my 500 years of cultivation, this is the first time I have witnessed such a phenomenon. Xian Yinjinjuan praised him. At just over 500 years old and a late nascent soul cultivator, he was considered young in the cultivation world. All thanks to Master's excellent guidance. Su Chen replied. You little rascal, aren't you going to thank your grandmaster? Ancestor Mo, seated in the main seat, scolded with a smile. Su Chun then stepped forward, quickly knelt down, and said solemnly, Disciple, Su Chun pays respects to Grandmaster and Master. May Grandmaster ascend to immortality soon and shake the world with his might. May Master achieve divine transformation soon and become renowned across the land. Haha, this boy is not foolish, he knows how to act. Ancestor Mo laughed heartily from the main seat, looking at Su Chun with great satisfaction. With a heavenly spirit root, he had entered the sect for a year and a half, spending that time with Ancestor Mo in the back mountain, forging and refining artifacts without complaint. He endured loneliness and guarded his true heart. It was also because of this year and a half of companionship that Ancestor Mo had his own disciple take Su Chun as a pupil. With exceptional talent and an extraordinary character, how could such a seedling be allowed to fall into someone else's hands? Originally, he had only intended to repay a favor owed to some old ghost of the Su family and help refine his own spiritual treasure. Who would have thought this boy would actually suit his taste? Xianing, the rest is your affair. Ancestor Mo's figure flickered and vanished from the hall. Soon Tai Quang led the other 8 senior brothers and sisters into the artifact refining peak's main hall. Su Chun, I once promised you that once you broke through to foundation establishment, I would formally accept you as my personal disciple. Are you willing? Under the gaze of his senior siblings, Su Chen replied with a solemn expression, Disciple Su Chun is willing. To be able to worship the Jinjuan as my master is truly the greatest fortune of my life. Since you are willing, from this day forth you shall be my 9th personal disciple and also my final closed-door disciple. This was the tradition of Ancestor Mo's lineage. Only 9 personal disciples were accepted. The 9th was naturally the closed-door disciple. Su Chun present the tea ceremony. Tai Quang guided him. With the exception of his own master-apprentice ceremony presided over by Zhao Luo, the ceremonies for all other junior brothers and sisters were conducted by Tai Quang. The other senior sisters and brothers set aside their usual boisterous manner, donned the uniform personal disciple robes of the sect, and stood in orderly rows on both sides. Su Chun performed the 3 kneels and 9 prostrations before Xian Yinjinjuan, who sat solemnly in the main hall. He then personally poured tea and respectfully presented it to Xian Yinjinjuan. Disciple Su Chun offers tea to Master. Xian Yinjinjuan accepted the tea and handed Su Chun a medium-grade spirit artifact storage bracelet, a generous red envelope containing 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, and an earthly spirit pill that could help break through the bottleneck of early foundation establishment cultivators. This gift bundle was exceedingly generous. A medium-grade spirit artifact storage bracelet alone was worth as much as some ordinary high-grade spirit artifacts. Because storage spirit artifacts could only be refined by artificers at the golden core stage or above. This involved the power of space, so the price of storage spirit artifacts was typically 10 to 20% higher than that of ordinary spirit artifacts of the same grade. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, generally no one would exchange medium-grade spirit stones for low-grade ones, as medium-grade spirit stones contain purer and more abundant spiritual energy. The earthly spirit pill, a key pill for breaking through from foundation establishment layer 3 to layer 4, typically cost about 200 medium-grade spirit stones and was not easy to purchase. For Su Chen, it was better than nothing. As long as it was not a special bottleneck like the 11th or 12th layer of chi refining, it was essentially no obstacle to him. The master-apprentice gift that Xian Yinjinjuan gave Su Chun when converted to low-grade spirit stones was worth over 200,000, nearly 300,000. Many golden core cultivators outside might not even be able to produce 300,000 low-grade spirit stones at once. After completing these formalities, Xian Yinjinjuan left to attend to other matters. After the apprenticeship ceremony, the senior and junior brothers did not disperse. Tai Kwang, as the eldest senior brother, specially prepared a foundation establishment banquet for Su Chen in the dining hall. It was not grand yet exceptionally lively. The brothers gathered around a table initially reserved. But as time passed, this group of brothers began to go wild. This was understandable. Although they all resided on the same peak, such opportunities for gathering were rare. Now that they finally had this chance, they had to let loose. If we don't go wild, we'll grow old, said the eldest senior brother Tai Kwang, who was only about 200 years old. However, due to his cultivation, he appeared to be a robust man in his 40s. The second senior sister, having advanced swiftly in cultivation since childhood and focusing on beauty maintenance, looked like she was in her 20s. This was one of the benefits of cultivation, not only attaining longevity, but also preserving the body's vitality. Drinking and laughing with a group of senior brothers and sisters, they continued until late into the night. Then they dispersed. Returning to his side hall, Su Chen recalled that foundation establishment cultivators could choose a residence on the refining artifact peak, but he had no time now. With a surge of energy, he expelled all the alcohol from his body. Time to draw the lottery. Su Chen took a deep breath and sat cross-legged. Finally, it's here again. After breaking through to foundation establishment, the system's notification sounds kept ringing. If he hadn't turned off the sound, he would have been driven mad. Ding. Detected host realm ascending from Qi refining to foundation establishment second layer. Meets major realm breakthrough requirements. All Heaven's golden finger system activated. Before Su Chen appeared a lottery wheel filled with various golden fingers. Draw. The wheel spun and landed on a familiar novel. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the second All Heaven's Golden Finger Burning Art item. Introduction originates from the golden finger of Shao Yin, the protagonist of Battle Through the Heavens. Has been credited to your account. Do you wish to claim it? Yes. Alone in the secret chamber, Su Chen claimed it directly. The lottery page closed and a black scroll appeared in his palm. A black scroll. Burning art. Have I become Xiaohua? Su Chen recalled the plot of Battle Through the Heavens as he looked at the black scroll in his hand. Su Chen fell silent. In truth, he did not lack techniques. The burning purple polestar art was low-tier heaven grade, 6 stages of mortal transcendence was low-tier earth grade, and 9 revolutions chaos hammers was heaven grade. But burning art was a miraculous technique that could evolve by devouring strange fires. Currently at low-tier yellow grade, it was the most inferior technique. Yet it could evolve. System, isn't this a technique for cultivating Do Qi? Ding system products are always premium. It has been fully modified and perfected for the host. Su Chen tightened his grip on the black scroll. This time as he touched it, the scroll transformed into a stream of information that poured directly into his mind. Stunned by the sudden influx of information, Su Chen was momentarily dazed. This was the habit of reading techniques in the Do Qi world. In the cultivation world, one usually pressed a jade slip to the forehead and read with divine sense. Fortunately, Su Chen's soul had already reached the 3rd layer of divine sense, and he was indifferent to the impact of this information. Burning art complete cultivation version derived from the bizarre technique of the Do Qi continent. It can devour strange fires to evolve. In the cultivation world, it can devour various extraordinary fires to evolve. Currently low tier, yellow grade. I'll consider it later. Switching techniques is something I'll study before deciding. A technique is the foundation of a cultivator concerning one's Dao path. Switching from a heaven grade technique to a low tier yellow grade one was, no matter how you looked at it, bizarre. A real chicken rib. And what exactly are these strange fires? Forget it. Breaking through plus advancing and stabilizing my cultivation took nearly 7 months. I'm already numb. He washed up thoroughly in his side hall, returned to the bedroom, and prepared for a good sleep. Although cultivators could replace sleep with meditation, solid sleep could restore spirit and mental energy. He hadn't experienced the feeling of lying in bed for a long time. Though he had been in closed-door cultivation for 7 months, it was a life-or-death breakthrough with nerves constantly on edge, leaving him no moment of relaxation. Now that foundation establishment had been broken through, the Purple Mystic Immortal Isle had been upgraded, and the major realm lottery had been drawn. It was time for a blissful sleep. This sleep lasted until the next evening. At first he thought he had just fallen asleep. Looking at the sky, the night sky differed from the previous night's weather, confirming it was the next evening. However, it was indeed comfortable. So comfortable. Oh. Su Chen got out of bed and stretched luxuriously. It was late at night, so the place for registering cultivation level would certainly be empty. Su Chen prepared to think about what to do next. First register at the sect, then obtain a token for selecting a cave dwelling. This was uniform across the sect. After choosing a cave, return to the Su family, then go back to the refining artifact peak to refine his first artifact. In fact, his first artifact could be the Chaos Mixed Yuan Furnace, which was a spiritual treasure, but that was only auxiliary. Having been at the refining artifact peak for 2 years, he wasn't even a qualified artifact refiner yet. A disciple of the refining artifact peak who couldn't refine artifacts, a foundation establishment cultivator who had never completed a single artifact, would be a laughingstock if word got out. After planning, Su Chen took out his storage bracelet and storage pouch. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, a high-grade spiritual artifact, the 100 ghost banner, a top-grade magical artifact, the pure yang sword, many pills suitable for chi refining, and his own second-grade fire-attributed talismans. That was all he had. After tidying up, Su Chen activated his technique and began cultivating. He couldn't sleep, and idle time was idle time. The next day, Su Chen rose early and headed to the sect's personnel hall to register his foundation establishment identity. He threw out the pure yang sword, formed hand seals, then leaped up and stepped onto the flying sword. Riding the sword, he flew at high speed through the sky toward the personnel hall, savoring the thrill of sword flight. To be honest, after so many years in the cultivation world, this was his first time truly experiencing sword flight. Cultivators could control objects upon reaching the middle stage of chi refining, but Su Chen had always stayed in the Su family, cultivating, making talismans, farming, and had participated in only a handful of battles. Many techniques had not been kept up. In the early morning, the refining artifact peak was already filled with the clanging of hammering. Most were outer disciples completing their monthly tasks. The Demon Sect disciples were divided into 4 ranks: menial, outer, inner, and direct disciple. Menial disciples were the most numerous, direct disciples the fewest. Among the menials had mandatory dangerous missions, outer disciples had mandatory monthly tasks, inner disciples had optional quarterly tasks, and direct disciples had no tasks. It was entirely up to them. Moreover, direct disciples received bonus rewards for completing corresponding tasks and enjoyed discounts when exchanging items with sect contribution points. In short, the entire sect was at your service. Additionally, foundation establishment cultivators had a hallmark: standing in the void. After foundation establishment, divine sense and spiritual power increased greatly, allowing one to stand in mid-air with divine sense and spiritual power. If one used a flight technique, they could fly. Object control flight became faster, and standing on the controlled object was less likely to cause falls. Sword flight was the most common among object control methods. Of course, this was only the simplest form of sword flight. To control a flying sword in battle, one would need to practice specialized sword control techniques. Otherwise, the sword's power could not be fully unleashed. The Rinshire Hall was located in the core area of the inner sect. Inside, disciples were bustling about, most of them coming to accept tasks and exchange resources. The moment Su Chen stepped into the hall, the originally noisy environment instantly quieted down a few degrees. Along the way, many chi refining disciples saw Su Chen and stopped in their tracks, showing reverence on their faces as they bowed and greeted. "Greetings, Senior Uncle Su." "Senior Uncle Su, are you well?" Su Chen nodded slightly, his expression calm. This was the rule within the sects of the cultivation world: those who achieve more are respected first. Yesterday, he was still at the chi refining stage on equal footing with these people. Today, he had broken through to foundation establishment, and even though he was the youngest in age, his seniority automatically rose by 1 level, making him an elder to these chi refining disciples. Of course, when encountering his senior brother Tai Kuang and the others, Su Chen still had to respectfully call them senior brother. This was a bond of fellow disciples not bound by such mundane formalities. Approaching the registration counter, the person in charge was a middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator named Chen Kong, with a cultivation base at the early foundation establishment stage. He was tidying up jade slips with his head down when he sensed someone approaching. He looked up, and his originally lazy expression instantly changed. He quickly stood up, a respectful smile spreading across his face. "This junior brother, what business do you have?" Chen Kong asked. Su Chen handed over his identity jade token and said calmly, "Greetings, senior brother. I am Su Chen. I have just broken through to foundation establishment and have come to register and collect my foundation establishment rewards." Chen Kong took the jade token and swept it with his divine sense. When he saw the direct disciple mark and the name Su Chen, his pupils slightly contracted and the smile on his face became even more sincere. "So it's junior brother Su. I've long admired your reputation." Chen Kong quickly cupped his hands, his tone carrying a hint of fawning. "The 9-colored auspicious clouds phenomena, when you broke through to foundation establishment, has spread throughout the entire sect. I didn't expect you to come register so soon, junior brother." He moved swiftly, entering Su Chen's information and updating his permissions. "Junior brother, congratulations on your successful foundation establishment." Chen Kong returned the new jade token to Su Chen and took out a storage pouch and a jade slip from under the counter. According to sect rules, a direct disciple who reaches foundation establishment receives a generous reward. "This is the list, junior brother, please take a look." Su Chen received the storage pouch and jade slip and swept them with his divine sense. The jade slip recorded the detailed reward contents: a one-time grant of 100 sect contribution points, a bottle of superior Peiyuan pills, 10 in total, 1 opportunity to choose a cave dwelling allowing selection of an unoccupied residence within the sect's designated area, 1 free selection of a spiritual artifact allowing a visit to the 100 Treasures Pavilion to choose a suitable artifact, 1 opportunity to browse the 3rd floor of the Scripture Pavilion. "Thank you, senior brother." Su Chen put away the jade slip and opened the storage pouch. Inside were 10 bottles of superior Peiyuan pills and 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Although it couldn't compare to the 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones his master had given him, it was still better than nothing. Chen Kong smiled and said, "Junior brother, you're too polite. The pay-you-on pills and spirit stones are issued now, while the other rewards have already been recorded in your identity jade token. In the future, if you need to exchange anything, just go to the relevant place and present your token. Chen nodded, putting the storage pouch into his bosom, and began to calculate in his mind. Cave dwelling selection. He had already taken a fancy to a spot on Lianqi Peak, and senior brother Tai Kuang had already arranged things for him, just waiting for him to move in. Spiritual artifact selection. He was currently using the fire tribute shield and dharma robe given by true Lord Xuanin, and he had used the shield during his experiment in the Zifu Immortal Island. He would choose based on his needs at the time. The third floor of the scripture pavilion. He would go see if there were any divine abilities or secret techniques more suitable for him. Chen thanked Qian Khan for his advice and turned to leave the Rinshire Hall. Walking back to Lianqi Peak, he touched the Baihun banner at his waist. Now that I've reached Foundation establishment, I should continue replenishing the fierce ghosts in the Baihun banner. And that 9-orifice spirit sea, I need to study it well and see how much potential these 9.5 extra dantians have. A glint of anticipation flashed in Chen's eyes. Foundation establishment was just a new starting point. The true brilliance was only just beginning. In the affairs hall of Lianqi Peak, there were 4 disciples at the 9th layer of Qi refining. Seeing Chen, they quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, Senior Uncle Su. May we ask what business you have here?" Chen returned the courtesy politely and said with a smile, "I have reached Foundation establishment and have come to choose a cave dwelling. Senior brother Tai Kuang has reserved a small courtyard for me. This is my identity token. Please wait a moment, Senior Uncle, I will handle it for you." The disciple who received him was dressed in blue. Chen took the jade token and tossed a first-grade pill to the disciple serving him. "Thank you for the reward, Senior Uncle." The blue-clad disciple expressed gratitude. The cave dwellings of the Yinma sect were divided into 2 types: caves and courtyards. Chen did not choose to excavate his own cave dwelling, but instead directly moved into an existing one. The building complex on Lianqi Peak was actually very vast. Few cultivators lived there, and only about 30 people resided in the vicinity of the entire peak. Most cultivators still preferred to excavate their own cave dwellings for privacy. Chen arrived at the small courtyard he had long admired, took out his token, and opened the formation. "Let's call you the 100 Ghosts Courtyard." With a wave of his spiritual power, 4 characters appeared on the courtyard gate. Entering the 100 Ghosts Courtyard, there was a 3-story pavilion and a courtyard. Bedroom, guest room, study, alchemy room, Qi refining room, cultivation room. Everything was complete. The courtyard was very clean, obviously frequently swept. The doors, windows, carved beams, and so on were all made of expensive spirit wood, extremely luxurious, revealing the grandeur of a nascent soul sect. It was even more magnificent than the imperial palaces he had seen before his transmigration. No matter how powerful an emperor was, could he possess spirit wood like this? Chen couldn't help nodding. A nascent soul sect was truly formidable. He took out the living items from his storage bracelet that he had in his side hall and placed them one by one. The next day, the blue-clad disciple came to visit Chen. Disciple Sun Hao pays respects to Senior Uncle. Inside the courtyard, Chen was cultivating in the cultivation room, sitting cross-legged on a 10,000-year warm jade cushion. Sun Hao stood in the courtyard and said to Chen, "I wonder if Senior Uncle needs a servant. We have both males and females available at any time. Many disciples in our sect are willing to serve Senior Uncle." The blue-clad disciple explained respectfully. Chen smiled slightly. The disciple's words were subtle, but having lived 2 lives, he understood what was implied. The Yinma sect was not a place for the virtuous and kind. Some female disciples were not merely doing simple chores. Within the Yinma sect, menial disciples had low status and no standing to speak of. If they could attach themselves to a high-level cultivator, it was also a way out. Moreover, Chen was a direct disciple, and his master was a nascent soul true lord. As soon as this news got out, not only menial disciples, but even outer disciples would be flocking to him. How is this charged? It depends on the cultivation level. If Senior Uncle wants a late Qi refining servant, the monthly fee is 100 contribution points, for mid-stage 50, for early stage 30 points. He paused for a moment. Then a mid-stage Qi refining 1. Priority to those who know how to cultivate spirit rice. Spread the word that I'll pay an extra 20 contribution points, and they need to tend to the spirit rice. Sun Hao immediately bowed and humbly withdrew. He had now established a connection with Chen, and if he handled this matter well, the future benefits would certainly be plentiful. The ghostly courtyard, though called a small courtyard, was actually quite spacious. Inside there were 2 acres of spirit fields. Chen had no intention of wasting them, and planned to continue planting spirit rice. "I need some spirit rice of the 3rd tier or above." He immediately mounted the pure yang sword, transforming into a streak of light, as he flew toward the sect's Lingnong Hall. The Huixing spirit rice had been greatly beneficial to him during the Qi refining stage, but now that he had established his foundation, both his physique and spiritual power had undergone a qualitative transformation. The effects of that 2nd-tier spirit rice had become negligible. The Zifu Immortal Island must also be kept in use, it could not be wasted. Lingnong Hall was located on the eastern side of the inner sect of Yinma sect, a large complex of antique-style buildings responsible for managing the sect's spirit fields and spirit rice seeds. As soon as Chen landed, he heard a familiar call. Brother Chen. A young cultivator dressed in Lingnong Hall attire quickly approached his face full of surprise. This person bore a slight resemblance to Chen. He was Su Ming, a direct descendant of the Su family who had entered the Yinma sect in the same year as Chen. Su Ming. Chen looked him over and smiled. Chi refining 10th layer, quite a fast improvement. What are you doing here? Su Ming scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Back home, I learned from Brother Chen how to plant spirit rice. When the sect assigned positions, I chose Lingnong Hall. It's a bit of a professional fit. Chen nodded. It was a good thing that the Su family disciples had this kind of diligent and down-to-earth spirit. Brother Chen, what business brings you here today? Su Ming asked warmly. I'm looking for some spirit rice seeds of the 3rd tier or above. The Huashing spirit rice's grade is too low, it's no longer sufficient for me. Chen stated bluntly. 3rd tier. What a coincidence. Su Ming slapped his thigh and quickly led Chen inside. Our Lingnong Hall actually has some in stock, and it's the best 4th tier spirit rice for foundation establishment. Qian Dao. As he spoke, Su Ming took out a jade box from under the counter and opened it. A wave of fire-attributed spiritual energy, several times denser than that of the Huashing spirit rice, rushed toward them. The grains were plump, a dark crimson with flames seeming to dance on their surface. Clearly no ordinary product. Excellent stuff. Chen's eyes lit up. This Qian Dao perfectly matched his fire element spiritual root. Brother Chen, you are a personal disciple, so you get a 20% discount on exchanges. Su Ming took Chen's identity jade token and skillfully processed the transaction. That'll be 800 sect contribution points already deducted from the token. Chen nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly remembered something. He took out a jade bottle from his storage pouch and handed it to Su Ming. Su Ming, take this top-grade Qingxin Dan. It's of great use for overcoming the inner demon tribulation during foundation establishment breakthrough. Su Ming quickly declined. Brother Chen, this is too precious. I don't lack this. Our Su family's direct disciples have foundation establishment resources. You should keep it for other younger siblings in the clan who need it. Chen laughed heartily upon hearing this and withdrew the jade bottle. I was too presumptuous, brother. How about this? When I can later refine spirit artifacts, come find me, and I'll refine one for you for free as a thank you gift for today. Then thank you, Brother Chen. Su Ming was overjoyed. A free artifact refinement from a personal disciple was a huge honor. I wish Brother Chen to become a master artifact refiner soon. Chen smiled, stored away the Qian Dao seeds, and turned to leave. Holding these precious 4th tier spirit rice seeds, Chen already had a plan in mind. The Qian Dao requires fire-attributed spiritual energy to nourish. The refining artifact peak, with its abundant fire chi, is very suitable. On the Wood Immortal Island, I should also open up a few acres for my own consumption. He rose on his sword, calculating his next steps. First, plant the spirit rice in the ghostly courtyard in the Immortal Island. Then go to the 3rd floor of the Scripture Pavilion to select a cultivation technique. After foundation establishment, the road was still long. But Chen felt that this life was far more flavorful than the cup of milk tea from his previous life. Inside the ghostly courtyard, 1 acre of spirit field had been tilled and prepared. Chen planted the 4th tier Qian Dao, and the other acre was planted in the spirit fields of the Wood Immortal Island via the teleportation function of his lifebound steel. After finishing these tasks, Chen did not linger and headed straight for the sect's Scripture Pavilion. The Scripture Pavilion was 7 stories high with upturned eaves and corners built entirely of black mystic stone, exuding an ancient and majestic demonic aura. The entrance was heavily guarded, but upon seeing the personal disciple token at Chen's waist, they all bowed and let him pass. Inside on the 1st floor, an old man with white hair and beard was sitting in meditation, his cultivation level clearly at the late golden core stage. Sensing Chen's approach, the old man slightly opened his eyes, his gaze like lightning. Disciple Chen pays respects to the elder. Chen said, bowing respectfully. The old man waved his hand, his voice hoarse. Chen, the one who reached Chi refining 12th layer, an established foundation with 9 apertures. Not bad, not bad. I am sure Jin, the keeper of the Scripture Pavilion. Now that you have established your foundation, you are entitled to 1 free opportunity to choose a cultivation technique or spell from the 3rd floor. Remember, you can only pick one, but do not be greedy. Anything extra requires contribution points to exchange. Chen bowed again, then took out the token given by the Xian, Jinjuan. Wow, a Jinjuan's token. You can go to the 5th floor. But be careful, there is a nascent soul great power guarding it. Do not be disrespectful. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Sure. Chen went straight upstairs. The Scripture Pavilion had 7 floors. The 1st floor contained common knowledge of the cultivation world and miscellaneous books. The 2nd to 7th floors corresponded to Chi refining to divine transformation. According to sect rules, upon entry, one could freely choose a Chi refining stage technique or spell, and each subsequent major breakthrough also granted a free opportunity. For any other exchanges, contribution points were needed. The 2nd floor was the Chi refining area. Bookshelves stood in rows holding various basic spell jade slips. However, unlike the righteous sects of the outside world, the techniques of the Yinma sect mostly exuded a sinister and eerie aura. Flame fiend art, mystic art, bone-eroding essence absorption art, blood-stealing spirit devouring scripture. Now this is the real deal. The flavor of the paramount demonic sect. Chen laughed heartily, swept his divine sense, and quickly pinpointed his target. The ghost-subduing art. This was exactly what he needed. This art was convenient for controlling ghosts, allowing one to connect their divine sense with the ghosts, greatly enhancing the power and control precision of the 100-soul banner. For him, this was practically a spell tailor-made for the 100-soul banner. What's more, this technique could also control a type of ghost called a spirit ghost to fight for him. Spirit ghosts, like cultivators, could cultivate and advance using spells, unlike the fierce ghosts in the 100-ghost banner, which only knew how to bite and devour. A typical demonic method. He picked up the jade slip and put it into his pouch. The third floor was the foundation establishment technique and spell area. Chen needed a fire-attributed attack spell to complement his fire spiritual root. Found it. Chen's gaze fell on a dark red jade slip with faint blood light flowing within, blood flame heaven burning palm. This palm technique was fierce and domineering. Once struck, it carried the blood flame, true fire. This flame was extraordinary. It not only burned the body, but also ignited the enemy's vital blood, causing them to burn from the inside out, extremely vicious. It was a typical demonic fire element spell. Stowing away the jade slip, Chen took a deep breath and looked at the stairs leading to the 4th and 5th floors. The 4th floor was the golden core area, which he currently had no authority to enter. However, for the 5th floor, he had the token given by Xian Jinjuan, so he could take a look. He took out the token and infused it with a wisp of spiritual energy. The token flashed with light, and the restrictions at the stairway automatically parted. Upon the 5th floor, the Nascent Soul Realm secret art section. The moment he set foot on this level, Chen felt an oppressive aura, as if countless eyes were watching him from the shadows. This floor housed not only scriptures, but also the guard of a nascent soul elder. The entire level was spacious and silent, with only a few dozen jade platforms, each suspending a jade slip or bone book, radiating a terrifying fluctuation. Every scripture here carried a thick aura of blood and demonic intent. Chen's target was a divine sense technique. He was advancing in 3 paths simultaneously. His physical body and mana had suitable techniques, but his divine sense lacked a systematic cultivation method. He walked slowly past the jade platforms, his divine sense cautiously scanning the names: Blood Shadow Soul Search, Soul Devouring Demon Sound, 10,000 Ghost Heart Devouring Art. Finally, his gaze settled on a bone book as black as ink, seemingly condensed from countless resentful souls. The Great Dream Demon Scripture. Description: this scripture enters dreams through divine sense. At high levels, it can even influence reality, weaving a demon realm to drag enemies into it, where they suffer the torment of myriad demons, their souls never to be reborn. It was extremely eerie and hard to defend against. This is the one. Chen's heart trembled. This technique not only cultivated divine sense, but also served as an offensive method, perfectly suiting his needs. He reached out and picked up the bone book. The moment he touched it, an icy cold, agonizing wail surged into his mind through his arm, nearly shaking his divine sense. He quickly circulated his foundation establishment divine sense to suppress it. What a domineering demonic art. Chen was inwardly alarmed, yet even more expectant. Just as he put away the Great Dream Demon Scripture and prepared to leave, an aged sigh echoed from the void. Young one, that scripture is a demonic secret. Cultivating it easily leads to losing one's true heart and falling into demonic obstacles. Are you certain you wish to choose it? Chen's heart tightened, knowing it was the nascent soul guardian of the pavilion. He quickly replied with respect, "Disciple Chen, having chosen, I have the confidence to master it. This technique is domineering, fitting my nature as a demonic cultivator." After a moment of silence, the voice spoke again. "Very well, since you are the disciple of Xian, go as you please. But remember, in divine sense cultivation, excess is as bad as deficiency. Do not indulge in slaughter, and forget your true self." "Yes, disciple will remember." Chen bowed again, then quickly left the 5th floor. Stepping out of the 5th floor, Chen realized his back was soaked with cold sweat. Even a wisp of a nascent soul elder's aura made him feel as if a needle pricked his back. On the 1st floor, he copied the scripture onto a jade slip, then swore a heart demon oath not to spread it outside. Only then did he leave. This was the rule every disciple had to abide. All immortal sects followed this, otherwise the sect's techniques would become common, losing all advantage. Chen's heart was filled with joy and a hint of demonic excitement. The ghost control art could strengthen the 100-soul banner, blood flame burning sky palm, supplemented his offense, and the Great Dream Demon Scripture gave his divine sense a qualitative leap. These 3 techniques perfectly matched his current power system and were all legitimate demonic arts. They also suited his identity as a demonic disciple. Chen didn't go to the sect's treasure pavilion, but returned directly to Refining Peak. For exchanging magical artifacts, Refining Peak was also available. It was convenient to seek his senior brothers, who could provide the best goods. Just as he reached the 2nd floor of the exchange hall on Refining Peak, he heard a familiar commotion. "Senior brother, how much is this magical artifact?" An outer disciple pointed at a compass and asked. 100 mid-grade spirit stones, no bargaining. Sixth senior brother Jin Buhuan lounged in a chair playing with a spirit stone, speaking lazily. But this compass is clearly a defective product. The needle is broken. The outer disciple tried to haggle. Take it or leave it. Jin Buhuan rolled his eyes. Even if it's a defective product from Refining Peak, it's a premium defect. Go around and ask in the entire Inma sect who dares say my goods are no good. Su Chen watched his mouth twitching. This sixth senior brother was indeed a profiteer. Sixth senior brother. Su Chen stepped forward and greeted him. Yo little junior brother. Jin Buhuan sprang up from the recliner. As soon as he saw Su Chen, his laziness instantly turning into enthusiasm. Just founded your foundation and already here to exchange for magical artifacts. Come sit. Jin Buhuan looked Su Chen up and down, clicking his tongue in admiration. Not bad, not bad. A 9 aperture foundation, this aura. Tisk tisk, even fiercer than the eldest senior brother back in the day. How about it? I've got plenty of good stuff here. Whatever you want, just pick. Senior brother, I want to ask first, why are you here in this boring exchange hall? Well, something happened. I went exploring with a friend, and when it was over I tried to pull a backstab. But the guy fought back, desperately, severely wounding me. Luckily, I had the life-saving trump card the eldest senior brother gave me. Jin Buhuan spoke lightly. Su Chen felt a bit awkward hearing this. To speak of betrayal so casually, truly a demonic disciple. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, Senior brother, I want to exchange for a defensive magical artifact. The cultivation world is fraught with danger, survival is paramount. Jin Buhuan's eyes lit up. A defensive magical artifact. What a coincidence. There's a spirit shield in the treasure vault. He pulled out a pitch-black shield from his storage pouch. The shield's surface was covered with eerie demonic patterns, faint black chi swirling around it, clearly not a proper item. The 10,000 Soul Blood Fiend Shield. Jin Buhuan introduced it. Top-grade magical artifact. This shield was forged from the leftover materials of the 10,000 Soul Banner, sealed with 99 ferocious souls. It can block physical and magical attacks and reflect some of the Insha Chi. When facing ghost cultivators, this shield can even suppress them. Su Chen took the shield. It was heavy in his hand with a chilling, bloodthirsty aura surging toward him. He swept his divine sense over it and found the material was excellent and the forging technique highly refined. Definitely the cream of the crop. A top-grade magical artifact. Su Chen was slightly startled. Senior brother, this is too much. My free exchange opportunity can at most get me a high-grade magical artifact. This top-grade item is worth far too much. Jin Buhuan laughed heartily, patting Su Chen's shoulder. Little junior brother, you're being too formal. On our Refining Peak, what rule is the highest? Su Chen was taken aback. Naturally, the rules of Master and Ancestor MO, right? Jin Buhuan lowered his voice mysteriously. Then who are you? I am Master's direct disciple and closed-door disciple and Ancestor Mo's grand disciple. Exactly. And now you have a 9 aperture foundation, unlimited potential. You'll be the pillar of Refining Peak in the future. This shield is best used by you. Besides, between us brothers, why be so polite? If you feel guilty, just help me refine some good materials later. Several nearby disciples, choosing magical artifacts, overheard their conversation and stared wide-eyed. A top-grade spirit shield. Direct exchange. That's senior brother Jin's prized treasure, and he gave it to senior brother Su for free. As expected of a direct disciple, such treatment. Su Chen looked at Jin Buhuan's sincere eyes and felt warmth in his heart. He knew that although this sixth senior brother was usually stingy, he was truly generous to his own. Then thank you, sixth senior brother. Su Chen accepted the shield solemnly. Jin Buhuan waved his hand, smiling. Don't mention it. Oh, and that shield is good, but remember, for a disciple of Refining Peak, the best defense is offense. Don't lose your primordial chaos hammer. Swing it more. A hard hammer is truly hard. The two exchanged smiles, all understood without words. Su Chen put away the 10,000 Soul Blood Fiend shield, contemplating his next plan. Defense was secured, offense was secured, and he had a divine sense technique. Time to return to the Su family. Time flew by, and the 1-month period passed in the blink of an eye. Within the 100 Ghosts courtyard, Su Chen sat cross-legged, the 10,000 Souls Blood shield floating before him. After a month of refining, this supreme-grade spirit shield had become attuned to his mind. The demonic patterns on its surface swirled, exuding a chilling aura of Een and evil. At the same time, his initial foray into the great dream demon spirit scripture had greatly enhanced his divine sense attack techniques. It's time to return to the Su family. Su Chen opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing through them. He had left the family for nearly 3 years. Now, with foundation establishment achieved and his strength incomparable to before, it was time to go back and exchange those accumulated contribution points. Sun Xiang. Uncle, what are your orders? Sun Xiang was the younger sister of Sun Hao, a Qi refining 6th layer outer disciple with wood, fire, and earth spiritual roots. That fellow claiming to recruit a disciple for Su Chen to clean and tend the spirit fields had directly introduced his own sister. I'm going home for a while. Take good care of the spirit rice, harvest it, and store it in the warehouse. As for those few spirit herbs, if there's any loss, I'll refine you into the 100 Souls banner when I return. Disciple will tend them carefully. Please rest assured, uncle. Sun Xiang lowered her head in fear. Su Chun nodded with satisfaction, inwardly laughing wildly. This was the demeanor befitting a demonic cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Mounting his flying sword, he headed straight for the front of the artifact refining peak. Senior brother Tai Kwang was sweating profusely as he forged iron, the 10,000 gene chaos hammer appearing light in his hands, each strike sending sparks flying. Senior brother. Su Chun landed his flying sword and said respectfully, Disciple plans to return to the Su family for a while. I have come to ask for leave. Tai Kwang stopped his hammer, wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned to look at Su Chun and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. A cultivator who only practices in seclusion won't do. You must experience the mortal world, see blood, and grow faster. Lord Xian had been searching for a way to break through to the nascent soul stage. In his absence, senior brother managed daily affairs, with Zhao Luo assisting. He walked up to Su Chun, patted him on the shoulder, and spoke with a more serious tone. I hope that during this trip you'll also ponder the path of artifact refining. After you return, become a true artifact refiner. Disciples of the artifact refining peak must not only wield hammers, but also forge them. Senior brother, rest assured. Disciple understands. Su Chen nodded solemnly. He had already intended to develop artifact refining as a side pursuit, as it would greatly benefit his upgrade of the 100 Souls banner. Go ahead. Tai Kwang took out a blood-red jade pendant from his chest and tossed it to Su Chun. Take this blood, evil jade pendant. It can withstand a full-force attack from a late-stage golden core cultivator. Be careful out there. Don't bring shame to our artifact refining peak. Su Chen caught the pendant. It was warm to the touch, yet he could sense the terrifying power within it. Warmth filled his heart. Thank you, senior brother. Taking leave of Tai Kwang, Su Chun mounted his sword and transformed into a streak of light, leaving the Demon Sect and speeding toward the Su family. Along the way, mountains and rivers receded beneath his feet. Su Chen's state of mind was completely different from when he had left a few years ago. Back then, he was a chi refining cultivator, cautious and fearful of meeting powerful enemies. Now, as a foundation establishment cultivator, his divine sense covered a radius of hundreds of li, and any rustle or movement could not escape his perception. Within 3 years, breaking through the legendary chi refining 12th layer bottleneck, reaching foundation establishment 2nd layer at 20. This speed is quite commendable in the cultivation world. Su Chun felt a surge of pride, but he knew that the Tianwu continent was vast and boundless, teeming with geniuses. His achievements were far from enough. Especially that shadow kill with a dark spiritual root. Though he had been defeated by Su Chun with a single hammer strike, he was after all the direct disciple of the sect master and had recently gone into seclusion to break through to foundation establishment. That ice spiritual root cultivator was already at chi refining great perfection when he entered, and now had reportedly reached foundation establishment 3rd layer. I must become stronger quickly. A flicker of determination shone in Su Chen's eyes. His return to the Su family was not only for a family visit, but also to use the family's resources to accelerate his cultivation progress. The flying sword cleaved through the air. A few days later, the Su family's territory came into view. He had left the Mu family at 18, and now, when he returned to Yangming City, Su Chun was 20. Calculating the time, it seemed he had only been away for 2.5 years. 2.5 years, a magical number. In the void, Su Chun seemed to hear a resonant cry. I heard the echo of the Kuan path. That was my brother's voice. Su Chen strolled through the streets of Yangming City, still as bustling and lively as in his childhood, his mind recalling the popular memes of his past life. After wandering for a while, Su Chun decided to go home. Standing at the foot of Yangming Mountain, gazing at the once familiar home, he was filled with many emotions. Thinking back to how he had been assassinated at the gates of this nascent soul family, it seemed somewhat ridiculous. As he entered the main gate, the guard, apparently a newcomer, tried to stop him. Su Chun waved his hand and pushed the guard aside. I am Su Chun. With those words, he was already beyond the guard's sight. Wow, that's young Master Chen. Young Master Chen has already reached foundation establishment. Yes, a foundation establishment powerhouse at 20. The few guards watched the fading figure. Great-grandfather, I'm back. As soon as he reached the entrance of the Heavenly River Cave Mansion, Su Chen called out. Soon Su Shan emerged from the house. Chenzi, you're back. Shanzi, you're here. Where's great-grandfather? Su Chen walked up to Su Shan and patted his shoulder. Grandfather Tianhe has gone on a journey. As you know, breaking through to the nascent soul stage is not simple. The old ancestor said that if you return, go directly to his room. He left something for you there. All right. I'll first bring you the income and account books from the past 2 years, then we can talk in detail later. Okay, we'll talk later. Su Chun found the token of the Heavenly River Cave Mansion and walked directly into Su Tianhe's cave. Inside there was a message jade slip, a book, and a brush. Chen, your great-grandfather and I have gone to explore a nascent soul-level secret realm with a few friends. On the table is the Heavenly River Talisman Dao that I left for you. My insights into talisman arts. Study it well. Great-grandfather is the best. Su Chen stored the book and brush into his storage bracelet. The brush was a mid-grade spirit tool used by Tianhe ancestor during his talisman master stage. The Jinlan brush made from the bristles of a fourth-rank beast, the golden crystal wolf and black gold iron with the characters Jinlan engraved on the handle. It could increase the success rate of talisman crafting by 10%. A fine treasure. Just then a message flew into the room. Young Master Su Chen, the clan leader, requests your presence. Su Chen pays respects to the clan leader. Good foundation establishment. Congratulations. Should the family hold a grand ceremony for you? Thank you, clan leader, but it's unnecessary. We are a nascent soul family. A small foundation establishment ceremony would be laughable. If the clan leader wishes to reward me, you could bestow treasures or grant me more family contribution points to exchange for what I need. Su Chan said with a grin to Su Yin, the Su family patriarch. All right, after this, go ahead and exchange. This is the token for the third floor of the family treasure pavilion. With it, you can choose one golden core grade treasure. Is that enough? Enough. Thank you, clan leader. Without delay, after meeting the clan leader, Su Chun went straight to the family's treasure pavilion. On the third floor, Su Chun chose a jade pendant. This was no ordinary pendant. It was called a spirit-gathering pendant, capable of storing spiritual energy equivalent to that of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Golden core level items were all magical treasures which Su Chun could not use. He found little else useful to him. Only this spirit-gathering pendant had some value. The next day, Su Chun went straight to Su Shan's cave dwelling. Su Shan originally lived in the dormitory of the Su family's outer sect. Later, he moved to the papermaking workshop behind the cave dwelling of Ancestor Tianhe. The workshop expanded and was relocated elsewhere. With Su Chen's favor and Ancestor Tianhe's care, Su Shan transformed the previously abandoned workshop into his own cultivation cave dwelling. Chanzi, it's me. Su Chun pushed the door open and entered. Chanzi, you're here. Su Shan stood up excitedly, looking Su Chen up and down. Good heavens, this aura. Have you reached foundation establishment? I didn't look closely yesterday, but you've actually become a foundation establishment master. Su Chen smiled slightly, walked up, and patted Su Shan on the shoulder. You're not bad, either Qi refining 8th layer. I remember you were always stuck at the 6th layer of Qi refining, unable to break through to the 7th. Now this speed is considered fast among those with 4-element spiritual roots. Su Shan gave a bitter smile, poured a cup of spiritual tea for Su Chun, and gestured for him to sit down. Chenzi, this is all thanks to you. Su Shan sighed, his tone carrying both gratitude and a hint of unconcealed disappointment. If it weren't for the dividends from the papermaking business you left behind and the pills that Ancestor Tianhe gave out of consideration for you, I might still be stuck at the bottleneck of the 6th layer of Qi refining. He looked down at his rough hands and smiled bitterly. 4-element spiritual roots. They are far too slow. Especially after entering the later stages of Qi refining, every bottleneck feels like a chasm. A while ago, I exchanged all the savings and family contribution points I had accumulated over the years for a batch of pills and barely managed to break through to the 8th layer of Qi refining. But this is already my limit. To reach foundation establishment, it's as difficult as ascending to heaven. Su Chan was silent for a moment. He did not offer comfort, but simply listened quietly. In his past life, he had read too many novels where under the protagonist's halo, even 5-element spiritual roots could defy fate. But in this real and cruel cultivation world, a 4-element spiritual root without a golden finger made every step extremely difficult. That Su Shan had managed to reach the 8th layer of Qi refining through his own efforts, and those meager resources already proved his tenacity. Have you been home in the past 2 years? Su Chen changed the subject. I go back once every year. Su Shan took a sip of tea, his expression easing a bit. Since both of us have spiritual roots, the family subsidies are quite generous. Our parents and relatives are living quite peacefully in the village. It's just, your uncle and aunt miss you a bit. They always ask me when they'll be able to see you. At the mention of his parents, a gentle light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. This familial bond was one of the things he cherished most. In a few days, let's go back together. Su Chen made up his mind. I've been away for 13 years and haven't returned yet. This is a good opportunity to go back, pay respects to our ancestors, and put the elders' minds at ease. Great. That's wonderful. Su Shan was overjoyed and clapped his hands. I'll also go back to see my parents. Chenzi, tonight we two brothers drink until we drop. I still have some good wine here, the kind of fruit wine you taught me to brew back then. I've improved it, and it's stronger now. All right, we'll drink until we drop. Su Chen readily agreed. Night fell and starlight dotted the sky outside the cave dwelling. The two sat at the entrance, setting out several small dishes and a jar of strong wine. There was no scheming or deceit of the cultivation world, no pressure from cultivation bottlenecks. There were only two brothers who had grown up together, drinking wine and chatting about their experiences over the years. From the amusing stories of the papermaking workshop to the sights and sounds of the Demon sect to their confusion and expectations for the future. Su Shan had drunk a bit too much and became talkative. He repeatedly muttered that 4-element spiritual roots had no future, but his eyes always revealed a stubborn unwillingness to give up. Su Chan listened quietly, occasionally interjecting a few words while mentally calculating whether he could exchange for some pills suitable for Shanzi tomorrow. Su Shan had also given him all the income from the half-spiritual fields and papermaking over the past 2 years, totaling 3 low-grade spirit stones. He wanted to help Su Shan break through to the foundation establishment stage as well. After all, in this cruel cultivation world, having a brother who knew him inside out by his side was worth more than anything. The next day, without delay, Su Chen went directly to the Su family's core location, the Exchange Hall. This hall was heavily guarded on ordinary days, and only Su family disciples could enter. Su Chen showed his identity token. The clan elder guarding the hall merely glanced at it, and respectfully let him pass, without even asking further questions. The Nine-Orifice Foundation establishment Heavenly Spirit Root, combined with his identity as a direct disciple of the Yin Demon Sect, had already elevated Su Chen's status in the Su family to an extraordinary level. In front of the jade wall inside the hall, Su Chen pressed his identity token against it. Spiritual light flickered and lines of details emerged. Holy! Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He remembered that before he left he had only 8,000 contribution points left. But the number before his eyes clearly read 25,000 points. How is this possible? Su Chen was stunned. The steward beside him, a clan elder at the Golden Core stage, smiled and explained, "Young Master Chen, have you forgotten? After you entered the Yin Demon Sect, although your monthly allowance stopped, the industries under your name did not. The 500 mu of Mars spirit rice, after handing over the fixed quota to the family each year, the remaining profits are all counted as your contribution points. There's also the Talisman Paper Workshop. Business has been booming these past 2 years, and the dividends alone are substantial. Plus the reward the family gives to core disciples for breaking through to foundation establishment. All of that adds up to 25,000 points, and that's a conservative estimate." Su Chen suddenly realized. With his modern business acumen from his past life and the technology provided by ancestor Tianhe, these two industries had indeed become his steady cash cow. It seems I need to thank Shanzi properly. He's been managing all these trivial matters. Su Chen thought to himself. He stopped dwelling on it and began browsing the exchange list. Foundation establishment pills, spiritual artifacts, cultivation techniques pills. A dazzling array. Why is this foundation establishment pill so expensive? Su Chen frowned as he looked at the price. An ordinary foundation establishment pill actually cost 5,000 points, and it was even limited in purchase. The clan elder explained, "Young Master Chen, this is already considered cheap. Although our Su family is a deity transformation family, the annual output of foundation establishment pills is limited, and there are many clan disciples. Not everyone can get a share. Only because you are a core Heavenly Spirit Root disciple do you have the qualification to exchange. Ordinary disciples can only compete for a quota through the annual family competition." Su Chen nodded, indicating understanding. Cultivation resources had always been a case of too many monks and too little porridge. "Exchange for 1 medium-grade foundation establishment pill for me." Su Chen decided decisively. The medium-grade pill had better effects and fewer impurities. Although it was a bit expensive at 1,000 points, it was worth it for safety. Next, he looked at the spiritual artifacts and techniques section. In terms of spiritual artifacts, Su Chen lacked one that increased mobility. He chose a pair of low-grade spiritual artifact boots, the wind-chasing boots, costing 2,000 points. For techniques, he selected a fire escape art, which complemented his fire attribute Heavenly Spirit Root, suitable for both escaping and pursuing, costing 1,000 points. After handling these, Su Chen looked at the remaining 1,000 contribution points, and his gaze fell on the pill section. Exchange all the rest for pills. He waved his hand grandly and began a frenzied purchasing spree. Supreme grade body strengthening pills for the early foundation establishment stage, supreme grade true yuan pills for the middle foundation establishment stage, supreme grade soul nourishing pills to nourish the divine sense, complementing the great dream demon scripture. He bought 1 bottle each of these 3 supreme grade pills, each bottle containing only 3 pills, costing a total of 4,500 points. Finally, with the remaining 7,500 points, Su Chen exchanged all for medium grade and low grade body strengthening pills and true yuan pills, as well as some auxiliary detoxifying and healing pills, filling his storage bracelet to the brim. Phew. Finally spent it all. Su Chen let out a long breath. Looking at his fully packed storage ring, he felt an immense sense of security. These pills were the guarantee for his cultivation, and more importantly, the foundation for him to help Su Chen. "Young Master Chen, everything is ready." The clan elder handed Su Chen a medium-grade foundation establishment pill and a pile of jade bottles, his tone tinged with a hint of envy. Such a lavish spending was among the top in the younger generation of the Su family. Su Chen took the items, thanked the elder, and turned to walk out of the exchange hall. Sunlight fell upon him. He held the warm, smooth, medium-grade foundation establishment pill in his hand, mentally mapping out his next plans. "With these pills there should be no problem with my current cultivation resources. As for Shanzi, the medium-grade foundation establishment pill would be of great help to him. I need to find an opportunity to give it to him. As for my parents, it's time to go back and see them." The day after handling family affairs, Su Chen and Su Shan bid farewell to the main family and set off to return to Su family village. The two directly employed the escape technique. Though Su Shan was only at the 8th layer of Qi refining with the aid of talismans, he could barely keep pace with Su Chun. Half a day later, the familiar landscape near the 14th town of Yuanwu Kingdom came into view. Gazing out, he saw crisscrossing paths and heard the sounds of chickens and dogs. 13 years. Since being taken away by the main family to test his spiritual root, Su Chun had not returned to this small village that raised him for a full 13 years. Shenzi, we're here. Su Shan slowed down and landed near an old locust tree not far from the village entrance. Su Chen also stopped, standing on higher ground to look into the distance. The iconic crooked willow tree at the village entrance was still there, only thicker and sturdier. A group of carefree children were chasing and playing under the tree, their faces smeared with mud, laughing brightly. An unfamiliar emotion spread in the depths of his heart. Near home, one's heart grows timid. I dare not ask the one who comes. In both his past and present lives, he had experienced too many partings, deaths, and deceptions. In the Yinma sect, he was a dreaded foundation establishment grand cultivator. In the Su family, he was the lofty core disciple with a celestial spiritual root. But only in Su family village was he the wild boy Su Chun, who climbed trees for bird nests and caught fish in the river. Chenzi, look, Erlangzi is over there. Su Shan pointed at a little boy at the village entrance and called out. The boy, named Erlangzi, about 7 or 8 years old, was playing barefoot in the mud. When he saw the two descending from midair, especially Su Chun with his radiant clothes and ethereal bearing, he was so startled that he dropped the mud in his hands. Erlangzi, come here. Su Shan waved his hand, his tone familiar. Erlangzi approached timidly, his big eyes sweeping over Su Chun, then looking at Su Shan, suddenly shouting, Shanzi Gidge is back. And a handsome Gidge. Su Shan laughed heartily, rubbing Erlangzi's head. What handsome Gidge? This is your Su Chen Gidge. Erlangzi's eyes widened even more. He had clearly heard of Su Chen's name, the immortal spoken of by the villagers. Erlangzi, don't play anymore. Su Shan crouched down, his tone serious. Go tell your father that Su Chen, son of Su De, is back. Hearing this, Erlangzi turned and ran into the village, shouting as he ran, Su Chen Gidge is back. Su Chen Gidge has become an immortal and is back. Watching Erlangzi's retreating figure, Su Chun took a deep breath. The scent of earth and cooking smoke in the air was so real that it inexplicably softened the heart he had hardened through years of cultivation. Let's go, Chenzi. Su Shan patted his shoulder. Uncle Day and Auntie must be anxious. Su Chen nodded and stepped into the village. The yellow mud path beneath his feet was bumpy and uneven, but every step he took was steady. 13 years had passed like the vicissitudes of the sea. The immortal had returned, but would everything in Su family village still be as it once was? Su Chun and Su Shan walked side by side into the village, drawing countless gazes along the way. The old farmers working in the fields stopped their hoes, staring at the two unusually dressed young men. When they recognized the boy with the delicate features and ethereal aura walking in front, someone in the crowd shouted, It's Chenzi. It's our village's Chenzi back. Oh my, it's really Su Chun. I heard he became a personal disciple in the Yinma sect and turned into an immortal. I always said that kid was extraordinary back then. This aura is nothing like us mortals. Shanzi is here too. Those two have been inseparable since childhood. The villagers gathered around, their faces beaming with simple smiles and undisguised reverence. Su Chen nodded and smiled at each one without the slightest air of a foundation establishment true cultivator. He looked at these familiar faces. Time had left its marks, but the warmth of neighborly affection had not diminished in the slightest. Before long, a burly, dark-skinned, middle-aged man pushed through the crowd. It was Su Chen's father, Su De. He was still holding a half-smoked tobacco pipe. The moment he saw Su Chen, his hand trembled visibly, and his eyes instantly reddened. Father. Su Chen stepped forward and called softly. Aunt. Su De answered repeatedly, his voice choked with emotion. He circled around Su Chen twice, looking him up and down, muttering, You've grown taller and sturdier, but a bit thin. Is cultivation very hard? At that moment, a woman rushed over, her face streaked with tears, and threw her arms around Su Chen. It was his mother, Wang Shi. My son, you've finally come back. Mother dreams of you every day. Su Chen's eyes also reddened as he gently patted his mother's back. Mother, your son has been unfilial and made you worry. Just then, two children ran out of the house, a boy of 7 or 8 and a girl of 5 or 6. They were Su Chen's younger brother Su Xiaobao and younger sister Su Xiaocui. The two children had obviously heard of their brother's fame. They timidly hid behind their parents, peeking out with half their heads, curious and awestruck at this sudden immortal brother. Xiaobao, Xiaocui, call him Gidge. Wang Shi wiped her tears and urged, Hello, Gidge. The two children called out in milky voices, their big eyes blinking with adoration. Seeing this scene, the softest part of Su Chen's heart was touched. In his past life, it was similar, except he had no younger siblings, only 4 older sisters. This ordinary happiness was even stronger than breaking through a cultivation realm. After sitting down inside, Su De poured water for Su Chun while excitedly recounting the changes in the village over the past few years. Chenzi, you don't know. Ever since the main family came that year, and said you and Shanzi both had spiritual roots, especially you with a celestial spiritual root, our Su family village changed completely. Su De's face glowed with pride. Yuanwu Kingdom directly decreed that our village would be exempt from taxes and corvée forever. What a tremendous grace. Not only that, Su Shan added, the main family sent people specifically to set up a simple spirit gathering array in our village. Though the spiritual energy concentration can't compare to the main family, it's far better than outside. Now the village children's physiques have improved, and they get sick less often. Su Dei nodded. Yes, the main family also sends low-grade pills and grain every month to help our village. Everyone says it's you Chunzi who brought fortune to the village. Hearing this, Su Chun understood in his heart. As a nascent soul family, the Su clan naturally had to support him, who possessed a celestial spiritual root. Su family village was his original, blessed land. Investing here could win people's hearts and provide a stable rear base. He swept his divine sense lightly, and indeed found 4 inconspicuous spirit stones at the 4 corners of the village, forming a miniature spirit gathering array that drew the sparse external spiritual energy into the village. Though it was negligible to a foundation establishment cultivator like him, it was a rare cultivation treasure for mortals and low-level cultivators. Father, Mother, what about Xiaobao and Xiaocui's aptitudes? Su Chen suddenly asked. Li sighed. Xiaobao is clever, but he was tested. No spiritual root. Xiaocui hasn't reached the age yet. Alas, our family only produced one immortal like you. It's fate. Su Chen smiled. Cultivation had its merits and mortal life had its joys. Since he was back, he wouldn't let his family suffer mortal hardships. He had some spiritual herbs that could be infused into the village well. This would improve his parents' constitutions, extend their lifespans, and allow them to enjoy their old age in peace. In Su family village, the month seemed to have frozen time. Su Chun, as if shedding all his defenses, returned to that carefree and innocent youth. Every morning he accompanied his father to the fields to check on the crops. In the afternoon, he taught his younger siblings to read and played with them. In the evening, he sat by the courtyard listening to his mother's homely chatter. This plain yet genuine earthly warmth was a peace he had never experienced in his 2 lifetimes within the cruel cultivation world. But all good things must come to an end. Su Shan had already returned earlier to oversee the family's business. Before leaving, Su Chun gave him all his remaining qi refining pills, the supreme grade clarity pill, and that medium grade foundation establishment pill. Shanzi, this is for you. Although the 4 spiritual roots are difficult, it is not without hope. This medium grade foundation establishment pill might help you break through your shackles. Su Shan looked at the jade bottle Su Chun handed over, did not decline, but only gave Su Chen a deep look, nodded heavily, and clenched the jade bottle tightly in his palm. Shanzi, take care. Su Chen knew that this pill meant as much to Su Shan as a great fortune. The 1-month deadline was approaching, and Su Chun should also leave. On the last night, his parents started their usual nagging about marriage. Chener, you're not young anymore. The daughter of Aunt Ma next door is pretty and hardworking. Mother Wang Shi, while stitching the soles of shoes, tried to persuade her son. Mother, I am a cultivator with a long lifespan. Mundane marriages are not appropriate. Su Chen explained helplessly, my Dao partner must also be a fellow cultivator. His father Su Dei, though a bit regretful, understood that immortals have their own world. He just sighed, son, no matter what, as long as you're happy. Don't work too hard. Indeed, even in the cultivation world, one cannot escape being urged to marry. Su Chen smiled helplessly. In the deep silence of the night, Su Chen stood alone on a hill outside the village, looking back at the sleeping hamlet. The moonlight was like water spilling over every thatched roof, peaceful and serene. He knew in his heart that he did not belong here. This life of rising with the sun and resting at sunset, though warm, was not his destination. A man lives a lifetime, grasses and trees live but one autumn. Mortals marry and have children to pursue the continuation of bloodline, to fight against the nihilism brought by death. But I don't need that. Su Chen clenched his fist, feeling the surging foundation establishment spiritual power within his body and the eager system. What I pursue is to transcend life and death, to control destiny, to stand at the pinnacle of the great Tao. He turned to look at the window with a faint light and silently recited in his heart, Father, Mother, Xiaobao, Xiaocui. I will let you live this life in peace and happiness. But this immortal path I must walk on. What I seek is not a mundane life, but the peak of immortality. The next day before dawn, Su Chen quietly left. He did not disturb anyone, only the morning dew witnessed his departing figure. He mounted his flying sword, turned into a streak of light, broke through the clouds, and headed straight for the horizon. The speed was far greater than when he came, because he knew time was pressing. The Haisha Secting Sha and the Golden Core Realm. Cultivation is a path with no return. Who once started, one must proceed without hesitation. Su family village gradually receded and disappeared beneath the clouds. Su Chen's heart also became as firm as a rock again, restoring the image of that decisive foundation establishment master. Su Chen's return home this time was not just about going home. It was mainly for training to improve his combat ability and to experience various aspects of a cultivator's life. A month later, Su Chen sat cross-legged in a cave. The demon beast that had been inside had long entered the mouths of the fierce ghosts in the 10,000 soul banner, and its soul also went in. Foundation establishment, third layer. Su Chen opened his eyes and the cultivation technique stopped circulating. After breaking through to foundation establishment, the feeling of cultivation being as easy as drinking water finally returned. It seemed that only 3 or 4 months had passed since his last breakthrough. My divine sense has also improved if it should be at the peak of the 3rd layer of divine sense. This great dream demon scripture is indeed hard to cultivate. However, with the improvement of his divine sense, the number of fierce ghosts he could control would also increase. Now it's time to replenish the fierce ghosts. Within the territory of the Enma sect, there are many famous dangerous places on the Central Earth continent. No one knows how many people have died in these places, so fierce ghosts should be relatively common. Fierce ghosts are malevolent spirits. The Enma sect deliberately creates such places within the sect's domain. People who die within the Enma sect's domain are all buried in such places to increase the En energy. They also throw in human materials that are of no use to the sect. After some inquiry, Chen found that there was a place called Thousand Ghost City nearby, with a huge Insha burial ground. Packing his belongings, Chen first went to that large city. Thousand Ghost City, the 100 Ghost City of the Haisha sect, is an imitation of Thousand Ghost City, right? Thousand Ghost City had walls over 10 zhang high, an imposing and majestic city, with nearly 1 million mortals living inside. Showing his Enma sect identity token, Chen easily entered the city. As long as he was within the Enma sect's territory, Chen could basically swagger around with this token. Not far to the west of the city was that burial ground, which was also arranged with a large formation that could absorb the nearby En energy and souls and prevent ghosts from escaping. Apart from that, it had no other function. In the cultivation world, after a person dies, the soul splits into 2 parts, the En soul and the true spirit. The true spirit enters reincarnation, while the En soul remains in the mortal world. Of course, most En souls cannot withstand sunlight and will vanish shortly. Within Thousand Ghost City, if someone dies, their En soul is immediately sucked into this place. Disciples of the Enma sect nearby also choose such places to capture fierce ghosts. Half an hour later, Chen arrived at that burial ground, filled with chilling En wind. It was noon, with the scorching sun overhead, but the closer he got to the burial ground, the colder it became. The sky was slightly gray, and the mist within the mound was hazy, limiting visibility. He showed his token, and the formation opened a gap. Outsiders who wanted to enter to capture fierce ghosts would have to spend spirit stones. Although it was a demon sect, the Enma sect strictly prohibited using mortals for sacrifices. Chen entered casually as the sun was shining brightly. Unless it was an extremely powerful ghost, ordinary ghosts would surely be sleeping in their graves. He glanced around, seeing piles of upturned dirt, withered branches and fallen leaves, overgrown weeds, and broken tombstones with no names everywhere. In the outer area, many grave mounds were broken, revealing corners of coffins. Some were completely shattered, with white bones scattered carelessly on the ground. A cold wind blew, carrying the peculiar wails of ghosts. Chen directly used an escape technique, as the ghosts outside were too weak. Most had no cultivation. He sacrificed the 100 ghost banner and collected all the ghosts he saw along the way. En souls are divided into 2 types, those with cultivation and those without. Those with cultivation were mostly people who had some cultivation in life, who after death, such souls have a high chance of turning into fierce ghosts. Advanced fierce ghosts can even cultivate and become ghost creatures. They advance like demon beasts. If some cultivators have ghost cultivation techniques, they can convert into ghost cultivators after death. Ghost cultivators can retain their memories from life and cultivate like ordinary cultivators. Thus, Chen kept searching for those En souls in the mass grave. Among the En souls without cultivation, a special kind of ghostly being could be born, the spirit ghost. Just like those with spiritual roots, cultivators could use specialized techniques such as the Yu Gui Ju to assess the quality of En souls. Spiritual roots were rare, and so were spirit ghosts. Therefore, in the Enma sect, only the Yu Gui peaks specialized in cultivating spirit ghosts. It was rare for other peaks to specifically command spirit ghosts. Most disciples who cultivated the Yu Gui Ju did so to conveniently control ghostly artifacts like the Bai Gui banner. It was said that the old ancestor of Yu Gui, when he was at the Qi refining stage, was extremely lucky to catch a peak-grade spirit ghost. Relying on that peak-grade spirit ghost, he broke through to Foundation, Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul. Now that peak-grade spirit ghost of the Yu Gui old ancestor should have reached the Nascent Soul level of Ghost General. After being refined, spirit ghosts were divided from low to high into Ghost Soldier, Ghost Guard, Ghost Commander, Ghost General, and Ghost King, corresponding to the cultivator's stages from Qi refining to spirit transformation. After 2 hours of catching, there were no more ghostly beings within the tens of miles of the mass grave. After all, it was broad daylight. Come back at night. Time passed, and the weather gradually turned gloomy. As the sun set, the entire Thousand Ghost City became even more cold and eerie. Fortunately, his main cultivation technique was fire-based, so this little cold was a piece of cake. In the distance, a few faint flames drifted. The cold wind blew stronger, with wailing ghosts and howling wolves. At night, the mass grave became even more eerie and terrifying. After Chen assessed the En souls he had caught that afternoon, not even the lowest grade inferior spirit ghost was found. Spirit ghosts like spiritual roots were 1 in 10,000. All were sent into the Bai Gui banner, becoming miscellaneous ghosts within. At night, Yin souls and fierce ghosts were more active in the mass grave. Just in time, Su Chen took out a flag. This flag was called the Ju Hun flag. It had no other function than to simply preserve Yin souls. Wherever he passed, all Yin souls entered the Ju Hun flag and fierce ghosts entered the Bai Hun banner. Bang! With a loud noise, a large pit was blasted under Su Chen's feet. Fortunately, before that baleful thunderbolt fell, Su Chen relied on his Foundation Establishment Layer 3 cultivation and fire escape technique to leap away. Wow, a Foundation Establishment level wild ghost guard. Before Su Chen stood a spirit body that was condensed and bright, exuding an aura of Foundation Establishment, wearing a set of translucent energy robe and a dust whisk. It feels like a necromancer, but an Eastern version. Seeing that its attack failed, the ghost guard let out a ghostly howl, waved its energy dust whisk, and charged at Su Chen. Ghostly energy swirled, and eerie winds blew, desperately entangling him. What a pity. This level obviously came from a spirit ghost. Considering your hard cultivation, come into my Bai Gui banner. More than 300 fierce ghosts from the Bai Gui banner rushed at the wild ghost guard, fighting and biting. Su Chen also cast some spells on the side to support his fierce ghosts. Finally, after losing over 50 miscellaneous ghosts, it was captured by the fierce ghosts and taken into the Bai Hun banner by Su Chen. Then throughout the night, Su Chen caught 3 wild ghost guards, 10 wild ghost soldiers, and over 400 Yin souls in this mass grave. The so-called wild ghost soldiers were Yin souls not refined by cultivators, which had been in the wild for a long time, constantly wandering in Yin ghastly places, hunting, surviving, and breaking through to gain cultivation. After gaining cultivation, the first stage was called wild ghost soldier, equivalent to a chi refining cultivator. Further evolution would lead to becoming a wild ghost guard, equivalent to a Foundation Establishment cultivator. The most terrifying were those spirit ghosts that evolved into ghost soldiers on their own. Spirit ghost soldiers, as long as conditions were suitable, would grow to a very terrifying level. Of course, Yin souls that could be promoted to ghost guards were at least inferior grade spirit ghosts. Ordinary wild ghosts without heaven-defying opportunities and long-term cultivation could at most reach the peak of ghost soldier. At night, the Thousand Ghost City was livelier than during the day. Even though it was now past midnight, it was brightly lit. He casually opened an inn, and Su Chen began a new round of assessment. This kind of blind box-like thing made Su Chen a bit excited. If he could open a peak-grade spirit ghost, he could also cultivate one, and it would definitely keep up with his cultivation. At worst, a high-grade spirit ghost would also do. The assessment light shone on the first Yin soul. After a few breaths, that Yin soul remained in a translucent, pale, and ghastly state. Any spirit ghost, when undergoing this assessment, would show a trace of gold. The higher the quality of the spirit ghost, the stronger the golden light. For a peak-grade spirit ghost, almost the entire body would be golden. Seeing not a trace of gold in this pale mass, Su Chen couldn't help but feel disappointed, confirming that it was nothing but an inferior ghost. An inferior ghost was equivalent to a mortal, worthless except as cannon fodder. Cultivators who practice techniques like the Yu Gui Ju would never refine such inferior ghosts. However, disappointment aside, it was reasonable. Inferior grade spirit ghosts were 1 in 10,000, medium grade 1 in 100,000, high grade 1 in 1,000,000, and peak grade 1 in 10 million. But catching spirit ghosts was like a box of chocolates. You never knew what grade the next one was until you assessed it. Spirit ghosts themselves were rare and hard to come by. To catch a high-grade spirit ghost among hundreds of Yin souls was even more illusory and hopeless than winning the lottery. After an hour of assessment, having assessed over 300 inferior ghosts, his mood was a bit displeased. Looking at the dense crowd of inferior ghosts in the Ju Han flag, his heart felt stifled. Among so many Yin souls, why can't there be a single spirit ghost? Even an inferior grade one would do. There were still over 100 Yin souls left, so he continued assessing. Finally, on the 89th Yin soul, a beam of assessment light shone on it. To his surprise, there was an extra thread of golden light that was extremely gratifying. This thread of gold was very thin, but it was clearly visible on the Yin soul shrouded in ghostly aura. Inferior grade spirit ghost. Su Chen was very excited. After a whole night of catching, he finally had some gain. But it felt a bit not worth it. An inferior grade spirit ghost was only worth about 10 low-grade spirit stones, less than a fraction of his monthly allowance. From now on, I'll just buy these miscellaneous ghosts with spirit stones. As for commanding spirit ghosts, if I have the chance to encounter a high-grade spirit ghost or above in the future, I'll use it then. Inferior and medium-grade spirit ghosts were useless to him, not as good as some Foundation Establishment wild ghost guards. Until he encountered a high-grade spirit ghost. Commanding spirit ghosts for him was just 2 words. Chicken ribs. He left that spirit ghost alone in the Ju Hun flag and threw all the remaining inferior ghosts into the Bai Hun banner. Now his Bai Hun banner had over 800 inferior ghosts, over 200 chi refining ghosts, and 2 Foundation Establishment ghosts. With his Foundation Establishment Layer 3 spiritual sense, he could basically command 1,000 inferior ghosts, 300 chi refining ghosts, and 30 Foundation Establishment ghosts. Now he hadn't reached his limit. Tomorrow he could directly buy with spirit stones in the market of Thousand Ghost City. Catching them himself was too slow. In fact, Su Chen's luck was still good. He had caught less than 1/0 souls, and already got an inferior grade spirit ghost. You must know that those cultivators on Yugue Peak wouldn't even dare to say they were into ghosts unless they had caught 1/0. Besides catching souls, Su Chen had another task today to collect a kind of strange fire. As his divine sense entered the Violet Mansion Immortal Island, Su Chen's figure appeared on the Fire Immortal Island. The island was suffused with searing heat, and 4 distinct flames, each with its own unique properties, coexisted without interference. There were the pale golden yang fire within a chi refining cultivator, the crimson innate true fire condensed during foundation establishment, the ghastly green bone phosphorus fire gathered from a mass grave, and the purple blazing sky violet flame nurtured by the blazing sky violet extreme art. Su Chen's gaze locked onto the ghastly green bone phosphorus fire. That greenish flame was growing stronger. It was so weak that were it not for the special rules of the Fire Immortal Island, a mere gust of wind could extinguish it. This was a strange flame formed from several ordinary bone phosphorus fires he had gathered from a mass grave, the bone phosphorus fire. System: can the burning art devour this bone phosphorus fire? Su Chen asked silently in his mind. It can be devoured. It is recommended to nurture it on the Fire Immortal Island until it reaches the peak of chi refining before devouring. As I thought. As an avid reader, Su Chen was quite familiar with the settings of the Immortal Islands within the Violet Mansion. The Fire Immortal Island possessed a unique rule for nurturing flames, making it safer and more efficient to cultivate and nurture flames here than in the outside world. Although the cultivation world did not have the top 23 flames of the Do, Chi, continent flames condensed within cultivators, flames formed by techniques and flames from demonic beasts could all be devoured by the burning art. Moreover, there were also heavenly and earthly strange flames like the exotic fires. The Tianling continent had a strange flame ranking. These special flames were divided into 3 types: Dharma flames, beast flames, and heavenly flames. Dharma flames were special flames formed by a cultivator's technique, such as his blazing sky violet flame, which could grow stronger as the technique advanced. Another type was the flame formed within a cultivator's body. Each stage of cultivation produced a special flame, like the yang fire of chi refining, the innate true fire of foundation establishment, the samadhi true fire of golden core, and the nascent infant fire of nascent soul. Beast flames were flames from demonic beasts, primarily fire attribute, though some other attribute beasts also possessed such flames. Heavenly flames were flames born from nature, such as the bone phosphorus fire formed in mass graves, or the earth fire from the underground. Of course, they varied in strength. For instance, the bone phosphorus fire formed from burning bones in a mass grave was so weak that a strong wind could extinguish it. Earth fire was the most widely utilized flame in the cultivation world. Most sects had earth fire chambers for alchemy and artifact forging. The strange flame ranking also recorded the dozens of strongest flames in the world. Su Chen's goal was to use the burning art to gather the strengths of all flames and walk a path against the heavens. Since the system had given him this technique, he would use it. Cultivation was inherently defying the heavens. Yellow grade low. Heaven grade low. Su Chen looked at the pitch-black scroll of the burning art in his hand, weighing the options. The burning art was currently a yellow grade low technique, but its potential was limitless. The blazing sky violet extreme art was indeed smooth, but its potential only reached heaven grade low. The Tianling continent had 5 major continents and countless talents with stunning gifts. To reach the pinnacle, one had to be ruthless with oneself. Although the burning art was currently difficult to cultivate, it led directly to the peak of the Tao. Of course, the flames Su Chen was nurturing had not yet reached their peak. Su Chen could first switch techniques, then devour, allowing the technique to evolve. Now he began the switch. He took the black scroll recording the burning art from his system backpack. In the Tianling continent, possessing a heaven-grade technique was almost a ticket to becoming a peak powerhouse. His right hand clenched the scroll, and Su Chen's face showed some hesitation. After all, the gap between yellow-grade low and heaven-grade low was immense. Cultivate. He hesitated no longer, his right hand gripping the scroll as he let out a low shout. As long as he gathered the most flames, the burning art would eventually reach heaven-grade low, or even impact heaven-grade high. The process of switching techniques was more painful than imagined. Su Chen took out the spirit-gathering jade pendant, and began to strip away the spiritual energy of the blazing sky violet extreme art, which was originally a faint purple bit by bit. He continuously input the spiritual energy from his body into it. Direct conversion was too slow, it was better to store the energy first. An hour later, Su Chen's face was rather pale and beads of sweat as large as soybeans oozed from his forehead. This was due to excessive spiritual energy consumption. Su Chen currently had 5.5 dantians, so his spiritual energy was more than 6 times that of cultivators at the same level. Foundation establishment 8 layer. Su Chen picked up the spirit-gathering jade pendant and checked the thickness of his spiritual energy, which was equivalent to that of an ordinary foundation establishment 8-layer cultivator. A trace of spiritual energy remained in his body, enough for the first conversion. The first conversion of spiritual energy would not take too long. 2 hours later, Su Chen, who had been sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. Success. As expected of me. Stretching out his pale hand, the remaining spiritual energy from the blazing sky violet extreme art in his body had been converted into the spiritual energy of the burning art. The spiritual energy of the burning art was a light red. As he devoured flames, and the technique advanced, the color would deepen. Looking at the faint red light on his palm, Su Chen smiled bitterly. Before this burning art evolves, my technique is the lowest in the Tianling continent. Now my technique is inferior to others, and my endurance in battle is lacking. Fortunately, he had the extraordinary 9 orifices Dantian, giving him overwhelming spiritual energy, reserves compared to peers. As long as he didn't face an existence far beyond his power or engage in prolonged attrition, this drawback could be avoided. From now on, battles must be decisive. If I don't act, I stay still. If I act, I must go all out. Strike quickly and end swiftly. Prolonged battles are disadvantageous. Having made the comparison, Su Chen began to continue cultivating to restore his spiritual energy. It was really slow. Previously he could fully recover in an hour, but now it took an entire night. When the sky began to glow with white light, Su Chen's spiritual energy recovery finally ended. I must devour a flame as soon as possible. Su Chen stood up, his gaze burning as he looked at the rising sun on the horizon. He knew that this path was destined to be fraught with thorns, but for the sake of the supreme Tao, he was unwavering. On the Fire Immortal Island, Su Chen began to nurture the 4 kinds of flames as planned. First was the easiest, the blazing sky violet flame. He channeled his spiritual energy, guiding the blazing sky violet extreme arts energy from the spirit-gathering jade pendant into the purple flame. As the spiritual energy continuously poured in, the violet flame, like a fire fed with kindling, gradually grew, its color shifting from purple to deep purple, and the temperature rose steadily. Next was the bone phosphorus fire. This inborn flame of heaven and earth had the simplest and most brutal method of nurturing. Su Chen took out some dry bones rich in insha energy from his storage pouch and casually tossed them into the fire. The ghastly green flame instantly licked at the white bones, accompanied by a sizzling sound. The bones turned to ash, while the green flame became more condensed, its color shifting to a deep green. Then came the innate true fire. As an inner flame inherent to foundation establishment cultivators, it required no special materials. Only the slow nurturing of one's own foundation establishment spiritual energy. Su Chen channeled a portion of his spiritual energy into it continuously, and the crimson flame burned steadily, awaiting its future transformation. Finally, the Yang fire. On the island of fire, Su Chen gazed at the pale golden flame before him, his brows tightly knitted. The Yang fire, a flame born from the unique combination of Yang Qi and spiritual energy within Qi refining cultivators. Now that he had reached foundation establishment, his Yang Qi had long since transformed into a more refined primordial true fire. This Yang fire was something he had specifically requested from Su Chen. To nurture Yang fire, one must cultivate it through the Yang fire of Qi refining cultivators. Su Chen murmured to himself. For demonic cultivators, the simplest way to obtain Yang fire was to kill. Extract the Yang fire from Qi refining cultivators. But as a transmigrator with a modern soul and an outstanding youth from the 21st century, he could not bring himself to indiscriminately slaughter lower-level cultivators to feed his flame. Killing for Qi. How is that different from a heretic cultivator? Su Chen fell into deep anguish. He practiced demonic techniques and had sworn allegiance to a demonic sect, yet deep within he still clung to the simple moral code of his past life. Is there no other way? Su Chen pondered. Since I cannot kill the innocent, then I shall kill those who deserve death. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He was no rigid sage. The cultivation world was a brutal realm where the strong preyed on the weak and decisive slaughter was the norm. Those wanted by the Inma sect were all stained with blood. Killing them was not only guiltless, but meritorious. Within Thousand Ghost City, ghostly aura permeated the air as cultivators of all kinds moved about. Paying no heed to the hawkers lining the streets, Su Chen strode directly toward the city's largest task hall. The hall buzzed with activity, filled not only with Inma sect disciples, but also many rogue cultivators seeking tasks to exchange for resources. Su Chen approached the counter and slammed his identity jade token onto the table. Check for me the list of wanted villains within the Inma sect's territory, from Qi refining to foundation establishment. Behind the counter, a Qi refining cultivator who had been fiddling with an abacus looked up, about to rebuke, but froze upon seeing the direct disciple token and the young face exuding the oppressive aura of foundation establishment. Su's senior uncle. The Qi refining cultivator scrambled to his feet, his attitude fawning and reverent. Senior uncle, please wait. This disciple will retrieve the list for you at once. Soon a jade slip was handed to Su Chen. He swept his divine sense across it. The list contained hundreds of names, each belonging to a heinous criminal ranging from Qi refining to foundation establishment. Their crimes included murder for treasure, practicing forbidden arts, and harming fellow disciples. Moreover, most tasks were labeled with descriptors like remote area, high danger, low contribution points. Classic thankless assignments that had long been ignored. But this suited Su Chen perfectly. Xia family stronghold bandits leader at early foundation establishment, dozens of underlings long entrenched at Black Wind Ridge robbing and killing passing cultivators. Reward, 80 contribution points. Bloody Hand Lu San mid foundation establishment rogue, cultivator, murderous fiend, who sucks the marrow from cultivators. Reward, 100 contribution points. After filtering, Su Chen selected several targets within his combat capability. Qi refining ones for nurturing Yang Fire Foundation establishment ones to accelerate the growth of his primordial true fire. Let's start with the nearest, Xia family stronghold. Su Chen pocketed the jade slip, turned, and walked out of the task hall. Amid countless awestruck gazes, he soared away on his flying sword. Black Wind Ridge was a treacherous terrain, easy to defend and hard to attack. Su Chen's flying sword hovered above the stronghold as he surveyed the area below. It was a bandit lair built into the mountain, complete with wooden palisades and watchtowers. He could faintly see cultivators moving about inside. The killing intent is thick, truly a nest of evil bandits. Su Chen's eyes turned icy. Without hesitation he attacked. His figure flickered and plunged into the stronghold like a phantom. Who goes there? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The guards at the gate barely raised the alarm before Su Chen shattered their skulls with a palm strike from afar. Their bodies flew backward, blood spraying through the air. Battle erupted instantly. Su Chen did not rely on the shallow spiritual power of the burning art. Instead, he used his formidable physical strength and spiritual attacks. Like a tiger among sheep, every strike brought the sound of breaking bones and screams. The Qi refining bandits were as fragile as paper before him, utterly helpless. Which fellow Taoist is this? Why such a merciless slaughter? From deep within the stronghold, a burly figure shot into the air. A brawny man with a fierce face wielding a ghost-headed saber, his cultivation at early foundation establishment. Xia Wendong. Su Chen stopped and looked at him coldly. That's right, your father is here. The chief grinned savagely. Kid, your tender skin daring to cause trouble at Black Wind Ridge. Today I'll use your head to consecrate our banner. He swung his ghost-headed saber, sending a bloody wind straight at Su Chen. Without dodging, Su Chen directly summoned the 10,000 soul blood fiend shield. Clang! The saber struck the shield with a deafening sound. Chief Xia's tiger mouth split, and he stumbled back several steps, his face filled with shock. A top-grade spirit artifact. Haha, today this chief not only gets a foundation establishment cultivator's body, but also a top-grade spirit artifact. Su Chen wasted no words. With a thought, he summoned the 100-soul banner. Wailing ghosts burst forth, instantly engulfing Chief Xia. Oh, ghosts! Chief Xia barely managed a miserable scream before he was torn apart by countless wraiths. His flesh and blood essence were drained in an instant, leaving only a desiccated corpse. The battle ended cleanly. Su Chen walked over, looked at the corpse, and casually sent his soul into the 100-soul banner. He extended his palm, activated the burning art, and a faint suction emanated from his hand. The pure primordial true fire of a foundation establishment cultivator was forcibly extracted from Chief Xia's corpse, flowed into Su Chen's body, and eventually merged into the primordial true fire on the Island of Fire. Nourished by this surge of yang energy, the primordial true fire instantly expanded, its color growing even more vibrant. Next, Su Chen approached the corpses of the Qi refining bandits, repeating the process, extracting their yang fire to feed the flame on the island of his Zifu. Watching the yang fire shift from pale gold to a bright golden red, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this is the fastest way to cultivate flames. He did not linger. After cleaning up the battlefield and collecting Chief Xia's storage pouch, he transformed into a streak of light and flew toward the next wanted target. Such was the cruelty of the cultivation world. If you did not kill, you would be killed. Since he had chosen this path, Su Chen would no longer hesitate. Su Chen's figure vanished into the horizon, leaving behind the ravaged Xia family stronghold at Black Wind Ridge. The once bustling lair was now reduced to burning flames, collapsed wooden huts, and the stench of blood hanging in the air. Among the rubble, a few frail figures emerged from the ruins. Most were gaunt mortals, along with a handful of low-level rogue cultivators bearing marks of whips and shackles. The swift and terrifying battle had frightened them out of their wits, forcing them to hide in the shadows without daring to make a sound. Only after confirming that the demon-like immortal who had stormed the stronghold and vanished like a ghost was truly gone did they dare to peek out. A ragged old man leaning on a broken wooden stick was the first to step out from the woodpile where he had hidden. His murky eyes swept over the corpses littering the ground. The bandits who had once lorded over them, killing without mercy, now lay dead, even the infamous Chief Xia reduced to a withered body. The old man's parched lips began to tremble. Dead. They're dead. At Black Wind Ridge, Xia family stockade. More people came out. An immortal has come to save us. Thank heavens the Xia family stockade is finally finished. That immortal is from the Shadow Demon Sect, isn't it? He must have found these beasts' deeds unbearable. The crowd gradually gathered, gazing at the withered corpse of the stockade chief, then at the bandits lying dead around them. An unprecedented lightness and joy surged in their hearts. Cheers erupted as they began to gather their meager belongings, supporting the wounded and encouraging one another, leaving behind this abyss of despair that had once trapped them. High above, Su Chen's divine sense swept across the region, witnessing the scene. His face remained expressionless as he indifferently withdrew his gaze. Saving people? Huh. He let out a self-mocking laugh. He hadn't saved them for their sake. He had only come for the bandits' young fire, an innate true fire. But objectively, he had put an end to the evil here. He did not linger and continued flying toward the next target on the wanted list. The 4 flames on the fire immortal island still awaited his nourishment, and his Tao amid these killings and salvations extended forward with unwavering resolve. After leaving Blackwind Ridge, Su Chen wasted no time. Following the records on the Jade Slip, he headed straight for the hideout of the Bloodhand Butcher Lu San, the Withered Bone Swamp. The Withered Bone Swamp lay south of the Shadow Demon Mountains. Poisonous miasma shrouded the area year-round, and foul vapors thrived. It was not only harsh, but also a prime hiding place for rogue cultivators and heretics. Lu San was one of them. Practicing the blood fiend bone-sucking art, he had feasted on mortals on a large scale, earning a bounty from the Shadow Demon Sect. He had hidden here for several years. Su Chen hovered above the swamp on his flying sword, spreading his divine sense like a net. The poison and miasma were lethal to ordinary cultivators, but to him, with his foundation establishment divine, since they were nothing. Soon he locked onto a cave hidden beneath a withered tree root deep in the swamp. Foundation establishment midstage. Not bad. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he descended directly. At the cave entrance, several white bones lay scattered, clearly Lu San's recent victims. Without hesitation, Su Chen summoned the 10,000 soul blood demon shield, flickered, and charged into the cave. Who goes there? A startled, furious roar came from within. A gaunt, middle-aged man in a blood-red robe stood up, abruptly gripping a blood-colored long spear, the Bloodhand Butcher Lu San. Seeing Su Chen so young, and only at Foundation establishment, early-stage greed and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Boy, still wet behind the ears, and you dare to act wild in the Withered Bone Swamp. Good timing. My blood fiend spear is just short of some human blood to refine. Lu San gave a sinister laugh, his figure blurred, and he turned into a streak of blood light, thrusting straight at Su Chen. Su Chen did not dodge. He circulated his innate true fire, his right hand instantly wrapped in crimson flames, and punched out. Boom. Fist wind clashed with the blood spear, sending shockwaves rolling. Lu San felt an overwhelming force. His tiger's mouth split open, the blood spear nearly flew from his hand, and he was sent flying backward, crashing into the cave wall. Such power from a Foundation establishment early-stage cultivator. Lu San was shocked. He had tempered his body with blood fiend energy for years, yet he had been repelled head-on by a mere early-stage brat. Su Chen gave him no time to recover. With a thought, he summoned the 100-soul banner, and vengeful spirits instantly filled the cave. At the same time, he propelled himself forward like a tiger, descending a mountain, pouncing on Lu San. The 100-soul banner. You're from the Shadow Demon Sect. You guessed right, but there's no prize. Lu San recognized this iconic artifact, and his face changed drastically. But as a Foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator, he kept his composure. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the blood spear. Blood fiend demonic spear, break for me. The blood spear instantly swelled, transforming into a blood-colored poisonous dragon charging at the vengeful spirits with a foul wind. The dragon tore many spirits apart, but more surged forward, tenaciously entangling Lu San. Taking advantage, Su Chen closed in. His right hand gathered crimson flames, and he struck with a blood flame burning heaven palm. The palm force landed squarely on Lu San's chest. The innate true fire instantly ignited his protective blood fiend aura and began burning his life essence from within. My blood fiend, true chi. Lu San let out a blood-curdling scream, feeling his life force rapidly draining away. Su Chen's eyes were ice cold, giving him no chance to turn the tables. He pressed forward, summoning the 10,000 soul blood demon shield with his left hand to block Lu San's death, froze while his right hand clamped onto Lu San's crown. Activating the burning scripture, he furiously extracted the innate true fire within him. No, don't. Lu San watched helplessly as his vitality was sucked away, his body shriveling rapidly until he became a corpse even more desiccated than the stockade chiefs. A Foundation establishment mid-stage soul must not be wasted. A cold ruthlessness flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He formed a sword gesture with his fingers and pressed them on Lu San's crown. He activated the ghost control art, and a strange suction force emanated from his fingertips, targeting the soul. Spare me. Immortal, spare me. Lu San's soul, twisted and blood-red from his evil cultivation, was forcibly pulled out of the corpse, emitting a miserable wail. He struggled, but against Su Chen's Foundation establishment divine sense and the specialized ghost-controlling technique, he was utterly powerless. 100-soul banner collect. Su Chen shook the black banner in his hand. The banner swelled in the wind, and a tremendous suction force instantly dragged Lu San's soul inside. The chaotic, vengeful spirits inside the banner stirred at the sight of this feast, But under Su Chen's divine sense suppression, Lu Sen soon became a foundation establishment mid-stage main soul within the 100-soul banner. Adding the previous Xie Wendong and the two before him, Su Chen's 100-soul banner now had 4 foundation establishment main souls. The Yin Fiend aura of the banner visibly thickened, and Lu San's agonized face faintly appeared on the banner's surface. After finishing, he cleaned up the battlefield, took the storage pouch, and vanished into the sky as a streak of light. For the next month, Su Chen moved like a ghost through the Shadow Demon Sect's territory. Strictly following the wanted list, he tracked down one target after another. Black Wind Valley Poison Lady Foundation Establishment, early stage, adept at using poison. Su Chen used the 10,000 soul blood demon shield to withstand the poison mist, incinerated her protective chi, with innate true fire crushed her crown, with a hammer extracted the fire, and refined the soul, all in one fluid motion. Rocky Mound Drill Ground Rat Chi refining great perfection skilled in earth escape. Su Chen locked on with divine sense, trapped the earth veins with the 100-soul banner, forced him out, and slew him. Sunset Forest Two-Faced Ghost Foundation Establishment Midstage. Su Chen used the Great Dream Demon Scripture to create an illusion, trapped him, then burned him to ashes with the blood flame burning heaven palm. With each hunt, Su Chen was clean and efficient. Killing, extracting fire, refining souls. The process of feeding the vengeful spirits was practiced with chilling proficiency. His inner resistance grew weaker, replaced by a cold rationality. In this world, mercy was a luxury, and power was the foundation of survival. This month of frenzied slaughter yielded remarkable results. On the Fire Immortal Island of the Zifu Immortal Island, 4 flames blazed ceaselessly day and night. The Yang fire mutated first. After devouring the Yang fire of dozens of chi refining cultivators, the originally pale golden flame gradually shifted to a golden red hue, finally settling into a dazzling golden red color. Within the flame, a faint rumbling like thunder from a tiger or leopard could be heard. Next came the innate true fire. After absorbing the innate true fire of several cultivators of the same rank, the initially crimson flame gradually turned a deep red, eventually settling into a dark gold-like luster. Its temperature was so high that even the surrounding air began to warp. As for the bone phosphorus green fire and the heaven-scorching purple fire, though they had not yet reached their peak, they had grown considerably under the nourishment of the Fire Immortal Island's rules. The flames were cultivated. Now it was time to begin devouring them. Su Chen arrived at the nearest city, the Ghost Control City. This was one of the 8 main peaks of the Yin Demon Sect, the major city under the jurisdiction of the Ghost Control Peak. The city's underground fire chambers were well equipped and offered excellent confidentiality. He went directly to the rental office for the best cultivation chambers in the city, presented his identity token and accumulated contribution points, and booked the highest grade heaven number chamber. The chamber door was heavy, blocking all sound and divine sense probing. Inside, the spiritual energy was dense like mist, and the surrounding walls were engraved with reinforcement and spirit-gathering runes. Su Chen sat cross-legged, adjusted his breathing, and pushed his state to its peak. He recalled the details of Xiao Yin devouring the heavenly flame in Dupot Sancho. Although this world had no name for heavenly flame, the essence of the world's extraordinary flames was the same. Physical strength and condensed divine sense. Both were indispensable. First target the Yang fire. Though it was merely the flame from chi refining cultivators, and theoretically the weakest, Su Chen still dared not be careless. He took out the prepared Meridian Protection Pill and cold ice liquid, placing them within easy reach. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen sank his divine sense into the Zifu Immortal Island, locking onto the golden red Yang fire. Come forth. With a thought, a wisp of golden red flame burst from Su Chen's brow, suspended before him. The temperature in the chamber instantly soared, and the air began to warp slightly. Let's begin. Su Chen activated the burning art, and also drank the cold ice liquid. As the liquid entered his body, a cooling sensation spread. He mobilized the light red-yellow grade spiritual energy within him, carefully enveloping the wisp of Yang fire. Then, using his divine sense, he forcibly stretched the Yang fire into a thin, long thread of flame, guiding it along the burning art's meridian path to begin assaulting his own channels. Hiss! The moment the fire thread entered his body, Su Chen's entire frame shook violently, and cold sweat instantly soaked through his clothes. It was an excruciating pain of internal burning. His physical body, far surpassing those of the same rank, was incredibly robust, yet the intense burning sensation spread along his meridians as if it would ignite his very flesh. So painful. Su Chen's face contorted, but he steadfastly held onto a sliver of clarity in his mind, refusing to let his divine sense collapse. He immediately grabbed the Meridian Protection Pill and stuffed it into his mouth. As the pill entered his stomach, it transformed into a cool, warm current, quickly enveloping the damaged meridians and forming a thin energy film. The sharp pain lessened by 2 parts. However, at that moment, a chaotic consciousness filled with resentment, slaughter, and despair surged into Su Chen's mind along the Yang fire. Not good. It's the resentment of those slain cultivators. During the cultivation process, the Yang fire had devoured too much of the Yang fire from Qi refining bandits, most of whom had impure hearts. The resentment from their deaths at Su Chen's hands clung to the flame, now madly counterattacking as he refined it. Mere resentment trying to shake my mind. Su Chen gave a cold snort. Instead of retreating, he actively activated the Great Dream Demon God Scripture. This demonic divine sense technique was adept at devouring and refining spiritual power. He deliberately opened a gap in his divine sense, guiding the resentment into his sea of consciousness. Like a whale swallowing water, he forcibly refined and absorbed it. Excellent. This is just the nourishment for my divine sense. Under the frenzied devouring of the Great Dream Demon God Scripture, the resentment not only failed to disturb Su Chen, but became nutrients for his divine sense growth. With the resentment cleared, the refinement of the Yang fire became smooth. The fire thread scoured along the meridian path of the burning art repeatedly, eventually merging safely into a specially opened seed space within his dantian. When the last wisp of Yang fire returned to his dantian, Su Chen let out a long breath and opened his eyes, a sharp light bursting from his gaze. Boom! A muffled sound came from within his body. The spiritual energy of the originally yellow-grade low-burning art instantly became more condensed and scorching, its color deepening to red with a faint hint of gold. The burning art evolved. Yellow-grade mid. Not only that, but with the evolution of the technique, Su Chen's overall strength experienced a minor boost. Divine Sense Layer 4. Foundation Establishment Layer 4. Flesh Refining Layer 4. So this is the power of devouring flames. Su Chen clenched his fist, feeling the more violent flame force within him, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The successful devouring of the Yang fire not only elevated the grade of the burning art, but also brought his control over flames to a new height. 3 days later, Su Chen pushed open the door of the heaven-numbered chamber and stepped out. Though he had successfully devoured the Yang fire, the meridians still bore a stinging sensation from burns, and his physical body felt somewhat weakened from overexertion. He did not rush to devour the next flame. Instead, he decided to rest in Ghost Control City, purchase more suitable pills, and check his physical condition. Since I'm in Ghost Control City, I might as well visit the Immortal Medicine Hall. Su Chen strolled leisurely along the bustling streets of Ghost Control City. Shops lined the roads and cries of vendors rose and fell in succession. The Immortal Medicine Hall was a large chain of medical clinics under the Demon Sect. It not only sold pills, but also offered diagnostic services. It was said that the physicians here could tailor the best treatment plans according to a patient's specific condition. A physician was a profession among the myriad arts of the heavenly spirit realm, somewhat akin to an alchemist, but when it came to healing, physicians held greater authority. Have you heard? The Poison Fairy is on duty today. My heavens, the Poison Fairy. She's one of the top geniuses of the younger generation in our Demon Sect, possessing the myriad poison body. It's said even golden core cultivators fear her poison. How could she be here on duty? Since the Poison Fairy is here, I should go get my ailment checked. Do you have an ailment? Are you really going to see a doctor? I won't call you out, but you're just lusting after her body. Don't you have an ailment? I think I'm developing one too. Su Chen listened to the discussions by the roadside, raising an eyebrow slightly. The Poison Fairy. He did recall that name. In the entrance test of the Demon Sect 2 terms before his, this woman had been taken as a personal disciple by the Poison Peak, due to her astonishing poison talent, making a name for herself. Although the Poison Peak was one of the 16 subsidiary peaks of the Demon Sect, it was among the foremost in the entire sect in the arts of medicine, alchemy, and poison use. Perfect timing. My body needs conditioning, consulting her can't hurt. Su Chen entered the Immortal Medicine Hall, where a long queue had already formed in the main hall. Su Chen felt that most of the people here weren't here for a consultation. They just wanted a glimpse of the Poison Fairy. But the queue moved extremely slowly, and from time to time piercing screams could be heard from within, turning the faces of those waiting outside pale. Next, a clear, cold female voice rang out. A male cultivator covered in pus-filled bumps walked out, his face tearful, muttering, "Too harsh. She directly applied skin-rotting powder on me." Then a voice came from inside. "If you're not sick, it's best not to see this physician, or I might just give you some ailment." The queue erupted in commotion. "I heard the Poison Fairy has a strange temperament and loves researching all kinds of exotic poisons. I'm out of here." In Yogi City, within the Immortal Medical Pavilion, those who had been feigning illness caught wind of Lady Duxianzi's ill temper and promptly departed, unwilling to invite her wrath. More than half the queue had already dispersed. Su Chen waited patiently, and half an hour later, it was finally his turn. Pushing open the door to the consultation room, a rich herbal fragrance greeted him. Yet upon closer inspection, a faint fishy sweetness lingered beneath, the unmistakable scent of poison. Inside sat a woman in a pale purple dress behind the desk. Her features were exquisite, her skin fair as snow, yet her eyes were as cold as frost, radiating an aura that bid all to keep their distance. This was Duxianzi. At the very least, she has reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Su Chen mused, unable to ascertain her true cultivation level. She had entered the sect 2 cohorts before him. "Name, cultivation level, and symptoms," Duxianzi asked without lifting her head, her tone icy. Chen Mid-Stage Foundation Establishment. Chen approached the desk and replied calmly. I recently absorbed a flame which damaged my meridians and weakened my physique. I require conditioning. Hearing this, Duxianzi finally raised her head, her gaze sweeping over Chen. When she beheld his youthful face marked by an outstanding temperament, a trace of imperceptible surprise flashed in her eyes, only to vanish as swiftly as it had come. Absorbing flames. You possess considerable courage, Duxianzi remarked with a light laugh that held no warmth. Extend your hand. Chen complied, offering his right hand. Duxianzi placed 2 fingers upon Chen's pulse, and a surge of cold spiritual energy instantly probed within his body. Duxianzi's brows furrowed slightly. There are signs of meridian burns, yet they are healing at an astonishing pace. Your physique far surpasses that of ordinary cultivators. It has actually attained the foundation establishment stage. How intriguing. What manner of fire did you absorb? Young fire, Chen answered truthfully. Young fire. Mere trash for those at the chi refining stage, Duxianzi scoffed, yet her hands never ceased their examination of Chen's body. However, your regenerative capacity is indeed remarkable. For burns of this magnitude, a normal person would require half a year of bed rest, yet you were able to leave your quarters in merely 3 days. She released his hand, retrieved a prescription from the drawer, scribbled down several herbs, and handed it to Chen. Follow this prescription, apply it externally, and ingest it internally 3 times daily. Furthermore, I advise against contact with fire for the foreseeable future. Your body has yet to adapt to the first flame. Attempting to absorb a second one forcefully could result in catastrophic consequences. Chen accepted the prescription and cast a glance over it. The ingredients listed were predominantly spirit herbs for repairing meridians and nourishing the physique. Truly a precisely targeted remedy. Thank you, senior sister, Chen said, raising his fist in respectful salute. Wait, senior sister. Duxianzi suddenly called out to him. Her icy eyes locked onto Chen, the corner of her mouth curling into a playful smile. You are Chen, that Su family prodigy with the heavenly spiritual root rumored to have reached foundation establishment through nothing but relentless hammering on Lianqi Peak. Precisely. How intriguing. Duxianzi rose from her seat and approached Chen, scrutinizing him from head to toe. A rough craftsman from Lianqi Peak, yet one who knows to seek treatment at the Immortal Medical Pavilion. Since you display such discernment, I shall bestow one additional gift upon you. She withdrew a small black jade vial from her bosom and tossed it towards Chen. This is ice skin jade bone ointment. When applied externally, it accelerates meridian restoration tenfold compared to the prescription above. Chen caught the jade vial and swept his divine sense across it, confirming the presence of a top-grade healing balm within. Thank you for your generosity, senior sister. Chen discreetly stowed the vial. I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave. No need to escort me. Duxianzi returned to her seat behind the desk with a nonchalant remark. Chen stepped out of the Immortal Medical Pavilion and exhaled deeply. This Duxianzi proved every bit as dangerous as whispered tales suggested. Beautiful, yet lethally so. After securing his materials at the Immortal Medical Pavilion, he departed without delay. His immediate concern was to verify whether he had been secretly poisoned. Luckily, no poison was administered. One must remain ever vigilant against poison practitioners. Those who wield poison employ despicable methods, often beyond ordinary countermeasures. Who could say whether he had already fallen victim to some undetected toxin? Duxianzi appeared to be a mercurial genius of the demonic path, who knew if she might whimsically decide to administer an invisible, tasteless, slow-acting poison. Nevertheless, armed with this ointment, his confidence in absorbing the primordial true fire had bolstered somewhat. There was no urgency now, for the primordial true fire remained distant from the peak of foundation establishment. He would reside on the Fire Immortal Island for now. As for the bone phosphor green fire, preparation could commence. He resolved to wander through Yogi City, procuring materials potentially needed for absorbing the bone phosphor green fire, while also keeping an eye out for other opportunities. Yogi City, befitting a principal city under the jurisdiction of the 8 main peaks of the Demon Sect, proved impressive. Though it lacked the grandeur and depth of Yangming City, the Su family's domain, it was far more refined and prosperous than Xingu City, a haven for all manner of disreputable elements. Broad bluestone streets lined with shops stretched on both sides. Ancient-style buildings with upturned eaves displayed diverse signage: pill emporiums, talisman boutiques, artifact pavilions, spirit beast gardens. Cultivators moved to and fro, vendor cries rising and falling in perpetual rhythm. The atmosphere brimmed with the vibrancy of mortal markets, yet carried an undercurrent of cultivation world opulence and peril. Chen found this ambience utterly captivating. Memories of his past life, thronging village markets, merged with the present moment. The only difference being that traded goods had shifted from vegetables and meats to longevity elixirs and treasure-stealing artifacts. He strolled leisurely into Wangwei Jaya shops specializing in spirit ghosts, ghost cultivation materials, and soul path magical treasures. Upon entering, Chen made no attempt to conceal his mid-stage foundation establishment aura. The air carried a faint, energy and resentful soul presence that would discomfort ordinary cultivators, yet to Su Chen it felt entirely familiar. "Honored guest graces us with your presence. Please enter." An attendant at the Qi refining stage immediately welcomed him with deference, escorting Su Chen to an elegant private chamber on the second floor. Soon a delicate maiden of 17 or 18 years carried spiritual tea upstairs, her glances flickering as she attempted to engage Su Chen in conversation. He merely offered a faint nod, his gaze drifting past the window, his heart remaining utterly unmoved. With no woman in his heart, his blade naturally achieves divine precision. For him, cultivation constituted the true path. Romantic entanglements would only impede his spiritual journey. Throughout both his past and present lives, he had never harbored any interest in such matters. Presently, a middle-aged manager with a stout figure and beaming countenance entered his cultivation, likewise resting at the early foundation establishment stage. Sincere apologies. Petty shop matters detain me, keeping the honored guest waiting most rudely. I beg your forgiveness. I serve as the manager of this Wangguizhai. Might I inquire how the honored guest should be addressed? Su Chen wasted no words, disclosing his true name forthwith. Su Chen. Senior brother Su. Upon learning this, Li San's smile intensified further. Your reputation precedes you. No wonder you possess a heavenly spiritual root. Your cultivation advances so rapidly that even I cannot gauge your depth. He raised his fist in formal salute once more. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Li San, an inner sect disciple of Yogi Peak. Lianqi Peak, Su Chen. Su Chen returned the greeting succinctly. Thus this establishment belonged to Yogi Peak's holdings. What brings you to our modest shop today, senior brother? Li San inquired directly. A few days prior I captured a low-grade spirit ghost and came to trade it for certain materials. Additionally, do you happen to possess any high-grade spirit ghosts? Li San offered a wry smile upon hearing this. Senior brother jests. A high-grade spirit ghost represents 1 in a million, a treasure of extraordinary rarity. Should one surface golden core, ancestors would contest over it. Such rarity eludes establishments like ours. Most disciples within our Yogi Peak utilize low-grade spirit ghosts. Medium-grade ones constitute a luxury. For someone like the Yogi ancestor to acquire a supreme-grade spirit ghost at an early cultivation stage, such tales belong purely to legend. He paused before continuing. We do purchase low-grade spirit ghosts. Should senior brother wish to sell, I can offer the highest market rate, 15 low-grade spirit stones per specimen. Very well. Here is that low-grade spirit ghost, and please compile the complete materials list for me. Su Chen presented a spherical object alongside a note inscribed with material names. That sphere, known as a Fenghan Zhu, possessed the capability to imprison spirit ghosts and souls. Excellent. Please wait momentarily, senior brother. Li San operated with remarkable efficiency, delivering a collection of materials to Su Chen's hands before long. Su Chen verified the items, thoroughly settled payment with spirit stones, and stowed his acquisitions. Manager Li, I entrust you with monitoring any intelligence regarding high-grade spirit ghosts. Should concrete information emerge, generous recompense shall follow. Rest assured, absolutely. Upon receipt of any news, I shall inform you without delay. Li San pledged, earnestly patting his chest in affirmation. Su Chen nodded respectfully and departed Wangguizhai. A month later, in the secret chamber of the 100 Ghosts courtyard, Su Chen had already returned for it. Seemed there were no particularly good opportunities for him outside. It was better to stay safely on the artifact refining peak and devour fire. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing across his gaze. After a month of recuperation, the damaged meridians within his body had fully recovered, and his physical condition was even tougher than before devouring the yang fire. During this month, he had also accomplished a major feat, successfully forging a Yinma sword. As a standard artifact of the Yinma sect, the forging process of the Yinma sword was already deeply ingrained in Su Chen's mind. Yet when he actually set to work, he discovered that his previous life's modern knowledge of material science had played an unexpected role in the artifact refining process. Although he was merely a liberal arts student, artifact refining in essence is the arrangement and combination of materials and the guidance of energy. Su Chen looked at the black longsword in his hand, which emitted an icy cold aura, and understood in his heart, by adjusting the internal structural order of the materials, and even incorporating a little understanding of energy conduction from modern physics, the efficiency of artifact refining can be doubled with half the effort. This Yinma sword, as soon as it was forged, was a mid-grade artifact, marking that Su Chen had officially stepped into the threshold of an artifact refiner, becoming an artifact refiner apprentice. However, he did not bask in the joy of his success for long, for what he had to do next was even more important. It is time. Su Chen sat cross-legged, sinking his divine sense into the Purple Mansion Immortal Island. The bone phosphorus green flame, after prolonged cultivation, had turned a deep green, radiating a bone-chilling coldness that stood in stark contrast to the scorching heat of the yang fire. Begin devouring. Su Chen let out a low roar, drawing the deep green bone phosphorus green flame from the fire Immortal Island. Gee! The temperature in the secret chamber instantly dropped. The deep green flame hovered before Su Chen like a cold venomous serpent, exuding an aura of death. Devour. Su Chen gritted his teeth and activated the burning art, devouring the bone phosphorus green flame, following the same steps as when he devoured the yang fire. Meridian protection pills, cold dispelling pills, and ice muscle jade bone salve. He used every necessary item without omission. Half a day later came an even more complex process: fusion. Using his divine sense, he forcibly controlled the two flames, making them slowly draw closer. Sizzle. When the blazing yang fire touched the icy bone phosphorus green flame, instead of the imagined violent explosion, a peculiar annihilation effect occurred. The golden red flame began to devour the deep green flame, while the deep green flame also suppressed the golden red flame. One yin, one yang, one hot, one cold. Under Su Chen's divine sense guidance, the two opposing energies began to slowly rotate, interweave, and finally merge completely. This process was 10 times more painful than mere devouring. Su Chen felt as if his body were being torn in two. One half tormented in a sea of fire, the other frozen in an ice cavern. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, his skin sometimes red and swollen like fire, sometimes covered in frost. Yet he held fast to the clarity of his spiritual platform, continuously circulating the burning art to harmonize. After an unknown duration, the two flames finally fused, completely transforming into a brand new flame. This flame displayed a strange jade green color, appearing like a gentle emerald on the outside, but within it contained terrifying high temperature. It possessed both the violent destructive power of the yang fire and the cold penetrating force of the bone phosphorus green flame, with the two attributes coexisting perfectly. I shall name you the yang phosphorus flame. Su Chen named the newborn flame in his heart. Sensing the jade green flame in his dantian, a surge of joy welled up within him. This time, unlike devouring the yang fire, it did not cause the burning art to advance. It still remained at the yellow grade intermediate. But he could feel that the quality of this new flame already surpassed that of the pure yang fire or bone phosphorus green flame. Come now, to make the art advance again, I must seek an even more powerful flame. Su Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. Though his body was somewhat weak, his eyes were brighter than ever. All flames under heaven are nothing more than two types, yin and yang. With these two flames as a foundation, devouring other flames in the future would be smoother. At the same time, he must be mindful of the yin-yang balance of the flames. Su Chen mounted his flying sword and headed straight for the forging area of Artifact Refining Peak. In the front mountain forging area, Tai Kwang, bare-chested, was sweating profusely as he swung his hammer. Senior brother. Su Chen landed his flying sword and called out respectfully. Tai Kwang stopped his hammer, turned around, and saw the Yinma sword in Su Chen's hand. His eyes lit up. Oh, you forged the Yinma sword. Let me see. Su Chen handed over the Yinma sword. Tai Kwang took the sword, casually swung it a couple of times. The blade cut through the air with a shrill, ghostly howl. He then infused a thread of spiritual energy, and the runes on the sword lit up one by one, emitting an icy cold sword aura. Not bad, not bad. Tai Kwang laughed heartily, tossed the sword back to Su Chen, and said, a mid-grade artifact right off the bat? Much better than I was back then. Keep this sword as a souvenir of your first artifact refining. Thank you, senior brother. Su Chen took the sword, feeling a hint of joy in his heart. After all, this was the first artifact he had personally forged. Senior brother, I have another favor to ask. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Could you lend me a wisp of your Samadhi True Fire? Samadhi True Fire. Tai Kwang raised an eyebrow, looked Su Chen up and down, and said, what do you need that for? You're only a chi refiner now, but you can't handle such a high-level flame. Its temperature is too high, one careless mistake, and it'll burn your materials to ashes. I have some ideas. I want to conduct an experiment, Su Chen explained. Hearing this, Tai Kwang's face showed a hint of interest. Since you have ideas, big brother will support you. He waved his hand, opened his mouth, and spat out a stream of reddish-golden flame. The flame danced on his palm, emitting terrifying high temperature. The surrounding air began to distort and burn. This is a wisp of my original Samadhi True Fire. Handle it carefully. Tai Kwang flicked his finger, and the wisp of reddish-golden flame flew towards Su Chen. Su Chen quickly reached out to catch it. The moment he touched it, he felt an unimaginable searing heat, as if even space itself would be ignited. He hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy to protect his palm, barely managing to stabilize. Such a domineering flame. Su Chen was shocked in his heart. Just this single wisp was several times more powerful than the beyond phosphorus flame he had painstakingly fused. No wonder it was the Samadhi True Fire born of a golden core stage cultivator. By the way, Tai Kwang put away his smile and said seriously, since you can already forge mid-grade artifacts, you can't just keep playing for yourself. The sect's standard artifacts have high consumption. Your task this year is to forge 5 Yinma swords. He tossed Su Chen a storage pouch. Inside are 20 sets of materials for forging Yinma swords. According to the rules, there will be material wear and tear. You can keep the leftover materials, but if they're insufficient, you'll have to make up the difference yourself. Furthermore, our artifact refiner tasks are generally divided into 3 types: artifact forging, artifact repair, and material purification. You can go to the sect's task hall to accept relevant tasks and earn contribution points. I understand, senior brother. Su Chen took the storage pouch and nodded solemnly. After bidding farewell to Tai Kwang, Su Chen returned to the 100 Ghosts courtyard, immediately entered the secret chamber, and sank his divine sense into the Purple Mystic Immortal Island. He carefully guided the wisp of Samadhi True Fire from his palm into the Fire Immortal Island. Boom! The moment the Samadhi True Fire entered the Fire Immortal Island, it instantly became the absolute master. Its terrifying golden core stage pressure radiated out, and the originally domineering innate true fire and sky-burning purple flame on the island actually trembled in fear under this pressure, their flames shrinking a circle as if submitting. Indeed, when a strange fire appears, all fires submit. Su Chen sighed inwardly. Although the Samadhi True Fire was not one of the top-ranked strange fires like in Battle Through the Heavens in the Tianling realm, the companion flame of a golden core stage cultivator was an absolute king to low-level flames. Watching the wisp of golden Samadhi True Fire stand proudly in the center of the island with the innate true fire and the sky-burning purple flame circling around it like courtiers, the corner of Su Chen's mouth curled into a satisfied smirk. Sun Xiang, do you know about the Demon Secret Realm? The young girl weeding by the spiritual field looked up upon hearing the voice. Seeing it was Su Chen, she quickly stopped her work and replied respectfully. I do, martial uncle. The Demon Secret Realm is a trial ground for Qi refining and foundation establishment disciples within our sect. It will open in about a year. Will you go? Su Chen asked casually. Sun Xiang quickly waved her hands. I won't go, martial uncle. My strength is too low. Going to the secret realm would be courting death. Unlike you, martial uncle, who has already reached foundation establishment and can enter the foundation establishment zone for training. Then you may go now. Sun Xiang bowed and continued tending to the spiritual rice. The Demon Secret Realm. Only Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators are allowed entry. Those of higher realms are repelled by its laws. It opens once every 20 years, and the Demon Sect sends disciples in for training. Each opening grants a total of 1000 slots, 500 for Qi refining and 500 for foundation establishment. Moreover, the Demon Sect auctions off 200 slots to affiliated families, forces, or rogue cultivators. Thus, for the vast majority of Qi refining and foundation establishment disciples, only 400 slots per stage are available for competition. The secret realm is divided into two parts, the outer area and the inner area. The outer area for Qi refining cultivators, and the inner area for foundation establishment cultivators. Apart from rare herbs and treasures, there are also demon beasts, mainly Qi refining level in the outer area and foundation establishment level in the inner area. Of course, a formation separates the two zones. Qi refining disciples can enter the inner area, but foundation establishment cultivators cannot reach the outer area. Otherwise, if a few foundation establishment cultivators ran rampant in the outer area, the Demon Sect's losses would be incalculable. The Demon Secret Realm is renowned across the northwestern region of the Central Earth continent. Each opening is fraught with danger. Once inside, one must contend not only with the demon beasts, but also with other cultivators. Killing for a single spiritual herb, drawing swords over a piece of ore. Such incidents are common, and the mortality rate is extremely high. This is precisely why the Demon Sect allocates some precious slots to subordinate forces. Not only does this win over subordinates, but it also yields a harvest of spirit stones. Moreover, 30% of the gains must be handed over to the Demon Sect, though a nascent soul-level force like the Su family only needs to surrender 20%. Of course, within the entire Demon Sect sphere of influence, the Su family is the only nascent soul-level clan. Senior brother, I want to go to the Demon Secret Realm. Su Chen found Tai Kwang, who today was unusually not forging. He stated directly. Tai Kwang looked at him with surprise. What are you going there for? As a core disciple, you don't lack resources. I just want to see it and gain some experience. Su Chen explained. Besides, with the jade pendant you gave me, senior brother, no one there can harm me. Tai Kwang laughed heartily. All right, since you want to go, I'll reserve a slot for you. That's it. Don't I need to compete for the slot? Su Chen was stunned, finding it hard to believe. Junior brother, are you underestimating the status of a personal disciple of an infant soul true lord? Tai Kwang patted Su Chen's shoulder, a hint of teasing in his tone. You are the personal disciple of an infant soul true lord with a heavenly spirit root and a 9-orifice foundation establishment. A slot in this Demon Secret Realm is just a word for you. Why would you need to compete? Su Chen finally understood. In the mortal cultivation novels he had read in his past life, everything required fierce competition. Even dangerous slots often came with brutal internal strife. But he had forgotten that he was no longer a struggling rogue cultivator at the bottom. He was the most exceptional genius of the Demon Sect, the personal disciple of an infant soul true lord. I was too shallow, senior brother. Su Chen smiled wryly and shook his head. Haha, it's normal. You'll get used to such privileges. Tai Kwang laughed heartily. All right, I'll keep the slot for you. 1 year from now, when the secret realm opens, just go directly to the assembly point. Remember to bring your identity token. Someone will arrange everything. Prepare well, and don't mess up. Thank you, senior brother. Su Chen expressed his gratitude solemnly. After bidding farewell to Tai Kuang, Su Chen returned to the 100 Ghosts courtyard and began to prepare for his expedition to the secret realm. The Een Demon Secret Realm. This will be another opportunity for me. He sat cross-legged and sank his divine sense into his body, checking his various abilities. The Beyond Phosphorus Flame formidable in power. The 100-soul banner with over 400 fierce ghosts and several Foundation Establishment ghost guards. The inferior ghosts had already been devoured by the higher-level fierce ghosts within this period. Pei Yin had also broken through to the early Foundation Establishment stage, and now the number of Foundation Establishment ghost guards within the banner had reached 10. The 10,000 Soul Blood Shadow Shield, a top-grade spiritual artifact mainly for defense. The Blood Flame Burning Sky Palm, and the Great Dream Demon Sutra, which balanced offense and defense. And the Blood Shadow Jade Pendant given by senior brother capable of withstanding a single blow from a late Golden Core cultivator. The items given by Profound Een True Lord and Heavenly River Ancestor might not even be needed. With these means coupled with my cultivation at the 4th layer of Foundation Establishment, I should be able to accomplish something within the Foundation Establishment zone. Moreover, there was still a full year. A year was more than enough to reach the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment, perhaps even the 6th. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He wanted to gather as many resources as possible, preparing for the burning scripture to devour even more powerful flames. 1 year. That is enough. Having decided to enter the Een Demon Secret Realm, Su Chen did not delay. Apart from inventorying his own artifacts and pills, he also needed more detailed intelligence on the Een Demon Sect. He went straight to the chief steward of the artifact refining peak, Zhao Luo. Zhao Luo was checking accounts. Seeing Su Chen's arrival, he quickly set down the jade slip in his hand and invited him to sit. Xiao Chen, a rare guest. Hear about the Een Demon Secret Realm, I presume. You have sharp eyes, Uncle Zhao. Su Chen did not stand on ceremony and cut straight to the point. I would like to learn more about the specifics of the secret realm. It's my first time going, so I'm not confident. Zhao Luo smiled and poured Su Chen a cup of spiritual tea, then began to introduce the Een Demon Secret Realm. The Een Demon Secret Realm was named after the first sect leader of the Een Demon Sect, the Een Demon Ancestor. The Een Demon Ancestor founded the Een Demon Sect. So many things in the sect are related to him. For instance, this secret realm is called the Een Demon Secret Realm, and many standard issue magical artifacts of the sect also bear the prefix Een Demon. The Een Demon Sword, the Een Demon Shield, and so on. The secret realm was actually discovered by the Een Demon Ancestor when he was at the Qi refining stage. It was only after the Een Demon Ancestor reached the Golden Core stage that the realm's usefulness to him gradually diminished. Later, the Ancestor founded the Een Demon Sect and turned this secret realm into a trial ground for Qi refining and Foundation Establishment disciples. He paused and explained in detail. The outer area, the Qi refining zone, can produce the main ingredients for refining the Foundation Establishment pill at its highest. That's why so many Qi refining disciples risk everything to get in. After all, Foundation Establishment is the true beginning of the immortal path. Su Chen nodded, deeply understanding this. In the Heavenly Spirit Realm, there are several methods to break through to Foundation Establishment. One is to break through directly without using pills, just as Su Chen had planned. If he hadn't reached the 11th layer of Qi refining, he would have attempted Foundation Establishment without pills. This method is only suitable for geniuses with Heavenly Spirit roots or mutated spirit roots. The second method is the pill method, using the Foundation Establishment pill to break through. This is the safest and most successful method suitable for the vast majority of cultivators. The 9-orifice Foundation Establishment pill that Su Chen used was a form of the pill method, and the most superior kind at that. The third method is more primitive, directly consuming the spiritual herbs used to refine the Foundation Establishment pill. This method is quite dangerous as spiritual energy can easily run wild. It was only popular in ancient times when cultivation had just begun and was later phased out with the development of alchemy. The last method is a heretical one called the Foundation Seizing Art. By killing a cultivator of the same rank and seizing their Foundation Establishment essence, one forcibly breaks through. It is mostly used by demonic cultivators and is widely despised. Of course, it is inherently difficult for a Qi refining cultivator to kill a Foundation Establishment cultivator across realms. Su Chen did know one person who used this method. His name was Wang Mozi. Then what about the Foundation Establishment Zone? Een Demon Sect Refinement Peak. Su Chen pressed further. What do they mainly produce inside? The Foundation Establishment Zone primarily yields materials for Golden Core formation and other resources needed by Foundation Establishment cultivators. Zhao Luo's expression turned grave. The path of Golden Core is the true watershed in the cultivation journey. As the saying goes, once the golden pill is swallowed into the abdomen, my destiny is mine to command, not heaven's. Foundation Establishment cultivators who enter primarily seek the main and auxiliary herbs needed for Golden Core formation, along with other materials that can enhance their chances of successfully condensing the core. He sighed. Of course, if fortune favors you, you might encounter other Golden Core stage materials, such as 1,000-year spiritual wood cores or earthly core milk. But such things are rare finds. They're guarded by powerful demonic beasts and may even bear restrictions left behind by golden core cultivators. If Foundation establishment disciples venture inside, they'll likely have the means to see them, but not the means to claim them. Chen silently committed this information to memory. His immediate priority was stabilizing his cultivation realm and gathering resources. Though golden core materials were tempting, he knew he had to act within his limits. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Chen rose to his feet, bowing with sincere gratitude. No need for such formality. Zhao Luo waved his hand dismissively. You're a prized disciple of our refinement peak. Going into the secret realm for cultivation is a good thing, but remember, safety first. If something makes you uneasy, never let greed cloud your judgment. This disciple understands. Chen then asked, Uncle Zhao, there's one matter I still don't understand. Why does the sect allocate 200 secret realm spots to subordinate forces and scattered cultivators when these positions are so coveted? Zhao Luo lifted his spirit tea, taking a delicate sip. A flicker of approval crossed his eyes. He seemed pleased that Chen hadn't settled for an obvious answer. What do you think is the reason? To win over hearts and gather spirit stones, of course. Uncle Zhao, I've heard that the starting bid for a Qi refining zone spot is 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, while a Foundation establishment zone spot starts at 20,000. And since Demon Sect has numerous subordinate forces, each zone only gets 100 spots reserved for them. The final transaction prices will surely climb even higher. If we calculate at the lowest prices alone, opening the secret realm this time would earn the sect 2.5 million low-grade spirit stones. You're being too narrow-minded, little Chen. Winning support and accumulating spirit stones. Yes, those are indeed the most obvious benefits. But that's merely the surface level. Oh, is there a deeper reason? Chen felt a spark of realization and eagerly sought further guidance. You mentioned earlier that a single spot auctioned externally starts at 5,000 spirit stones for Qi refining and 20,000 for Foundation establishment. Do you think that's expensive? Zhao Luo countered. For the sect, these spirit stones are negligible. But for the minor clans and scattered cultivators below, this price would devastate their fortunes. Chen analyzed. Correct, but that's still not the crux of the matter. Zhao Luo set down his teacup, his tone growing low and enigmatic. Little Chen, you must understand. The opening of a secret realm is itself a ruthless trial of blood. A bloody trial. Chen sharply sensed the grim reality lurking beneath those words. Precisely. Zhao Luo nodded, his gaze growing profound. The reason a secret realm can endure for 10,000 years without depletion lies not only in its spatial laws, but more crucially, it requires nourishment. Nourishment. Yes. Whether demon beasts or cultivators, once they enter the secret realm, conflict, slaughter, and death become inevitable. And death means the dissipation of spiritual energy, flesh and blood, and the soul. Zhao Luo spoke word by word. These dissipated energies don't simply vanish into nothingness. They're absorbed by the secret realm itself and transformed into nourishment that sustains spiritual herbs and accelerates the growth of heavenly treasures. Chen drew in a sharp breath, suddenly grasping the implication. So, by releasing entrance quotas and drawing in more people, the sect is deliberately orchestrating slaughter and death to accelerate the secret realm's output. Sharp. Zhao Luo acknowledged approvingly. The cultivation world has never been a gentle place. This is what we call sustaining war through war, trading lives for treasures. It's not just the demonic path. The so-called righteous path operates the same way. He paused, offering an example. Take our nearest neighbor, the Vajra Temple, the great Buddhist sect that prides itself on boundless compassion. They too possess a similar secret realm known as the Vajra secret realm. On the surface, they claim it's for disciples to attain enlightenment. In truth, those who enter become bloodthirsty in their scramble for spiritual herbs. They simply call it severing karmic obstacles instead. Chen fell silent. He understood the cultivation world's brutality, but seeing cultivators treated as mere fertilizer to grow resources sent a chill through him. Therefore, the high attrition rate in the Demon secret realm isn't merely coincidental, Zhao Luo concluded. It's the necessary cost of sustaining the realm's operation. The sect requires fresh blood resources, and through this brutal filter eliminates the weak to preserve only the truly strong. Moreover, this is an established convention in the cultivation world. If you withhold spots from your subordinate forces, they grow discontent. But if you release them, they'll eagerly bring spirit stones to beg for allocation, and still owe you their gratitude. Chen processed these revelations, watching as certain convictions within him shattered completely. It was undeniable. He possessed the heavenly spiritual root, yet how many such blessed lines actually existed in the world? Hadn't he himself worked as a laborer under Ancestor Mo for nearly 2 years just to obtain the 9-orifice Foundation establishment pill? He had always assumed secret realm expeditions were about discovering opportunities and strengthening his cultivation. Now it became clear. This was a carefully orchestrated harvest by the sect, reaping spiritual herbs, resources, and the life force of cultivators themselves. Thank you, Uncle Zhao, for this wisdom. Chen stood again, this time moved by genuine gratitude. Without Zhao Luo's guidance, he would have entered the secret realm naively believing everyone sought fair competition. Now he understood. That place was an Azura Field of Predators game where only the hunted survived. Remember, little Chen. Zhao Luo offered his final counsel. Within the secret realm, trust no one except your own strength, especially fellow disciples who appear harmless. Your objective is to survive and return with sufficient resources. This disciple will remember. Su Chun took his leave and departed the affairs hall on Refinement Peak. The sunlight outside remained bright, yet something had shifted within him. A bloody trial. His fingers curled into a fist, cold determination flashing in his eyes. If this is a trial, then let me see who emerges victorious. Time slipped by like a breath. A full year passed in an instant. Throughout that year, Su Chun rarely left his quarters, focusing entirely on his cultivation. He successfully devoured both the primordial true fire and the heaven-consuming purple flame, then guided them to merge flawlessly with the jade spirit solar flame through the instructions of the flame scripture, birthing an entirely new flame, purple gold in hue. He named it the Purple Gold Spirit Flame. A foundation establishment stage flame naturally surpassed those of the Qi refining period. After integration, the jade spirit solar flame dwindled to barely a trace of green, within the purple gold spirit flame a faint remnant of its former presence. With the birth of the new flame, the burning art advanced accordingly, successfully breaking through its bottleneck and ascending to the yellow-grade advanced level. At the same time, his cultivation base naturally stepped into the 6th layer of foundation establishment. On that day, the Een Demon secret realm was officially opened. Su Chun mounted his flying sword and arrived at the Een Demon Plaza on the main peak of the Een Demon Sect. The plaza was already crowded with people, where 800 Qi refining and foundation establishment disciples gathered, the atmosphere both fervent and tense. Brother Chen, over here. A familiar voice came from the crowd. Su Chen followed the sound and saw Su Ming waving excitedly at him. Su Ming, congratulations on breaking through to foundation establishment as well. Su Chen walked over and said with a smile. It had been over a year since they last met, and Su Ming had successfully built his foundation, stabilizing at the 2nd layer of foundation establishment. Not at all, Brother Chen is the impressive one. Su Ming looked at Su Chun with admiration. This aura, I'd say at least mid-stage foundation establishment. 6th layer of foundation establishment. Su Chen did not hide it. Damn. Su Ming widened his eyes dramatically. Brother Chen, are you even human? It's been less than 2 years since you broke through to foundation establishment, right? This cultivation speed is simply inhuman, truly deserving of a heavenly spirit root. Alright, stop flattering me. Su Chun patted his shoulder with a smile. By the way, who are these two? Well, let me introduce you. Su Ming quickly pulled over the two beside him. This is junior sister Wu from the Alchemy Peak, Wu Yufang. And this is her brother, also an elite disciple of the Alchemy Peak, Wu Yutong. Su Ming then introduced to the two. This is my clan brother Su Chun. Greetings, senior brother Su. Wu Yufang and Wu Yutong quickly bowed. They had long heard of the 9 Aperture Foundation establishment genius who had made a name throughout the sect, and their attitude was extremely respectful. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. The 4 of them gathered together and spoke in low voices, mainly exchanging their estimates and preparations for the secret realm. Before long, everyone had assembled on the plaza. 2 golden core elders hovered in the air, scanning the crowd. Having confirmed the head count, they wasted no words and directly summoned their respective artifacts. Qi refining disciples board the spirit boat. Elder Wang shouted. A massive spirit boat materialized out of thin air, radiating powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. The Qi refining disciples boarded one by one in an orderly fashion. Foundation establishment disciples, get on my poison dragon. Another elder declared loudly. He patted his storage pouch, and a streak of black light shot into the sky, instantly transforming into a black dragon, several tens of zhang long coiling above the plaza and emitting a suffocating demonic aura. Su Chen looked at the black poison dragon and couldn't help but smile, inwardly recalling the classic meme from his previous life, public dragon bus. It seems that no matter which world, the means of transportation for cultivation experts are all the same. He silently joked. Everyone hold on tight. With the elder's command, the poison dragon let out a sky-shaking roar, carrying over a dozen foundation establishment disciples as it turned into a black lightning bolt shooting into the sky. The spirit boat followed closely behind, one after the other, speeding toward the entrance of the secret realm. After about an hour, they arrived at their destination. At the entrance of the secret realm, a sea of people had already gathered. Apart from the disciples of the Een Demon Sect, there were also numerous cultivators from affiliated families and sects, as well as many rogue cultivators. They gathered in small groups, their expressions varied. Some excited, some nervous, while others had sinister eyes, clearly harboring ill intentions. Apologies everyone, we are late. The Golden Core Elder of the Een Demon Sect descended on the poison dragon and addressed the waiting elders of the affiliated forces below. The elders and disciples of the various affiliated forces waved their hands repeatedly. Elder Zheng, not late at all. After all, who would dare to complain about the Een Demon Sect elder arriving late? Unless they didn't want to enter the secret realm. Su Chen stood among the crowd, his gaze sweeping around, sensing countless eyes, both overt and covert, fixed on him. He knew that this bloody trial was about to commence. Elder Zheng and Elder Wang exchanged a glance and hesitated no longer. Elder Zheng flipped his hand and produced an ancient black token. The two simultaneously infused their spiritual power into it. Open! The token blazed with light. The unstable spatial ripples at the entrance of the secret realm instantly calmed, transforming into a luminous gate, emitting a faint glow. Demon Sect disciples enter first, then the Su family disciples, followed by disciples of other forces, and finally the rogue cultivators, Elder Zheng announced loudly. Within the secret realm, demonic beasts are everywhere. Deep in the Foundation Establishment Zone, you may even encounter Golden Core stage demonic beasts. That is an absolute forbidden zone, never to be entered lightly. Once you enter, life and death are determined by fate, and each relies on their own abilities. With the command issued the Demon Sect disciples, as the first batch stepped into the luminous gate, Su Chen exchanged a glance with Su Ming and the others, then stepped in without hesitation. The moment he stepped through the gate, Su Chen felt the world spin, as if passing through a thick, sticky film of water. This sensation of weightlessness lasted only an instant before his feet touched solid ground. So classic, separated as soon as I enter. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. This was an inevitable rule in novels from his past life, and it seemed applicable to most trial secret realms in the cultivation world. Around him was a dense primeval forest. Towering ancient trees blotted out the sky, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and a faint beastly odor. He looked around. Not only was there no sign of Su Ming or the others, but there wasn't even a single person. He immediately took out the map of the Demon Secret Realm's Foundation Establishment Zone, swept it with his divine sense, and confirmed his location. The Blackwood Forest at the outermost periphery of the Foundation Establishment area. I'll just pick a direction. Without much hesitation, Su Chen identified a path and chose a little-used trail, beginning his solo journey. Over the next few days, Su Chen's journey was exceptionally smooth, even somewhat boring. Along the way, he encountered various spiritual herbs, and regardless of their grade, he unceremoniously planted them onto the wood Immortal Island. Although most were low-grade herbs, he couldn't use collecting them was still a resource, and since the wood Immortal Island had expanded after Foundation establishment, leaving it empty was a waste. The cultivators he encountered, upon sensing his sixth-layer Foundation establishment aura and the black misty 100-soul banner, all changed their expressions and detoured, not daring to provoke him. As for the demonic beasts, most were fourth-rank equivalent to early Foundation establishment cultivators. For Su Chen, they posed no challenge at all. The Heavenly Spirit Realm. First, second, and third-rank demonic beasts correspond to the early, mid, and late stages of Qi refining. Fourth, fifth, and sixth correspond to Foundation establishment. Seventh, eighth, and ninth to Golden Core. 10th, 11th, and 12th to Nascent Soul, and 13th, 14th, and 15th to Divine Transformation. After entering Nascent Soul, demonic beasts can take human form, becoming demon cultivators, commonly known as Great Transformed Demons. Demon cultivators are the main combat force of the demon race, and they are quite different from demonic beasts. Su Chen's combat method was simple and efficient. Lock on with Divine Sense, unleash the 100-soul banner, and let the fierce ghosts howl out to directly devour the beast souls. Defend with the 10,000-soul Bloodfiend shield, and a single blast of the purple gold spirit fire would reduce the demonic beast to ashes. Beast souls into the banner, materials into the bracelet, flesh and blood to feed the ghosts. Su Chen skillfully handled the spoils. When encountering fire attribute demonic beasts, he would also extract their beast fire. Though the quality was not high, it was better than nothing, and he could nurture it on the Fire Immortal Island. Over the past few days, his 100 Souls banner had gained over a dozen Foundation establishment early-stage ghost guards, and his storage bracelet was stuffed with various beast materials and spiritual herbs. But he had yet to encounter a worthy opponent, nor had he found some key materials. He finally understood why his senior brother had been somewhat surprised when he heard he wanted to enter the Enma secret realm. It seems the outer novice area is indeed not suitable for me. Su Chen stopped and looked at the map again. Beyond the Blackwood Forest lay a region called the Blood Ridge Mountains, a gathering place for 4th to 5th level beasts, and one of the main areas to find auxiliary ingredients for the Foundation establishment pill. It belonged to the middle area of the Foundation establishment zone of the secret realm. It's time to go deeper. He put away the map, a glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. The calm of the outer Foundation establishment zone instead made him feel a bit bored. He needed stronger opponents, more exciting battles, and more precious resources. After adjusting his state, Su Chen circulated his spiritual energy through his meridians, confirming he was at his peak, then strode towards the Blood Ridge Mountains. The blood-colored trial deep in the secret realm had just begun. Stepping into the Blood Ridge Mountains, the smell of blood in the air and the roars of beasts instantly became much richer. The vegetation here was sparser than in the Blackwood Forest, and exposed rocks were strewn with charred claw marks and dried blood, clearly an area frequented by high-level beasts. Su Chen concealed his aura and expanded his divine sense to the maximum, spreading it in all directions. With the help of the Great Dream Demon God Sutra, his divine sense cultivation had already far surpassed his spiritual power, reaching the 7th layer of the divine sense stage. He had only been advancing for less than half an hour when his divine sense caught a powerful beastly aura coming from the canyon ahead. A 5th level beast, the blood-red mad lion. A gleam of excitement flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Not only did he not retreat, but he quickened his pace, darting towards the canyon. Finally, a worthy opponent. Inside the canyon, a massive blood-red mad lion was gnawing on the corpse of a 4th level beast. The mad lion was surrounded by a faint blood-colored mist, its fur as hard as iron, and a pair of crimson eyes brimming with brutality and cruelty. A 5th level beast equivalent to a cultivator at the mid-foundation establishment stage, its physical strength and innate divine abilities far surpassed those of cultivators at the same level. Roar! The blood-red mad lion obviously also detected Su Chen. It stopped eating and let out a deafening roar, its blood aura surging as it entered a combat state. Cultivator die. The lion spoke human language, its form flickering like a blood-colored lightning bolt directly pouncing at Su Chen. Its speed was astonishing, bringing a gust of bloody wind. After a beast reaches foundation establishment, it can refine its throat bone and speak human language. Well met. Su Chen did not dodge or evade, but instead took the initiative to meet it. He did not use the purple gold spirit fire or samadhi true fire, wanting to first test the limits of his physical body. Bang! Su Chen clenched his right fist and fused it with spiritual power and directly met the claw covered in scales of the blood-red mad lion. A loud bang and waves of air surged. Su Chen felt a tremendous force stepping back, 3 times his tiger's mouth slightly numb. And the blood-red mad lion was also knocked back several steps, a hint of surprise in its eyes. Such a strong physical body. Su Chen praised inwardly. No wonder it was a 5th level beast, its physical strength alone rivaling a mid-foundation establishment body cultivator. But for me, it's still not enough. Su Chen no longer held back, summoning the 10,000 souls blood shield, which expanded in the wind and blocked in front of him. At the same time, with a thought, he activated the 100 souls banner, and ghostly wails erupted as the ghosts surrounded the blood-red mad lion in an instant. How dare these mere ghosts act recklessly? The blood-red mad lion roared, opening its mouth to spew a stream of blood-colored flames, burning the approaching ghosts with sizzling sounds, damaging their soul bodies. Blood flame heaven burning palm. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen's figure flickered, appearing above the mad lion's head, and struck out, with his right palm, purple gold spirit fire mixed with blood-killing aura heavily imprinting on the lion's crown. Boom! The mad lion let out a miserable shriek, its head hair scorched, skin torn, and flesh exposed. But its vitality was extremely tenacious, and it did not fall. Instead, it went berserk, recklessly ramming Su Chen's shield. It seems I need to use some real skills. Su Chen's gaze turned cold, no longer entangled. Since your physical body is strong, I'll attack your weakest point. Su Chen formed hand seals, and the Great Dream Demon God Sutra spun wildly. Just as the blood-red mad lion's enormous claw was about to touch Su Chen, he was ready. Great Dream Demon God, Divine Pierce. Buzz. An invisible and intangible divine sense force instantly shot out from between Su Chen's brows, like an invisible spike, directly piercing into the blood-red mad lion's mind. Ow! The originally ferocious blood-red mad lion abruptly halted in midair, then let out a most miserable scream. Its massive body lost balance, crashing heavily to the ground, clutching its head and rolling in agony. The advantage of beasts lies in their physical body and innate divine abilities, but their divine sense is usually relatively weak, far less condensed than that of cultivators of the same level. Su Chen's divine sense puncture directly attacked its soul, and the effect was immediate. It really works. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen's figure flickered, appearing above the blood-red mad lion's head. He formed a sword finger with a wisp of dark gold divine sense power lingering at his fingertip. Slash. The divine sense turned into a sword, slicing fiercely into the soul gap opened by the lion's pain. Uffed. With a dull sound, the blood-red mad lion's struggle ceased abruptly. Its massive body convulsed a few times, the fierce light in its eyes quickly fading, and finally, it completely lost its life. Su Chen stepped forward and skillfully began to process the spoils. The beast's soul was absorbed into the 100 souls banner, becoming a new ghost. The demon core was extracted, a good material for refining pills and artifacts. The lion's skin bones and other precious materials were stripped and stored in the storage bracelet. As for the blood-red mad lion's beast fire, Su Chen also extracted it and threw it into the fire immortal island. Looking at the new spoils in his storage pouch, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Cultivators and beasts each other's resources. That's the cruel law of the cultivation world. Beasts have weak divine sense. This Great Dream Demon God Sutra is practically their bane. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes fell on a spiritual herb beside the blood-red mad lion. Blood jade ginseng. And it's not young, at least 200 years old. Su Chen was delighted. This was an excellent spiritual herb for body refinement. He hadn't expected to encounter such a harvest upon first entering the Blood Ridge Mountains. He carefully dug out the blood jade ginseng and stored it in the wood immortal island. It seems this Blood Ridge Mountains is truly a blessed land for me. Su Chen stood up, his gaze directed deeper into the mountains. Their demonic aura soared into the sky, evidently waiting for more and stronger beasts. Just after Su Chen left behind a huge rock, behind him a sneaky figure slowly poked its head out. This person was precisely He Long. He tightly clutched a communication jade talisman and said in a low voice into the talisman, "Brother He Sun, I found that Su Chen kid. He's at the East Canyon of the Blood Ridge Mountains." It turned out that this He Long was the older brother of He Yu, who had been executed by the Su family. He was originally a disciple of the Haisha sect, but later, like Su Chen, joined the Yinma sect and became a disciple of the Yinsha Peak. With the full support of his family and his own dual spirit root talent, he successfully achieved foundation establishment. This time he specifically contacted He Sun, the #1 genius of the He family, vowing to avenge his brother He Yu in the secret realm. A cold voice came from the transmission jade talisman. "Good. Lure him into our ambush. Today we will make that Su family brat's soul dissipate, avenging He Yu." "Yes, brother He Sun. Rest assured this kid won't escape." A flicker of ruthlessness passed through He Long's eyes. He put away the jade talisman and with a flicker of his form silently circled ahead of Su Chen. Moments later, Su Chen was cautiously surveying his surroundings when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps and shouts behind him. "Senior brother Su Chen. Senior brother Su Chen, please wait." Su Chen stopped and turned around. A disciple wearing the attire of the Yinma sect was running toward him. "And you are?" Su Chen frowned slightly, not recognizing this person. "I am Feng Minglong from the Yinsha Peak." He Long put on a respectful yet anxious expression. "Junior brother just discovered an extremely rare auxiliary herb for the golden core formation pill, the purple cloud spirit herb, ahead. But there is a beast at the foundation establishment late stage guarding it. Junior brother is too weak to seize it alone, so I came specially to seek your cooperation, senior brother." Su Chen's inner alarm bells rang as he looked at this Feng Minglong. The scent of conspiracy. He had almost no deep friendships with outsiders in the Yinma sect except for his fellow disciples of the Refining Peak and the Su family members. This suddenly appearing junior brother not only knew where he was, but also happened to have discovered a precious spirit herb. Such a coincidence was suspicious. Yet Su Chen's face remained impassive. Instead, he revealed the hearty smile of a body cultivator and alchemist. "Haha, junior brother is thoughtful. Since it's an auxiliary herb for the golden core formation pill, we can't miss it. Let's go, senior brother will accompany you to have a look." He acted exceptionally enthusiastic, as if truly blinded by greed, and followed He Long northward. He wanted to see what scheme these people were plotting. Half an hour later they arrived at a cliff edge. "Senior brother Su, look, there it is." He Long pointed to a stone platform below the cliff. Su Chen followed his gaze. Indeed, on that stone platform grew a spirit herb emitting a faint purple glow, the purple cloud spirit herb. This was one of the key auxiliary herbs for refining the golden core formation pill, priceless. Beside the herb lay a beast resembling an armadillo covered in black scales, the black armor earth dragon. The beast was dormant, but the aura it exuded was unmistakably the pressure of the foundation establishment late stage. "Good heavens, it really is late foundation establishment." Su Chen deliberately exclaimed in surprise, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. With a sweep of his divine sense, he detected something amiss. Although the black armor earth dragon's aura was late foundation establishment, there was a trace of taming in its eyes, far from a wild beast. Moreover, extremely subtle fluctuations of spiritual power lingered around, clearly indicating that someone had recently fought here, eliminated the original guardian beast, and replaced it with this dragon. It seems the trap was set with some care. Su Chen sneered inwardly, but his face remained expressionless. He Long watched Su Chen staring at the herb, and the beast, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes, but he pretended to be anxious. "Senior brother Su, this black armor earth dragon has extremely strong defense. What should we do? Why don't I first draw its attention while you take the opportunity to seize the herb?" Su Chen cursed inwardly for his hypocrisy, but since he was acting, he had to play the part completely. He immediately put on a nouveau riche and hot-blooded body cultivator, hearty demeanor waving his hand. "Junior brother, phone you're only at early foundation establishment, too dangerous. Better let senior brother lure this beast, and you take the chance to pick the purple cloud spirit herb. We'll split the spoils later." Saying this, Su Chen even generously took out a 4th-tier acceleration talisman and slapped it into He Long's hand. He Long held the valuable acceleration talisman, his heart ecstatic, but his face showed a moved expression. "Senior brother, you are too good to me. Rest assured this purple cloud spirit herb will split it 30-70, you take 70, I take 30. After the secret realm, I'll follow you, little brother." "Haha, easy." Su Chen patted He Long's shoulder, laughing like a fool. Then he strode toward the black armor earth dragon, deliberately making a lot of noise, instantly enraging the spirit beast. The black armor earth dragon roared, its scales bristling, and lunged at Su Chen. He Sun, hiding in the shadows, immediately manipulated the beast to entangle Su Chen tightly. While fending off the dragon's attacks, Su Chen shouted to He Long not far away, "Junior brother Feng now. Seize the herb." "All right, senior brother. Hang in there." Overjoyed Hei Long immediately dashed toward the purple cloud spirit herb. Just as Hei Long passed by Su Chen, the anxiety on his face instantly twisted into a ferocious grin, and he suddenly punched Su Chen's back with all his might. Su Chen, go to hell. This punch was delivered with full force, and Hei Long believed Su Chen would be severely injured. Su Chen was hit, his body lurching forward. He cooperatively spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly pale. Haha, this fool really thought we came to cooperate. Hei Long laughed heartily at Su Chen's back. Su Chen turned around, wiping the blood from his mouth, but his face showed a shocked and unbelievable expression, his acting worthy of an Oscar. F. Feng Jr. brother. Why did you do this? Inwardly he thought, if my acting were in my past life, I'd at least win an Oscar, or at least get praise from a few veteran actors. What junior brother, Feng? My name is Hei Long. Hei Long tore off all pretense, his face twisted. My younger brother is Hei Yu. He was executed by your Su family back then. Today I'm here to take your worthless life. Brother Hei Sun, come out. Su Chen is already injured, he won't last long. Hei Long shouted triumphantly. With his words, a cold figure slowly emerged from behind a large tree. It was Hei Sun. Behind him were two black family disciples at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Su Chen, Heaven grades spiritual root. Genius. Hei Sun looked at Su Chen with contempt. I see you're nothing special, can't even see through such a low-level disguise. Su Chen gnashed his teeth as he looked at the four. Hei Sun, dare you kill me here? Aren't you afraid my master profound and true lord will come after you? Come after me. Hei Sun laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke. There's no one around here. If I kill you, extract your soul, destroy your body, and wipe out all traces, who would know? What's more, before he finished, Hei Sun launched a water arrow technique directly at Su Chen. Hei Sun, you despicable coward, attacking by surprise. Su Chen was hit again by this strike and spat out another mouthful of blood. It's fine, a body cultivator has a strong constitution. More bloodletting helps circulation. At the same time, he took out the 10,000 soul blood evil shield to protect himself. The shield immediately caught Hei Sun's attention. A top-grade spiritual artifact. As expected of a personal disciple rich in wealth. Su Chen, this shield of yours, and all the treasures on you, I'll gladly take them. Hei Sun stared fixedly at the 10,000 soul blood evil shield, his eyes shining with greed. Kill him, Hei Sun commanded. Hei Long and the two Hei family cultivators simultaneously attacked, unleashing a torrent of spells, flying swords, and beastly assaults upon Su Chen. The black armored earth dragon under Hei Sun's control opened its massive maw and lunged at Su Chen. Su Chen activated the 10,000 soul blood shield to block all of the attacks. Oh, no one around. Su Chen looked at the overwhelming assault, his previously terrified expression instantly fading, a cold sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. You've chosen a fine burial ground for yourselves. Before the words died away, Su Chen's aura shifted dramatically. His previous weakness and disarray vanished, replaced by the terrifying pressure of the Foundation Establishment 6th layer. With a thought, he unleashed the purple gold spirit fire, which transformed into a fiery dragon, forcing the black armored earth dragon to retreat. What? You're not injured? Hei Long exclaimed in shock. Injured? Su Chen sneered, and in front of everyone he opened a corner of his robe, revealing a soft armor shimmering with a lustrous glow. Let me introduce you to this top-grade spirit tool inner armor. A mere Foundation Establishment early stage attack, can't even scratch my skin. Su Chen sneered. With his body refining 6th layer, his physical body was formidable, and he also had the top-grade spirit tool inner armor. Spitting blood was purely to bait the trap, acting convincingly. Then why did you spit blood? Hei Sun asked, his face ashen. Of course, to play along with your performance. Su Chen scoffed, his gaze like that of watching a group of clowns. If the situation allowed, he would have burst into song. Everyone attacked together. He's only one man. Hei Sun panicked, but remembering that his side had 4 people, and he was at the Foundation Establishment late stage, he quickly steadied himself. He hastily cast hand seals, commanding the black armored earth dragon to attack Su Chen again. Hei Long and the other two also unleashed various spells and weapons, furiously assaulting Su Chen. Su Chen easily defended with the blood shield, while summoning the 100 soul banner. Go! The banner expanded in the wind, releasing a sky full of ghostly mist. Over 400 fierce spirits howled out, charging at the 4, disrupting their formation. At that moment, Su Chen's divine sense technique was also ready. With the cover of the ghost mist, the 4 could barely detect Su Chen's figure. Great Dream Demon Scripture, Divine Sense Pierce. A piercing scream came from the ghostly mist. Hei Sun felt as if his soul had been stabbed by a sword, excruciatingly painful. With his divine sense damaged, he hurriedly took a soul-nourishing pill from his storage pouch. But there was no time to recover. Su Chen's next attack had already arrived. Blood Flame, Heaven Scorching Palm. The palm wind was no longer the blood-red flame, but had turned into a purple flame. It turned out that Su Chen had discovered that the fire manipulation techniques in the cultivation version of the burning scripture could modify fire-attributed spells. He succeeded in merging the purple gold spirit fire into the blood flame, Heaven Scorching Palm, doubling its power. It struck Hei Sun fiercely, and at that moment a shield spontaneously activated. Boom! The palm struck the shield, causing ripples. Haha, Su Chen. This is the protective talisman left to me by my grandfather, the Golden Core Old Ancestor. In the ghostly mist, He Sun laughed arrogantly. Su Chen didn't reply. He first put away the 100-soul banner, and the ghostly mist and fierce spirits also entered the banner. The surroundings instantly became bright. At this moment, He Long and the other two cultivators were battered and bruised by the spirits in the banner. Seeing the mist dissipate, they quickly retreated to He Sun's side. They watched Su Chen warily. Haha, Su Chen, do you know the power of a Golden Core Old Ancestor? Seeing Su Chen put away the 100-soul banner, He Sun thought he had exhausted his tricks and immediately became arrogant. Very well, obediently hand over your spirit tools and treasures, and let me place a slave mark on you, making you my servant, and I'll spare your life. Oh, spare my life. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone playful. Then should I be thanking you? While he was playing along with He Sun, he quietly took out the 10th level Heavenly Thunder Talisman given to him by mysterious Een True Lord from his storage bracelet. After all, it was a 10th level talisman, and with his current cultivation, he needed time to activate it. Of course, as long as you acknowledge me as your master, I'll spare your life. My grandfather is a great cultivator at the Golden Core late stage, though within 100 years he will surely break through to Nascent Soul. He Sun, lost in his own fantasy, rambled on about his family background. Su Chen, unwilling to listen to this fool's nonsense any longer, cut him off. Let me tell you a story. Oh, what story? He Sun became curious and asked. In the mortal world, there was a black-clad blade master. Back then he fought his way out of the Black Gobi of Yuanwu Kingdom alone, known as half-human, half-ghost, the Supreme Blade. Countless blade masters who sought to challenge him died under his blade. Su Chen said slowly. He said, in this world, smart people don't die, stupid people don't die either, only one kind of person dies. Su Chen fixed his gaze on He Sun, a cold smile curling at his lips. He Sun played along and asked, so what kind of person dies? Foolish people. As the words fell, a blinding bolt of lightning burst from Su Chen's hand. Go. The Heavenly Thunder Talisman transformed into a massive purple thunderbolt, with a destructive momentum instantly crossing space and heading straight for He Sun and the other three. At the same time, Su Chen retreated rapidly using fire escape technique and activating his spirit boots. The 10th level Heavenly Thunder Talisman's residual waves were also dangerous. Boom. After a deafening thunderclap, only 4 piles of black ash drifting with the wind remained. He Sun and the others didn't even have time to scream. Such was the terror of a 10th level talisman. Under the 10th level talisman, He Sun's Golden Core late-stage protective talisman, the body's souls, and even storage pouches of the 4 were all reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace. What a pity, my 10th level Heavenly Thunder Talisman. Su Chen looked at the 4 piles of ash, feeling a pang of regret. A 10th level talisman was enough to kill a real Golden Core cultivator. He would ask his master for a few more. If he hadn't put away the 100 ghost banner, the loss might have been greater. After all, lightning spells are a natural counter to ghostly beings. However, at least the goal was achieved. The purple cloud spirit herb was still intact on the stone platform. It's a pure loss. But you died under my 10th level talisman, so you died a worthy death. You should feel honored. The 4 piles of ash. Su Chen went to the stone platform and took the purple cloud spirit herb. Why is it only 100 years old? He inspected and found that the herb was only 100 years old, not yet meeting the requirements for refining the core formation pill. Refining the core formation pill required at least 300 years. He stored the purple cloud spirit herb in the wooden immortal island and planted it. It's fine. Oh, when needed, I can use spirit stones to accelerate its growth. Su Chen looked at the 4 piles of ash. There was no way he would let the 4 He family members go. They had already sealed their fate by daring to ambush him. Eliminate evil completely, leave no trouble. Su Chen waved his hand and collected the 4 piles of ash into the wooden immortal island. Even as ash, I won't let you off. Since you dared to ambush me, become my flower fertilizer. He walked to the stone platform, a satisfied smile curving at the corners of his mouth. This act was a huge loss. The purple cloud spirit herb was only 100 years old, and the body, souls, and storage pouches of He Sun and the others had all turned to ash under the Heavenly Thunder Talisman. Although He Sun and the others were dead, he had lost a 10th level Heavenly Thunder Talisman. But it was fun to put on the act. The feeling of controlling the entire situation and watching He Long and the others perform was indeed satisfying. Within a concealed cave in the Blood Ridge Mountains, Su Chen had been resting since slaying He Sun and his 3 companions. He settled into a tranquil routine of daily cultivation, treasure hunting, and demon beast slaying. On this day, having just completed a cycle of Zhou Tian circulation, he was about to leave the cave to continue searching for the main ingredient of the Golden Core pill, when suddenly his divine sense detected footsteps and voices outside. Treasure-seeking cultivators. Su Chen swept his divine sense and instantly perceived the situation outside. The newcomers were a cultivator clan, 12 in total. Their cultivation levels were mostly at middle foundation establishment, with the 2 leaders at late foundation establishment. They seemed to have just experienced a battle, their auras slightly disordered, and they were looking for a safe place to rest nearby. Su Chen concealed his aura and hid inside the cave, quietly listening to their conversation. He had set up a concealment formation outside, so from the exterior there appeared to be no cave at all. Yet as luck would have it, the group of cultivators camped near his cave. Elder brother, the deeper we go into the Blood Ridge Mountains, the more ferocious the demon beasts become. Now 5th rank demon beasts are commonplace. If we go further in, will we encounter 6th rank demon beasts? A young male cultivator asked with some worry. The cultivator addressed as elder brother, a middle-aged man with a resolute face, said in a deep voice, "We must go deeper. The spiritual herbs and treasures in the outer areas are too low-grade, hardly worth any spirit stones. For this expedition into the secret realm, aside from those of you in the Mo sect, the rest of us, our clan has spent a fortune in spirit stones to secure these spots. In any case, we have to earn back the entry fee." Elder brother is right. A female cultivator nearby chimed in, her tone tinged with helplessness. As outer disciples of the Mo sect, we risked life and limb just to obtain a single spot. With our background, forming a golden core within the sect is as difficult as reaching the heavens. If we can find enough spiritual herbs this time, at least one of our Chu clan's generation can form a golden core, and the clan's fortune can continue. Exactly, another male cultivator agreed. For this Mo secret realm, my grandfather even lent me his most treasured spirit artifact just to ensure I returned safely. Upon hearing this, Chen roughly understood the group's situation. These 12 were not core disciples of the Mo sect, but rather descendants of cultivation families attached to the sect and outer disciples. To obtain a spot in the secret realm, not only did their families exhaust their resources, but they themselves had to endure ruthless competition within the sect. Once inside the secret realm, they faced immense survival pressure. They had to fight demon beasts and also guard against plunder from other cultivators. For them, the secret realm was a gamble win, and the clan rises or lose, and they fall into eternal doom. Such was the Murphy's Law of the cultivation world, so brutally real. A single exploration of a secret realm could elevate a family or consign it to utter ruin. Let's rest here for a while to recover our spiritual power, then continue deeper, the leading Chu clan elder brother decided. During the break, the Chu elder brother mysteriously took out a yellowed beast hide map from his storage pouch. This map was personally given to me by the clan leader. He said that here there might be an ancient ruin. A ruin. The surrounding Chu cultivators perked up. What kind of ruin? Not sure. But this Mo secret realm was left behind by the Mo ancestor before his ascension. Back then he was a nascent soul great cultivator. Over 100 years ago, the clan leader also entered the secret realm and discovered that this place was extraordinary. But because his cultivation was insufficient, he had to set it aside, and has been preparing ever since. The Chu elder brother looked around at everyone, his tone grave. That's why for this opening of the secret realm, the clan spared no expense to send all 12 of us inside. All for this opportunity. Opportunity? What exactly? They asked eagerly. According to the clan leader's speculation, there is very likely a golden core fruit tree there. Golden core fruit tree? Chen inside the cave heard those 4 words, his pupils contracting sharply, a storm surging in his heart. The golden core fruit tree, a celestial treasure. Its growth cycle was extremely long. It needed 100 years to take root, 50 years to bloom, 50 years to bear fruit, and another 50 years for the fruit to ripen. Moreover, every 100 years it would produce 1 additional fruit. This fruit contained pure golden core chi, and was the supreme treasure for cultivators to break through to the golden core stage. The golden core fruit it bore was the unquestionable main ingredient for the golden core pill. In ancient times, before the golden core pill was invented, cultivators directly swallowed golden core fruits to break through to golden core. Of course, those geniuses had no need for such things. This Mo secret realm has existed for over 10,000 years. How far could that golden core fruit tree have grown? Chen dared not imagine. If such a tree truly existed, there would likely be more than 1 fruit within. Outside the cave, the Chu cultivators breathed heavily, their eyes blazing with fervor. If they could truly monopolize this opportunity, all 12 of them could almost certainly succeed in forming golden cores. The group wasted no time and set off immediately. Chen trailed far behind, concealing his aura like the most patient hunter. Half an hour later, they arrived at a hidden valley at the bottom of which was indeed a deep cave. The Chu cultivators filed in one by one, and Chen followed silently. The cave was pitch black, but not long after they ventured deeper, the Chu elder brother stopped before a stone wall, groped for a protruding rock, and pressed it hard. Boom! A heavy stone door swung open with a rumble, and blinding light instantly poured out from behind, illuminating the entire cave. Go in! The 12 rushed in without hesitation. Chen swept his divine sense, confirmed it was safe, and slipped in as well. Behind the stone door was a long corridor, its walls lined with glowing moonlight stones that lit the passage as bright as day. Moonlight stones were a common lighting device in the cultivation world. The Chu cultivators advanced cautiously, alert to any sign of disturbance. At the end of the corridor was a vast stone chamber. Yet the chamber was completely empty, with no golden core fruit tree in sight. Elder brother, where is the golden core fruit tree? Someone couldn't help asking. It's hidden, of course. The Chu elder brother let out a cold laugh, pointing to a complex formation at the center of the chamber. This needs to be activated. The clan leader has studied it for over 100 years and has long unraveled its secrets. You enter the formation's periphery, and I'll step into the formation eye. That will activate the concealment formation and reveal the golden core fruit tree. Upon hearing this, the 11 immediately followed the instructions, and each took a position at the formation's 11 nodes. The Chu elder brother strode boldly into the formation eye. Yet the moment the last person stood in place, a sudden change occurred. A blood light instantly enveloped everyone, rendering them immobile. They were trapped. Elder brother, what's happening? Ha 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 ha. The Chu elder brother suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, his voice brimming with madness and cruelty. Did you really think there was a concealment formation here? And a golden core fruit tree? The bloodlight surged, and the 11 individuals within the array felt their vital blood reverse flow, their essence and spirit on the verge of shattering. The spiritual energy and life force within their bodies, like floodwater from a breached dam, were uncontrollably and forcibly drawn out, converging toward Chu Xiong, the eldest brother of the Chu family, at the eye of the array. Foolish younger siblings, this is no mere concealment array. It is the blood-refining 5 elements array. Chu Xiong's face twisted into a ferocious grin, his eyes gleaming with morbid greed and madness. Today I shall use your essence, blood, and souls to refine a blood pill. They will aid me in breaking through to the 10th layer of foundation establishment and condensing a blood-refining golden core. He paused, then continued. Let me tell you another secret. Although I am the son of the second branch, the clan leader is my real father. When he condensed his golden core back, then he used the very same method. Do you think the clan treats you all so well for no reason? Why invest so many resources and grant you these precious secret realm slots? Upon hearing this, a deathly silence fell over the array, broken only by heavy breathing and incredulous gasps. So that's it. So that's why I, a collateral descendant, was treated this way. The clan was fattening me up like a pig. A female cultivator in the array let out a bitter laugh. My third branch had a wind spiritual root prodigy 100 years ago who died alongside my father in that Inma secret realm expedition. And that time only that beast Chu Shang survived from our Chu family. The path of the great Tao is merciless. Dear younger siblings, obediently become nourishment for your elder brother's cultivation. Chu Xiong laughed wildly, frantically urging his hand seals. The bloodlight intensified, and the essence, blood, and spiritual energy of the 11 people in the array were forcibly extracted, streaming continuously toward Chu Xiong at the array's eye. Chu Xiong, you will die a miserable death. Even as a ghost, I will never let you go. Desperate shrill curses erupted from the Chu cultivators trapped in the array. Ha ha ha, ghost. Chu Xiong's face contorted, his laughter unhinged. Then I'll make sure you don't even have the chance to become one. Chu Xiong intensified his hand seals, his eyes brimming with avarice. He drove the array with manic fervor, squeezing it harder. He himself was merely a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots. It had taken 60 years just to break through to foundation establishment, and another 80 years to reach the 9th layer. The path to the golden core had long seemed unreachable for him. It was at this moment that his father Chu Shang found him and revealed the secret of how he had broken through to the golden core back then. Ha ha ha. Chu Xiong laughed hysterically as he greedily absorbed the essence blood. Back then my father Chu Shang was just a collateral disciple. He and my mother were childhood sweethearts, both tested for spiritual roots, a perfect match. But the direct line disciple of the second branch, relying on his status and power, forcibly took my mother away. My father endured in silence, pretending to submit along with my mother. He joined the second branch and became the most trusted lackey of that direct line disciple. In the end, it was in this very Inma secret realm that he discovered this blood-refining array and slaughtered all the talented disciples of that generation except himself. He feigned severe injury and unconsciousness, thus escaping the calamity. Su Chan watched coldly from the entrance of the passage, listening to Chu Xiong's story. After leaving the secret realm, his cultivation speed skyrocketed, and he smoothly condensed his golden core. Once the old clan leader died, he suppressed everything with an iron fist and secured his position as the Chu family patriarch. After leaving the secret realm, his cultivation speed skyrocketed, and he smoothly condensed his golden core. Once the old clan leader died, he suppressed everything with an iron fist and secured his position as the Chu family patriarch. Chu Xiong's tale sent chills down the spines of the remaining Chu disciples in the array, as if they had fallen into an ice cavern. That Chu Xiong is quite a character, Su Chen commented from the side. Su Chen did not act immediately. He patiently waited for the optimal moment. Let this Chu Xiong break through to the 10th layer of foundation establishment and stabilize his cultivation. That will be the perfect time. A single lethal strike, no need to waste my life-saving trump cards. A fierce glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He flipped his hand and produced the pure yang sword, a top-grade artifact. He unhesitatingly madly infused the purple gold spiritual flame within his body into the sword, preparing to unleash a fatal blow. He was ready to self-destruct this top-grade artifact to slay Chu Xiong. At that moment, Chu Xiong, having absorbed a vast amount of essence blood, felt his aura surge and broke through to the 10th layer of foundation establishment. He immediately stopped telling stories, steadied his mind, and consolidated this hard-won realm. This was the most critical stage of his breakthrough. His mind tightly linked with the array, leaving him utterly unable to dodge. Now, Su Chun hurled the pure yang sword with all his might. The blade, wrapped in violent purple flames, shot like a meteor chasing the moon straight toward Chu Xiong at the array's eye. The pure yang sword plunged into Chu Xiong's back, the tip emerging from his chest. Explode, Su Chun silently intoned. To secure the kill, what was a mere top-grade artifact. Boom. The pure yang sword detonated within Chu Xiong's body. The raging purple-gold spiritual flame instantly engulfed him. Chu Xiong let out a blood-curdling scream, his body torn apart by the explosion, his life force severed. Fragments scattered everywhere. The array, deprived of its controller, dimmed significantly, but did not fully dissipate. The remaining Chu cultivators in the array were now on the verge of death. Several had already been drained of life, transformed into blood pills floating in midair. Just as they thought they had been saved and a glimmer of hope rose in their eyes, a figure appeared like a ghost at the array's eye. It was Su Chun. You? Who are you? The few surviving Chu cultivators stammered. Su Chun did not answer. Instead, he directly sat cross-legged, occupying the array eye that had belonged to Chu Xiong. The dead need no answers. The hope that had just flickered in the eyes of the remaining Chu cultivators instantly turned to despair. He formed hand seals, the burning art spinning madly, and the 9 apertures in his dantian roared simultaneously like 9 greedy mouths, voraciously devouring the residual essence, blood, and spiritual energy within the array. Comfortable. This blood-refining method is truly domineering. The remaining Chu cultivators were swiftly turned into blood pills under this ruthless absorption. Su Chun felt the rapidly surging spiritual energy within him, a look of pleasure crossing his face. These Chu people, having just escaped the wolf's den, had fallen into the tiger's mouth, becoming nourishment for his journey on the Tao. Half a month later, the light within the stone chamber faded, and Su Chun slowly opened his eyes, sharp light bursting forth. Foundation establishment, 8th layer. Flesh refining, 8th layer. His divine sense had directly broken through to the great perfection of foundation establishment. The vast blood energy not only greatly enhanced his spiritual power, but also tempered his physical body to greater resilience. Moreover, the great dream demon sutra greedily absorbed the pure soul essence, granting his divine sense a qualitative leap. No wonder that Chu Xiong, with his 3 spiritual roots, managed to condense a golden core. Su Chun clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within. This blood-refining 5 elements array is truly heaven-defying. He stood up and began to clean up the battlefield. Although these 12 Chu cultivators had decent cultivation, their belongings were quite meager. Aside from some low-grade spiritual herbs, a 300-year-old snow lotus, and a few ordinary spirit tools, there was nothing much to surprise him. A bunch of paupers. Su Chun curled his lip, but his mood remained good. After all, using others' resources to enhance oneself was the most profitable deal in the world of immortal cultivation. He glanced into the depths of the stone chamber. There was no golden core fruit tree there, only this brutal killing array. Time to leave. The secret realm opened for 3 months, and 1 month had already passed. There were still more opportunities awaiting me. Su Chun's figure flashed, and he left the blood-stained stone chamber, once again plunging into the depths of the Blood Ridge Mountains. Su Chun emerged from the valley, about to discern his direction, when suddenly a cacophony of clamor and beastly roars reached him from afar. He concentrated his mind, instantly releasing his divine sense, which spread toward the source of the sound. His divine sense had now reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, 99 li. This was a terrifying number. Ordinary late foundation establishment cultivators could only extend their divine sense for 30 to 50 li. It seemed that before his spiritual power broke through to the golden core stage, his divine sense was likely to step into the realm of golden core first. As his divine sense swept over the scene, 10 li away was vividly imprinted in his mind. A group of cultivators was fleeing in panic, while behind them, relentlessly pursuing, were none other than a pack of Qingfeng wolves. These demon beasts moved with the speed of a gale. Most of them were 5th-rank Qingfeng wolves, and the one leading them was massive in stature, exuding a fierce aura. It was actually a 6th-rank Qingfeng wolf king. Su Chun had no intention of meddling, but as his divine sense scanned, he spotted several familiar faces. Su Ming, along with Wu Yufang and Wu Yutong's siblings from the Alchemy Peak, and others. These people were clearly at the end of their rope, their spiritual power severely depleted, their faces etched with despair. Run! Run fast! Su Ming's shrill cry for help drifted over from afar. Since it's Su Ming, and also disciples of the Yinma sect. Su Chen's gaze darkened. Moreover, this 6th-rank Wolf King is just the right opponent to test my true combat power after the breakthrough. He had originally not wanted to get involved. It was common for people to die in the secret realm. But upon seeing Su Ming, Su Chen's figure flickered, and he rushed toward the direction of the fleeing wolves. On the other side, Su Ming and the others were already gasping for breath, their speed slowing. I can't run anymore. A disciple collapsed in despair. Get up. If you fall, you die. Wu Yutong gritted his teeth and helped his companion up, but everyone knew this was nothing but a futile struggle. At this critical moment, a figure appeared like a phantom, blocking the path between them and the wolf pack. Brother Chen. Su Ming looked up, saw the familiar silhouette, and a burst of ecstatic light flashed in his eyes. Brother Chen has come to save us. Su Chen did not turn back, only coldly stared at the oncoming wolf pack. The 6th rank Qingfeng Wolf King, upon seeing someone blocking the way, showed no fear, but instead revealed a cruel, bloodthirsty gleam. It raised its head and let out a long howl, leading the pack to accelerate their assault. Purple Flame Heaven Burning Palm. Su Chen let out a low shout, his right palm striking out fiercely. This was the Blood Flame Heaven Burning Palm, improved by the Funju. Boom. A massive purple palm print carrying an aura of destruction slammed into the wolf pack. Several 5th rank Qingfeng wolves, unable to dodge in time, didn't even have time to scream before being burned into charred corpses. The 6th rank Wolf King, sensing the terrifying heat and dangerous aura within the palm wind, abruptly halted its charge and let out a terrified howl. After all, it was a 6th rank demon beast already possessing intelligence. It instinctively sensed that this human before it was someone it absolutely could not afford to provoke. Su Chen stared at the 6th rank Wolf King, and the Wolf King stared back at him. Then it turned and fled, with the remaining wolves disappearing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Seeing the wolves retreat, Su Ming and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Brother Chen, it's you. You scared me to death. Su Ming, overwhelmed with emotion after surviving the disaster, was incoherent with excitement. Su Chen turned around and kicked Su Ming on the rear without any kindness. Are you trying to get yourself killed? What are you doing here? This is already the middle part of the Foundation establishment zone, filled with 5th rank demon beasts, and 6th rank ones are not uncommon. You a mere early Foundation establishment, brat, have you lived too long? Su Ming covered his rear, grinning sheepishly. Brother Chen is right. We accidentally got lost and were spotted by this pack of wolves. Su Chen then took a look at the others. Apart from Su Ming, there were Wu Yufang and Wu Yutong from the Alchemy Peak, along with 2 other inner disciples of the Yinma sect. All of them were now disheveled and bedraggled. Hearing the conversation between Su Chen and Su Ming, Wu Yutong and his sister quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Senior Brother Su, for saving our lives. Otherwise, we would have surely ended up in the wolves' stomachs today. Haha, it's our luck to have run into Brother Chen. Su Ming flattered from the side. He casually asked, Brother Chen, your aura feels even stronger. Just broke through to late Foundation establishment. Su Chen said calmly, as if it were a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts were once again stirred with waves of shock. Late Foundation establishment. How long had it been since their last meeting? This cultivation speed was simply inhuman. A heavenly spirit root. How terrifying. Let's go. This place is not safe. Let's find somewhere to recover first. Su Chen acted decisively. He led Su Ming and the others back to the valley, set up a concealment formation at the entrance, isolating their auras from the outside world. Rest here and recover your spiritual power, Su Chen instructed. After arranging everything, he walked to the side and began to digest the changes brought about by his breakthrough, while also preparing for the upcoming exploration. A month had passed since the secret realm opened, and the battles ahead would be even more brutal. Night fell, and a campfire flickered in the valley. Wu Yufang dusted off her clothes, holding a skewer of golden sizzling demon beast meat that gave off a fragrant aroma. She walked over to Su Chen, who was meditating with his eyes closed, and whispered, Senior Brother Su, have something to eat. Su Chen opened his eyes, looking at the skewer of roasted meat, and realized his stomach was growling. Since entering the secret realm, he had been sustaining himself on fasting pills, and it had been a long time since he had truly enjoyed the taste of worldly food. Roasting meat himself? Sorry, too troublesome. Thank you. Su Chen took the meat and took a bite. The fragrance of the fat spread in his mouth, allowing his tense nerves to relax a little. Not far away, Wu Yutong watched his sister standing shoulder to shoulder, with Su Chen, a complex glint flickering in his eyes. He nudged Su Ming beside him and whispered, Junior Brother Ming, what do you think? Does my sister match Senior Brother Chen? Su Ming nearly choked on his saliva and quickly waved his hand. Senior Brother Wu, I advise you to forget that idea right now. Why? Wu Yutong asked, puzzled. For a prodigy like Brother Chen, do you think the elders of my Su family haven't had their own ideas? Su Ming explained seriously. Brother Chen's bloodline is from a very distant branch, already beyond the 5th degree of kinship. The main line has even introduced their most talented daughters to him. And what happened? Su Ming shrugged. Brother Chen's Tao heart is unwavering. He pays no attention at all. He once said, with no woman in heart, the blade naturally becomes divine. For him, cultivation is the only true path. Wu Yutong's expression darkened, and he smiled bitterly. I see. I was too presumptuous. You kid, in just a moment you want to betroth your sister to my brother Chen. Why not consider me? I'm still a direct descendant of the Su family. Get lost. Wu Yutong laughed and cursed. I treat you like a brother, and you want to be my brother-in-law. The two quarreled in low voices, lightening the atmosphere considerably. After a while, Su Chen finished the roasted meat, stood up, and brushed the crumbs off his hands. He looked at everyone and said seriously, "Rest here tonight and retreat to the outer perimeter early tomorrow morning. The depths of the Blood Ridge Mountains are no place to linger. More and more 6th-rank demon beasts are appearing, and there might even be 7th-rank ones. With your current strength, it's too dangerous. Take care, Brother Chen." Su Ming and the others knew that once Su Chen made a decision, it could not be changed. They all stood up to bid farewell. Su Chen nodded, said no more, and with a flicker of his figure disappeared into the night, racing toward the very core of the secret realm. He traveled at full speed, relying on his powerful divine sense to evade several groups of formidable demon beasts and cultivation teams. His velocity was extraordinary, like a meteor streaking through the night sky. The Golden Core Fruit Tree. It lies at the core of the Demon's secret realm. Having been explored for over 10,000 years, the existence of a heavenly treasure, such as the Golden Core Fruit Tree, was hardly a secret. Su Chen unfurled his map and confirmed the location of the Golden Core Fruit Tree. Ancient God Valley. The true heart of the Demon's secret realm lay deep within the Bloodspine Mountains, perpetually shrouded in mist. Ancient God Valley. Sounds like a place ripe for trouble. Su Chen quickened his pace. The closer he drew to the core region, the denser the spiritual energy became, even condensing into visible mist. The surrounding trees grew increasingly ancient and massive, radiating a raw primordial aura. After roughly 2 hours of flight, Su Chen's divine sense brushed against a colossal barrier of fog. Within the mist, terrifying beast roars and powerful spatial fluctuations echoed faintly. "We have arrived." Su Chen halted his movement, suppressing his aura and concealing himself behind a towering tree. Peering through the fog, he could faintly discern an ancient stone temple standing deep within the mist. And in the plaza before the temple, a majestic tree reaching toward the heavens grew dramatically. The ancient tree shimmered in dark gold from root to canopy, its leaves resembling crafted gold foil, radiating a soft, yet regal golden luminescence through the mist. Even separated by the fog, Su Chen could feel that overwhelming vitality and the pure aura of the Golden Core. The Golden Core Fruit Tree. Su Chen's heart raced uncontrollably. He had finally found it. This legendary divine tree truly existed here. He did not lack the ability to form a golden core, but he desired to cultivate this very tree. His immortal island space was far too empty. As his realm advanced, it would only grow emptier still. Planting such a treasure in his immortal island space would look magnificent. His ambition was remarkably simple, but soon his expression darkened. Because beneath the Golden Core Fruit Tree, countless demon beasts of every kind stood packed densely. Their auras were formidable, the weakest being 5th stage, with several 6th-stage existences among them. They guarded the divine tree like loyal sentinels. At the fog's edge, Su Chen also detected several familiar auras, other core disciples of the Demon Sect. Ying Sha and Luo Shui were both present, along with powerful cultivators from several affiliated families. Su Chen. A chilling voice cut through the air. Ying Sha had spotted him immediately. He had recently broken through to the 3rd layer of Foundation Establishment, his aura even more piercingly cold. Senior Brother Su. Luo Shui also offered Su Chen a greeting. She hailed from the Luo clan, a nascent soul-level family, and possessed a mutated ice spiritual root before joining the ice prison peak of the Demon Sect. She had reached Foundation Establishment a full year before Su Chen, the earliest among the gifted disciples, having entered at the peak of Qi refining. Yet she too had only reached the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment. In addition, several veteran cultivators from the Demon Sect had already reached the late stage of Foundation Establishment, along with formidable figures from affiliated families. They had clearly discovered this place as well, eyeing the treasure within the fog with predatory intensity, yet dared not venture in, lightly deterred by the horrifying demon beast horde within. It seems this has become a battleground of necessity. The various factions were distinctly separated, forming a delicate equilibrium. The veteran cultivators, upon seeing Su Chen, no older than 20, yet already possessing the terrifying cultivation of the 8th layer of Foundation Establishment, could not suppress the envy and resentment flashing in their eyes. They had endured centuries of bitter cultivation to reach this stage, while this youth had surpassed them in merely a few short years. Su Chen made no effort to conceal his aura. He was inherently gifted, and the Demon's secret realm posed no real danger to him. There was no need. At that moment, a burly cultivator stepped forward. He was Zhao Taigang of the Body Refining Peak, his cultivation having reached the peak of the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment, his physical body extraordinarily formidable. "Everyone," Zhao Tiegong's voice boomed. "Too many 5th and 6th stage demon beasts lie ahead. Unless we eliminate them, none of us will obtain the Golden Core Spirit Fruit." He surveyed the group and continued assigning tasks. "Let me distribute the roles. Those of you below mid-stage Foundation Establishment deal with those 5th stage demon beasts. These 6th stage behemoths, we late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators will handle them." His gaze shifted towards Su Chen, a hint of probing in his tone. "Junior brother, Su, you have no objections?" "No problem," Su Chen replied with icy detachment, almost nonchalantly. His goal was clear: the golden core fruit tree. As long as he could claim a single branch that would suffice. He had no intention of engaging in a death match with these demon beasts. Deal with them swiftly if you can. If not, scattering them with your pressure will also do. Our objective is the golden core fruit, not a fight to the death with these beasts. Su Chen added calmly, offering his strategy. Everyone do your utmost. It's settled. Zhao Taigang struck the final decision. With orders issued, the cultivators from all factions drew their magical treasures, poised for battle. Su Chen and Zhao Tiegang, along with the other late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, confronted the most terrifying sixth-stage demon beast head-on. Gazing at the sixth-stage armored earth dragon before him, as massive as a mountain, a flicker of fierce battle eagerness ignited in Su Chen's eyes. Since it has come to this, let me properly test just how strong my true combat power truly is. He clenched his fists, his 9-orifice dantian activating simultaneously, the purple-gold spiritual flame flickering within his palm. A world-shaking battle for treasure had officially begun. Though Su Chen's strength was formidable, he dared not grow overconfident facing a sixth-stage demon beast. Typically, 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators needed to combine their efforts merely to contend with a single sixth-stage beast. The armored earth dragon, seeing Su Chen charge, let out a deafening roar. Rather than retreating, it lunged forward. The massive scaled claw carrying crushing force slammed directly into Su Chen's fist. Boom! A terrifying shockwave exploded outward from between them. Su Chen felt an immense force surge through his arm, numbing it entirely, forcing him back half a step. Meanwhile, the armored earth dragon shrieked in agony, scales shattering as blood seeped from the wound. What a terrifying physique. From afar, Zhao Taigang managed to remark, even as he clashed with another sixth-stage demon beast. He had not expected a Foundation establishment 8th-layer cultivator to match a 6th-stage demon beast in raw physical confrontation without yielding. The armored earth dragon realized this human was not to be underestimated and immediately activated its innate technique. Its colossal body slammed into the ground, triggering devastating tremors. Earthquake wave. Caught off guard, Su Chen was launched backward by the sudden shockwave, crashing heavily against a tree trunk behind him. Blood escaped his lips as he coughed. Yet this did not deter Su Chen in the least. If anything, it fueled his fighting spirit further. He wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes blazing with intensified excitement. Using the rebound momentum, he blurred forward in another strike. Purple flames scorching heaven palm. Purple gold flames instantly enveloped his fist, radiating an aura of devastation as he struck once more at the armored earth dragon. Sensing the terrifying heat contained within the flame, the iron-armored earth dragon also felt the fatal danger. It immediately cast an earth-type spell, condensing a thick earthy yellow shield before its body. Boom! Su Chen's fist slammed heavily onto the earth shield. The shield instantly became covered in cracks, but it did not shatter completely. Su Chen's forehead veins bulged, his entire body feeling as if scorched by fire. He poured out his full 10% spiritual power, but the burning art was only at the yellow rank advanced level, and the speed of spiritual power recovery could not keep up with the consumption. I can't stall. A prolonged battle is disadvantageous for me. Su Chen made a prompt decision. With a flip of his hand, he produced a talisman, the 6th rank Fire Calamity Thunder Talisman, left by the Heavenly River ancestor. Explode. The talisman activated, and a blinding thunderfire shot from Su Chen's hand, striking the iron-armored earth dragon with precision. Boom. Amidst the deafening explosion, the iron-armored earth dragon let out a piercing cry. Its massive body was blasted into a bloody mess, and its aura instantly wilted. Die. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen closed in and struck with an improved version of the purple flame heaven-burning palm, directly imprinting it onto the iron-armored earth dragon's head. The purple-gold spiritual flame instantly engulfed it, and the life force of this 6th-rank demon beast was completely severed. Su Chen quickly summoned the 100-soul banner, absorbing the dragon's demon soul into it, while stuffing the corpse into his storage bracelet. At that moment, the other cultivators were still locked in bitter battles against their own 6th-rank demon beasts, their victories undecided. Without any hesitation, Su Chen immediately slapped on another 6th-rank speed talisman, turning his figure into a streak of light, charging straight toward the golden core fruit tree. Clang, clang, clang. The bark of the golden core fruit tree was extremely hard. Su Chen chopped at it several times, leaving only a few white marks. He immediately abandoned brute force and instead produced a more precious talisman, the sky-scorching sword. This was a nascent soul-level talisman treasure refined by the Heavenly River ancestor. A talisman treasure was a seal of part of a magic treasure's power onto a talisman by cultivators above the golden core stage, usable multiple times with immense power. This particular one was considered a nascent infant treasure. Go! The sky-scorching sword grew larger in the wind, transforming into a tens of zhonglong flaming giant blade, carrying the aura of incinerating all things, and slashed fiercely at a branch of the golden core fruit tree. Crack! The branch snapped off. Su Chen quickly stored it into his Zifu Immortal Island, planting it on the wood Immortal Island. The entire process was as swift as lightning, from severing the branch to storing it in the island, taking only a few breaths. After doing all this, Chen didn't pause for a moment. He turned and ran. Yes, he simply fled. He had achieved his goal. There was no need to fight to the death with those people. He ran. Chen actually ran. Only then did the crowd snap out of their shock. Watching that Foundation Establishment 8th layer figure escape, without hesitation, they were all dumbfounded. Under Chen's feet was a low-grade spirit boot combined with the 6th rank speed talisman and the fire escape technique. His entire form became like a blazing fireball, instantly vanishing from everyone's sight. Don't just stand there. Fight! Zhao Taigang was the first to react, shouting to awaken the others. The golden core fruit tree was injured, and the guardian demon beast went completely berserk, its attacks becoming increasingly fierce. Meanwhile, Chen had already run dozens of li away, safely escaping. Haha, being the opportunist feels so good. Chen sat cross-legged at the center of an array in a hidden cave, recalling the dumbfounded expressions of that group earlier, and couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. If he had the legendary heroic system, that graceful escape just now would have absolutely made everyone present doubt their own existence. Heroism in the heavens, who can vie with me? He shook his head, brushing aside these unrealistic fantasies, and began to seriously examine the branch of the golden core fruit tree. His divine sense delved into the Zifu Immortal Island, the Wood Immortal Island. Chen took out the heavy branch and observed it closely. This was the most common, yet most practical branch of the white spirit golden core fruit tree in the cultivation world. Attribute-free, effective for anyone's core formation, and priceless. There was also a white spirit golden core fruit on it. He took out over 100 attribute-free spirit stones, activating them with the spirit plant art. The spirit stones turned to powder, and a dense spiritual energy enveloped the branch. Soon fine roots sprouted from the bottom of the branch, burrowing into the spiritual soil of the immortal island, full of vitality. Looking at the fruit hanging on the branch, faintly emitting a golden light, Chen let out a long sigh of relief. The greatest goal of this secret realm trip had been achieved. Now the Wood Immortal Island also had a major resource. Next, it was time to recover. The previous battle with the 6th rank iron-armored earth dragon, coupled with the continuous use of high-level talismans and the purple gold spiritual flame, had drained his spiritual power immensely. Chen realized that simply relying on the burning art to operate the purple gold spiritual flame was a bottomless pit in terms of spiritual power consumption. It seems I need to catch up on my spell system once I'm back. My current attack methods are too monotonous, and my use of spiritual power is far too crude. The burning art is only at the yellow rank advanced level, and the spiritual power recovery rate can't keep up with the consumption. This is a fatal weakness in a prolonged battle. He closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. This recovery took a full 3 days. Thanks to the extraordinarily vast spiritual power reserves of his 9-orifice Dantian, Chen finally adjusted his state to its peak. He estimated that with his current resources, pushing the burning art from yellow rank advanced to Xian rank in a short time through cultivation alone would be quite difficult. It seemed that after returning, he would have to continue collecting various rare, heavenly flames from the earth, following the path of devouring and evolution. In the following days, Chen spent his time gathering spiritual herbs not yet present in the Immortal Island space, as well as collecting the beast fires of those demon beasts. These ranged from 1st rank to 6th rank. The quality of these beast fires could no longer meet his needs, but their quantity was plentiful, and with the existence of the Fire Immortal Island, quality could eventually be achieved through quantity. As the closing date of the secret realm drew near, the atmosphere within grew increasingly eerie. Robbery became the norm. Toiling to find spiritual herbs was not as good as directly robbing those who had found them. That was the thinking of many robbery cultivators. Chen observed all this coldly. Most robbers, upon sensing his late Foundation Establishment cultivation aura, would consciously take a detour. But there were always those with poor eyesight. One day, as Chen was about to leave a valley, he was suddenly blocked by 4 cultivators. The leader was a burly man with a fierce face at the middle Foundation Establishment stage. He sneered and recited the cliché line. "This tree was planted by me, this road was opened by me. If you want to pass, leave your storage pouch." Chen stopped, gave the 4 a once-over, and a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. A bunch of blind fools. He had no habit of wasting words with such riffraff. 100 soul banner emerge. Blood flame, heaven burning palm. In a few swift moves, the battle was over. These 4 unlucky ones, before they could even unleash any powerful techniques, became new fierce ghosts in the 100 soul banner. Ransacking their storage pouches, Chen was surprised to find that the 4 of them had quite substantial wealth. Together, they made up exactly 2.5 portions of the supplementary ingredients for the core formation pill. What an unexpected gain. Chen pocketed the spoils, dusted off his hands, and continued on his way. When the last day of the secret realm's opening ended, a violent tremor came from the sky, and the secret realm's energy began to repel all outsiders. Chen's vision blurred, and his body was wrapped by an irresistible force, instantly teleported out of the secret realm. The Demon secret realm closed, and it would open again in 20 years. Mo Sect, the secret realm exit. A flash of light appeared, and Su Chen's figure materialized near the exit. He looked around and noticed that Su Ming, Wu Yutong, and the others from the sibling pair had also emerged, scanning their surroundings anxiously. Seeing Su Chen return safely, Su Ming immediately waved his hand excitedly. "Brother Chen, you're all right, that's wonderful." Su Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. He could sense several pairs of eyes instantly locking onto him. Shadowkill with a darkened expression, along with several veteran Foundation establishment cultivators who appeared visibly injured. The looks they cast upon Su Chen were filled with complex emotions, jealousy, reluctance, and a trace of apprehension. Clearly what had transpired in the ancient Divine Valley had already spread. "Nephew Su, what was your harvest?" Zhao Luo had appeared beside him, without warning, asking with a smile. "Decent." At this moment, Elder Zheng, who was in charge of leading the group, spoke loudly. "Everyone line up and submit your harvest. No hiding anything. Affiliated forces must hand over 30%. Sect disciples must surrender all primary and auxiliary herbs needed for Foundation establishment pills and golden core pills. Other items may be kept. The sect will convert them into corresponding contribution points, and pills refined in the future will be distributed according to contributions." As Elder Zheng stated these requirements, having gone on for so many years, the various factions under his command were well aware. One by one they stepped forward. When it was Su Chen's turn, he retrieved his harvest from the secret realm from his storage bracelet, primarily various spiritual herbs and materials. The most striking among them was the platinum golden core spirit fruit radiating a pure golden light. "These are my gains," Su Chen said, handing over the items. Elder Zheng took the spiritual herbs, swept his divine sense over them, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad at all. White spirit golden core fruit, the primary herb for the golden core pill, of excellent quality. This fruit is valued at 30,000 contribution points, and the rest brings in another 50,000, totaling 80,000. "Thank you, Elder." Su Chen felt no regret whatsoever, for on Wooden Immortal Island, he had already replanted those very herbs. To him, 80,000 contribution points was merely a trivial matter. Boarding the familiar public demon vehicle, once again the group returned to Missouri Square. The square was bustling with excitement, most disciples enthusiastically discussing their secret realm experiences or sighing over fellow disciples who had fallen. Su Chen bid farewell to Su Ming and the others, disregarding those probing or awestruck gazes, and walked directly back to the 100 Ghosts courtyard. After 3 months outside, returning to his own courtyard finally gave Su Chen a sense of complete peace. The courtyard was clean and tidy. In the tumult of spiritual fields, the crimson flame rice and various spiritual herbs were thriving. Evidently Sun Xiang had tended to the place splendidly. Upon entering his secret chamber, he immediately erected multiple layers of formations, then sank his divine sense into the Purple Mansion Immortal Island. On the Wooden Immortal Island, the white spirit golden core fruit tree stood firmly rooted, its branches unfurling gracefully, the golden-hued golden core fruit emitting an alluring glow. This was a new tree Su Chen had accelerated using spirit stones, costing him 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Not bad. Though I cannot use it at present, this tree's value is incalculable. It also serves as a nice decorative addition to this spacious Purple Mansion Immortal Island. Su Chen nodded contentedly. If those golden core factions beyond discovered Su Chen was treating a golden core fruit tree as a landscape ornament, their jaws would surely hit the floor. Such an item could even influence the rise and fall of an entire faction. Next, I shall enter seclusion to advance to the golden core stage and search for a flame capable of evolving the burning mantra once more. A glint of sharp light flashed across Su Chen's eyes. His journey through the Mo secret realm had concluded perfectly, and his cultivation path was about to ascend to a new level. Half a year later, the secret chamber of the 100 Ghosts courtyard. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance gleaming briefly within them. After 6 months of seclusion, not only had he stabilized his cultivation at the peak of the 8th layer of Foundation establishment, but he had also completed the task assigned by the eldest senior brother, refining 5 qualified Mo swords. It is time to seek a new flame. Su Chen's thoughts stirred. Over the past half year, he had specifically studied the sect's archives, searching for heavenly marvel flames suitable for the burning mantra to devour. Among them, the earth fire, ranking near the top of the marvelous flames list, aroused his great interest. Earth fires came in many varieties, the most common being the type used in the refining hall. That particular earth fire was equivalent to the innate true fire of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Beyond it, there were also earth lung fire, underground spiritual fire, ordinary earth fire, 9 nether earth fire, lihua earth core flame, earth core fire, and others. The most formidable of all earth fires was the legendary 10,000-year volcanic heart flame. Born from the deep beneath a volcano that had raged for 10,000 years, it was a peerless treasure of supreme yang and extreme heat. And the refining peak itself was actually a 10,000-year volcanic mountain. However, the question of how to descend remains a major problem. Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. The temperature at the heart of the 10,000-year volcano is exceedingly high. With my current physique and cultivation, I fear I would be melted before even reaching the central region. That time when he refined a spiritual treasure for old ancestor Mo, he had only ventured near the volcano's crater. After some thought, he decided to first visit the refining peak and ask his eldest senior brother Taekwon for guidance. Taekwon, as a golden core cultivator who dealt with flames year-round, might know a safe method of entry. I'll hand in the quest first, then seek out my eldest senior brother. Su Chen gathered the 5 refined Mo swords, rose from his seat, and left the secret chamber heading toward the refining peak. He knew the path to obtaining the earth core fire would surely be fraught with peril, but for the evolution of the burning mantra, all of it was worthwhile. Early the next morning, Su Chen arrived at the refining peak and found Taekwon hammering away, drenched in sweat. Eldest senior brother. Su Chen greeted him. Taekwon paused his great hammer, wiped the sweat from his face, and turned to look at Su Chen. A little junior brother, have you completed your quest? Judging by your complexion, your secret realm harvest must have been substantial. Thank you for your concern, eldest senior brother. The task is done. Su Chen nodded, then got straight to the point. Eldest senior brother, I wish to inquire about the 10,000-year volcanic heart flame. The 10,000-year volcanic heart flame. Upon hearing this, Taekwon's brows knit together, his expression clearly saying, what on earth are you thinking? You've got quite the appetite venturing to covet something like that. That is a heavenly marvel flame born from the earth's core of the 10,000-year volcano, possessing immense heat. In such an environment, I say not even a foundation establishment cultivator could survive, let alone a golden core one. They would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. Even our own clan's old ancestor, Mo, once attempted it only to return empty-handed. That place is simply beyond your reach at your current stage. And moreover, Taekwon paused before continuing. Even if you manage to get inside, collection itself poses a tremendous challenge. A flame of that magnitude cannot be approached by spiritual power alone. One must forge a specially designed artifact container capable of withstanding extreme temperatures to safely collect it. Then throughout the 10,000 years Mo sect has occupied this land, haven't any ancestors considered collecting it? Su Chen asked persistently. We have, haven't we? Taekwon snorted derisively. The refining method for that special container resides within the treasure vault of our refining peak. If you want it, you may exchange for it using contribution points. However, as for a way down, there simply is none. The Earth's core of the 10,000-year volcano is a natural dead zone. A glint of understanding flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Thank you for your guidance, eldest senior brother. Bidding farewell to Taekwon, Su Chen returned to the 100 Ghosts courtyard. Inside the secret chamber, he sat cross-legged, lost in deep contemplation. The 10,000-year volcanic heart flame. Even a divine transformation stage ancestor finds it unyielding. With my current foundation establishment cultivation rashly attempting to reach, it would indeed be courting death. He calmly analyzed the situation. The senior brother was right. The core flame was tempting, but the risks were too great, and there was no feasible method to collect it. Better to aim low and steady than to reach for the stars. In that case, I'll start by gathering other earth fires, devouring them one by one to elevate the burning art and enhance my fire resistance. A flicker of resolve flashed in Su Chen's eyes. The burning art is only at the yellow grade high level. Its spiritual energy recovery is too slow, and the consumption during battle is immense. If I can devour several powerful earth fires and raise it to the profound grade, not only will it vastly boost my combat power, but it might also grant me a physique strong enough to withstand the core flame's heat. Moreover, since the core flame is pure yang and extreme heat, I'll need to find a matching extreme cold flame, one yin, one yang, to balance each other so I can control it safely. Su Chen had already formed a rough plan. He decided to go to the sect's mission hall to post a bounty for flames. At the same time, he would start looking for cultivation techniques or spirit objects that could enhance his body's fire resistance. The 10,000-year volcano core flame. One day I will claim it. Su Chen clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with determination. This was merely a temporary postponement, not an abandonment. His path of cultivation was to constantly challenge the impossible, turning every rare treasure of heaven and earth into his own advantage. With a plan in place, he acted immediately. He went to the sect's mission hall and posted an unprecedented bounty collecting flames. The task was simple, any flame would do. The prices were clearly marked: ordinary Qi refining stage flame, starting at 10 contribution points. Foundation establishment stage flame, 100 contribution points. Golden core stage flame, 1000 contribution points. Nascent soul stage flame, 1000 contribution points. The moment this bounty was posted, the entire outer sect of Inma sect erupted into chaos. Although high-level flames were hard to find, low-level flames were not rare for disciples who practiced fire-attributed techniques. Heavens! Has senior brother Su gone mad? Spending contribution points on these trash flames. You don't understand. Every little bit counts. My technique can condense a wisp of red flame. I sold it for 10 points. It's practically free money. Yeah, and senior brother Su said any flame is welcome. Would he even take my corpse rot flame? For a time, a long line formed outside Su Chen's Baiguay courtyard. All sorts of bizarre flames came in, from Qi refining stage beast flames to foundation establishment stage demon flames. Su Chen accepted them all. Though these low-level flames did little to advance the burning art, their sheer quantity made up for it. Over the past year, Su Chen had collected flames including, but not limited to Green Yang Demon Fire, Heavenly Corpse Fire, Dark Soul, Yin Fire, Yellow Spring Filth Flame. Most were demonic flames. After all, the Yinma sect was the foremost demonic sect, and its disciples mostly practiced demonic techniques. However, as the bounty progressed, Su Chen discovered that his contribution points were running out. The reason was simple. Too many people were redeeming them. Especially the Qi refining stage flames, which were cheap individually, but overwhelming in number. Moreover, some disciples who practiced fire-attributed techniques even began cultivating flames specifically to sell to him, causing his contribution points to drain away like water. This won't do. I'll eventually run out of the 800 contribution points I earned from the secret realm. Su Chen immediately took action, focusing on his side professions, artifact refining and talisman making. After all, his cultivation speed was extraordinary. The burning art automatically advanced his cultivation through its cycles, so he didn't need to undergo the same arduous training as others. Thus, he devoted most of his time to refining artifacts and making talismans. For artifact refining, he churned out the Yinma sect's standard magical tools, especially the Yinma sword. Leveraging his past life knowledge of materials and the burning art's precise control over flames, the artifacts he forged were of exceptional quality, occasionally even producing top-grade ones. For talisman making, he focused on offensive talismans, fireball talismans, fire bullet talismans, fire shield talismans, and other fire-type talismans. His divine sense at the Foundation establishment, great perfection, allowed him to draw talismans far more powerful than those of his peers. Thus, in a frantic cycle of refining artifacts, making talismans, and issuing bounties, Su Chen's strength steadily grew. 1 year later, Su Chen's cultivation broke through to the 9th layer of Foundation establishment without any surprises. For him, breaking through a realm was as simple as eating or drinking. As long as spiritual energy was sufficient, the burning art would naturally push his cultivation forward. Meanwhile, his side professions achieved great success. He became a high-grade artifact refiner capable of consistently producing high-grade magical tools with occasional chances to forge top-grade ones. He became a 4th-grade talisman maker, able to draw 4th-grade talismans whose power rivaled that of early Foundation establishment cultivators. The second year, Su Chen began to focus on body training. He scattered a large number of spirit stones onto the Crimson Flame rice, using the accelerated growth ability of the Immortal Island space to hasten its maturation, then harvested and cooked it. This rice, infused with fire-attributed spiritual energy, greatly benefited body refinement. That year, he directly trained the mortal transformation 6 realms to the perfection of flesh refinement. His physical toughness allowed him to withstand attacks from ordinary Foundation establishment, great perfection cultivators without a scratch. At this moment, standing on the training ground of the Baigawei courtyard, Su Chen threw a casual punch, and the air let out a sharp crack. He felt that his current physical body was no less than a top-grade spiritual artifact. Time flew by, and 2 years had passed since he posted the Collecting Flames bounty. On the Fire Immortal Island within his Z-mansion, Su Chen sat cross-legged, his aura calm and profound. Before him hovered over 100 flames of various colors and attributes. These were the fruits of his 2 years of acquisitions through the mission hall, and even bounties: the ferocity of Crimson Flame, the insidiousness of Corpse-Rot Fire, the scorching heat of Green Yang Demon Fire, the eerie nature of Heavenly Corpse Fire, the bone-chilling cold of Dark Soul Yin Fire, the foulness of Yellow Spring Filth Flame. Ranging from Qi refining to Foundation establishment peak. Each of these flames, if taken alone, would trouble a Foundation establishment cultivator. Now gathered together on the Fire Immortal Island, they remained distinct, but all exuded a terrifying heat and energy fluctuation. It's time. Su Chen opened his eyes, a glint of determination in his gaze. Devouring so many flames at once carried immense risk. A single mistake could lead to self-immolation and utter destruction of body and soul. To be safe, he needed an environment that could suppress the flame's violent nature. Bingyu Peak. Su Chen made up his mind instantly. His figure flickered, leaving the courtyard and heading straight for the sect's coldest place, Bingyu Peak. Bingyu Peak, as its name suggested, was a massive glacier of a mountain. Legend had it that the mountain's core was a 10,000-year-old profound ice, moved from the far north by the first peak master, supplemented by countless cold attribute formations. The cold within the peak was so intense that even Foundation establishment cultivators had to channel their energy to resist it. At the foot of the mountain, 2 female disciples of Bingyu Peak blocked his path. They wore plain white robes, emitting a faint chill. Senior Brother Su, what business do you have at Bingyu Peak? Yin Demon Sect, Ice Prison Peak. Senior Brother Su, what business brings you to our Ice Prison Peak? A woman with a cold expression inquired. Ice Prison Peak was predominantly female disciples and rarely accepted male cultivators, so it harbored a natural aversion to outsiders. Su Chen clasped his hands and said, I am cultivating a fire-attributed technique and fear that my spiritual energy might run rampant and harm myself. Thus I have come to your peak, seeking an extreme cold region to suppress the flames with the chill. The female disciple's eyes flickered with surprise upon hearing this. What technique was Su Chen cultivating that required suppression at Ice Prison Peak? However, considering he was a heavenly spirit root, and a genius of the artifact refining peak, she refrained from questioning further. Senior Brother Su has come to the right place. The cold cave of Ice Prison Peak is the perfect location to suppress spiritual energy eruptions. The female disciple's tone softened slightly. However, opening the cold cave consumes sect resources, and you must pay contribution points according to its tier. The cold cave is divided into 3 tiers. The Frost Cave for Foundation Establishment cultivators costs 50 points per day. The Profound Ice Cave for Golden Core cultivators costs 100 points per day. And the Absolute Prison Cave, which only Nascent Soul cultivators can endure, costs 500 points per day. Give me the Profound Ice Cave for Golden Core stage and open it for a month. Su Chen said without hesitation. A month was enough time to fully refine these flames and allow the burning art to undergo its transformation. A month is. Both female disciples gasped simultaneously. The chill of the Golden Core cold cave was severe enough to freeze the meridians of Foundation Establishment cultivators. Could this Senior Brother Su really endure a month inside? Senior Brother Su, the Profound Ice Cave's cold is extremely harsh. Even a Golden Core initial stage cultivator can last at most half a month. You. The other female disciple kindly reminded. No matter, I know my limits. Su Chen interrupted her directly, handing over his token. Here are 30,000 contribution points. I'll trouble you, junior sister. Seeing the token, the 2 female disciples said no more and respectfully accepted it. The one responsible for receiving disciples was named Lu Hanshuang, and the other was her younger sister Lu Hanyan. She quickly took out an ice token and injected spiritual energy to activate it. Crack, crack, crack. A blue light gate slowly opened on the rock wall, and a piercing cold rushed out as if even the air was about to freeze. Senior Brother Su, this is the token for the Profound Ice Cave. Inside there is a profound ice bed that can help you suppress the fire poison. But remember, if you feel unwell, crush the token immediately to leave. Lu Hanshuang solemnly handed over the token. Thank you. Su Chen took the token, took a deep breath, and stepped into the Profound Ice Cave. The moment he entered, the icy gate of the cave slammed shut, isolating the last trace of warmth from the outside. Inside, everything was made of crystal clear profound ice with thick icicles hanging from the walls, and the ground as smooth as a mirror. In the center, a profound ice bed, emitting dense cold air, sat quietly. Su Chen walked to the bed and sat cross-legged. As soon as he touched it, a chill that seemed capable of freezing the soul seeped into his body through the meridians of his limbs, forming a stark contrast with the restless flames in his dantian. This is the place. A faint smile curved at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Without further hesitation, he focused his mind and began to guide the flames, preparing for an unprecedented 10,000 flames returning to the furnace. Inside the profound ice cave, it was deathly silent. Su Chen sat cross-legged on the 10,000-year profound ice bed, his body already covered with a thin layer of frost. He dared not be careless. This devouring was different from before. Too many flames, and the slightest mistake would lead to eternal damnation. He first checked the cave's restriction, confirming that the blue light barrier was indestructible. Then he took out a pre-prepared array disc from his storage pouch and set it around him. The array disc was named 4 Symbols Demon Sealing Array, which could seal off energy fluctuations within a certain range, preventing the rampaging flames from affecting the outside. After ensuring everything was foolproof, Su Chen began to circulate the burning art. As the art operated, the spiritual energy within him gradually boiled and his state adjusted to its peak. Then he took out the prepared pills from his storage bracelet. A bottle of Meridian Protection pills, 5 of them 6th grade, which could strengthen Meridian resilience. 3 Ice Heart pills to resist spiritual burning, a Fire Attribute Demon Core to serve as a source of cold energy, and 3 bottles of Spirit Restoration pills to replenish spiritual energy. Everything was ready. Su Chen began the devouring. First were the flames at the peak of Qi refining, such as the Crimson Flame. To these flames, Su Chen's current Purple Gold Spirit Fire was a dimensional suppression. Under the pressure of the Purple Gold Spirit Fire, these Qi refining flames were like docile lambs willingly devoured and refined. This process lasted 10 days. Su Chen devoured an average of 10 flames per day steadily and methodically. When he reached the 50th flame, he felt some distension in his meridians and immediately took a Meridian Protection pill. At the 100th flame, a burning sensation reached his spiritual sense, and he unhesitatingly swallowed the first Ice Heart pill. By this time, Su Chen's cultivation had smoothly broken through to the peak of the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment. Meanwhile, his life-bound flame, the Purple Gold Spirit Fire, underwent subtle changes. The pure purple gold color began to incorporate attributes from other flames, greatly increasing its power. The burning art also broke through to the Yellow Grade Supreme. Looking at the flame, predominantly purple, but mixed with intense white, gray-green, and deep blue, Su Chen named it Purple Extreme Ice Flame. Peak of the 9th layer, then let's break through to the 10th layer of Foundation Establishment first. Su Chen directly took out an Earth Spirit pill. This pill was given to him by Xianin Jinjuan, suitable for bottlenecks at the Foundation Establishment stage. He had no bottlenecks, but the Earth Spirit pill contained abundant spiritual energy, meeting his requirements. As the pill entered his stomach, it transformed into rolling spiritual energy. Operating the burning art at the yellow grade supreme, its efficiency was astonishing, effortlessly guiding the spiritual energy to impact the bottleneck. Boom. The bottleneck shattered and the 10th layer of foundation establishment was achieved. This time recovering spiritual energy took only 2 days, a full day faster than when the art was at yellow grade high. The main reason was that the Earth Spirit Pill contained ample spiritual energy. Leveraging this momentum, Chen continued to devour all the remaining chi refining flames, further solidifying his foundation. 3 days later, Chen had successfully stabilized his cultivation at the 10th layer of foundation establishment. But this was only the beginning. Next came the real challenge, devouring the foundation establishment stage flames. Azure Yang Demon Fire, Heavenly Corpse Fire, Mystic Soulene Fire. Most of these were Dharma flames. Chen took a deep breath and began to guide the first foundation establishment flame. These flames were far more violent than those of chi refining. As soon as they entered his body, they rampaged through his meridians. Chen immediately activated the cold energy of the profound ice cave, aided by the Meridian Protection Pill and Ice Heart Pill, painstakingly suppressing and refining them. Days passed. Chen endured the dual torment of ice and fire, constantly pushing his limits. His skin sometimes turned red as a branding iron, sometimes pale as death. But with each successful refinement, his control over flames and the grade of the burning art improved. When the last ball of netherworld filth flame was successfully refined, Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Boom. A brand new, more powerful flame burst forth from his body. This flame was no longer a single shade of purple, it manifested in an intertwining of violet and white, a coexistence of ice and fire. The core of the flame remained a violent purple gold, but its outer layer was entwined with an icy blue chill, as if it could freeze and incinerate everything. Such a formidable flame. Chen rejoiced inwardly. This flame could no longer be called the Purple Extreme Ice Flame. He decided to name this newborn flame anew, Glazed Ice Flame. After devouring the foundation establishment stage flames he had collected over the past 2 years, the blazing art finally broke through to mystic rank low. Chen could sense that the power of this glazed ice flame far surpassed that of the previous violet gold ice flame. Not only was its temperature extremely high, but it also carried the dual effects of freezing and soul scorching, a true killing flame. Chen let out a long breath, feeling the surging power within his body. This trip to Ice Prison Peak had yielded tremendous gains. 10th layer foundation establishment, the glazed ice flame completed. It was time to prepare for a breakthrough to the golden core stage. After a cultivator of the heavenly spiritual realm completes foundation establishment, they can accumulate spiritual energy to assault the golden core. Returning to artifact refining peak, Chen headed straight for the main peak hall, where profound In True Lord usually meditated. Today luck was truly on his side. His divine sense detected that the awe-inspiring pressure within the hall had not yet departed. He straightened his robes, respectfully entered the hall, and bowed. Disciple, Chen pays respects to Master. Congratulations on your cultivation advancement, Master, moving one step closer to nascent soul transformation. Profound In True Lord, seated cross-legged on a cushion, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze like lightning swept over Chen, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his usually indifferent eyes. Not bad, entering the sect for 6 years, climbing from the 12th layer of chi refining all the way to the 10th layer perfection of foundation establishment. Your spiritual energy is dense and solid with a firm foundation. This is the speed that a heavenly spiritual root should have. All thanks to Master's careful guidance and the broad platform provided by the sect, Chen said humbly. Without the 9-orifice foundation establishment pill bestowed by Grandmaster, this disciple might still be at the 12th layer of chi refining. Without Master accepting me as a personal disciple, I might still be struggling for cultivation resources on that inner peak. These words, Chen thought to himself. You little rascal, profound In True Lord's lips curled almost imperceptibly. You've become quite eloquent. Speak, what brings you to your Master today? I happen to have some leisure time. Reporting to Master, Chen said solemnly. Your disciple has now reached the 10th layer perfection of foundation establishment and wishes to prepare for the golden core breakthrough. However, I do not know the intricacies of breaking through from foundation establishment to golden core. I beg Master to enlighten me. Profound In True Lord nodded slightly. When a cultivator reaches the peak of the 10th layer of foundation establishment, they can begin to condense a golden core, and their lifespan will surge to 500 years. The golden core is also divided into 4 stages: initial, mid, late, and great perfection, corresponding to the 1st through 10th layers. Do you still remember the typical hallmark of breaking through from chi refining to foundation establishment? Chen immediately replied. It is the liquefaction of spiritual energy, condensing the spiritual sea within the dantian. Correct. Profound In True Lord said, for breaking through from foundation establishment to golden core at the level of spiritual energy, it is to further compress the liquid spiritual energy to an extreme until it solidifies, forming the golden core. In short, it is the principle of compression. He shifted his gaze, landing on Chen's extraordinary dantian position. However, you possess the 9 orifice dantian, making your foundation establishment stage spiritual energy nearly invincible among peers, 9 times that of an ordinary cultivator. The difficulty of compressing this spiritual energy is also 9 times higher than that of an ordinary cultivator. Chen's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, Master, how should your disciple resolve this situation? I have long anticipated this problem of yours. Profound True Lord waved his sleeve, and a jade-colored scroll of scriptures materialized out of thin air. This is the Return to Origin Condensation Pill Art, a secret method for condensing pills that is taught by all forces at the nascent soul stage and above throughout the central planes. Master, isn't this a common commodity? What? Look down on a common commodity. A common commodity proves the success of this secret method. For 10,000 years it has been continuously refined by major forces, and its universality and effectiveness have long been verified. Practicing according to this secret method can increase the probability of forming a golden core by 20%. Chen took the jade slip, his heart steadying. Profound True Lord continued, with your heavenly spiritual root talent, forming a golden core is a foregone conclusion. For you, this secret method serves a greater purpose to help you condense a higher grade golden core. What you need to focus on now is how to form a high quality golden core. Master, does the golden core also have grades? Chen humbly inquired. Naturally. Profound True Lord's gaze grew distant. Not only the golden core, but foundation establishment also has grades. Foundation establishment is divided into 3 grades: human, earth, and heaven. You who established your foundation with the 9 orifice foundation establishment pill belong to the heaven grade of foundation establishment. As for Ying Sha and Luo Shui, who established their foundation perfectly with the top grade foundation establishment pill, they are considered earth grade. The rest of the ordinary disciples are mostly of human grade foundation establishment. Chen's heart stirred, and he seized the opportunity to ask, is heaven grade foundation establishment so rare? Rare, very rare. Profound True Lord sighed. That you obtained that 9 orifice foundation establishment pill is due to several reasons. First, you possess a heavenly spiritual root, which can activate the medicinal power of this pill. Second, when you broke through to the 12th layer of Qi, refining your spiritual energy, was the rare limit type spiritual energy Obak. When Ancestor Mo was refining the spiritual treasure, he greatly benefited from your spiritual energy. Third, Ancestor Mo seemed to owe a favor to a nascent soul transformation ancestor from your Su family. Moreover, during the treasure refining process, the ancestor took a liking to you, so he broke the rule and used the century decree that only a nascent soul transformation ancestor possesses to exchange for this pill for you. Otherwise, why do you think Ying Sha still harbors such obsession over your 9 orifice foundation establishment pill? He paused, his tone carrying a hint of approval. In the path of cultivation, 1 step ahead means every step ahead. That single strike of yours back then has left Ying Sha still only at mid-stage foundation establishment, while you are already planning to form a golden core. Master, I beg you to elaborate on the grades of the golden core. Chen pleaded earnestly. Profound True Lord nodded with satisfaction. A cultivator at the peak of foundation establishment first condenses a false core, then takes a golden core formation pill, uses the secret method to compress true essence, and finally solidifies it within the dantian. This is the golden core. The golden core is divided into 9 grades, with the first grade being the lowest and the 9th grade the highest. It is judged by the color of the core, the number of Tao patterns, and the scale of the heavenly phenomena it triggers. It is categorized into 3 major tiers. The lower 3 grades are mortal core, the middle 3 grades are spirit core, and the upper 3 grades are origin core. The grade of the golden core is determined by 4 major factors: the quality of the spiritual root, the foundation of the false core, the quality of the core forming materials, and the purity of the Tao heart. For each tier difference in grade, the future depth of magical power, strength of divine sense, and lifespan limit all differ by more than double. A low-grade golden core is naturally suppressed by the spiritual energy of a high-grade golden core. This is called the 9 turns of the golden core, each turn a climb to heaven. Ordinary cultivators with 4 or 5 spiritual roots, if fortunate enough to form a golden core, mostly condense a turbid mortal core of the 1st to 3rd grade with extremely low cultivation limits. Cultivators with 3 or 2 spiritual roots, the elites of the sect supplemented with corresponding pills, can form a pure spirit core of the 4th to 6th grade. This is the mainstream of golden cores in the cultivation world. Only cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots or mutated spiritual roots supplemented with homologous primordial level heavenly materials and earthly treasures can forge an origin core of the 7th to 9th grade. In the future, they will be nearly invincible among peers, and their chance to assault the nascent soul stage will greatly increase. True Lord imparted his final warning. Beyond this, the demonic path possesses heretical methods, refining blood essence and baleful aura to coalesce a demonic pill. While it may grant formidable combat prowess in the short term, it erodes one's lifespan and the foundation of the great Tao, and is by no means the righteous path. You need not consider this method. Though our Inma sect stands as the paramount among demonic sects, even here only a minority practice it. You are blessed with a heavenly spiritual root and are still in your 20s. You should aspire to lofty heights and strive to condense a source pill of the upper 3 grades. Su Chen listened reverently, etching every word into his mind, a blazing fire kindling in his eyes. Your disciple shall heed the master's teachings. I will give my all to condense a source pill and live up to the master's high expectations. In his heart, the path ahead was now crystal clear. First, compress spiritual power to form a false pill. Second, seek a primordial level spiritual object capable of supporting the condensation of a source pill of the 7th grade or above. Third, assault the golden core. In the 100 Ghosts courtyard within the secret chamber, the isolation formation was activated, plunging the room into such profound stillness that the drop of a needle would be audible. Su Chen sat cross-legged on a cushion and retrieved the Guiyuan condensation pill art, personally bestowed by Xian, in true lord. His fingertips brushed the emerald jade slip. Drawing a deep breath, he immersed his mind within. This method was indeed an ancient orthodox condensation technique, whose core principle lay in returning to simplicity. The first step of cultivation was to disperse the impure spiritual energy absorbed from heaven and earth within the body, extract the innate primordial origin energy born with him, and then compress it through countless cycles of the heavenly circuit. Its greatest advantage lay in allowing the cultivator to autonomously control the quality of the golden core. Under optimal conditions, it could forge a perfect 9-grade golden core unrestricted by spiritual root or alignment, truly the cornerstone of the great Tao. The complete technique comprised 3 realms. The first realm was return to origin and absorb origin. This stage could only be attempted at the late foundation establishment stage, but could ordinary cultivators so easily dispel their spiritual power? Nor would they be willing to part with their own spiritual power. Su Chen understood that he was no ordinary cultivator. To ascend to the pinnacle of the immortal path, he must first lay a solid foundation. Time was the one thing he had in abundance. Ordinary cultivators greedy for speed frantically absorbed the chaotic qi of heaven and earth to fill their dantian, seeking only to amass enough spiritual power to assault the false pill. But the Guiyuan condensation pill art was the exact opposite. It constructed a complete heavenly circuit through the 12 main meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians. It was as if a massive furnace had been opened within the body, forcing out the scattered spiritual energy in the meridians, and qi, the residual medicinal power of pills, and the mundane turbid qi that had accumulated over time. In the end, only a single thread of pure innate primordial origin energy remained in the dantian. During cultivation, one had to sit cross-legged for 6 hours daily, drawing the pure earth vein energy to nourish and expand the dantian and qi. He did not need this step. His 9-aperture dantian had already laid the foundation. What he required was to continuously nurture his innate primordial energy. Su Chen faced the sky with his 5 hearts aligned, his hands forming the exclusive hand seal of the Guiyuan condensation pill art. The moment the technique began to circulate, wisps of gray-black mist continuously seeped from the pores of his body, drifting and dissipating slowly in the secret chamber. This was the acquired turbid qi forcibly stripped away by the technique, a foul, filthy substance that would contaminate the origin upon contact. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Su Chen's dantian was utterly empty, devoid of the surging sea of spiritual energy of old. Only a single thread as fine as a hair emanated a vibrant vitality, the innate primordial energy quietly floating. The initial purification process was excruciating. Cultivation base would temporarily regress, the meridians would ache and swell, and the dantian would feel hollow and weak. It required immense willpower and ample pill support to endure. For any other foundation establishment disciple of the sect, completing the return to origin and absorb origin step would take at least 3 months of bitter cultivation supplemented by copious amounts of pills. But Su Chen, relying on his peerless control over spiritual energy, granted by his heavenly spiritual root, accomplished it in merely 3 days. However, he still had to endure the period of weakness. For ordinary cultivators, the weakness period lasted 30 days. For him, it was only 10 days. This thread of innate primordial energy was now very fragile, easily damaged by the slightest misstep. 10 days later, Su Chen emerged from seclusion. He planned to visit the scripture pavilion to consult ancient texts and thoroughly understand the nature of innate primordial energy. Only by grasping its origin could he smoothly advance to the next stage, 1,000 cycles of embryo condensation. With a thought, Su Chen activated the fire escape technique, transforming into a streak of light that shot out of the 100 Ghosts courtyard. Riding the flames through the air, he muttered to himself, "After all, I am a foundation establishment grand cultivator, yet I rely solely on escape techniques for travel, without even a single flying spirit artifact. A bit beneath my dignity. After I finish my business, I'll visit the market to see if there's something suitable." Soon the ancient and imposing scripture pavilion came into view. At the first floor guard station, Elder Shi still reclined on a wooden couch, his eyes closed in repose. The moment Su Chen stepped through the pavilion's gate, Elder Shi's eyelids snapped open, his gaze sharp as lightning, landing precisely on him. "Chen boy, what texts are you seeking at the scripture pavilion today?" Shi Jian's voice carried a hint of laziness, but was laced with authority. Su Chen hurried forward, bowing respectfully. Reporting to Elder Shi, this disciple is currently studying the method of pill condensation and has come specifically to consult ancient records on innate primordial energy. Shi Jian's eyes swept over Su Chen's aura, and upon sensing that pure yet faint thread of innate primordial origin, an undisguised admiration flickered in his gaze. Stroking his beard, he smiled. All the turbid chi around you has been swept clean. It seems you've already purified your innate primordial energy, preparing to form your core. Your speed in return to origin and absorb origin is unmatched among your peers, truly the foremost of the younger generation. Elder flatters me, this disciple merely has a bit of luck and insight. Texts on innate primordial energy are in the first floor Jia sector, 3rd bookshelf, 2nd layer. Go and browse for yourself. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. This disciple takes his leave. Following the directions, Su Chen walked to the Jia sector bookshelf and quickly found the several ancient texts. The first floor of the scripture pavilion was open to all sect disciples, and its books were spiritual texts written with spiritual paper and ink similar in form to mundane volumes. Cultivators could only activate their spiritual sense at the 4th layer of chi refinement using the power of the soul. Thus, low-level disciples could read them, and foundation establishment cultivators could also scan them with their divine sense, saving time and effort. Finding a quiet wooden desk, Su Chen sat down and flipped through several works, including miscellaneous notes on ancient origins and on the single primordial chi. After an hour, he had fully grasped the origin of innate primordial energy and how to nurture it. When a living being is conceived in the womb, the mingling of the parent's essence and blood gives rise to a thread of pure primordial energy within the fetus. This is innate primordial energy. From the moment of its birth, it resides in the Dantian's life palace, the unique foundation of a being's existence. It cannot be replenished from the external world or replaced by any pill. When a mortal is born and cries, drawing in the turbid chi of heaven and earth, from that moment onward, the innate primordial energy becomes shrouded by layers of filth, suffering continuous depletion day after day. Ordinary mortals lacking cultivation methods can only watch this primordial energy dissipate until they exhaust their vitality and their lifespan ends. Those with spiritual roots who embark on the path of cultivation can slowly nourish their innate primordial energy with surrounding spiritual chi, slowing its consumption. Only upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, when the acquired mortal body transforms into an innate body, can they fully seal the origin and prevent further loss. This is why the cultivation world often says chi refinement is merely a powerful mortal. Only foundation establishment truly marks the beginning of the path to immortality. The two are entirely different realms of existence. Lianqi Peak, Baiguay Courtyard. The reason why the return to origin pill condensation art became so popular across the entire continent is its core advantage. It can expel the accumulated impurities within a cultivator's body, strip away the turbid chi that obscures the origin, and forge a pill using one's innate origin. The golden core condensed in this way has a foundation far more stable and pure than those built from acquired spiritual energy. According to ancient records, if after return to origin and absorbing chi, one can circulate this strand of primordial chi through 3,600 cycles within the body, one can lay the foundation for a perfect 9th grade golden core. Ordinary cultivators, limited by talent, resources, Tao heart, and the abundance or scarcity of spiritual energy in their cultivation grounds, find it already the limit to endure 360 cycles. Closing the ancient text, Su Chen took out the return to origin pill condensation art and turned to the 2nd layer, 1000 cyclone embryo condensation, studying it meticulously. Having passed the weak period of primordial chi, he could now drive the origin to circulate back and forth within his dantian. The more cycles performed, the higher the purity of the condensed pill embryo, and the grade of the pill would correspondingly improve. This method clearly divides the embryo condensation process into 4 tiers: low tier, 360 cycles forging 1st to 3rd grade mortal pills; medium tier, 720 cycles forging 4th to 6th grade spirit pills; high tier, 1440 cycles forging 7th to 8th grade source pills; top tier, 3,600 cycles, forging a perfect 9th grade golden core. At the end of the text, a complementary auxiliary talisman was specially noted: the return to origin soul locking talisman. A 7th grade talisman, quite rare. Su Chen was currently only a 4th grade talisman master, still some distance from this step. Worn close to the body during the practice of 1000 cyclone embryo condensation, it can lock the primordial chi from leaking out, greatly enhance the efficiency of cycle circulation, reduce chi loss, and is an indispensable item for striving for a high-grade golden core. Su Chen put away the cultivation art, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He had already formed a comprehensive plan upon returning. He needed to prepare yuan nourishing pills, refine or purchase the return to origin soul locking talisman, and also acquire a flying artifact. He had to make a trip to Yinma City. Yinma City, located on the northwestern border of the Zhongtu continent, dominates 10,000 miles of wasteland and is undoubtedly the premier colossal cultivation city of the entire northwestern region. As the main city under the Yinma sect, it is also one of the only two nascent soul-level grand cities in the northwest. The other is the Su family's Yangming city. Within the city, a nascent soul-level cultivator presides with a status equivalent to the peak masters of the Yinma sect's inner peaks, exerting authority over the region. Here the motley crowd mingles, yet it is a true microcosm of the cultivation world. The Yinma sect has significant assets here, and even other nascent soul-level major sects have established their enterprises in this domain. The boundary between righteous and demonic is blurred here. They intermingle, and intertwined interests are the eternal theme. Chen stepped through the city gate, the black city wall towering 100 zhang, exuding the desolation of 10,000 years. Having joined the sect for 5 or 6 years, this was his first time visiting this legendary core city. The air carried a faint mixture of sulfur and blood, with stalls lining both sides of the street. To the left, someone was peddling the corpse of a newly excavated foundation establishment cultivator. To the right, a vendor hawked glass lamps sealed with vengeful spirits. There were also those trading beast souls openly on the street. The noise and clamor exuded a kind of savage vitality. This was the right flavor. His purpose for this trip was clear: a decent flying artifact and large quantities of high-grade talisman paper and spirit ink. The 4th-grade talisman-making level could no longer meet his current demands. He understood well that to do a good job, one must first sharpen the tools. His gaze swept over the street signs, and Chen stopped in front of a 3-story wooden building bearing the golden signboard of Yinma Talisman Industry. This was the largest commercial establishment set up by the Talisman Peak of the Yinma sect, backed by the entire nascent soul-level power with the most authentic sources of goods. Entering the shop, the sandalwood incense inside dispelled the strange odors from the street. A plump steward with shrewd eyes was fiddling with an abacus. Seeing a customer enter, he looked up and smiled. "May I ask what you require, fellow Taoist?" "Our humble shop has all kinds of talisman paper and spirit ink, guaranteed genuine and of quality." Chen walked straight to the counter, his fingertips brushing over a neatly stacked pile of 4th-grade talisman paper. The touch was tough as leather, with a faint heat rising. "Steward, do you have 4th to 5th-grade talisman paper and spirit ink of various elements in stock?" The plump steward, seeing Chen's composed demeanor and the core disciple token of the Yinma sect hanging at his waist, dared not be negligent and quickly stood up. Yes. "Fellow Taoist, please take a look. This 4th-grade fire mulberry paper is made from 300-year-old fire mulberry wood with excellent toughness. 1 dozen costs 120 lower-grade spirit stones. The matching 4th-grade fire element spirit ink is blended with the bile of the crimson flame snake. 1 bottle costs 480 spirit stones, enough to draw 50 talismans without issue." Chen picked up a sheet of fire mulberry paper with his fingertips, examining it against the light streaming through the window lattice. The surface showed faint traces of fiery glow, truly top grade. He silently calculated in his mind the material cost for just this 4th-grade talisman was nearly 600 spirit stones, not counting the talisman master's time and spiritual sense consumption. No wonder a finished 4th-grade talisman on the market dared to be priced at over 100 spirit stones. The profit was indeed substantial. "How much for 5th-grade fire mulberry paper and the matching spirit ink?" Chen asked calmly, his tone brooking no doubt. What he intended to draw was the return to origin soul-locking talisman, crucial for forming the golden core. It was a 7th-grade talisman, very difficult to improve, so Chen hoped to purchase the materials. Seeing that Chen had inquired about 5th grade, the plump steward's smile broadened. He respectfully took out a jade box from under the counter. "Fellow Taoist has excellent eyesight. 5th-grade fire mulberry paper requires 500-year-old fire mulberry wood. 1 dozen costs 800 lower-grade spirit stones. As for 5th-grade earth core flame ink, it is extremely difficult to refine. 1 bottle costs 3,500 lower-grade spirit stones. Oh, by the way, fellow Taoist, if you wish to draw ice element talismans, our shop has just received a batch of 6th-grade profound ice talisman paper ground from 10,000-year profound ice marrow. It best counteracts fire dryness and matches your aura, an unparalleled choice for drawing soul-locking talismans." Chen raised his hand to interrupt his sales pitch and said directly, "My spiritual root is fire element. I have a higher success rate in refining non-elemental and fire talismans. Other elements have too low a cost-effectiveness. I don't need the 6th-grade profound ice talisman paper and profound ice spirit ink. Give me 5 sets each of 5th-grade fire mulberry paper and spirit ink. As for 4th-grade, wrap up 10 dozen fire mulberry paper and 20 bottles of fire element spirit ink." He listed a string of items, his tone as flat as if ordering everyday necessities, but it made the plump steward's eyelids twitch. Such a purchase was definitely not that of an ordinary core disciple. He quickly bowed. "Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. I will go to the warehouse to fetch the goods. Since you hold an intersect token, we can settle at the sect's internal price. I will also gift you 2 bottles of spirit solidifying glue, which can double the adhesion of the talisman ink." Chen nodded slightly and revealed the black gold token of a direct disciple of the profound True Lord. The moment the plump steward saw the nascent soul-level pressure emanating from the token, his hand trembled, nearly dropping the jade box. His attitude instantly shifted from respect to awe. "So, So it's senior brother Sue in person. I failed to recognize a great figure. At the internal price 5th grade fire mulberry paper is 600 per dozen. I'll waive the odd bits. I'll also gift senior brother 10 bottles of ice marrow liquid, which will increase the efficacy of the soul-locking talismans by at least 30%. A transaction worth tens of thousands of lower-grade spirit stones was quickly concluded. Chen stored the pile of expensive talisman papers and spirit ink into his storage bracelet, then raised his eyes to the plump shopkeeper and asked casually, "Shopkeeper, I also want to procure a respectable flying spirit artifact on this trip. I wonder which shop in Enma City has the most authentic goods and a good reputation." The plump shopkeeper, still beaming from the large transaction, immediately bowed his smile, growing more familiar. "Senior brother Sue, you've come to the right person. When it comes to flying artifacts for variety and quality, the top choice is Yufeng Tower. However," he paused, his tone carrying an air of insider information, "Yufeng Tower has plenty of stock, but they may not have the latest refined treasures. I heard that the Enma Merchant Association will hold a small auction targeted at Foundation Establishment disciples at Tianbao Pavilion in the city center 3 days from now. It is said that the auction items include not only top-grade flying spirit artifacts, but also several auxiliary elixirs for condensing the golden core and even the key to an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling." Chen's gaze flickered almost imperceptibly. An auction? That was far more interesting than simply browsing shops, and it was easier to encounter truly valuable items. He nodded calmly. "The Enma Merchant Association's auction. Thank you for the guidance, shopkeeper." "You're welcome, senior brother. As a disciple under Xian Yinjinjuan, you ought to know this information." The plump shopkeeper added eagerly, "You can exchange your intersect token for the admission pass at the front desk of Tianbao Pavilion. Don't miss the time, senior brother." Understood. Chen said no more, turned and stepped into the bustling crowd outside. He had already made up his mind. 3 days from now, he absolutely had to attend that auction. Chen left the Enma talisman industry and headed straight toward the city center. Passing through several bustling main streets, a 9-story pavilion stood majestically ahead. It was built entirely from a black crystal that reflected starlight, and countless small bronze bells hung from the eaves, ringing in clear, distant chimes without any wind. This was Tianbao Pavilion, one of the core establishments of the Enma Merchant Association, specializing in large transactions with high-level cultivators and major sects. Its grandeur far surpassed the humble talisman shop. Chen stepped inside, and a cool, exotic fragrance greeted him instantly, washing away the street's clamor. The first floor displayed various treasures for chi refinement cultivators, with few customers, making it unusually quiet. A female cultivator in a sky-blue palace dress immediately approached, her demeanor gentle and her cultivation at the Foundation Establishment middle stage. "Greetings, senior brother. Are you looking to purchase treasures?" The female cultivator's gaze swept over the token at Chen's waist, and her attitude grew even more respectful. "Second floor," Chen said succinctly. "Please follow me, senior brother." The female cultivator led Chen up a spiral jade staircase. The second floor was more elegantly arranged, divided into several private chambers. She guided him to a window-side chamber, served spirit tea, and said softly, "Please wait a moment, senior brother. I will fetch the auction credentials." Chen nodded, took a sip of spirit tea, and released his divine sense, slightly sensing that the second floor was heavily warded, blocking spiritual perception. Before long, the female cultivator returned, holding a jade token. "Senior brother, this is the identity token for the auction 3 days hence. Also, I recall you asked earlier about fire mulberry tree seeds. As it happens, there is 1 fire mulberry sapling in our warehouse. Would you like to take a look?" Chen's heart stirred. Fire mulberry wood was an excellent material for refining fire-type talisman paper. Since he possessed the wood, Immortal Island, planting one would be worthwhile. "Bring it for me to see. Also, do you have any spiritual items that can accelerate core formation or stabilize the Tao Foundation? If so, bring them as well. Core formation treasures are indeed top-tier items on the second floor, and I cannot make decisions on them. I shall summon the shopkeeper." She bowed and withdrew. About the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the chamber door gently opened. A graceful figure entered. A beautiful woman in a striking red gauze dress, around 30 years of age, with an exquisitely gorgeous face and a mature charm in her every glance. Her robe was daringly cut, baring her shoulders and half her jade-like arms, her skin fair as snow, breathtakingly vivid against the red fabric. As she moved, her waist swayed, exuding a youthful vitality and lethal allure that belied her age. "I am Chao Mei. Greetings to senior brother Sue. I have heard of the prodigy's arrival. It is an honor for our humble establishment." Her voice was soft and syrupy, and as she bowed, her collar opened, revealing a stunning expanse of snowy white and a deep, fragrant cleavage. Even Chen, firm of heart, felt his breath catch for a moment under the assault of this mature charm, a faint heat rising behind his ears. He immediately circulated the great dream demon scripture, and his Foundation Establishment peak divine sense became clear, instantly dispelling the intangible enchantment. Chao Mei straightened up, a flicker of undisguised surprise in her eyes. Her fox charm technique, though not fully unleashed, could easily captivate ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivators. That senior brother Sue could recover so quickly proved that a celestial spiritual root prodigy was indeed extraordinary. Shopkeeper Chow flatters me, Su Chen said, clearing his throat twice to mask his momentary embarrassment, his gaze turning to the side. Today I happen to be in Inma City to purchase some essentials for core formation and make some preparations. You are too modest, senior brother. Chow Mei covered her lips with a light laugh, her eyes shimmering. I have cultivated for over 120 years, yet I remain stuck at the late foundation establishment stage. The path to core formation is far off. Whenever I think that after 160 years of my physical functions will decline and my beauty will fade, the chance for core formation grows even slimmer. Her voice carried a hint of melancholy and self-pity, adding a touch of moving charm. Good heavens, over 120 years old. This cultivation world is truly peculiar. 120 looks like 30. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings gold bricks, but this age difference is enormous. Coming back to himself, Su Chen cut to the chase. Shopkeeper Chow, let's first take a look at the core formation treasures of your establishment. He had raised his guard against this beautiful woman whose such unabashed display of charm either came from her nature or had ulterior motives. I have been rude. Chow Mei smiled charmingly, waved her sleeve, and 3 streams of light landed on the table, transforming into 3 jade boxes and a jade bottle. She opened them one by one and introduced, Senior brother, please take a look. These 3 are rare treasures that aid core formation. First, heavenly fire liquid gathered from underground fire veins, naturally collected, cannot be artificially refined, and has extremely low yield. A single drop can temper the body, purify fire-attributed spiritual power, and increase the core formation success rate by 10%, especially beneficial for fire-type cultivators. Second, snow spirit waterborne in the profound ice abyss. During core formation, it can suppress the restless spiritual power within, wash away impurities, stabilize the pill embryo, and balance yin and yang. It is more effective for water and ice spirit root cultivators. If you wish to use these, take the heavenly fire liquid first, then the snow spirit water after. They work best in combination. Third, the dustfall pill refined from an ancient formula. A cultivator can only take one in their lifetime. It can slightly increase the core formation rate, but its main effect is to wash away all mortal impurities during golden core condensation, enhancing the purity of the golden core. In the private room on the 2nd floor of Tianbao Pavilion, within the Inma City, the shopkeeper spoke. If you take only one of these 3 spiritual items, the effect will be present, but far from optimal. However, if you acquire all 3, they will complement each other, and both the success rate of forming the golden core and its quality will undergo a qualitative leap. Su Chen gazed at the 3 spiritual treasures. The fiery and pure aura of the heavenly fire liquid, the icy and tranquil essence of the snow spirit water, and the Tao resonance of the dust-falling pill, which cleansed away all impurities. Each was a masterpiece of refinement. He estimated in his mind that the combined cost of these 3 items would likely deplete most of his wealth. Yet for the sake of achieving a 9th-grade golden core, this price was worth it. Manager Chow, you jest. The path of the golden core is not something easily accomplished by a mere few spiritual items. Su Chen's tone was calm, but in his heart he had already made a decision. However, since I have seen them, there is no reason to let them slip by. He cultivated the burning art and possessed the glacial ice flame. While the snow spirit water was a treasure, it was more suited for cultivators of the ice or water element. For him, its utility was limited, and it might even interfere with the purity of his fire-based origin. But then again, since the shopkeeper had introduced it so thoroughly, it must have some use, and he was not short of spirit stones. The combination of these 3 items was a well-known optimal pairing for achieving the golden core passed down by predecessors. Since he was pursuing a 9th-grade golden core, he would not allow any imperfection. I'll take all 3. Su Chen's tone was plain, yet it carried an undeniable decisiveness. Upon hearing this, Chow Mei's eyes deepened with a smile. This senior brother Su was indeed generous. She gently tapped her jade-like finger, her voice soft and alluring. Senior brother is wise. This heavenly fire liquid costs 120 low-grade spirit stones, the dust-falling pill 220, and this snow spirit water. I will make a special price of 820 low-grade spirit stones as a token of my regard for you, senior brother. I hope that when you achieve your golden core, you will not forget me. The price of snow spirit water ranged from 800 to 1220 low-grade spirit stones, and Chow Mei had offered the lowest price. Of course, the discount for direct disciples also applied. She then slid the fire mulberry tree sapling over as well. This sapling is a gift to you, senior brother. Su Chen nodded without any hesitation. Another expenditure of over 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. He took out the spirit stones, completed the transaction with Chow Mei, and stored the 3 spiritual items and the sapling into his storage bracelet. A mix of chilling and warmth touched his skin, the distinct original auras of the heavenly fire liquid and the snow spirit water. Manager Chow is generous. Su Chen will remember this. He rose, his gaze sweeping over Chow Mei's enchanting, yet subtly meaningful face. If an opportunity arises in the future, I will repay you. Chow Mei bowed with a coquettish smile, the neckline of her robe revealing a glimpse of her collarbone, her voice drifting like smoke. I shall await good news from you, senior brother. These 3 days I hope you will visit often. I have some hidden treasures that might aid you in forming your golden core. Su Chen made no reply, turned and left. Stepping out of the Tianbao pavilion, he clutched his storage pouch, his mind clear. That Xiao Mei was astute, her words full of implications, nothing more than an attempt to forge a favorable connection for future dealings. He was not naive enough to believe she had no ulterior motives, but 4 Zingviro spirit stones for 3 rare items for golden core formation, plus a fire mulberry tree sapling. This was a decent deal. Heavenly fire, liquid snow, spirit water, dust falling pill. Together with the returning origin condensing core art, and the glacial ice flame, this lays the foundation for a 9th grade golden core. But to truly condense a 9th grade golden core, there are still difficulties. Su Chen looked toward the direction of the Yinma, sect, his eyes sharp. I hope the auction 3 days from now will bring some surprises. He moved, heading toward an inn in the city. It was not worth returning to the refining peak for just 3 days. Inside the Tianbao pavilion, Xiao Mei watched the direction he had disappeared, her fingers caressing the newly acquired spirit stones, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of her lips. 2 days later, Su Chen emerged from the secret chamber of the inn, his aura even more restrained, like a deep pool. During these 2 days he had not been idle, but had spent most of his time in the Purple Mansion Immortal Island. First he dealt with the fire mulberry tree sapling from the Tianbao pavilion. He planted it near the wood Immortal Island adjacent to the fire Immortal Island, where the fire energy was abundant. Without hesitation, he expended 15000 low-grade spirit stones. Stimulated by the massive influx of spirit stones, the sapling took root, sprouted, branched, and grew leaves at a visible rate. In just 3 days it transformed from a seed into a graceful fire mulberry tree, its trunk crimson and its leaves burning like flames. Tree age of 150 years. Still halfway to the 300 years needed for harvesting 5th grade talisman paper. Su Chen weighed the matter. Though the speed was astonishing, he had no time to wait, as his golden core formation was imminent. However, with this mother tree, he could try to cultivate a grove of fire mulberry trees and sell the raw materials directly while purchasing finished products from the Yinma talisman industry. Otherwise, he would have to craft them himself. Thus, in the future, he could continuously harvest fire mulberry paper. This trip to Yinma City was already worthwhile just for this gain. Next, he looked at the white spirit golden core fruit tree. Now there was 1 white spirit golden core fruit on it, which had cost him 200 low-grade spirit stones. Flowers bloomed, then withered rapidly, and new fruits appeared. This cycle repeated. For every 100 years of tree age added, the golden core fruit tree could bear 1 more fruit, up to a maximum of 9. Currently, forced maturation only yielded 1 fruit, but the advantage was sustainability. Su Chen looked at the newly formed platinum golden core fruit on the vine and nodded with satisfaction. This was the long-term strategy. However, the true trump card in his hands was a seemingly ordinary ginseng. After he had reached foundation establishment, he casually planted this ginseng near the vermilion rice field, and whenever he remembered, he would scatter some spirit stones to accelerate its growth. Through these years of relentless spending, the medicinal age of this ordinary ginseng had been forcibly pushed to 10,000 years. Now this 10,000-year ginseng lay quietly in Su Chen's hand, its body translucent like jade, its roots perfectly visible, exuding a refreshing fragrance that could enlighten the mind. It did not dazzle like other spiritual herbs, but the vast life essence it contained within was enough to drive any cultivator mad with desire. Even a nascent soul cultivator, given that their lifespan was only 1,000 years, would covet it. It's time to get an appraisal, Su Chen mused. Although he could accelerate growth indefinitely through the Immortal Island, the process consumed too many spirit stones. Now to form his golden core, he was almost bankrupt. He had spent 500 spirit stones at the Tianbao pavilion, plus the cost of accelerating the fire mulberry tree and the golden core fruit tree. His once substantial wealth was no longer so substantial. For the auction tomorrow, he needed to prepare more spirit stones. 4th grade talismans now yielded meager profits for him and were time-consuming. Alchemy. He knew nothing about it. Refining artifacts. As a top-grade artifact refiner, even crafting a top-grade magic tool would not fetch a sky-high price. After much thought, the most valuable and easiest to liquidate was a 10,000-year spiritual herb nurtured by heaven and earth. This 10,000-year ginseng king is my final trump card. Su Chen carefully stored the ginseng, concealing all its aura, and headed once more toward the Tianbao pavilion. This time he did not go directly to the 2nd floor. Instead, he asked the attendant to announce his arrival, specifying that he wished to see Manager Chao. In the private room, Xiao Mei was still dressed in her alluring manner. Seeing Su Chen enter, her eyes shimmered with charm. Senior brother Su looks even more radiant today. It seems these 2 days of rest have done you well. What treasures have caught your eye this time? Su Chen wasted no words. With a wave of his hand, he set up a soundproof barrier, then took a jade box from his storage pouch and slowly opened it. In an instant, an extremely pure life essence spread out, causing the spiritual energy within the entire private room to surge. The 10,000-year-old ginseng lay quietly in the jade box like a work of art. The smile on Xiao Mei's face instantly froze, her pupils sharply contracted, and for the first time her seductive eyes revealed an unguardable shock. As the steward of the Tianbao pavilion, her knowledge was vast, yet even she had never seen such a flawless 10,000-year-old ginseng. This is The 10,000-year Ginseng King. Xiao Mei's voice trembled with a barely perceptible quiver. She quickly rose cautiously, leaning in to observe, her fingertips trembling. The roots are intact, the spiritual charm is heavenly, without any damage. This is at least the finest of the finest. Senior brother Su, where did you obtain this? Her gaze towards Su Chen had completely changed. Such a treasure, let alone a foundation establishment cultivator, even a golden core cultivator would guard it like the apple of their eye. Just how many cards did this Su Chen have up his sleeve? Su Chen said indifferently, the Yinma's secret realm. Steward Xiao, there's no need to ask further. Just tell me, can the Tianbao Pavilion accept this item? What is its value? Xiao Mei took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down as her mind raced. The 10,000-year Ginseng King was a sacred medicine that could revive the dead and regenerate flesh, beneficial even for golden core cultivators striving for nascent soul. Its value was immeasurable. She pondered for a moment, then raised a slender jade-like finger and parted her crimson lips. Senior brother Su, this item is too precious. The Tianbao Pavilion naturally can accept it. Just as Su Chen and Xiao Mei were bargaining on the 9th floor of the Tianbao Pavilion, an old man who had been resting with his eyes closed, his aura as deep as an abyss, suddenly opened his eyes, a terrifying sharp light bursting from his pupils. With a flicker of his form, he directly penetrated the thick jade wall barrier and appeared without warning inside the private room where Su Chen was. The newcomer was an old man in a green alchemy robe with an ancient countenance and eyes as deep as the starry sky. His aura was restrained, yet it gave people a sense of oppressive grandeur, like looking up at a towering mountain. He was none other than one of the 7 existing soul transformation cultivators of the Yinma sect, Qingshu Dao Lord. Qingshu True Lord's gaze locked onto the ginseng in the jade box, his breathing slightly hurried. 10,000-year Ginseng King. Roots intact, Dao charm heavenly, truly the finest of the finest. Such a heavenly treasure is actually in the hands of a junior like you. He abruptly raised his head, looking at Su Chen, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Kid, this Ginseng King, this ancestor will buy it. Apart from me, no one in the entire Yinma sect knows its true value better. Name your price. Xiao Mei inside the room upon seeing the visitor was so frightened that her beauty faded, and she hastily bowed. Disciple pays respects to Ancestor Qingshu. Ancestor Qingshu. Disciple pays respects to the ancestor. Rise. Kid, I'm asking you a question. Su Chen was also startled inwardly, but his face remained calm. He recognized that the other was a figure of equal status to Ancestor Mo, highly revered. However, he was not intimidated by the other's soul transformation pressure. Instead, he cupped his hands and said with neither servility nor arrogance, Ancestor, are you trying to force a sale? This junior's item is here for public sale at the Tianbao Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Qingshu True Lord's eyes instead flashed with approval. This kid, facing a soul transformation cultivator, could remain neither servile nor arrogant. The heavenly spirit root truly possessed an extraordinary nature. He stroked his beard, his tone softening. Has Su Chen, is it? Speaking of which, you have some connection with my alchemy peak. The 9-orifice foundation establishment pill you took was personally refined by a former ancestor of the alchemy peak. This ancestor am not here to bully you today. His gaze fell again on the 10,000-year Ginseng King with a hint of fervor. How about this? This ancestor won't take advantage of you. Such a 10,000-year spiritual herb usually has a market price of around 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This ancestor will offer 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. Additionally, I will throw in a set of alchemy inheritance I collected myself. This inheritance is a nascent soul-level alchemist legacy reaching the 12th tier. Xiao Mei, listening from the side, felt her heart pounding wildly. 120,000 spirit stones plus a nascent soul-level alchemy inheritance. Ancestor Qingshu's offer was practically a bleeding loss. How could the value of this inheritance be measured in spirit stones? The ancestor was genuinely trying to form a good connection, even intending to recruit him. Su Chen calculated rapidly in his mind. 120,000 spirit stones, 20% above market price, and a nascent soul-level alchemy inheritance, a priceless treasure that could fill the gaps in his alchemy knowledge. Although this old man was forceful in attitude, the conditions he offered were genuinely favorable. He took a deep breath, bowed, and said, the ancestor's generous gift, Su Chen dares not refuse. This 10,000-year Ginseng King is hereby transferred to the ancestor. Many thanks for the ancestor's kindness. Upon hearing this, Qingshu True Lord clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Good. Decisive. Xiao Mei, draw up the contract. The spirit stones and inheritance are to be exchanged immediately. He was in high spirits. Not only had he obtained the treasure, but he also conveniently sold a huge favor to a heavenly spirit root prodigy. This transaction was worth it. The transaction complete, Su Chen held in his hand the heavy spirit stone certificate for 120,000 and a jade slip emitting a fragrance of alchemy. His confidence had never been so abundant. The transaction is done. This ancestor shall take my leave. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen and Xiao Mei saw Ancestor Qingshu vanish. At the highest floor of the Tianbao Pavilion, Qingshu True Lord toyed with the 10,000-year Ginseng King, a deep light flashing in his eyes. Heavenly spirit root. The Su family. Interesting, truly interesting. Qingshu True Lord's vast abyss-like soul transformation pressure came and went swiftly. With a flash of green light, the suffocating pressure within the private room instantly dissipated. Su Chen and Chao Mei both secretly breathed a sigh of relief, their backs already covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. That brief moment just now was for them no different from dancing on the edge of a blade. A single thought from a soul transformation ancestor was enough to decide their life, death, honor, and disgrace. Senior brother Su, are you? Alright. Chao Mei, now devoid of any trace of her previous charm and composure, her voice carrying a lingering fear, hastily picked up the jade pot and poured a cup of long cold spirit tea for Su Chen, her hands trembling slightly. Su Chen took the teacup, his fingertips steady as a rock, though a hint of gravity flashed in his eyes. He took a sip of the cold tea, suppressing the surging energy in his blood, and said calmly, "It's nothing." Steward Chao. Chao Mei, still shaken, said, "Senior brother, you flatter me. This is my duty." Although the ancestor is forceful, he has always been protective of his own, especially valuing the sect's geniuses. Senior brother is a heavenly spirit root and the beloved disciple of true Lord Xianin. He would never truly make things difficult for you. She paused, forced a smile, and steered the conversation back on track. Senior brother, you mentioned earlier that there is another item to be auctioned at tomorrow's auction. Su Chen nodded and took out another jade box from his storage pouch. The jade box opened, revealing a spiritual fruit, pure white, with a metallic sheen exuding dense spiritual energy. It lay quietly, its Tao charm restrained, yet its extraordinary nature was undeniable. Chao Mei gazed at the white spirit golden core fruit, now utterly numb. Had this spiritual fruit appeared before the Millennium Ginseng, it would have undoubtedly elicited a gasp of astonishment from her. Yet now she merely found it a matter of course. Though far less earth-shattering than the Millennium Ginseng for Foundation Establishment cultivators, it was a supreme treasure capable of directly enhancing the chances of forming a golden core, its allure terrifyingly potent. The white spirit golden core fruit. Impeccable quality, undamaged. Chao Mei swiftly regained her professional composure, conducting a meticulous examination before delivering her verdict. Fully meets the standards for auction. Tomorrow it will surely incite a fierce bidding war. Rest assured, senior brother, I shall arrange an anonymous auction ensuring your identity remains undisclosed. Much obliged, Manager Chao. Su Chen put away the jade box, entrusting the spiritual fruit to Chao Mei's care, then retrieved the jade slip inscribed with the alchemist's inheritance, weighing it in his hand. Back at the inn, Su Chen pressed the jade slip against his forehead, his divine sense delving into it. In an instant, a vast ocean of elixir formulas, pharmacological principles, and flame-controlling insights flooded into his mind. Among them, the unique perspectives on refining high-grade pills were indeed exquisite and unparalleled, far surpassing what he had previously known. The words of true Lord Qingshu were not false. This was truly a priceless alchemical inheritance. Yet as he read on, Su Chen couldn't help but let out a helpless chuckle, shaking his head as he carefully stored the jade slip. Time. Still insufficient. He heaved a long sigh, rubbing his throbbing temples. He now mastered multiple arts: the burning art for cultivation, the mortal 6 realms for body refinement, the great dream demon god sutra for honing divine sense, talisman crafting at the 4th rank, and artifact refining to the top grade. Each demanded immense time and effort to polish and advance. Now upon this heavy burden the path of alchemy was added. This craft had fascinated him even before his transmigration. Not merely because of the alchemist's exalted status in the cultivation world, but because mastery would allow him to fully unleash the potential of the Purple Mystic Immortal Island. The domain of the Wood Immortal Island would continue to expand. If he could produce his own resources, why expend spirit stones to purchase them? Now at Foundation Establishment, the items he sold were reasonable. But what of higher realms? Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Divinity Transformation. One day, he might have to sell those 10,000-year spiritual herbs for other needs. Thus, learning alchemy was the optimal choice. Yet reality was harsh. Alchemy consumed far more spirit stones than talisman crafting and required years of accumulated experience. No overnight feat. He had once thought the 200-year lifespan of a Foundation Establishment cultivator was long, even tedious. But now, juggling multiple arts, he lamented that time was too short, insufficient to allocate. No wonder, every cultivator in the cultivation world strives desperately to climb higher. Su Chen gazed out the window at the deepening night, his heart suddenly enlightened. In his past life reading novels, he often wondered why cultivators would abandon everything and dance on the blade's edge for an elusive great Tao. 100 years at Qi refining, 200 at Foundation Establishment, 800 at Golden Core, 3,000 at Nascent Soul. In these long ages engaging in constant conflict and rivalry, what was the meaning? Now he understood. It was to experience, to learn, to savor the unique scenery at every step of the journey. Precisely because lifespan was limited, because the path ahead was fraught with hardship, each new piece of knowledge, each breakthrough, each surge of power became so precious. Pursuing the great Tao itself was to gain more time to pursue more. This was not ethereal, but the ultimate realism. With this thought, Su Chen's Tao heart trembled violently, plunging into a wondrous state of emptiness. Without deliberate guidance, the return to origin pill condensation art began circulating on its own in his dantian. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. Outside, the formation within the secret chamber stirred, without wind, spiritual energy converging like a gentle stream into Su Chen's body. His eyes half closed, the wisp of pristine innate chi around him rose and swirled, automatically guiding the spiritual energy through his meridians in endless circuits. Countless obscure runic patterns of the cultivation method, previously difficult to comprehend, now unfolded clearly in his sea of consciousness. The flaws in the 1000 cyclone embryo condensation technique and the subtle methods to lock in innate chi all became transparent in that instant. Not until 360 cycles were complete did Su Chen abruptly withdraw from that mysterious state. Did I just experience enlightenment? His mind returned, and he snapped open his eyes, a flash of spiritual light streaking through his gaze like lightning. Enlightenment was when the Tao heart resonated with the laws of heaven and earth, the divine sense temporarily transcending physical constraints to examine the cultivation method from a higher dimension. In this state, comprehension was 1,000-fold more efficient than ordinary cultivation. The brief half-hour of enlightenment had yielded benefits equivalent to 3 years of arduous training. Not only had the innate chi in his dantian become as smooth and responsive as an extension of his will, reaching 360 cycles, but even the originally daunting 3,600 cycles had been fully deduced in his mind. Within his dantian, a semi-solid, semi-liquid pill nucleus slowly bobbed, a sign of initial spiritual energy solidification, the earliest embryo of a golden core. The heavenly spirit realm called this state the false core stage. Su Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the surging excitement within, and carefully stored the alchemical inheritance back into his storage bracelet. Well, even good things require time to learn. His gaze regained clarity, once again firm and rational. Though enlightenment was beneficial, it could not solve all problems. The foremost priority now was tomorrow's auction. The path of alchemy would have to be set aside for now, to be studied in depth after achieving the golden core and greatly extending his lifespan. He sat cross-legged, resuming the circulation of the return to origin pill condensation art, pressing the advantage to continue advancing toward the 3,600 cycle limit as soon as possible. Outside the window, the night of the demon city deepened. 10,000 flickering lights dotted the city, reflecting the prosperity and cruelty of this city of desires. Within the secret chamber, Su Chen's heart was like a sword about to be drawn, its cold gleam sharp and piercing. At the first light of dawn, the 10,000 demon auction house in the heart of the demon city was already buzzing with activity. All auction businesses under the Demon Shadow sect were conducted here. Within the Foundation Establishment Auction Hall, the building comprised 3 floors, the ground floor packed with independent cultivators, the second floor booths reserved for sect disciples and Foundation Establishment cultivators, and the top floor private rooms exclusively for major demonic families and veteran Foundation Establishment elders, each chamber equipped with soundproofing prohibitions to ward off prying eyes. Thanks to his transactions over the past 2 days and the consigned white spirit golden core fruit, Chow Mei had specially reserved a third-floor private room for Su Chen. Entering the room, Chow Mei was already waiting for him. The woman was shrewd, spiritual tea and spiritual fruits were laid out in full. Su Chen remained silent, merely waiting for the auction to commence. Welcome everyone to the 10,000 demon auction. My surname is Mo. You may call me Old Mo. I enjoy eating fish. Of course, that was merely a warm-up remark from a golden core elder. If you truly called him Old Mo, you might end up as fish food. Below, a chorus of respectful voices arose. Ancestor Mo, Elder Mo. Enough, no more idle chatter. Elder Mo struck the gavel, its dull thud silencing the entire hall. He then said solemnly, the auction officially begins. Elder Mo was a golden core cultivator, which was fairly standard practice in the cultivation world. The auctioneer for chi refining tier events would be a Foundation Establishment cultivator. For Foundation Establishment tier, it would be a golden core cultivator, and so on. This was all to prevent certain individuals from losing their heads over treasure. Today's first item is a low-grade spiritual artifact, the Stonewall Shield forged from. The starting bid is 1,500 low-grade spirit stones with increments of no less than 100 low-grade spirit stones per raise. Let the bidding begin. The moment the auctioneer's words faded, voices erupted from the crowd below. 1,500 spirit stones. 1,600. 1,800 spirit stones. 2,000. Eventually, the opening lot sold for 2,000 low-grade spirit stones claimed by a cultivator in the early stage of Foundation establishment. One treasure after another took the stage. Low-tier spiritual artifacts, 4th-rank talismans, century-old spiritual herbs, each commanding soaring prices as the crowd's bids rose and fell without pause. Soon after, a maid glided onto the stage, cradling a jade box etched with frost patterns inside, which lay a stack of Guiyuan Sualing talismans, the very items Su Chen had come seeking. 3 Guiyuan Sualing talismans, designed specifically for Foundation Establishment cultivators consolidating their cores. They seal primordial chi and significantly enhance the efficiency of cosmic circulation. Starting bid 10,000 low-grade spirit stones with minimum increments of 500. The words had barely settled when shouts from the second floor erupted simultaneously. 11,000. 13,000. I'm taking these talismans. Several powerful Foundation establishment cultivators engaged in a fierce bidding war from across the room, driving the price to 18,000 low-grade spirit stones before the momentum began to wane. Chen tapped his fingers lightly against the table, his divine sense sweeping across the other bidders. Mostly rogue cultivators trapped at the false core stage for years, desperate to improve their cultivation quality. Though they possessed considerable wealth, none could match his own. His calm voice cut through the barriers separating the seating areas, resonating throughout the entire hall. 25,000 low-grade spirit stones. And sudden hush fell over the crowd, and those who had been bidding fiercely exchanged glances, realizing no one would dare raise the price again. The sum of 25,000 would nearly drain a typical Foundation establishment cultivator's life savings, making it an unwise investment for nothing more than a stack of auxiliary talismans. The elderly auctioneer on stage called out, "Second floor seat number 7 offers 25,000. Does anyone else wish to bid? 25,000 spirit stones going once. 25,000 low-grade spirit stones going twice. 25,000 low-grade spirit stones sold. Congratulations to the cultivator in private room number 7. With 3 hammer strikes, the Guiyuan Sualing talismans settled securely into Chen's possession. The auction resumed with dazzling displays on stage, offering an extraordinary variety of items for sale. The collection ranged from demonic beast cores to ancient relics in various states of disrepair, from strange venomous insects to unidentified ores, each eliciting gasps from the crowd below. Then came the vein-nourishing marrow-cleansing pills and several mid-tier defensive spiritual artifacts, all remarkable treasures rarely seen in one place. Relying on his considerable wealth, Chen demonstrated his financial prowess, several times quietly securing these necessary resources and drawing curious glances from those nearby. Next comes one of the main attractions of this auction. A top-grade flying spiritual artifact, the White Bone Vessel. Elder Mo's voice rose sharply with an almost hypnotic quality. This vessel is crafted from the spinal bone of a 1,000-year ghost flood dragon. At full capacity, its speed rivals that of an early-stage golden core cultivator. It possesses numerous remarkable properties, including concealment, defense, spiritual energy accumulation, and cruise capabilities. Truly the supreme tool for eliminating rivals and escaping with treasure. The starting bid is 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000. The announcement sent shockwaves through the assembly. In the cultivation world, whether magical or spiritual artifacts, flight-type items have always commanded the highest prices. Defense and special categories came next in prestige, while attack-type items ranked lowest. Top-grade flying spiritual artifacts were exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain. After all, if you can't win a fight, you run. And if you can't outrun your enemy, you die. Chen had never relied on a flying spiritual artifact since beginning his cultivation. He'd always used Pure Yang's sword instead. But Pure Yang's sword had been shattered during his time in the Yin Demon's secret realm. This was precisely why he had come to this auction. Among ordinary cultivators, very few possessed a top-grade flying spiritual artifact. A top-grade flying spiritual artifact was considered prime hard currency throughout the northwestern regions of the central continent, something even a Foundation establishment cultivator would struggle to afford, let alone possess. The atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically. Most Foundation establishment cultivators were visibly covetous, their breathing growing heavy with desire, yet the starting price of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones struck like cold water, instantly dousing nearly everyone's enthusiasm. Those at the early stage lacked the spirit stones, while those at the late stage prioritized spiritual materials to aid in core formation. While the White Bone Vessel was impressive, it was both prohibitively expensive and somewhat impractical for their immediate needs. With core formation imminent, who would squander their limited spirit stones on escape equipment? Consequently, this vast auction hall fell into an awkward silence. Only a handful of wealthy late-stage Foundation establishment rogue cultivators and elite disciples from major factions showed hesitation, yet no one dared to place a bid. This tense moment stretched on for several breaths, Elder Mo's smile growing stiff as he prepared to offer further encouragement. Just then a voice echoed from the third-floor private room, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. All eyes turned towards Chen's private box. Elder Mo sighed with relief and quickly continued, "Excellent. This honored guest bids 50,000. Does anyone wish to go higher? This white bone vessel appears only once in decades. If you miss it today, you'll wait another 10 years. Everyone, this is a lifeline worth having." Spurred on by Chen's opening bid, one of the hesitant cultivators finally couldn't resist. 51,000. 53,000. 55,000. The price climbed slowly, but whenever someone bid, Chen's calm voice would follow, always placing his bid precisely one step ahead. 56,000. 58,000. 60,000. His tone carried no emotion whatsoever, as though he were spending ordinary stones rather than spirit stones. This overwhelming financial dominance gradually eroded the confidence of his competitors. After several rounds, no one else responded. Ultimately, Chen secured this top-grade flying spiritual artifact that had made countless Foundation establishment cultivators envious, purchasing it for 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chao Mei stood nearby with a radiant smile, offering timely praise. Congratulations, senior brother Su. With this white bone vessel, who could ever match your brilliance across the world? She was deeply impressed by the boundless wealth behind this senior brother Su. Chen offered a slight nod, though his gaze had already shifted downward. Elder Mo cleared his throat, his face once again blooming with a broad smile as his voice grew louder and more resonant, building anticipation for the grand finale. Ladies and gentlemen, the piece de resistance of today's auction is about to be unveiled. This item holds the key to one's path toward the great Tao and the foundation of core formation. He carefully presented a jade box, slowly revealing its contents. An intensely pure metallic spiritual energy instantly permeated the entire hall, invigorating everyone present. The white spirit golden core fruit. This fruit has a pristine lineage and pure origins. Most remarkably, its properties are perfectly balanced, making it suitable for cultivators of any spiritual root. It is the premier ingredient for refining golden core pills. The starting bid is 80,000 low-grade spirit stones with minimum increments of 3,000. If the auction of the bone boat was considered expensive and awkward, then the appearance of the white spirit golden core fruit utterly ignited the entire venue. Those Foundation establishment cultivators who had previously shown little interest in the bone boat now had their eyes blazing red. The main ingredient for the golden core pill. This was the key to whether they could step onto the path of the golden core. A starting bid of 80,000. Even if it meant mortgaging their entire fortunes, they would spare no expense. Especially for rogue cultivators, such precious items were rarely seen in the market. 83,000. 86,000. 90,000. 100,000. The price skyrocketed like a rocket, bidding voices rising one after another, the atmosphere instantly white-hot. Those who had been financially constrained moments before now seemed injected with adrenaline, frantically shouting out prices. Some had flushed faces, others gritted their teeth, while a few scanned the surroundings with a sinister gaze, as if assessing the strength of their competitors. Inside a private room on the third floor, Chen calmly watched the almost frenzied scene below through the one-way restriction. This white spirit golden core fruit was the very one he had consigned for auction. He naturally would not participate in the bidding, merely silently calculating the final transaction price. 155,000. A hoarse voice announced a new high, silencing the entire hall, followed by a chorus of gasps. This price had already exceeded the limit of what most Foundation establishment cultivators could bear. Old Mo excitedly struck the gavel. 155,000 once. 155,000 twice. The price kept climbing, quickly breaking the 150,000 mark. Bids came out from the private rooms one after another, clearly from cultivators with backgrounds or family representatives. With the golden core path ahead, no one dared to be negligent. This white spirit golden core fruit, compared to the previous flying spiritual artifact, was a truly fundamental opportunity. 160,000. 170,000. Chao Mei softly explained to Chen from the side. Private Room 3 represents the Zhao family from the west of the city. Room 8 is a peak Foundation establishment cultivator from an outer peak, and as for the last one, it seems to be the rogue cultivator, Black Hand, Chen. His financial strength is considerable, but his reputation. Chen listened quietly, his expression calm. Watching everyone argue fiercely over his treasure, even risking bankruptcy, he felt a detached serenity of an outsider. He was not lacking in white spirit golden core fruits. This one was merely a bargaining chip for resources. 200,000. The Zhao family representative from Private Room 3 seemed provoked, bidding an astronomical price, instantly making the entire auction hall fall silent. This price had exceeded the limits of many. Private Room 8 remained silent for a moment, ultimately not following. Chen had already withdrawn at 180,000. Old Mo's face beamed with joy as he shouted 3 times. 200,000 once. 200,000 twice. 200,000 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the guest in Private Room 3. The white spirit golden core fruit ultimately sold for the astronomical price of 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chao Mei promptly offered her congratulations to Chen. Senior brother Su, congratulations. A single spiritual fruit sold for 200,000. After deducting the commission, you have reaped a substantial harvest. Your current wealth is so vast that even many golden core masters would envy you. Chen's gaze swept over the jade box being respectfully delivered to Private Room 3 by an attendant. Chao Mei bowed and withdrew to the backstage to handle the transaction for Chen. In less than half a cup of tea, she returned holding 2 storage pouches, her face full of smiles. Senior brother Su, congratulations and good fortune. After deducting the cost of the bone boat and other items plus the 10% commission from Tianbao Pavilion, the net profit is 31,000 spirit stones. They are all in the pouches. Please take a look. Chen swept his divine sense over them, confirmed it was correct, and tucked the storage pouches into his sleeve, saying indifferently, "Thank you for your trouble, Manager Chao. You are welcome, senior brother. It is my duty." Chow Mei maintained a very low posture, escorting him to the door, her beautiful eyes filled with sincerity and reverence. Senior brother, the road ahead is long, and the great path is smooth. I wish you here that your golden core may be achieved, and your Tao path eternal. Thank you for your kind words. Su Chen said no more. His figure flickered and appeared at a street corner, disappearing into the bustling crowd after a few leaps. After leaving the vicinity of Inma City, Su Chen found a secluded valley. With a thought, he summoned the bone boat he had just acquired. The bone boat was entirely pale white, about 3 zhang in length. Its body was not made of ordinary bones, but was covered with intricate dark gold patterns, faintly exuding the engrave aura of a 1,000-year ghost flood dragon. Su Chen stepped onto the boat, feeling an extraordinary solidity underfoot. A cold sensation traveled through his meridians, yet it was not repulsive. Instead, there was a strange sense of unity between man and artifact. Rise! Su Chen directed a spell, and the bone boat immediately emitted a low hum. Without any violent shaking, it rose steadily into the air. At first, his control was still clumsy, and the speed was only a third faster than flying with a magic tool, gliding slowly over the forest. But soon Su Chen grasped the flow nodes of spiritual energy within the boat, gradually increasing the speed. The wind howled past his ears, and the scenery on both sides rapidly receded, turning into blurred streaks of color. The stability and swiftness of the bone boat were far beyond what his former sword flight could match. What was even better was that the boat spontaneously emitted an invisible wave, neutralizing the oncoming gale. Inside the boat, it formed its own small world where even the hem of his clothes was barely stirred. What a treasure! Su Chen praised in his heart. This bone boat was not only comparable to the speed of an early golden core cultivator, but also saved the consumption of his own spiritual energy needed to maintain a protective aura. For long-distance travel, the advantage was immense. Just as he released his full speed and galloped freely, his divine sense keenly detected that 100 li behind 3 faint auras were following him. They were clearly targeting him, the fat sheep, who had just spent lavishly at the auction and left alone. Persistent as a shadow. Su Chen sneered coldly, a glint of icy light flashing in his eyes. He was now carrying heavy treasures and eager to return to the sect. How could he have the leisure to entangle with these roadside robbers? I'll spare you this time. Perfect, let me test the limits of this bone boat. Su Chen no longer held back. He took out several mid-grade spirit stones and embedded them into the energy storage slot at the boat's bow. Instantly, the dark gold patterns on the boat all lit up as if coming alive. A terrifying surge of acceleration overwhelmed him, far surpassing before. Swish! The bone boat transformed into a pale white streak of light tearing through the sky, its speed suddenly increasing several-fold. The 3 auras that could barely be locked onto suddenly widened the distance in his divine sense. The pursuing robbers only saw a blur, and Su Chen's figure completely vanished from their perception as if he had never existed. 100 li away, the 3 Foundation establishment robbers stared at each other, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Where did he go? How did he disappear? What speed was that? Even a golden core ancestor would be no more than this. Damn, we've hit a steel plate. Let's go. They had no idea that a top-grade flying spiritual artifact combined with the burst power of mid-grade spirit stones had long surpassed the cognitive limits of the Foundation establishment stage. By now, Su Chen had already left those flies far behind. He stood at the bow of the bone boat, his robes fluttering, gazing down at the mountains and rivers rapidly passing below his heart in a state of clarity. The sect is not far away. He urged the bone boat, turning it into a streak of light that never looked back, heading straight for the mountain gate of the Inma sect. Bone White Boat transformed into a streak of light, silently gliding over the entrance of Demon Sect and landing directly before the 100 Ghosts courtyard. Su Chen put away the flying boat, and upon seeing the familiar courtyard, his heart settled. At this moment, he was at the critical stage of the second layer of the return to origin pill condensation, art the 1000 cyclone embryo condensation. That day's epiphany in the inn of Demon City allowed him to complete the condensation of 360 cycles in one go, solidifying the pill embryo to the threshold of the first grade. If he were to swallow some spirit objects for forming the core, he could now form the core. But his goal was never an ordinary pill, but the legendary 9-grade source pill, the perfect 3,600 cycles. After returning to the artifact refining peak and negotiating a bit, Su Chen first completed this year's artifact refining tasks. These days his training rhythm had not been disrupted. Every morning, unwavering, he practiced the return to origin pill condensation art for 3 hours. He sat cross-legged in the meditation room, deeply contemplating. Without relying on external forces, merely through these 3 hours of hard practice each day, he could complete 13 cycles. If he extended to the extreme of 6 hours, he could reach 30 cycles. This efficiency, looking across the entire cultivation world, could hardly find a second person. This was not only the advantage of the heavenly spirit root, but also the manifestation of his comprehension of the technique, reaching an extreme state after that epiphany. Thus, while completing sect tasks and also attending to cultivation, time flowed like water. A month later, Chen had not only overfulfilled this year's and even next year's artifact refining tasks, but also through persisting in 3 hours daily, had made his innate primordial qi grow another circle. One day, he carried a pile of refined artifacts and came to Zhao Luo's residence. Uncle Zhao, these are my artifact refining tasks for this year and next year, all checked and completed. From tomorrow, disciple will begin a long-term seclusion. Chen handed over the storage pouch, his tone calm, yet resolute. Zhao Luo took the pouch, swept his divine sense over it, and nodded with satisfaction. Then, as if sensing something, his gaze fell on Chen with a hint of inquiry. The aura of your return to origin pill condensation art. It has become much more condensed. How many cycles now? Chen answered frankly, reporting to Uncle Zhao 757 cycles. 757. Zhao Luo jerked his head up, his eyes nearly popping out, his voice rising 8 tones. How long have you been cultivating? It seems like you just started, right? How is that possible? He recalled the scene of his own core formation back then, couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. When I formed my core, I also used this return to origin pill condensation art. But I have a 4 spirit root aptitude. To accumulate foundation, I spent a whole year struggling to barely complete 720 cycles, reaching the threshold of a spirit pill. How long have you been? And you've reached 757 cycles. Chen smiled modestly and explained, some time ago in Demon City, I was fortunate to have an epiphany opportunity. That epiphany directly helped me complete 360 cycles. Afterwards, I gained the rest through daily routine cultivation. Epiphany. Zhao Luo murmured, the shock on his face gradually turning into a matter-of-course sigh. Epiphany. I see. No wonder the heavenly spirit root, its opportunities and fortunes, are beyond our reach. 757 cycles, this is already the starting point of a mid-grade spirit pill. He looked deeply at Chen, his eyes full of relief and mixed emotions. Back then he had been stuck at the peak of foundation establishment for years, struggling to form the core, while the young man before him was already sprinting on the path he had dreamed of. Good. Zhao Luo said 3 good words, took the jade brush and heavily wrote down Chen's seclusion record in the sect registry. I've recorded it for you. You go and cultivate in peace. On the sect side with me and the senior brother, no one dares to disturb your cultivation. This 1000 cyclone embryo condensation is most taboo against impatience. Since you have such talent and perseverance, strive to forge the supreme golden core in one go. Don't let down this aptitude. Disciple understands. Thank you, Uncle Zhao, for your kindness. Chen bowed solemnly and turned to leave. Returning to the 100 Ghosts courtyard, Chen activated all concealment and defense arrays, isolating the courtyard into 2 worlds. He gave Sunxiang a paid leave for this period, telling her to come back after the seclusion ended. He sat in the center of the meditation room, calming his mind. The strand of lustrous white innate primordial qi slowly floated and sank in his dantian, having already grown several times. 757 cycles, there was still a long way to the ultimate goal of 3,600 cycles. But at this moment, there was no anxiety in his heart, only determination and composure. Next, it's the final sprint. Chen took out spirit stones and pressed them into the grooves of the surrounding spirit gathering array, then took out the 3 return to origin lock soul talismans he obtained at the auction. Then he opened the return to origin pill condensation art given by his master, and once again pondered the chapters about balancing yin and yang and stabilizing the pill embryo. After a long while, he closed the jade slip, shut his eyes, formed hand seals, and completely immersed himself in the long cultivation of 3,600 cycles. The 100 Ghosts courtyard fell into complete silence. Only the crimson flame rice and spiritual herbs in the courtyard grew quietly under the nourishment of spiritual energy. In the meditation room, time seemed to lose its meaning. In the initial days, Chen's cultivation went smoothly. After 757 cycles, he practiced in the extreme state of 6 hours daily, the innate primordial qi swirling back and forth in his dantian, emitting a low hum. At first, the progress of 30 cycles a day filled him with confidence. At this speed, he could reach the perfect state of 3,600 cycles in less than a year. However, when the cycle count broke through the 1,000 mark, the situation suddenly changed. The strand of innate primordial qi that had been flowing smoothly seemed to sink into an invisible quagmire. Each cycle became sluggish, and the consumption of spiritual power increased geometrically. Even if he maintained the extreme practice of 6 hours daily, the daily progress plummeted to 20 cycles. Is this the barrier after 1,000 cycles? Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his gaze. He finally experienced firsthand why the vast majority of cultivators stopped at 360 cycles, at most rushing to 720 cycles before hastily forming the core. So difficult. So slow. This was not merely a problem of spiritual power, but an ultimate test of the Tao heart and patience. With his heavenly spirit root, it was already like this. How could those with 3 spirit root or 4 spirit root face it? I'm afraid they could hardly cross the threshold of 2,000 cycles, even in a lifetime. No wonder golden core cultivators were considered the backbone of the entire cultivation world. On this path, countless ambitious bones were buried. Cannot stop, even more cannot compromise. Su Chen took a deep breath, no longer hesitated, and flipped his hand to take out the already prepared Return to Origin Lock Soul Talisman. This talisman was a special talisman for the Return to Origin Pill Condensation art, which could greatly reduce the dissipation loss during chi circulation. He gently emitted spiritual power from his fingertip and precisely pasted the talisman on his lower abdomen dantian position. An excellent talisman, truly worthy of a specialized one. The effect was immediate. Under the enhancement of the returning origin and spirit sealing talisman, the circulation of primal energy became smooth and effortless, once more with greatly reduced resistance. Su Chen activated his cultivation technique again and was delighted to find that his cultivation speed had rebounded to 100 cycles per day. This efficiency was a full 5 times greater than before. He immediately immersed his mind and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the 1,000-cyclic embryo condensation. Time flew swiftly in the monotonous circulation of the heavenly cycles. A day later, when Su Chen checked his dantian again, his brows slightly furrowed. The returning origin and spirit sealing talisman affixed to his dantian had its spiritual light completely dimmed, its talisman power entirely consumed, and it turned to ashes and scattered. That's it. Su Chen was somewhat stunned. One talisman only lasts me a single day. He recalled the introduction in the technique manual, which mentioned that this talisman could generally be used for 3 days. Now it seemed that the word generally referred to ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. With his heavenly spirit roots, vast, pure, and highly active innate primal energy, his absorption and consumption of talisman power far exceeded that of ordinary people. It seems that being too talented can sometimes be a burden. Su Chen smiled wryly but without any chagrin, and instead a more fervent flame burned in his eyes. High consumption precisely meant high efficiency. This deal was worth it. Su Chen also discovered an interesting phenomenon on the second day after the talisman was consumed. Although he could not achieve 100 cycles per day, the speed was still faster than daily cultivation. The efficiency would slowly decline over the following days until the effect completely disappeared after 7 days. Truly worthy of a 7th grade talisman. 7 days later, he applied a new talisman and the speed rose again. It was as if the primal energy developed a resistance after adapting to the pressure repeating in cycles. From then on, Su Chen's seclusion life entered a fixed and monotonous cycle. During the remaining 2 weeks, Su Chen would rise at the hour of the rabbit, apply a new returning origin and spirit sealing talisman, and practice the returning origin and pill condensing art for 6 hours, feeling the primal energy rapidly circulating under the talisman's enhancement. When the talisman's energy was exhausted, he would remove it and replace it. The returning origin and spirit sealing talismans were consumed within 3 weeks. For the remaining time, Su Chen could only meditate for 6 hours at the limit. The 3 talismans also allowed him to break through to 2,000 heavenly cycles. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 months, Su Chen paid no attention to worldly affairs, ignored external matters, and his entire being seemed to have turned into a stone statue in the quiet chamber. Only within his dantian an earth-shattering transformation was quietly taking place. 3,000, 3,100, 3,200. The number of cycles steadily and firmly climbed upward. Finally, in a dead silent night, as Su Chen guided that wisp of innate primal energy to complete the final heavenly cycle, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A soundless explosion resounded deep within his sea of consciousness. Within his dantian, the wisp of innate primal energy, having undergone the ultimate compression of 3,600 heavenly cycles, abruptly collapsed inward upon reaching a critical threshold. A dazzling spiritual light burst forth, filling the entire dantian. At the core of that light, a round orb, white as jade and dense in texture, slowly took shape. It was not large, only the size of a grain of rice, yet it emanated an indescribable Tao resonance, as if it contained the first wisp of primal energy at the dawn of heaven and earth. Its surface was smooth and round, with nebulae-like currents swirling within. Its aura was extremely restrained, yet it held explosive power. The white Dan embryo was formed. This was not a golden core, but the embryo of a golden core, the fetus of a source core. It was several times more condensed than the false cores condensed by ordinary cultivators, with a quality as different as heaven and earth. Once the Dan embryo was formed, Su Chen could clearly sense that his connection with the world's spiritual energy had heightened by a level. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze containing a subdued sharp light, his breathing long and deep like a dragon's roar. Looking at the white Dan embryo quietly floating in his dantian, Su Chen curled the corners of his mouth into a weary but incomparably brilliant smile. The second step has finally been taken. The returning origin and pill condensing art is divided into 3 layers. The first layer, returning origin and absorbing chi, and the second layer, 1,000 cyclic embryo condensation, I have already completed. The third layer, Dan completion and unification, is the method of forming the core. There is no rush for now. Next, I shall consume spiritual treasures, ignite the fire to refine the core, and forge a true 9-grade golden core. Su Chen had long decided on the spiritual object for his core formation, a heavenly earth flame, not a method flame, not a beast flame, nor the flames he cultivated on the Fire Immortal Island, but a true heavenly earth flame. Although he possessed the glacial ice flame within his body, a fusion of various flames with considerable power, its origins were still of earthly fire, beast fire, and demon fire, not a naturally formed heavenly flame. The flames cultivated on the Fire Immortal Island were even more artificially induced, lacking the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. A true heavenly earth flame can bestow the golden core with imperishability and forge a 9-grade source core. The first thought that came to his mind was the 10,000-year volcanic heart flame lurking deep within the refining equipment peak at the bottom of the 10,000-year volcano. This flame was the king of earthly fires, supremely young and intensely blazing. If he could use it to refine his core, the effect would surely be excellent. Unfortunately, with his current foundation establishment cultivation, getting close to the volcanic heart flame would mean 9 deaths and 1 chance of life, let alone drawing it out and controlling it. This matter required careful planning and could not be accomplished overnight. It seems I can only seek help from Ancestor Mo. Su Chen made up his mind. Ancestor Mo, as one of the only 7 nascent soul cultivators of the Yin Demon Sect, had a long lifespan and extensive knowledge. Throughout the entire Yin Demon Sect, and even the entire Northwest region, if anyone might know the whereabouts of a heavenly earth flame, it was none other than Ancestor Mo. He slowly rose, stretching his stiffened bones after long sitting. A series of crisp crackles sounded from his joints, yet his aura became even more restrained and profound. After reinforcing the protective arrays of the quiet chamber by several layers, Su Chen's figure flickered, left the 100 Ghosts courtyard, and headed straight for the Mo Abyss, where Ancestor Mo was in seclusion. The Mo Abyss was located deep within the forbidden area of the Yin Demon Sect, perpetually shrouded in black mist and exuding a chilling, murderous aura. An ordinary golden core cultivator approaching within 100 zhang would have their soul frozen. Relying on his cultivation of the glacial ice flame and the interplay of yin and yang forces, Su Chen could barely withstand the outer cold. He stopped 1,000 zhang away from the black mist, respectfully bowed, and said in a clear voice, "Disciple descendant, Su Chen requests an audience with Grandmaster." After a moment, an aged voice came from within the black mist. "Little Chen, aren't you in seclusion condensing your core? What matter disturbs this old ancestor's cultivation?" Su Chen bowed again. Reporting to Grandmaster, this disciple has completed the 1,000 cyclic embryo condensation and refined a white Dan embryo. However, the spiritual object needed for this disciple's core formation is a heavenly earth flame. Searching throughout the sect, the only one that somewhat fits is the 10,000-year volcanic heart flame at the refining equipment peak, yet I am unable to obtain it. After much thought, I can only seek guidance from Grandmaster. Do you know of any suitable heavenly earth flame that this disciple could use for core formation? There was a moment of silence within the black mist, then the voice spoke again with a rare hint of surprise. 1,000 cyclic embryo condensation. 360 heavenly cycles. Or 3,600 heavenly cycles. Reporting to Grandmaster, it is 3,600. Su Chen answered frankly. 3,600. Good, a fine heavenly spirit root. This time Ancestor Mo's voice was clearly filled with admiration. So someone could actually reach this step. A heavenly earth flame is no small matter. One careless mistake leads to utter destruction of body and soul. Although the 10,000-year volcanic heart flame is good, it is too violent. Your cultivation is still shallow. Using it to refine your core would be extremely dangerous. Su Chen's heart tightened. Could it be that even old Ancestor Mo deemed the 10,000-year volcano heart flame unusable? Were there any other options? Just as he was filled with anxiety, old Ancestor Mo's voice drifted over leisurely. However, since you have already condensed a pill embryo with 3,600 cycles, your Grandmaster cannot stand idly by. Heavenly earth strange fires are rare and hard to come by. But in my travels through the central continent years ago, I sensed a peculiar flame fluctuation at the edge of a perilous place called the Meteorite Star Canyon. Its aura was ancient, hovering between the tangible and intangible, suspected to be a strange fire born from the fusion of the core essence of a falling star and the ground's Insha energy, the meteorite starring fire. This fire is utterly yin and cold, yet contains a trace of destructive star power. It may share some commonality with the ice-cold attribute of your glazed ice flame. Using it to forge your yang attribute pill embryo, blending yin and yang could yield twice the result with half the effort. Meteorite star, yin fire. Su Chen's heart stirred. He repeated the name and etched it firmly into his memory. However, this place is far from our Yin Demon Sect, located at the edge of the central continent. The journey is perilous, and the Meteorite Star Canyon is a dead zone. Even golden core cultivators dare not venture deep. Your old ancestor can only tell you the location. Whether you obtain it depends entirely on your own fortune and destiny. Disciple understands. Thank you for your guidance, old ancestor. Su Chen was overjoyed and bowed deeply once more. Having a clear goal and direction was far better than searching blindly. Go now. If you can forge your golden core with a heavenly earth strange fire, I shall be eager to see what surprises your 9-rank source pill brings. Old Ancestor Mo's voice gradually faded, the black mist sealed shut, and silence returned. Su Chen retreated 1,000 zhang, glanced back at the unfathomable abyss of ink, and his heart surged with pride. Meteorite Star In Fire Central Continent Meteorite Star Canyon. No matter how far or dangerous for the supreme 9-rank golden core, he must make the journey. He turned, transformed into a streak of light, and returned to the 100 Ghosts courtyard, beginning the most thorough preparations for this long journey and the ultimate formation of his golden core. Back in the 100 Ghosts courtyard, he sat cross-legged in the center of the meditation chamber, his mind already listing the detailed preparations for the trip to the Meteorite Star Canyon in the Central Continent. This journey to the Central Continent was fraught with danger, a matter of life and death. Unlike his previous travels in the Northwest, where he was either on Demon Sect territory or the Su family's domain, where he could do as he pleased. This trip was perilous. The slightest misstep could lead to irreversible ruin. He must be absolutely flawless. Su Chen first took stock of his assets. The sale of the 10,000-year Ginseng King yielded 100 low-grade spirit stones, plus the remaining 300 from the auction of the White Spirit Golden Core fruit, along with various previous accumulations and dividends from the Su family's enterprises over the years, totaling 500 mid-grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to 500 low-grade spirit stones. This was his greatest confidence. With grain in the barn, the heart does not panic. The journey is long. Round trips consume time. Spirit stones are fundamental. He stored the vast majority of spirit stones in his storage bracelet, leaving only a small portion for use. At the same time, he harvested the final batch of vermilion flame rice and mature spiritual herbs from the Purple Mystic Immortal Island, ensuring ample reserves. As a 4th-rank talisman master, Su Chen knew that talismans were the foundation of survival and a shortcut to liquid assets. He took out his stock of 4th-rank talisman paper and spirit ink and began a closed-door talisman crafting session. 4th-rank talismans are not much use for me in fights now, but they sure are valuable. Su Chen muttered, but his hands never stopped. Spiritual energy surged at his fingertips and spirit patterns rapidly formed on the talisman paper. Talismans are consumed in large quantities and in high demand. They are a hard currency in the cultivation world. This drawing lasted half a month. When the last Vajra talisman was completed in the meditation chamber, Su Chen let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. 50 Vajra talismans, 30 divine speed talismans, 20 fire escape talismans, and 5 explosion talismans as trump cards. This will fatten my purse considerably. Half a month of time, Su Chen's talisman crafting skill approached perfection with each stroke. He picked up a freshly drawn talisman, examined it, and his eyes flickered. Hey, without realizing it, my talisman craft has brushed the edge of the 5th rank. Too bad, time is tight. Su Chen resolved silently. After I form my golden core and return, I must spend time every day honing the talisman path. I cannot waste this talent. Putting away the talismans, Su Chen began counting his pills. Standard reserves 10 bottles, each of rejuvenation pill, vein protection pill, ice heart pill, and detoxification pill, ensuring spiritual energy sustainment and state adjustment. Several bottles of healing pills for emergencies. He directly moved the treasures for core formation. Heavenly fire, liquid snow, spirit water, descending dust pill, earth, vein marrow cleansing pill, into the Purple Mystic Immortal Island. 1 for safety, 2 to lock in the spiritual energy. However, these alone were not enough. The return to origin condensation core art recorded a crossing yuan pill which could stabilize the Tao foundation during core formation. Su Chen was not skilled in alchemy, so he rose and headed to the alchemy peak. He was received by Wu Yufang, whom he had met in the Demon Secret Realm. Wu Yufang was drying herbs in the courtyard and hurried over to greet him. Su Chen stated his purpose directly. Junior sister Wu, I seek a 7th rank or higher alchemist to refine the crossing yuan pill for me. Wu Yufang's pretty face showed a hint of surprise. Senior brother, are you about to form your core? That's easy to arrange. My master is an 8th rank alchemist. Refining the crossing yuan pill will be a piece of cake. May I ask about senior brother's materials? Already prepared. Su Chen flipped his hand and produced 5 jade boxes containing 300-year-old spirit essence grass, dew condensing flower, along with 100-year-old white poria and silver pattern grass. These were carefully cultivated by him on the Wood Immortal Island. He only brought out 5 sets this time to avoid alarming others. Senior brother actually has spiritual herbs of such age. Wu Yufang gasped. Expedite the process for me. Spirit stones are not an issue. Done. Come pick it up in half a month. Wu Yufang agreed readily. Su Chen paid the spirit stones, and a heavy weight lifted from his heart. Su Chen returned to the 100 Ghosts courtyard and began to inventory his full equipment, aiming for a seamless integration of offense and defense. Su Chen took stock of his entire gear, striving for an all-round offense and defense with no blind spots. Top-grade spiritual artifact, 10,000 soul blood shield for defense. Low-grade spiritual artifact, divine speed boots. Paired with the top-grade flying spiritual artifact, white bone boat, one for short range, the other for long range, allowing freedom of movement. Top-grade magical artifact, purple gold cauldron, normally used for refining tools, but could also serve as a shield in critical moments. Core item 100 Soul Banner. After multiple devourings, the banner now contained nearly 600 fierce ghosts, several of which were at the Foundation establishment level, and one 6th rank beast soul acting as the commander. Once unleashed, it could disrupt a golden core cultivator's mind. Concealment Treasure Spirit Hiding Concealment Pendant. Bestowed by mysterious True Lord, it could block the divine sense of cultivators below the late nascent soul stage. Key to survival on this journey. This trip to the central continent required a low-key approach, unlike his casual manner in the northwest. Looking at his gear, Chen felt a measure of reassurance. But he knew that facing the golden core heavenly tribulation and the dangers of the meteorite star canyon, this was still not enough. A cultivator breaking through from Foundation establishment to golden core must face the heavenly tribulation. Known as the ninefold thunder tribulation, it consisted of 9 bolts of heavenly thunder, also called the lesser heavenly tribulation. This was real heavenly thunder, not to be taken lightly, so he planned to make a large purchase in Demon City. 3 days later, Chen entered Demon City once more and headed straight for the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Senior brother Su, it's been 4 months. Your cultivation has grown even deeper. Chao Mei was dressed in a fresh green outfit today, elegant and refined with less of her usual charm and more liveliness. She smiled as she greeted him. Manager Chao, you are also becoming more beautiful and charming by the day. Chen smiled faintly and got straight to the point. Shopkeeper Chao, I have a major deal today. Here are some 4th grade talismans I refined myself. Appraise them first. Chen took out a stack of excellent 4th grade talismans. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Chao Mei's eyes. I didn't expect senior brother to be a 4th grade talisman master. After inspecting them, she purchased them at the internal price, allowing Chen to make a tidy profit. Then Chen said in a low voice, additionally, I need some treasures to withstand the golden core heavenly tribulation. Upon hearing this, Chao Mei's expression turned solemn, and she led Chen to a treasure chest. Senior brother, you've come to the right place. The Tianbao Pavilion has the most complete selection of tribulation crossing items. Chao Mei took out several precious items from her collection and began to introduce them. Look at this Mystic Ice Thunder Pattern Robe. It's a high-grade spiritual artifact woven from 10,000-year Mystic Ice silk embedded with a thunder pattern force-dissipating formation specifically designed to counter heavenly thunder. Market price, 28000 lower-grade spirit stones. And here are the Xuanwu shields, 3 of them medium-grade spiritual artifacts specially for lightning protection. Each costs 1200 lower-grade spirit stones. 3 shields can form a simple defensive formation, indestructible. The thunder-avoiding jade, a high-grade spiritual artifact, can weaken heavenly thunder by 30% priced at 1500 spirit stones. The thunder-suppressing pendant, a supreme-grade spiritual artifact, can warn of heavenly thunder and nullify one strike priced at 1800 spirit stones. The soul-protecting pendant, a supreme-grade spiritual artifact, guards the soul and defends against thunder entering the body priced at 200 spirit stones. Chen didn't waste words. He pointed at the list and made his selections. I'll take the robe, all 3 Xuanwu shields, the thunder-avoiding jade, the thunder-suppressing pendant, and the soul-protecting pendant. Senior brother Su, take a look at these talismans. Chao Mei truly lived up to her role as the shopkeeper. Her salesmanship was formidable. 7th grade, thunder-avoiding talismans, 500 spirit stones each. Sword shield talismans, 600 spirit stones each. Mind-clearing, soul-stabilizing talismans, 1,000 spirit stones each. These are the best talismans for surviving the heavenly tribulation. All these talismans were at least 7th grade, far beyond what Chen could currently draw. Chen had come specifically to spend, and he was getting a bit carried away. 10 thunder-avoiding talismans, 20 sword shield talismans, and 3 mind-clearing, soul-stabilizing talismans. Chao Mei kept the accounts while clicking her tongue in amazement. Senior brother, your move is truly grand. Altogether, it comes to nearly 200,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Chen didn't even blink. He pushed the prepared spirit stones over. Today, it's all about spending. Then he pointed to a set of formation plates on the list. This lightning-diverting formation, give me 1 set as well. The lightning-diverting formation costs 3,600 lower-grade spirit stones. It can actively guide heavenly thunder, dispersing its power, making it an excellent tool for tribulation. No problem. Chen didn't hesitate and bought all these life-saving items. He knew that before the heavenly tribulation, spirit stones were mere external possessions. After the transaction, Chao Mei personally escorted him to the door and said in a low voice, Senior brother Su, please be extremely careful on this journey. If you truly manage to form a 9th grade golden core, don't forget to come back and let me share in the auspiciousness. Chen nodded, turned, and left. He glanced back at the towering gatehouse and grinned. All set. Returning to the 100 Ghosts courtyard, Chen inspected, claimed ownership, and refined the newly purchased treasures. He sat cross-legged again, looking inward. Inside his dantian, the white pill embryo glowed like jade, and beside it the glazed ice flame quietly circulated. His divine sense was powerful, his meridians resilient, and his spiritual energy abundant. A sharp light burst in Chen's eyes, mingling anticipation and determination. Half a month later would be the day of his departure. During this time, Chen was not idle. He went to the scripture repository to look up relevant information. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. He focused on the geography of the Central Continent and the records of Meteor Canyon. Meteor Canyon, a forbidden land on the edge of the Central Continent, is the site where an ancient star fell. The stellar essence mingles with the Insha energy of the Earth, and it is suspected that meteorine fire was born. This fire is extremely and cold, yet it contains devastating stellar power. Along the way you will pass several large cities such as Blackstone City and Tianyong City, which can serve as supply points. Having grasped the general route and environment, Chen's understanding of this journey became clearer. In the remaining days, Chen finally lived a daily routine. During the day, his spiritual brush flew and talismans took shape, like flowing water, his talisman-making technique becoming increasingly skilled and seamless. At night, he descended into the body-tempering room deep within the 100 Ghosts courtyard, channeling the glazed ice flame to temper his skin membrane and forge his bones and sinews. The path of the Golden Core emphasizes the trinity of essence, energy, and spirit. Especially for the 9th grade origin pill, he sought an extreme balance was required. This was precisely why, although his divine sense had already reached the great perfection of foundation establishment, he had refrained from breaking through to the spirit stage of the Golden Core realm. He was waiting for his physical body and spiritual energy to completely catch up with his divine sense, waiting for a flawless opportunity. That opportunity would come when he successfully devoured the meteorine fire. In terms of body cultivation, thanks to the repeated tempering through devouring flames, the body-burning fire, though excruciatingly painful, had pushed his mortal transformation 6 realms to the great perfection of flesh refinement. Beneath his skin, muscles coiled like dragons and snake's blood, and chi surged like mercury. When he threw a punch, the air emitted a dull explosion. When the half-month period arrived, Chen appeared punctually at Alchemy Peak. Wu Yufang was already waiting eagerly outside the door. Seeing him arrive, she quickly led him inside. Inside, the fragrance of pills was so thick it seemed tangible. An old man with graying hair sat cross-legged beside a purple bronze cauldron, his breath long and deep like a turtle's. He was Wu Yufang's master, Elder Mu, an 8th grade alchemist. Seeing Chen enter, Elder Mu didn't even lift his eyelids. He merely pointed at a jade box beside him and said in a hoarse voice, 5 batches of pills, 3 succeeded, resulting in 9 DUN pills. I've already deducted the cost of the medicinal herbs from the spirit stones you prepaid. Inspect them yourself. Chen didn't say much. He stepped forward and opened the jade box. Inside the box, 9 pills were round and smooth like jade, with faint cloud-like Tao patterns swirling on their surface. A pure medicinal power rushed toward him, even better than he had anticipated. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Mo. The quality of the pills is excellent. Chen nodded in satisfaction and carefully put away the jade box. These DUN pills were auxiliary pills recorded in the returning to origin and condensing pill art. They could stabilize the mind and harmonize yin and yang at the most critical moment of forming the Golden Core, a precaution against unforeseen needs. He paid the remaining spirit stones, exchanged a few polite words, and then stopped bothering Elder Mu's cultivation. Just before leaving, Chen suddenly stopped, took out 1 pill, and pressed it into the bewildered hand of Wu Yufang. Junior Sister Wu, the smooth progress of this alchemy session also owes to your recommendation. Take this medium-grade DUN pill. Off. Senior Brother Su, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Wu Yufang quickly declined. 7th grade pills were not something even a disciple of Alchemy Peak could easily obtain. Take it. I have a heavenly spirit root. I don't need that many. Chen smiled, his tone casual, but carrying an unrefusable certainty. He forced the pill into her hand, turned, and left. Wu Yufang held the warm pill, watching Chen ride the bone boat away as a streak of light. It took her a while to come to her senses and murmur, this senior brother is too generous, giving away a 7th grade pill just like that. She thought for a moment and felt something was off. Tilting her head, she muttered, it's a bit strange he keeps mentioning his heavenly spirit root. Can a heavenly spirit root really allow you to do whatever you want? If Chen had heard this, he would surely say, sorry Junior Sister Wu, but having a heavenly spirit root really means you can do whatever you want. As he walked out of the grand hall, Chen glanced back at the spiraling smoke of alchemical flames, and the last shred of hesitation in his heart dissipated. Talismans, elixirs, artifacts, intelligence. Everything necessary had been prepared. Next I'll take my leave, then set off. He turned his bone-white boat and headed straight for the artifact refining peak. Senior Brother Tai Kwang was straightforward and disliked beating around the bush. Asking him for leave was the most hassle-free. At the artifact refining peak, flames soared into the sky, and the clanging of hammering iron echoed incessantly. Chen found Tai Kwang bare-chested and resting beside the largest furnace. Senior Brother, Chen called out. Tai Kwang took a sip of tea, his rugged face breaking into a smile. A little Junior Brother. Got the elixirs. Judging by your spirited aura, you're just about ready. Everything's in order. Chen nodded and spoke directly. I've come specifically to ask for leave from you, Senior Brother. I need to leave the sect for a while and head to the Falling Star Canyon in the Middle Continent to seek a heavenly flame and break through to the Golden Core. Falling Star Canyon. That place is no peaceful ground. Tai Kwong frowned, but then relaxed his eyes, showing admiration. But I trust your judgment, boy. Since you're well prepared, go ahead and take on the challenge. The Middle Continent is righteous territory. Don't be reckless. Survival comes first. I'll keep an eye on things here at the sect. No one will dare touch your 100-ghost courtyard. He set down his massive hammer, pulled a palm-sized black iron disc from his bosom, and pressed it into Su Chen's hand. Take this. It's a substitute iron puppet I forged. Crush it at a critical moment, and it can block a single blow from a late golden core cultivator. Don't stand on ceremony with me. When you form your nascent soul, just forge a better one for your senior brother. Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart, and accepted it solemnly. Thank you, senior brother. I understand, and I will not fail your trust. After bidding farewell to Tai Kwong, Su Chen had no more lingering attachments. He stepped onto the bone-white boat, soared into the sky, and cast one last glance at the unbroken mountain gates of the Yinma sect, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Middle Continent, Falling Star Canyon. I, Su Chen, am coming. The bone-white boat transformed into a streak of white light, slicing through the sky and vanishing toward the city of Yinma. The Central Earth continent is divided into 9 regions. The entire northwestern region is controlled by the Yinma sect and the Su family of Yangming Mountain. The central region, the heart of the continent, is dominated by the Tianyi sect, which stands alone as the foremost righteous power. The city of Tianyi in the middle continent is well connected in all directions. Su Chen didn't need to go that deep. His destination was Falling Star Canyon on the edge of the middle continent. Arriving at Yinma City, he put away his flying boat, took out a communication talisman, and infused it with spiritual energy from his fingertip. This was Chow Mei's private communication talisman. The two had agreed to meet at an inn. Half an hour later, in a private room of the Yujian in Chow, Mei pushed the door open and entered. She was dressed in simple white robes today, looking very sharp. Senior brother Su, you haven't left yet. Chow Mei was a bit surprised. Judging by your aura, you're all set. Everything's ready. Su Chen nodded and got straight to the point. The place I'm going is far. If I fly all the way with the bone-white boat, it'll take years to get there. I need to use a teleportation array. Where are you headed, senior brother? Falling Star Canyon on the edge of the middle continent. That's indeed far. Chow Mei understood, then furrowed her delicate brows and began calculating the route. Our Yinma city is in Yongzhou, the core of the entire northwestern region. The middle continent is the core of the central region. The place you're going, senior brother, is at the junction of the middle continent and Xizhou. She traced a simple map in the air with spiritual energy. Looking at the route, I suggest you teleport directly from our Yinma city to Silly City in Xizhou. Silly City is the capital of Xizhou and the hub to the southern part of the middle continent. Transferring from there would be the most time and effort saving. All right, I'll go with your plan. Su Chen said decisively. How much for the teleportation fee? Let me check. Chow Mei hurried away, using her communication talisman to inquire about the latest teleportation array status. After a while, Chow Mei returned. I've got the information, senior brother. For an expedited teleportation, there's a slot tomorrow. The fare is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. If you're not in a hurry, waiting a month for the regular slot would only cost 10,000. What do you think? Expedited. Su Chen didn't hesitate. He took out a storage pouch containing 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Arrange the teleportation from Yinma City to Silly City for tomorrow. Rest assured, senior brother, I'll take care of it. Chow Mei accepted the spirit stones, a hint of emotion in her voice. 100,000 spirit stones for a month's time. Your generosity, senior brother, leaves me in awe. You don't understand. This is what they call time is spirit stones. The next morning at the teleportation plaza in the core area of Yinma City. As the capital of the northwestern region, Yinma City had teleportation arrays to other major cities. The area was heavy with restrictions, and spatial fluctuations were intense. Su Chen wore a face-covering spiritual artifact called the 100 Changes Mask, concealing his aura flawlessly. Wearing the Heaven River Ancestors' spirit-hiding jade, and the concealed spirit pendant bestowed by Xian Yin True Lord, with 3 layers of concealment, no one could see through his true identity unless a late nascent soul cultivator personally inspected him. He dressed in an ordinary green Dao robe, completely discarding the Yinma sect disciple attire. His aura was not deliberately hidden. Foundation establishment, grand perfection, neither ostentatious nor weak enough to deter ordinary cultivators from provoking him casually. This would save him a lot of trouble. 3 other people were traveling with him, all apparently in a hurry. Under the direction of a golden core formation, Master the group stepped onto the massive teleportation array. The array patterns lit up space, twisted, and white light swallowed everything in an instant. Su Chen's figure vanished from the teleportation array. 7 days later, when Su Chen could see clearly again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar giant city. Silly City, the capital of Xizhou. Stepping out of the teleportation array, he immediately sensed an atmosphere entirely different from the northwestern region. The spiritual energy here was gentler, and the air carried a faint scent of incense and scholarly books. The streets were wide and clean. Though the cultivators moved with purpose, there was less of the naked brutality and bloodshed that permeated Yinma City. He strolled along the main street, paved with bluestone slabs. Shops lined both sides with signs like Jishir Hall, Howren Academy, and Qingfeng Sword Pavilion, exuding a strong orthodox atmosphere. The cultivators passing by were neatly dressed, most wearing sect insignias. They greeted each other with courtesy. Occasional disputes were more about quoting classics and verbal sparring rather than direct violence. In such a main city, there was usually an enforcement team. If you wanted to cause trouble, you'd better not plan to stay in the city. Of course, he was dressed as a righteous cultivator. So this is Suzhou near the middle continent. Su Chun mused to himself. Although it wasn't the core of the central region, he could already glimpse the order and discipline of the righteous cultivation world under the influence of the Tianyi sect. Compared to the law of the jungle chaotic style of the northwestern region, this place was more like a vast rule-bound jianghu. He noticed disciples clad in Tianyi sect attire patrolling the street corners. Their auras were steady, their eyes clear and upright, carrying a natural sense of superiority and mission. Ordinary cultivators often treated them with a measure of reverence and gave them a wide berth. All nascent soul sects are the same. It turned out that in the northwestern domain, many major cities also had outposts of the Yinma sect disciples. Su's Yangming city had one as well, though the two were in a cooperative relationship. Su Chun behaved normally, clad in a green robe, appearing as an ordinary Foundation Establishment Perfection cultivator. The 3 layers of protection on his body left no one with any suspicion. The immediate priority was to inquire about the route to the Falling Abyss Canyon. Su Chun did not linger on the streets of Silly City. After asking for directions, he headed straight west. There a 7-story tower stood quietly with an imposing presence. The plaque bearing the words Demon Cloud Pavilion exuded the unique somber aura of the Yinma sect, seeming incongruous, yet eerily harmonious among the righteous shops. This was the Yinma sect's establishment in Silly City. It was openly operating in this righteous-dominated city. In the world of cultivation, there was no such clear-cut conflict between good and evil. It was all interwoven, entangled, and balanced by interests. He concealed his aura and stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit with understated luxury and few visitors, yet each exuded an extraordinary presence. As a steward at the Foundation establishment late stage was about to greet him, Su Chun raised his hand, revealing the black gold token of a direct disciple of profound Yin True Lord. The steward's pupils contracted, realizing the visitor's importance. He dared not be negligent, bowing and saying, "Senior brother, please wait a moment. I will summon Manager Han immediately." In a moment, a figure descended swiftly from the 2nd floor. It was a middle-aged man with a stern face, clad in a black robe with gold patterns. His cultivation was unmistakably at the golden core stage, his aura condensed and sharp. He glanced at Su Chen's token, and instantly a respectful smile appeared on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "I wonder which core disciple this is. I am Han Xing, overseeing the Demon Cloud Pavilion. Forgive my failure to greet you from afar, nephew. Please bear with me." Su Chen nodded slightly and returned the greeting. "Uncle Han is too kind. I am Su Chen, passing through Silly City, and I have a matter to consult." Han Xing's courtesy was not for Su Chen himself, but for the backing of profound Yin True Lord and the Nascent Soul Ancestor. Su Chen, of course, would not take advantage of it. "Please sit, nephew Su. Try this special brew of ours, the Deep Spring Drunk. You have come from afar. What is it you need? If it is within my power, I will not refuse." Su Chun did not stand on ceremony and spoke directly. "Disciple wishes to go to the Falling Star Canyon. From here, what is the best route?" Han Xing pondered for a moment, then smiled. "The Falling Star Canyon lies at the border of Zhongzhou and Suzhou, extremely perilous, yet full of opportunities. From Silly City, there are 2 ways. First, use the teleportation array directly. In 2 days, you can reach Falling Star City. Second, take the Merchant Alliance's flying ship escorted by Golden Core cultivators, allowing you to enjoy the scenery and customs of Suzhou safely, but it will take about a month." Su Chen did not hesitate. "The teleportation array. The matter is urgent and cannot be delayed." "Good." Han Xing clapped his hands and laughed. "In that case, I will arrange it immediately. Tonight, rest in the top floor elegant chamber of my Demon Cloud Pavilion. It has a gathering spirit array, quiet and safe." Su Chun sighed inwardly. How convenient it was to be from a nascent soul sect with connections everywhere, no matter how far. He even saved on lodging spirit stones. "Thank you for your trouble, Uncle Han." "Think nothing of it, nephew." Han Xing beamed, ordered someone to guide Su Chun to the top floor chamber, and sent over spirit fruits and fine wine along with compiled intelligence on Falling Star City before taking his leave. Su Chen sat alone in the elegant chamber, gazing at the bustling night scene of Silly City outside the window. The night passed without incident. Han Xing was efficient. The next morning he knocked on the door. "Nephew, it's time. The Southern Teleportation Square has a direct line to Falling Star City, and today's slot is just right." Su Chen rose and followed Han Xing out of the Demon Cloud Pavilion. The teleportation square in the southern suburbs of Silly City was smaller than the one in Yinma City, but fully equipped. Over a dozen arrays were arranged, guarded by Merchant Alliance cultivators, with a Golden Core cultivator overseeing order. This array to Falling Star City was open and shared with the Merchant Alliance, operating once every 7 days, used by both righteous and demonic cultivators. Han Xing escorted him to the array and handed him a bone-white jade token, Nephew, this is the check-in token for the Blood Maple Tower in Falling Star City, another property of our sect. When you arrive, find the Bloodhand manager there, and mention my name. He has hosted several fellow disciples who went to the Falling Star Canyon, and is familiar. Thank you, uncle. Chen took the token. Don't mention it. A Nascent Soul Sect has its own people everywhere. Han Xing patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. Be careful when you get there. Falling Star City is a place where dragons and snakes mix. Righteous and demonic are just a facade. All sorts of shady dealings happen behind the scenes. With your heavenly spirit root, don't let anyone target you. Chen nodded and stepped into the array. The formation activated spatial runes lighting up layer by layer. The pole was shorter than the one from Inma City to Silly City. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the white light dissipated. When he opened his eyes again, a dry wind carrying sand and grit rushed against his face. Falling Star City. Chen squinted. This city was different from both Silly City and Inma City. Its walls were built of a dark red rock looking like coagulated blood from afar. Beyond the city stretched an endless brown wasteland with faint purple-black thunderclouds hanging low on the horizon. The air was thick with a strange mix of rust, burnt smell, and a faint trace of stellar radiation. This was the outer bridgehead of the Falling Star Canyon, a chaotic zone jointly managed by righteous and demonic forces, a lawless place. Cultivators streamed in and out of the city dressed in all sorts of attire. A few rogue cultivators covered in barbarian tattoos swaggered ahead. The city guards merely collected the entry fee without even checking their tokens. As long as you paid, anyone could enter. Chen pressed down the brim of his hat, his green-robed figure blending into the crowd. His righteous-style attire was actually inconspicuous here. In a place like Falling Star City, there were plenty of demonic cultivators wearing the guise of righteousness and righteous cultivators under demonic names. Following the address Han Xing gave him, he found the Blood Maple Tower in the western part of the city. It was a 3-story old wooden building, weathered on the outside but equipped with isolation arrays inside. Behind the counter, a one-eyed old man was clicking an abacus. Sensing the Inma sect aura on Chen, he merely lifted his eyelids, recommended by Han Xing. Room C3 upstairs. 50 low-grade spirit stones a day, deposit for 1 month, first month free. Chen handed over the jade token. Thank you, senior. Chen sat cross-legged on a cushion in room C3, flipping through the geographical records of Falling Star City he had picked up from downstairs. The pages were yellowed and the edges frayed, clearly read countless times. He scanned line by line the text, revealing the dangers of this dead land. 200 li west of the city lay the vast Falling Star Canyon, a 1,000-zhang deep chasm shrouded in gray-black mist all year round. The valley was indeed filled with spirit herbs, but demonic beasts roamed rampant, and the mist carried corrosive poison. In the shallow parts, refining cultivators could venture in groups, but in the deep caves, even Foundation establishment cultivators had to think twice. Legends spoke of ancient cultivator remains and puppets deep underground, hiding dangers more sinister than the mist. Out of 10 who entered, if half a one returned, it was considered a blessing from the heavens. He turned to the page about Luoxing Ravine. The handwriting was fresh ink, clearly an addition made in recent years. Over the past few years, Luoxing Ravine, 1,000 li from the valley entrance, had been experiencing unusual activity. At night, one could witness black-purple starlight exploding in the sky, accompanied by a chilling aura of cold. Long ago, a Foundation establishment cultivator foolish enough to disregard the dangers slipped into the ravine during a brief window when the dark mist parted, never to emerge again. From that point on, even the boldest rogue cultivators avoided the area entirely. At the book's end, there was a supplementary note: the mist in Meteorite Canyon would be blown away by hot winds from Crimson Rock Wastes for a month every August, allowing refining cultivators to venture inside and seize opportunities during that window. Foundation establishment cultivators, however, had no such restrictions. They could fly through the air with divine sense, scanning a vast range, making any time suitable for entering. As he read, voices rose from below, the loud sounds of rogue cultivators drinking and playing fist games drowning out the wind rattling the window frames. Hey, have you heard? That black-robed Death Star from Ghost Axe Sect has been asking about Luoxing Ravine all over the city these past few days. Not just Ghost Axe Sect, the outer disciples from Tianyi Sect have arrived as well. I'd wager something valuable has surfaced in that ravine, otherwise both righteous and demonic factions wouldn't be simultaneously targeting it. Want to place a bet? If half of us who enter this time manage to return alive, that's a win. Chen closed the book, his fingertip tapping against the words, black-purple starlight, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Ancestral Mo's reference to the fusion of stellar essence and essence aligned perfectly with this record. There was no doubt this was exactly the meteorite fire he sought. He glanced up at the window where a mass of purple-black thunderclouds hung oppressively low on the horizon. 2 months remained until August. Refining cultivators would need to wait in the city for the mist to dissipate, but he had no need to wait. His Foundation establishment, great perfection divine sense, could extend 1,000 meters. No illusion or barrier could conceal anything from him. The glacial ice flame born of both yin and yang would incinerate that corrosive mist's toxic fumes on contact. Why wait 2 months? Moreover, the Ghost Axe sect and Tianyi sect had already turned their attention to this location, and a moment's delay could see this extraordinary fire fall into another's hands. Chen stood and tossed the geography records back onto the table, then retrieved a white face-changing mask from his storage bag. The 100-soul banner spun in his palm as he suppressed the spectral wails within with a single thought, rendering them utterly silent. Just before stepping outside, he kicked his spirit walking boots, channeling spiritual power into them, until faint wind patterns shimmered across the soles. Behind the counter downstairs, the one-eyed old man paused his abacus to watch Chen depart, letting out a sneer that revealed a yellowed tooth. Another heading to Luoxing Ravine to meet his doom. Already the 5th this month. Chen didn't break stride, only casting back. Senior, rest assured, I'm hard to kill. He pushed through the door and stepped into the howling sandstorm beyond the city walls. Chen positioned himself at the city gate, oriented toward the northern approach, and with a light tap of his toe against the ground, the spirit walking boots projected a barely visible cyan trail as he sped toward Meteorite Canyon. The crimson fortress walls of Meteorite City receded behind him, while ahead the 1,000-zhang deep chasm emerged from the mist in ghostly outlines, and the air grew thick with the scent of rust. Yet the white golden core embryo within his dantian trembled faintly, responding to that strand of meteorite fire had waited 10,000 years to encounter. The 9th-tier golden core will be forged here. The cyan shadow vanished into the gray-black mist without so much as a ripple, swallowed by the ink-dark night descending upon Meteorite Canyon. The 1,000-zhang deep gorge resembled the maw of some colossal beast devouring all light that fell within its jaws. Only when the valley's mist churned did occasional phosphorescent glimmers flicker in the darkness. A deep beast's roar emanated from the fog-shrouded depths, followed by piercing avian cries that only amplified the suffocating silence pressing down on the canyon. As the ancient verse went, cricket songs make the forest seem quieter, still bird calls deepen the mountain solitude. This scene embodied that truth perfectly. Still months away from the August fog clearing, the canyon's first half remained virtually untraveled. Chen summoned the white bone boat and hurtled through the shallow valley, without pause, the vessel blurring into a pale white streak as it shot toward the canyon's heart. Deeper into the gorge, the mist grew thicker, its corrosive chill formidable enough to slow even ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. Runes spiraled across the white bone boat's surface, while an invisible barrier pushed the dense mist aside, keeping Chen's robes undisturbed as his divine sense flooded forward like a tide, mapping the surroundings with perfect clarity. Passing through the midsection, his divine sense caught scattered campfires. Firelight illuminated groups of 3 or 5 Foundation establishment cultivators, tending to their hunted beast carcasses or standing watch over their surroundings. Chen pushed the white bone boat's concealment formation to its limits, gliding overhead like a whisper of wind, while those below remained completely unaware. An hour later, the white bone boat came to a gradual stop. Before him, the mist was so dense that visibility stretched less than 10 zhang. The air carried an overwhelming coldness unlike anything else in the canyon, as though it could freeze the soul itself. We've arrived at Luoxing Ravine. Chen retracted his flying vessel and activated all 3 layers of protection, while the glacial ice flame circulated within him, counteracting the encroaching cold. He stepped across the frost-covered ground. Beneath his feet, a stream lay completely frozen beneath a sheet of ice, tinged with an eerie purple-black hue. The sound of flowing water had been silenced entirely, leaving only absolute stillness. His divine sense swept across jagged boulders and grotesque rock formations, confirming the legends were true. Low-grade spiritual herbs covered the ground everywhere. Second-tier earth cloud grass clung to the ice rocks. Clusters of monkey head mushrooms glimmered faintly on rotting stumps alongside snake, saliva grass, and first-tier spirit gathering grass. Chen swept his divine sense through the area and collected everything, soil and all, into his Purple Mansion Immortal Island. Though these were low-grade herbs, they formed the foundation for his future alchemy studies, and not a few were unique to Meteorite Canyon itself. As he drew closer to the core of Luoxing Ravine, the temperature dropped further, and the black-purple starlight grew increasingly vivid. The light pulsed rhythmically rather than burning steadily. When he reached approximately 50 zhang from its source, Chen halted his advance. His divine sense detected several presences ahead. 5 figures were concealed behind a massive rock to the left, all wearing matching dark combat attire with a blood-dripping ghost axe embroidered on their chests, cultivators from Ghost Axe sect. Most were at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, though their leader radiated the most condensed aura, having reached the late stage. This group appeared to be scouting ahead as well, huddled behind the rock and peering toward the ravine's depths with expressions caught between greed and fear. Chen's nearly perfect Foundation establishment divine sense had already locked onto these 5, yet they remained completely unaware of the eyes watching them from mere feet away. Rather than striking immediately, he chose to observe quietly. The black-purple starlight flickered again, casting a momentary glimmer across his concealed mask before vanishing. The five huddled behind the boulder, their whispered complaints and chattering teeth cutting sharply through the suffocating silence of the washing ravine. Damn this wretched place. The spiritual energy flow has slowed by 3/10 and a cold chill seeps into my very bones. In the middle of the Yunqing Canyon at Luoxing Stream. Captain, we've been crouching here for days, and there's nothing but ice shards. That black-purple flash is like a ghost. Is it really worth suffering here? A cultivator with a fleshy, fierce face nearby spat a thick gob of phlegm, hitting the ice and instantly freezing into a bead. Exactly. They call it reconnaissance, but how is this different from suicide? Those brothers who went ahead never came out. Are the higher-ups out of their minds? Captain, we're squatting here. What are we even looking for? The higher-ups are so secretive, just giving us the coordinates of Luoxing Stream. The cultivator with the fleshy face rubbed his frost-reddened hands and muttered in a muffled voice. They say it's reconnaissance, but we don't even know what we're scouting for. It's unsettling. The leading cultivator, a late Foundation establishment cultivator with a knife scar on his left cheek, barked. Shut up. What are you yelling about? Do you want to die? Don't you see that anomaly? Something that can summon such stellar force mixed with Insha energy is no ordinary object. If the higher-ups want an investigation, just investigate. Don't ask about things you shouldn't. He paused, seeming to sense the low morale, and softened his tone. I'll give you a hint. We're looking for meteor iron. Meteor iron. The cultivator with triangular eyes brightened. Is that the legendary material infused with stellar essence capable of forging top-grade artifacts? What else could it be? Scarface snorted with a hint of greed. Why do you think it's called Yunqing Canyon? It's because celestial meteors occasionally fall here. When those meteor cores cool down, they can form meteor iron. The surface veins were already mined out by the major sects years ago, but this canyon is so deep and bottomless that there are always fish that slip through the net. This time, with the anomaly at Luoxing Stream and the Een mist radiating stellar power, the elders speculate that there might be large chunks of meteor iron below. He licked his cracked lips and continued, this stuff. A piece the size of a fingernail is worth over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. If we could find a piece the size of a fist and offer it to the sect, the contribution points, TCH, would be enough to exchange for a top-tier demonic art, or have an elder personally help us break through our bottlenecks. The fleshy-faced man's breathing grew heavy. Wow, that valuable. Then what are we waiting for? Let's find it. What's the rush? Scarface glared at him. Don't you see that black-purple aura? And this eerie cold? There must be a powerful guardian beast, or ancient forbid ants. Those useless fools ahead probably triggered something and died. Let's scout carefully on the periphery, first confirm it's safe, and then report. This is a triple contribution point mission. At the mention of triple contribution points, the fear on their faces was replaced by greed. Suddenly they were no longer cold, no longer complaining, not even breathing heavily. The captain is right. Fortune favors the bold. As long as it's not suicidal, what's a little chill? Exactly, for the contribution points we'll go all out. Triangular eyes and fleshy face chimed in. I'm still waiting for Xianying grass to cultivate. I'll stake it all on this batch of contribution points. Fleshy face slapped his thigh. Damn it, let's do it. It's just a little cold. For the golden core path I'll endure. The tall, thin man, seeing everyone was persuaded, reluctantly nodded. All right. Let's creep forward a bit, then. Just a little. Creep my ass. The Een mist is thick at night. Tomorrow at noon, when the mist is weakest, we'll take a look from the periphery. Meteor iron is good, but you need to stay alive to get it. We're mainly here for the triple contribution points, just to coast until the next team arrives. Riding the triple contribution points, haha, the whole universe is one big shoddy stage. Indeed, self-interest is the root that drives cultivators to take risks. This Ghost Axe Sect squad was merely a pawn scouting the way, driven by bounties. Su Chen overheard everything clearly from behind the rocks, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. Meteor iron. So this group from Ghost Axe Sect was after forging materials. It seemed they knew nothing about the meteor Een fire, taking it only for an ordinary celestial phenomenon. That was normal. Heavenly flames are rare and not to be encountered easily. They are not as conspicuous as common spirit herbs and ores. Still, this was good news. At least it meant that for now, aside from himself, no one realized what opportunity lay hidden in the depths of Luoxing Stream. Su Chen locked his spiritual sense on the few men, and executing the ghostly steps, his figure moved like a ghost, silently bypassing the squad through the thick mist and shadows, stealthily advancing toward the depths of Luoxing Stream. The meteorine fire was his sole goal. As for the meteor iron, if fate allowed, he would take it as a bonus. If not, he wouldn't bother. The golden core path was the foundation. The cold was no longer just low temperature in the air. It had turned into a tangible weight, pressing down and slightly distorting the space. An ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator here would likely have their spiritual energy frozen, forced to constantly circulate their cultivation art to resist. Su Chen activated the blazing art, and the glazed ice flame in his dantian began to circulate on its own, the dual forces of ice and fire cycling back and forth, refining all the Insha cold that tried to invade his meridians. Not only did he not feel uncomfortable, but it was like soaking in an icy spring. His spirit cleared. The only trouble was the visibility. The deeper he went, the thicker the Een mist became, like ink. Even his spiritual sense was suppressed to the limit in this interference-filled environment. Su Chen's eye sharpened, and he pressed his fingertip to the corner of his eye, whispering, "Spiritual eye open." A layer of pale golden runes appeared deep in his pupils, and his vision instantly pierced through the thick darkness and mist. With the spiritual eye technique, he could finally see the true appearance of the washing stream. On both sides were black rock walls, as if carved by knives and axes, and the ground was not ice and snow, but a crystallized black moss that emitted a faint crunching sound when stepped on. Strangely, just as the Ghost Axe Sect cultivator had said, it was eerily quiet. No roar of beasts, no hiss of insects, not even the sound of wind, only absolute dead silence. This place seems to have been completely purified by some force. Su Chen felt a chill in his heart, but did not stop his steps. As he pondered, the black-purple anomaly flared up again in the darkness ahead. This time it was extremely close. The light was no longer a distant starlight, but pulsed violently before his eyes like a heartbeat. At almost the same moment, the glazed eyes flame within Su Chen trembled violently, no longer in passive defense. Instead, it actively and greedily generated a powerful suction force, like a hungry beast catching the scent of flesh. So it was you that drew it here. Su Chen's heart leaped with joy, and he did not hesitate. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of purple-white interwoven, glazed ice flame drifted out. As soon as this wisp of his natal flame left his body, it shot eagerly toward the source of the black-purple light, like a tired bird returning to its nest. Following the direction guided by the flame, Su Chen flashed past a winding rock wall in a few strides. In an instant, the sight before him made him catch his breath. At the deepest part of the washing stream, there was no ground, but a massive, bottomless sinkhole. In the center of the sinkhole floated a fist-sized ball of black-purple flame, slowly rotating. The flame's form was extremely bizarre. It did not flicker like ordinary flames, but was viscous like liquid, with countless tiny stars seemingly falling and reassembling within. Each rotation emitted a supreme cold and an overwhelmingly lofty stellar pressure. What was even more unsettling was that the root of the flame connected to the depths of the rock wall, where a large piece of metallic luster meteor iron was embedded, and the flame was actually burning by absorbing the essence from that celestial meteor iron. Meteorine fire. Su Chen murmured, his eyes bursting with striking brilliance. Not only is it a heavenly flame, but it is a fire born from the essence of meteor iron. Old ancestor Mo did not deceive me. The purple-black flame seemed to sense the arrival of an outsider, surging violently as a visible ripple of icy coldness spread outward. The wind at the edge of the pit lifted Su Chen's robe, and his body was instantly covered in a layer of frost. Inside him, the burning art spun wildly. The glazed ice flames surged and roared through his meridians, desperately resisting the tide of cold that threatened to freeze his soul. But this resistance was ultimately passive. He could clearly perceive that the meteorite fire was a spirit born from heaven and earth, while his own glazed ice flame, despite having merged with multiple flames, was fundamentally a man-made object lacking that trace of primordial Tao rhythm from the creation of the world. This is the gap. Su Chen's heart was awed, yet it ignited a soaring battle spirit. The Guiyuan condensing pill art clearly states that to condense a source pill of grade 7 or above, in addition to reaching the required cultivation layers, one also needs such a heaven and earth treasure. Throughout the ages, countless geniuses have been stuck at this step, ultimately forming only a spirit pill or a 7th grade source pill. Very few have achieved the 9th grade. Now this meteorite fire was right before his eyes. The opportunity to condense a 9th grade source pill was here, and Su Chen had no reason to give up. This was his chance, and also his only shortcut. Moreover, disciples of the Ghost Axe Sect and the Heaven One Sect were still searching for meteorite iron nearby. Once news of the meteorite fire leaked, not to mention Foundation establishment cultivators, even Golden Core and Nascent Soul old monsters would swarm in. By then his life and the ambition for a 9th grade Golden Core would turn to nothing. Fortune favors the bold. The brave are fed, the timid starve. A low growl rolled in his throat, and the last trace of hesitation in Su Chen's eyes was replaced by ruthlessness. The path of immortality is inherently defying heaven. Without taking risks that may lead to 9 deaths and 1 life, how can one achieve eternal life and freedom? He had no retreat. He did not act immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged at the edge of the pit, took out a pill, and consumed it, adjusting his state to its peak. He stared at the purple-black flame as if staring at a sleeping ancient beast. Until the next noon, when the fog in the valley had thinned to the extreme due to the sun's influence, and the fluctuations of the meteorite fire were relatively stable, Su Chen moved. Now, Su Chen leaped directly into the pit. At the beginning of the descent, the cold penetrated his bones, as if he were in a 10,000-year-old ice cave. But the closer he got to the bottom, the temperature paradoxically soared. The two extreme forces of cold and heat clashed wildly in the confined space, producing a teeth-grinding, sizzling sound. This was the domineering nature of the meteorite fire: cold outside, hot inside, cold and heat united. Just this natural temperature difference was enough to instantly disintegrate a cultivator who was not prepared. Half an hour later, Su Chen's feet landed heavily on the black crystal rock at the bottom. 100 zhang ahead, a meteorite iron the size of a house was embedded in the rock wall, emitting a cold, starry luster. And the fist-sized purple-black flame of meteorite fire was leisurely floating above the meteorite iron, slowly rotating. Each beat of the flame pulled at the energy of the surrounding space. It seemed to have gained intelligence, as the flame churned it, faintly condensed into phantoms of tiny stars, cycling endlessly, born and dying, exuding a desolate ancient cosmic atmosphere. Heavenly Fire ranking 29th on the Skyfire list, meteorite fire. Su Chen's pupils contracted to pinpoints, and his breath stopped. Since cultivating the burning art and devouring and merging many flames today, he had finally found something comparable to the strange fires in the battle through the heavens world. This was real fire. He could feel the glazed ice flame trembling inside him. This was the instinctive suppression of this heaven and earth fire over ordinary flames. Finally, I found you. With it, the golden core was within reach. A 9th grade source pill was possible. The burning art could evolve, and even in the future, devouring the top terrestrial fire, the 10,000-year volcanic heart flame, was not an unattainable fantasy. He shook his head, shaking off the distracting thoughts. Forcing down the thoughts born of ecstasy, he reminded himself that this was not the time for excitement. The seemingly leisurely flame before him could take his life at any moment. Su Chen took a deep breath and slowly approached the meteorite fire. At the bottom of the pit, the air was distorted, heat waves rolled, and even the rock's surface had a layer of crystallized liquid. With each step Su Chen took forward, the black crystal rock beneath his feet let out a sizzling wail, leaving a scorched footprint. Everything here had long been incinerated by the thousands of years of high temperature from the meteorite fire, barren of any grass. This was why in such a large pit, Su Chen could not sense any sign of life. No matter what, under the burning of the heavenly fire, everything would turn to ash. He raised his hand to wipe the scalding sweat from his forehead, which evaporated into white steam as it fell. Staring at the purple-black flame beating like a heart right before his eyes, Su Chen forcibly suppressed his excitement. He felt his heart about to burst out of his chest. Excitement was a great taboo when devouring a flame. One mistake could lead to the annihilation of both spirit and soul. Calm. Must stay calm. Now he was very close to the meteorite fire, about 15 zhang away. The heat waves were already unbearable for Su Chen. He took a deep breath, and the inhaled air burned his throat. Then he took out from his storage bracelet a pill the size of a dragon's eye, entirely ice blue. On the surface of the pill, snowflake-like Tao patterns faintly swirled. It was a 7th grade pill, the Ice Spirit pill. Without any hesitation, Su Chen tossed the pill into his mouth. The pill melted upon entering his mouth, and an indescribable extreme cold instantly exploded, spreading from his throat through his limbs and bones. Even with Su Chen's foundation establishment, great perfection physique, he couldn't help but shudder violently, and a layer of frost instantly formed on his skin. Wang. The medicinal power of the Ice Spirit pill burst inside him, quickly constructing a thin but resilient ice barrier around his internal organs, flesh, meridians, and even his skin. This barrier was not physical, but a cold shield condensed from medicinal power, completely isolating the terrifying heat that could melt refined steel. At this moment, Su Chen was like an ice man who had just walked out of a 10,000-year ice cellar, emitting chilling cold that formed a stark contrast with the blazing heat of the meteorite fire. He looked down at his frost-covered palm, feeling the support of the ice armor inside him, and the last trace of fear in his eyes finally dissipated. He no longer hesitated, stepping step by step toward the purple-black flame. The distance grew closer, 10 zhang, 5 zhang, 3 zhang. Finally, Su Chen stopped directly in front of the meteorite fire. They were only an arm's length apart. The destructive energy emitted by the flame made the ice barrier covering his body creak. The ice layer constantly peeled off, but quickly regenerated under his frantically operating cultivation art and the pill's power. Su Chen held his breath, his pupils reflecting the eerie and beautiful purple-black flame. It floated quietly above the meteorite iron. Inside the flame, star phantoms endlessly came into being and died, as if containing the mysteries of an entire universe. Su Chen knew that the devouring of the meteorite fire had begun. At the Meteor Fall Canyon, within the Falling Star Ravine. At the bottom of the celestial pit, light and heat raged, distorting the surrounding space into visible ripples due to the terrifying thermal energy. The meteorite flame hovered silently, its violet-black tongues of fire, with each flicker stirring the spiritual energy within 100 zhang radius into a frenzied turbulence. The dazzling daylight-bright radiance cast Su Chen's face into a pallid white. So scorching. Even with the ice spirit pill, this temperature is utterly terrifying. Su Chen's heart trembled in awe. The barrier of frost formed by the ice spirit pill groaned under the strain within his body, emitting a creaking sound of impending collapse. Had he not cultivated the refined flesh realm of his mortal transcendence 6 realms to perfection, granting him a physical resilience far beyond his peers, even the residual heat alone would have desiccated him to a crisp. He drew a deep breath, the scorching air searing his lungs and causing pain, yet he had no choice but to endure it through sheer will. Chen steadied his mindset, and a thought involuntarily arose within him how wonderful it would have been if, during the Foundation Establishment Lottery, he had drawn the Medicine Elder. The Medicine Elder possessed a formidable soul power and the bone-chilling cold flame, which would have made dealing with the meteorite flame a far easier task. Logically speaking, Xiao Yan's golden finger was the old man accompanying him. That is the Medicine Elder. So why had he drawn the burning art instead? Just at this critical moment, that familiar voice echoed in his mind again, tinged with a hint of mockery. Ding host, according to the system's detection, the burning art accompanied Xiao Yan the longest, so what was drawn is his fundamental cultivation method. Ding, moreover, the Medicine Elder is a character from the Dopa world. Modifying a character involves too much causality, so the host was granted a modified immortal cultivation version of the burning art. System, so you're just being lazy? And at a life or death moment like this, can you not come out to explain? I was just imagining casually. Chen roared in his mind, veins bulging on his forehead. This idiotic system always picked such junctures to pop up abruptly, and he wondered when this annoying habit would ever be fixed. Ding, I'm willing. If you're not willing, then shall I leave? The system's tone was utterly flat, yet carried a shameless, stubborn persistence. Bro, you are my own brother. I was wrong to have spoken too much. Please continue resting and never leave. Chen was so enraged he nearly choked, but he quickly severed the mental link with the system, returning his full focus to reality. The system did not reply. At this moment, not a shred of distraction was permissible. Chen's gaze sharpened, and his right hand, covered in ice armor, shot out abruptly, thrusting straight toward the cluster of violet-black flames. As his hand drew near, the ice armor's dissolution accelerated dramatically. Chen's mind raced as he forcibly channeled all the medicinal power within his body toward his arm, simultaneously activating the glazed ice flame within him, which spread like a thin film over his palm. In his pitch-black pupils, the deadly violet-black flame was reflected. With a grit of his teeth and a steeled resolve, his right arm, ignoring the searing agony that tormented his very soul, plunged fiercely into the core of the meteorite flame. Sizzle. The instant his arm entered the fire, the ice armor melted like snow under boiling water, and the glazed ice flame let out a mournful cry as it was being voraciously devoured by the meteorite flame. Not good. This meteorite flame has set its sights on the glazed ice flame inside me. Chen's heart quaked violently. Both being inattributed flames, the glazed ice flame was like a newborn infant before the meteorite flame, utterly defenseless. That pull of primordial origin caused the meteorite flame to feel a strange, eerie familiarity towards Chen, yet beneath that familiarity lurked a ferocious intent to devour it entirely. Drops of blue liquid dripped from his arm. The ice armor formed by the ice spirit pill was melting. The liquid evaporated into nothingness before it even hit the ground. Excruciating pain pierced his bones, but Chen clenched his jaw tightly, allowing the cold sweat to instantly vaporize into mist. A little closer. Just a little closer. His arm forged ahead with difficulty through the flames, his gaze locked onto the violet-black speck at the center of the fire, deep and dark like a black hole. That was the seed of the meteorite flame, the very soul of this celestial fire. Chen could see the seed close at hand, yet that distance felt like an endless chasm a world away. I see. An endless cycle of recurrence. This is flame ultimate destruction and rebirth. Chen growled with a touch of childish bravado, whether to bolster his own courage or to grasp the Tao. Sensing Chen's hand approaching its seed, the meteorite flame seemed provoked. The violet-black fire suddenly trembled, erupting into a frenzy of violence. The previously stable temperature skyrocketed exponentially. The black crystalline rocks around the celestial pit, hardened by millennia of scorching, began to soften, melt, and drip down. Having come this far, how can there be any thought of retreat? A spark of madness flashed in Chen's eyes as he forced out all the glazed ice flame within him, using it like a lure to madly provoke and distract the meteorite flame's attention. At the very moment the flame core faltered for an instant while devouring the glazed ice flame, got it. His 5 fingers clenched tightly. Chen's right hand, now charred black, finally crossed the sea of fire and seized the meteorite flame's seed, no larger than a thumb, yet heavy as a star. Buzz! The moment the seed entered his grasp, the violent violet-black flame instantly calmed, like a kitten caught by the scruff of its neck, docile and no longer struggling. A strange energy, intertwining icy cold and scorching heat, surged wildly through the meridians of Chen's arm and into his body. He gazed at the seed in his palms, spinning slowly like a miniature star. A wild grin of post-crisis elation spread across his face as he murmured, trembling, "So this is the seed of the meteorite flame." As the seed was captured, the surrounding flames were gradually drawn back into it. Gazing at the seed in his hand, Chen recalled the descriptions from ancient texts. Such celestial fires at their inception spanned the entire size of the celestial pit, or even larger. Through endless refinement over millennia, they had condensed to their current size. One could only imagine the terrifying energy compressed from such a colossal volume into a single palm-sized seed. If unleashed, it would surely bring about cataclysmic destruction. Even a nascent soul elder would shed a layer of skin. Humph! Su Chen let out a long breath. The next step was the most perilous devouring. Devouring a celestial fire was different from the flames he had absorbed before. Those flames had no seed, or one could draw them into thin strands with divine sense, devour them, and store them in the seed space within the dantian. Su Chen recalled the details of flame devouring from the burning art. Though his system was a bit petulant, what it provided was truly excellent. System products were always top-notch. The burning art in his possession was the complete immortal cultivation version, even more comprehensive than the one the medicine elder had. It contained not only the cultivation methods, but also the techniques for devouring celestial fires of the heavenly spirit realm. For instance, the ice spirit pill had been prepared in advance based on the methods from the burning art. Do I have to swallow it? Incorrect. This system has adapted it reasonably according to the rules of the Purple world and the heavenly spirit realm. Su Chen's voice trembled at the system's words. Just obtaining the seed had been a brush with death, and devouring was even more dangerous. But no matter, he had come this far, he couldn't very well put the meteorine flame back. His body refinement realm had not yet reached the level of visceral refinement. Swallowing it like this would indeed be somewhat dangerous. No, it was extremely dangerous. No matter how powerful his physical body was, he had not yet tempered his internal organs. Fortunately, his previous devouring of flames had granted his flesh a certain degree of fire resistance. Coupled with the preparations he had made, the success rate of devouring the meteorine fire was as high as 30%. But 30% was essentially no different from courting death. When old ancestor Mo discovered this thing back, then he had also considered it, but he had already reached the nascent soul stage and saw no need to take such a risk. Moreover, devouring a heavenly strange fire inherently carried risks. Even the most thorough preparations were merely preparations. Only by swallowing the fire seed and successfully refining it could one truly succeed. Life or death, success or failure, all hinges on this moment. Without further hesitation, he stuffed the fire seed in his hand into his mouth. The moment the fire seed entered his abdomen, the sensation was not one of scorching heat, but rather as if he had swallowed a miniature fiery star. Ugh! Su Chen's entire body trembled violently, his eyes instantly bloodshot. The purple-black fire seed had already unleashed a terrifying will of destruction in his esophagus. If not for the medicinal power of the ice spirit pill protecting his organs, his throat would have been vaporized from that single swallow. He clamped his mouth shut tightly, his cheeks bulging, and activated the blazing art to forcibly press the violent fire seed into his dantian. Under inner vision, he saw that the moment the purple-black star entered his body, it rampaged like a runaway horse. The icy film formed by the ice spirit pill was as fragile as tissue paper before it. Wherever it passed, the ice layers sizzled and melted. The excruciating pain from his internal organs caused Su Chen to convulse all over, with veins bulging and twisting like earthworms under his skin. Hold it down! Su Chen roared, his divine sense transforming into an invisible hand that fiercely slapped the rampaging flame. At the same time, without hesitation, he slapped the second 7th grade mid-quality ice spirit pill, which he had prepared long ago, into his mouth. That's right, he had prepared 2 such pills, and this one was of mid-grade quality. Seeing this pill, Su Chen was filled with confidence. As the mid-grade ice spirit pill entered his mouth, a cool chill flowed into his body. The pill transformed into a stream of cold several times purer than before, instantly sweeping through his limbs and bones. The sensation was like leaping into a 10,000-year-old ice cave at the moment of being engulfed in flames. The extreme contrast of ice and fire made Su Chen moan in comfort. It was also like having a refreshing cola on a scorching summer day. But then came an even fiercer rejection reaction. The meteorine fire, sensing the threat, erupted with greater ferocity. Now, Su Chen seized the fleeting moment of ice-fire confrontation, mobilizing the lustrous white innate pill embryo in his dantian. The pill embryo trembled slightly, and a vast suction force erupted forcibly, pulling the meteorine fire into the dantian sea of qi. Without the obstruction of flesh, the meteorine fire became even more violent, but Su Chen was prepared. With a thought, the wisp of glazed ice flame in the corner of his dantian actively poked its head out. Go! Su Chen guided with his divine sense, and the glazed ice flame began to flee along the specific Zhou-Tian route of the blazing art within his body. As expected, the meteorine fire, like a child attracted by candy, stopped its wanton destruction and turned to chase the glazed ice flame. One fleeing, one pursuing, the 2 flames spun rapidly within the dantian. With each contact, the meteorine fire would strip off a wisp of purple-black essence, merging into the glazed ice flame, while also becoming tainted with the aura of the blazing art. This process was excruciatingly painful. Su Chen could clearly feel his dantian being repeatedly scorched and expanded by the terrifying heat. Every Zhou-Tian cycle was accompanied by the searing pain of tearing meridians. The medicinal power of the ice spirit pill was constantly being consumed. The icy film was broken, then repaired, then broken again. But he gritted his teeth and stubbornly maintained the operation of the blazing art. He did not know how long it had passed. Perhaps several hours, perhaps just an instant. When the meteorite fire completed its final major Zhoutian cycle within the Dantian, Su Chen clearly sensed that the violent will of destruction had suddenly become much more docile. Su Chen could perceive the simple emotions of the meteorite fire. It no longer tried to destroy everything. Instead, like a stray cat that had finally found a home, it quietly circled around the glazed ice flame, occasionally extending a tongue to lick the edge of the glazed ice flame, its movements full of longing. Gurgle. Su Chen imagined the meteorite fire making a sound like swallowing, and he couldn't help but feel amused and exasperated. This little ancestor had nearly burned me to ashes just now, and now that it's settled, it only thinks about eating my glazed ice flame. Don't rush, little one. Su Chen soothed the simple-minded flame, thinking to himself, once I fully refine you, I'll let you eat your fill. Glazed ice flame. At this moment, the meteorite fire within the Dantian, sensing Su Chen's promise, suddenly contracted and entered the fire seed space within the Dantian, emitting a deep and mysterious purple starlight. Su Chen let out a long breath, his entire body collapsing limply onto the scorching crystal rock. Now it was only initial devouring, far from complete refinement. He knew that the hardest hurdle had been crossed. He raised his right arm, which was charred and then scarred, and looked at the residual purple-black fire mark in his palm, a crazed, yet satisfied curve curling at the corner of his mouth. The blazing art. Should have all. At almost the same moment Su Chen completed the fusion of the meteorite fire, the strange phenomena at Luoxing Gorge abruptly ceased. The gloomy mist that had pervaded Luoxing Gorge for millennia seemed to have lost its guiding star power, becoming languid and stagnant. At the periphery of Luoxing Gorge, the Ghost Axe Gate team that was investigating was startled. The strange phenomena disappeared. The tall, thin man widened his eyes in disbelief. The scar-faced captain's pupils contracted sharply. He stared fixedly at the sinkhole below, which was once again shrouded in darkness and thick fog, his expression shifting unpredictably. That heart-stopping flame fluctuation had simply vanished into thin air. Was the treasure taken? Or had a restriction been triggered, causing the treasure to slumber? Captain, what should we do? The scar-faced man took out a transmission talisman. We can't wait. Send word back to the sect immediately. Elder, the strange phenomena at Luoxing Gorge have suddenly vanished, indicating a change. It is suspected that a heavenly strange object emerged and was taken, or a restriction was triggered. Request the sect to dispatch a golden core elder. We will continue to monitor the periphery. If nothing changes, we will not act rashly. The transmission talisman transformed into a beam of bloodlight, piercing through the murky mist and shooting toward the direction of Ghost Axe Gate. At almost the same time, on a mountain peak dozens of li from Luoxing Gorge, two cultivators clad in the green Taoist robes of Tianyi sect also withdrew their divine sense. One of them, a middle-aged Taoist, flicked his whisk and frowned deeply. The strange phenomena's abrupt disappearance is no small matter. That flame fluctuation is definitely not an ordinary spiritual object. It is most likely the meteorite fire recorded in ancient texts. Our cultivation is shallow. We must not act rashly. The younger disciple beside him quickly nodded. Disciple will use a transmission talisman to report to the Grandmaster. The middle-aged Taoist said in a deep voice, tell the Grandmaster that Luoxing Gorge is of great importance. The demonic cultivators of Ghost Axe Gate are also coveting it. Request the sect to make a swift decision and ensure that this heavenly strange object is seized for the use of our Tianyi sect. A beam of green talisman light following close behind the bloodlight cut through the gloomy sky above Meteorite City and shot toward the Tianyi sect branch. One day later, at the bottom of the heavenly pit, Su Chen's charred skin had mostly peeled off, revealing the newly grown skin beneath shimmering with a faint purple luster. He slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of star-purple firelight flickered deep within his pupils. Stretching his limbs, spiritual energy surged within him like a mighty river. In his dantian, the newly formed meteorite nether flame floated quietly, with a more vivid star-purple hue emerging from the violet black. Within the flame, phantom stars formed and collapsed endlessly, yet it was no longer violent. Instead, it exuded a sense of docility. Next, complete refinement advanced the blazing art, and then formed the golden core. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Without moving, a crack spread beneath his feet. At the bottom of the heavenly pit, that house-sized meteorite iron had been forcibly stripped from the rock by him, using the power of the blazing art, and stored into the Zifu Immortal Island. This object was the essence of stars, a core material for forging his life-bound artifact in the future. How could it be left for outsiders? After forming a golden core, a cultivator can refine a life-bound artifact, and this item would be of great use to him. Having done all this, Su Chen transformed into a streak of light gliding upward along the inner wall of the heavenly pit. His movements were as light as a civet cat, not even stirring a whisper of wind. He knew that with the disappearance of the anomaly, the cultivators of Ghost Axe Sect and Tianyi Sect must have sensed something. By now, the outskirts of the meteorite gorge were likely seething with hidden currents. A moment later, he leaped out of the heavenly pit, and without pausing summoned the bone boat. The pale white flying boat turned into a blurry streak of light speeding toward the deepest part of the meteorite gorge. 3 days later, inside a concealed underground cave, located beneath the gorge's fault layer surrounded by 10,000-year-old mystic ice, the air was filled with a piercing chill, perfectly balancing the scorching heat of the meteorite nether flame. Chen set up a triple isolation formation and sat cross-legged in the center of the cave, completely releasing his suppression of the meteorite nether flame. Refined, he shouted, lowly forming hand seals, and the meteorite nether flame in his dantian suddenly surged. Within the violet-black flame, the star purple grew increasingly dense. The essence of the glazed ice flame was completely integrated, and the overall color of the fire shifted from a deep violet black to a more vibrant star meteor purple. As the flame churned, faint sounds like the friction of stars could be heard, a sign that the glazed ice flame had been fully assimilated, and the meteorite nether flame now dominated alone. The blazing art operated on its own in his sea of consciousness, its technique, routes several times more complex than before, and the efficiency of spiritual energy conversion increased manyfold. A mysterious ripple spread from Chen's body. The operational route of the blazing art in his sea of consciousness automatically corrected and expanded, becoming even more complex and profound. The originally slightly sluggish flow of spiritual energy now flowed unimpeded, with conversion efficiency increased by several times. Ding. The technique Blazing Art Cultivation Edition has evolved from Xian level low-grade to Xian level high-grade characteristics. Supreme Fire Technique can advance by devouring heavenly, earthly, strange fires. Greatly increased fire resistance. Divine Sense can attach to flame to attack enemies. Chen clearly felt that his connection with the flame had become closer, as if the flame were an extension of his limbs. Moreover, Chen sensed that this was not an ordinary Xian-level high-grade, but one close to an Earth-level technique of existence that might need only an opportunity to transform into an Earth-level technique. The improvement brought by the technique was comprehensive, whether in the purity of spiritual energy or the control over the flame, far surpassing the past. Chen exhaled a long breath of turbid air, which surprisingly carried a hint of star-purple sparks. He stood up, feeling the completely renewed meteorite nether flame within him, his heart bursting with heroic spirit. This narrow escape from death was worth it. Time passed day by day. Chen was completely immersed in refinement, ignoring all the changes in the outside world. Until one day a crisp hum sounded from within his body. The meteorite nether flame in his dantian had completely stabilized, and the star-purple flame docilely coiled around the white pill embryo, showing no resistance. The blazing art is complete. The flame is stable. Chen opened his eyes with stars and rivers reversing in his gaze. He sensed the unprecedented power within him, and a resolute curve lifted the corner of his mouth. Now, it's time to form the golden core. He took out heavenly fire, liquid snow, spirit water, dust falling pill, and yuan transcending pill, laying them out in a row. His mind had completely sunk into his dantian, beginning to channel the pre-prepared 3,600 cycles of primordial qi, charging toward the legendary 9-grade golden core. Inside the underground cave, Chen had entered a state of enlightenment where he forgot both himself and the world. In his dantian, the lustrous white pill embryo was undergoing earth-shattering changes under the forging of the star-purple meteorite nether flame. With each lick of the flame, the pill embryo condensed a bit more, and the Tao resonance emanating from it became increasingly harmonious. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Luoxingjian heavenly pit, two beams of light one after the other landed beside the heavenly pit with sharp momentum. As the light faded, two groups of people were revealed. The group on the left wore plain white Taoist robes, with Tiani cloud patterns embroidered on the cuffs. The leader was a middle-aged Taoist with a stern face, his aura deep already at the mid-golden core stage. The group on the right was uniformly dressed in black martial attire with a blood-dripping ghost axe on their chests. The leader was a one-eyed, burly man with a fierce expression, his cultivation also at the mid-golden core stage. As their eyes met, invisible sparks flew in the air. Tu Qinjue of Ghost Axe Sect, how dare you set your sights on this meteorite nether flame? The Tiani Taoist spoke coldly, his tone carrying the typical arrogance of the righteous leader. The one-eyed man grinned, revealing yellow teeth. Righteousness. Sounds high-sounding, but you're just attracted by the scent. Jingshu Taoist, this Luoxingjian is not your Tiani sect's backyard. Whoever has the ability takes it. Although their words clashed, a sweep of their divine senses simultaneously detected the residual aura at the bottom of the heavenly pit, unmistakably the meteorite nether flame's presence. The aura is fresh, it was taken not long ago. Jingshu Taoist frowned deeply, his tone grave. And the meteorite iron is also missing. Tu Qinjue crouched down, grabbed a handful of charred soil, brought it to his nose, and sniffed a ruthless glint flashing in his lone eye. Clean work, even dug out the meteorite iron. This person has skill, but he won't escape. The two exchanged glances, seeing the same greed and vigilance in each other's eyes. Both the meteorite nether flame and the meteorite iron were treasures of immense value. Though they were competitors now in this treacherous Luoxingjian, dealing with the audacious thief was the primary objective. Fellow Taoist too, let's set aside internal strife for now. Jingshu Taoist said solemnly. The thief carries treasures, so his aura must be abnormal. Let's split up and track him while staying in touch.